Chapter 161 The Tianzhu Insect King is coming. In the laboratory, He Xingzhou is thinking about how to develop plasma weapons. He found that it is unrealistic to create plasma high-temperature rays now. Plasma high-temperature rays require a super-energy nuclear fusion reactor, and a confinement and acceleration magnetic field. Then a larger technological creation is needed to accommodate and control such a large reactor. Before the aerospace mothership and giant mecha are formed, plasma high-temperature rays cannot be created. He Xingzhou decided to change his thinking and start with the plasma cannon. It does not require continuous and stable plasma rays, but uses lasers to heat heavy hydrogen to a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees to turn it into a plasma state, and then uses electromagnetic technology to wrap this group of charged particles into a ball and launch it. In this way, the volume and energy output of the nuclear fusion reactor are smaller than those of plasma high-heat rays, and it is more suitable for rapid manufacturing. This plasma cannon is somewhat similar to the ball lightning in nature. It is a plasma group that can float in the air. When it does not touch the target, the plasma group inside is relatively stable. Once it touches the target, this steady state is broken, and the energy contained in the plasma group will burst out in an instant. With terrifying power, the biological team predicts that nuclear giants also have the ability to launch ball lightning. For example, the crocodile-armored mosasaur that appeared in New York may have such an ability, but it has not yet been shown. With a nuclear fusion reactor, heating heavy hydrogen is easy, and there is no problem with using a strong magnetic field to confine it. The key is how to convert a strong magnetic field into an accelerating magnetic field and launch the plasma cannon. He Xingzhou began to simulate the acceleration magnetic field device diagram. Together with him, a team of thousands of people were conducting cloud synchronization design. At the same time, at the Institute of Electromagnetic Technology of the Academy of Sciences, Kong Qing is leading the team to study nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons. When a nuclear explosion occurs at high altitude, a secondary effect will be generated. That is, a high-power, high-energy electromagnetic pulse. This electromagnetic pulse will radiate into space. If there are electronic devices within the range, it will form a strong pulse voltage and pulse current, burning integrated circuits and transistors in electronic information equipment, erasing information stored in computers, burning or blocking receivers, and destroying enemy electronic information equipment or causing them to fail to work properly. In modern warfare, attacking enemy aircraft, ships, armored vehicles, satellites, etc. has miraculous effects. What effect does electromagnetic pulse have on Zerg? A senior executive was communicating with Kong Qing. Isn't this weapon used to deal with electronic equipment? Kong Qing explained, we used to think so. But our Zerg research team found that many bugs have the ability to emit electromagnetic waves. Some bugs have no facial features and rely entirely on the Earth's magnetic field or sound waves to determine their direction. Nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons can not only interfere with their magnetic field positioning and electromagnetic attacks, but also have miraculous effects on nuclear behemoths. If the biological nuclear reaction organs in the nuclear behemoths are directly hit by strong electromagnetic pulse cannons, there will be certain changes, and they will explode due to the collapse of the nuclear reaction. So that's how it is. That is to say, nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons are more useful than hydrogen bombs at critical moments. The senior management understood. Yes, that's what I mean, Kong Qing said. Nuclear giants will intentionally avoid hydrogen bombs. But electromagnetic pulses are electromagnetic waves, and they can't resist them. How difficult is the research? Can it catch up with this war? He asked again. Absolutely. Kong Qing nodded. It turns out that we have electromagnetic pulse weapons, but the power is not enough, resulting in limited lethality to the Zerg. Now we have made a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology, and the energy released by nuclear fusion is enough to make various nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons. For example, nuclear electromagnetic pulse cannons, nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs, nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles, and the like. The breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology has begun to show its power in various aspects. At the Xuanwu Force Base, Cui Weiman assembled a special team. In front of him, all the elite talent selected from various battles to fight against the Zerg. There is Lu Tong, who lost a leg in the defense of the Magic City and now has a mechanical prosthesis installed. There are members of the Qian team fighting in the volcanic insect nest. Deng Jian, Huang Sheng, Xiong Mani and others. There are experienced commanders. Qiu Hong, Feng Xiaolong, Jia Lang and others. There are also elite fighters, who have performed well in various places, and have been selected. Everyone. You are all the most elite soldiers in the Xuanwu army. You are experienced in fighting against Zerg, and are also top-notch in operating mechas. Cui Weimin said loudly. There is only one purpose for gathering you here today. Everyone straightened their chests and stood straight. Everyone already knows that the multi-legged giant insect in Tianzhu has led hundreds of millions of insect swarms towards us. It also said that it wants to completely destroy us. Can we tolerate it? No. Everyone shouted in unison. As the saying goes, those who offend our Shinjo will be punished no matter how far away they are. Cui Weimin said. The attack of the millipede giant insect will naturally be blocked by the frontline troops. What we need to do is to find its nest. So many bugs can't appear out of thin air. So we have to go to the rear of the millipede, find its nest, and destroy it in one fell swoop. In the past few years, our satellites and intelligence departments have been looking for their land nests. But we have never found them. We suspect that the nests of these bugs are likely underground, or in the mountains. So our satellites didn't find them. Cui Weimin asked Xuanwu to open the holographic map, which marked hundreds of red circles. These red circles are all areas where the Zerg appear densely. The nest may be among them. Your mission is to search these places in depth, and find the location of the Zerg nest. Once the target is locked, our long-range missiles will directly destroy it. The area we are searching is overrun with Zerg, and there may be nuclear giant Zerg. You don't have a large force to support you, so you can only call for long-range missiles. So it is very dangerous. This mission is very important, and will affect the war situation. Did you hear it clearly? I heard it clearly. Everyone responded loudly. Good. Cui Weimin said with satisfaction. Your fighting spirit is good. And I also believe in your tactical qualities. You can't get a tiger cub without risking it? This mission is codenamed Operation Tiger Hunting, and the operation is under my direct command. Xiao Hong, Jia Lang, and Yi Xiaolong were the captains of the 3 teams respectively. Go to the logistics department to collect your equipment. After Cui Weimin finished speaking, the team members gathered and went to the logistics department, where LV May had already prepared a large pile of boxes with people. The volume of these boxes is about the same as that of shipping containers. The team members were curious and expectant. Commander LV, what equipment are here? Xiao Hong couldn't help asking. LV May smiled and said, this is the latest batch of land combat equipment manufactured by the military factory. You are the first to use them. They? How many types are there? Yi Xiaolong caught the key words in her words, and became excited. Let's see it, Xia Lang said. Everyone can't wait. Yes. The team members responded. LV May pressed the control button and opened the first box. And a light tank appeared inside. It is smaller than those armored vehicles, and its body is streamlined like a sports car. The special alloy armor makes it look full of technological beauty. What is this? Xiao Hong leaned over to take a look. LV May introduced, this is your first set of equipment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex Mecha. You can also call it the Tyrannosaurus Rex Tank. It has strong land mobility, strong off-road and excavation capabilities, and carries electromagnetic guns and laser weapons. Its outer shell has a color-changing coating that can change color according to the environment. It also has an inner layer of armor that is anti-electromagnetic and anti-sound wave interference. Its concealment and defense are both first class. Cool. This is much better than the armored vehicles we used to operate, Deng Jin shouted. And he couldn't wait to sit on it and try it out. Imagine driving a Tyrannosaurus Rex tank with millions of bugs chasing behind. That scene makes my blood boil just thinking about it. Wang Shum couldn't help but fantasize. The first set? Xiong Mani said in surprise. How many other sets of equipment do we have? LV May looked at her and said mysteriously, the following is the second set. She opened the second container, which contained a number of mecha modules. I know this. Laser array and arc array modules. A soldier shouted. During the island war, this kills insects in large numbers. It is indeed a laser array and an arc array. And everyone has a set. Lu Mei said. Everyone has a set. This is too good to be true. Feng Xiaolong said excitedly. Before, no combat unit could get a set. It must be like this. Lu Mei became serious. You are going deep into the insect nest, and you may be surrounded by a large-scale insect swarm. This weapon array module can destroy a small group of insects when attacking. When retreating, it can create a safe zone. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Mei continued, there is one last set of single-person armor, which is light armor. Not heavy mecha. Light armor? They have only operated the Red Flame, and at most experienced the Red Dragon and the Thunder Shark. And no one has equipped light armor. The third box was opened, and a set of light armor as tall as a person appeared in front of them. The silver coating, the lines and design that perfectly conformed to ergonomics. Seeing its appearance, Xiong Mani shouted, isn't this the meteor armor of Commander Yi? It's really a meteor armor. I saw it on the news. The other soldiers also recognized it. There was a news report before that He Xingzhou appeared on the university campus wearing a brand new set of armor, which was exactly the same as this one. It's the meteor armor, Lu Mei said. The meteor armor is made of nanotechnology, and the cost is expensive. The cost of one set is as high as more than 100 million yuan. We can't manufacture it on a large scale now, and there are only so many sets now. The biggest advantage of the meteor armor is not attack or defense, but mobility. It can accelerate to supersonic speed in a very short time, just like the super high-speed rail, with a speed of 20,000 kilometers per hour. In the fastest case, you can circle the Earth in more than 2 hours, as fast as our intercontinental cruise missiles. Considering the human body's tolerance and endurance, it is still quite difficult to actually circle the Earth. The meteor armor is the most critical equipment for you to explore the insect nest. With such mobility, if you don't encounter special circumstances, the insects can't hold you back. Hearing Lu Mei's explanation, the team members were already excited. Circling the Earth in a few hours. I dreamed of it when I was a child, and today it can actually be realized. So cool. Tyrannosaurus, weapon arrays, meteor armor, plus the ability to summon missiles. I can't imagine how this mission could fail, Huang Shen said proudly. Don't set a flag, Deng Jian reminded. Be careful with your words. 3 sets of mechas per person. This equipment. Now we are the most luxurious combat team in the world. Xiao Hun laughed. We promised to complete this mission. Jia Lang and Feng Xiaolong vowed. Find the Zerg nest and overturn it. LV Mei warned. Don't rely too much on equipment. The Zerg's ability should not be underestimated. If you encounter electromagnetic interference, or strong current, corrosive poison gas, you will be in danger of your life even if you are wearing 10 sets of armor. Yes. Everyone saluted. They knew, of course, that if these equipments alone could destroy the Zerg, then the Zerg would be too weak. For example, the corrosive gas of the millipede. These equipments could not get close. Not to mention the sonic weapons, high-energy rays, and other weapons. The tiger hunting team immediately started to act. They first familiarized themselves with the equipment, then planned combat opportunities, and headed to the Ganges plain where the Zerg was flooding. In order to facilitate mobile operations, He Xingzhou made the plasma cannon modular, separated the parts, and used the flying mecha as the carrying unit. Similarly, the nuclear electromagnetic pulse transmitter was also made in this way to provide timely support for the battlefield. 2 months later, at the edge of Xinzhou territory, under the continuous bombing of the missile troops, the speed of the Zerg attack was delayed for a whole month. At the beginning, the Zerg was dense, and after being bombed by missiles several times, the bugs began to disperse. Because the defense line was too long, the density of the Zerg was reduced. The effect of missile bombing was not great, and it brought great pressure to the defense line. In order to ensure timely access to intelligence, satellites, drones, and reconnaissance troops patrolled day and night. In a valley area of the defense line, a patrolling drone was suddenly attacked and crashed to the ground. Warning: Patrol Mecha T-18 crashed. Please investigate immediately. Xuanwu's system reminded the monitoring station. The T-18 patrol mecha crashed. Send out the drone mecha reconnaissance team immediately. Luo Han, the monitor at the monitoring station, conveyed the message while sending a reconnaissance team to investigate. The satellite in low Earth orbit aimed a remote sensing lens at the valley. But because the valley was foggy, the satellite photography did not find any abnormalities. The patrol drone mecha quickly reached the target area, carrying a bunch of small drones with it. When the reconnaissance lens was unfolded, Luo Han saw a scene that made his hair tingle. The valley had been occupied by insect swarms, and all kinds of strange and large insects were stacked in several layers, marching quickly in the valley. The infrared scanning laser showed that the number of insects within the detection range exceeded 5 million, and there was no end in sight. The drone mecha and the detection drone only lasted less than a cent before they were overwhelmed by the insect swarm. Warning. The insect swarm is coming. Warning. The insect swarm is coming. Luo Han stood up suddenly, issued a warning to the headquarters, and sent more detection robots to detect. The swarm is coming. The command center received the information and immediately arranged the action. Defense forces immediately go to the valley area. Missile forces lock the target area. Laser array and arc array modules are activated. Besides the valley, it is our territory. Block the swarm in the valley. Each defense team immediately moved towards the target area. At this time, the air raid alarm in the nearby area sounded. Alert. The swarm is coming. Please go to the nearest shelter immediately. The swarm is coming? The people evacuated immediately, and the news spread on the internet. Hundreds of millions of Zerg troops from the Ganges plain are coming. Our war with the land insect swarm is about to begin. People are watching. At this time, on an international channel, the insect man Jaba was shouting to them on the internet through some communication channel. In the camera, Jaba stood on an 8th level, giant scorpion-like insect, with countless insects behind him. Humans of Xinzhou, listen carefully. Now my king has led hundreds of millions of troops to attack, ready to welcome my king's arrival. Anyone who resists will be crushed and become food for the larvae, and those who are willing to submit to my king. Take up your weapons and kill those who resist. You will become a higher life like me. Jaba was laughing arrogantly. He was blown off and only had a head left. But now his body has grown back. He has done this many times to intimidate humans. This kind of psychological offensive will cause many people to become mentally ill and mentally collapsed in front of the huge pressure brought by the Zerg. It will bring a mental blow to the enemy. In those places before, people killed those who resisted the Zerg because they were too afraid of the Zerg and surrendered voluntarily. That's why Jaba wanted to do this. But this time, he did not succeed. And the other party's reaction was completely different from that of the survivors before. Netizens in Xinzhou saw his news and cursed, "You traitor! You still have the nerve to come out. Do you believe that I will beat all your rice fields out? What kind of a shitty bug is that? Why don't you let it try? Remember this guy, and turn him into a dried bug when the time comes. You're talking about a high-level lifeform. You're making me laugh. Isn't it just a cerebral palsy controlled by the bug's mind?" Jaba, wearing a smart device, saw the replies on the internet with a grim expression. "I'll let you be proud now. But soon you'll kneel down and beg me." The vanguard of the swarm is about to rush out of the valley. They are black beetles the size of heavy trucks, and there are estimated to be tens of thousands of them. When they rush together, the earth is shaking. "Missiles! Fire!" Qin Peng commanded, and thousands of missiles were fired at the same time, landing in the valley, killing a large number of low-level bugs. The beetles were not seriously injured because of their strong defense. Electromagnetic guns ready. The defense troops had already set up the electromagnetic guns. Fire! The electromagnetic guns carrying terrifying kinetic energy smashed into the swarm of insects, smashing the vanguard black beetles into meat paste. Keep charging. Team 2. Team 3. Team 4. Charge together. Jaba was commanding. In addition to the valley, swarms of insects also emerged in several other areas and attacked the defense line. Assist in defense. Assist in defense. Lei Yuanfeng commanded the troops to defend. Guard these 4 openings. Be careful. There may be other swarms of insects ambushing. At another river mouth, the insects went upstream along the river. Arc array ready. One arc mecha module after another fell into the water, forming a high-voltage power grid. And all the Zergs that came over were electrocuted. A large group of flying insects passed over a mountain. They blocked the sky and sun, and sent out various ultrasonic and infrasonic attacks, trying to break through the defense line from the air. Flying mechas and fighters were dispatched. Lasers and electromagnetic guns were fired in the air, and the bombing of missile troops was coordinated to stop the insects in the sky. Jaba's first charge was blocked all the way. In a hidden cave, Jaba reported to the multi-legged giant insect, "My lord, the humans here are now the most powerful humans on the blue planet. Our ordinary insect swarms can't get through their defense line." The multi-legged giant insect lay in the cave and communicated with it with brain waves. "Keep charging and attract all their troops." "Yes." Jaba gave another command, letting the swarm of insects rush through the valley, estuary or mountains, and then disperse over a large area, so that the human defensive firepower would also be dispersed. In this way, a small number of insects can rush through the defense line, and the human army has to send a large number of unmanned armor and patrol troops to clean up. At this time, in the Ganges River Basin, the tiger hunting operation team stood at various suspicious points to search. The Tyrannosaurus Rex chariot was running on the plain, and the detector was looking for clues. Where is the insect nest? I have explored 3 points and found nothing, Chiao Hong asked in the group communication channel. Did you find anything? I found a small insect nest here, which can't even be called an insect nest. It can only be said to be a gathering point of the Zerg. We directly blew it up with missiles, Feng Xiaolong said. Our team didn't find the Zerg nest either, Xia Lang said. My idea is the same as the commander's. The Zerg nest is either underground or in the mountains. The Zerg needs energy to cultivate its troops, so it is more likely to exist in areas with frequent geological activities, Chiao Hong said. The front line has already started. We have to hurry up. Let the team members use the meteor armor directly. Okay. That's it. They immediately gave the order. I said to use the meteor armor. This tank has an AI mode anyway. Let it detect itself. Somewhere. Wang Sheng has already put on the meteor armor. He turned into a meteor. Flashed in the air. Wang Sheng. Where is your target? Xia Lang asked. We are going in the wrong direction. I will explore the human refuge camp, Wang Sheng said. Let the tank search the other densely populated areas by themselves. Explore the human refuge camp? Xia Lang asked in confusion. We are looking for insect nests. Of course it is an insect nest, Wang Sheng said. The people here live in this area and can survive. They should have someone who knows the clues. That's right. We should indeed send someone to the refuge camp to inquire, Chiao Hong said. Then each group will select a few people to go to these refuge camps to take a look. Feng Xiaolong agreed. The battle on the front line has lasted for 7 hours. During these 7 hours, humans and Zerg have been fighting back and forth on the defense line. The Zerg has never been able to break through the defense line. In the Xuanwu conference hall, He Hongwei said, there is something strange about these insects. They are repeatedly testing us, and the charge is intermittent, as if they are testing our troop deployment. The nuclear energy behemoth has not come out, Song Jinghong said. It should be very clear that even if the number of these Zergs doubles, without it, the Zerg will not be able to break through our defense line. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal, He Xingzhou said. It must be hiding somewhere, preparing for a surprise attack on us. The defense line is too long. Now the Zerg is attacking from multiple points, which makes it impossible for our defense forces to gather. If the nuclear giant worm suddenly appears in the weak defense area, our defense line may be defeated. Qin Peng circled an area on the map. I'll watch this area, He Xingzhou said. The plasma cannon and nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons are all modularized and carried by flying mechas. The mobile forces can plug the gap in the fastest time. Okay. Qin Peng nodded. Then we will focus on the front line. And we can't just passively defend all the time. Find a position and cut in. If the nuclear giant beast doesn't appear, we will beat it to appear. They immediately organized their troops and advanced in the direction of the swarm. My king. Humans are approaching us. They have noticed that we are stalling for time. Jeba immediately reported to the multi-legged giant worm. The multi-legged giant worm's limbs poked out from the bottom of the cave. And it said, it's time to give humans a fatal blow. Main force, follow me into the territory of Xinzhou. In the cave, countless high-level Zergs rushed into the valley. Here, the laser array is still attacking, and several insects drilled out from the ground. Their sharp mouths took less than 10 seconds to completely eat a set of laser array modules. The swarm army is coming, Lei Yuanfeng ordered. Leave all the modules floating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The weapon module on the ground started the engine, floated in the air, and attacked. At this time, a strong wind blew in the valley, blowing a thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog blew over the laser array module, and all the modules were corroded in a very short time. Most of the insects on the ground died, and many of the automatic turrets built by humans had also failed. It's a giant beast. A giant beast has appeared. Request support. The frontline commander hurriedly reported. Their firepower could not kill the giant beast. The multi-legged giant insect appeared in the detector screen. Its body size was 1/3 larger than 2 months ago, and its body length was more than 300 meters. It used some kind of magnetic field to control the poisonous fog around it to form a protective barrier. Every missile or bomb that could hit it was corroded by the poisonous fog. This is our territory. Don't use nuclear bombs unless it's absolutely necessary. Use high-power laser cannons and heavy electromagnetic cannons first. At the defense line, huge armored vehicles began to fire laser cannons and heavy electromagnetic cannons. The electromagnetic cannon still failed to penetrate the poisonous fog. But the laser cannon penetrated the poisonous fog and burned the body of the multi-legged giant insect. ZZ. Countless pores appeared on the body of the multi-legged giant insect, and each pore was emitting corrosive venom and poison gas. It was like a moving artillery shell, and the bullets were venom and acid. There was a turret in front of it. Under such intensive attacks, the turret was corroded and riddled with holes and collapsed. This guy, while attacking, devoured the bodies of other Zergs, and continued to produce poisonous fog, acid, and recover from his own injuries. Increase the power. At this time, the fighter group and the flying mecha also arrived and turned on the airborne laser weapons. Under the intensive laser attack, the poisonous fog around the multi-legged giant insect was burned clean as soon as it appeared, and most of its body was burned into black ash by the laser. At this time, the electromagnetic cannon followed and hit its body, beating it into mud. This guy doesn't have the perverted ability of atomic rays. The crowd was delighted for less than 10 minutes before they found that the multi-legged giant insect had made a comeback. Its charred body has completely recovered, and they can even see the granulation growing on it wriggling. Nuclear behemoths are not simple, and their strongest ability should be regeneration. Unless we completely eliminate its regenerative cells at the same time, it will devour the corpses of these insects and continue to recover and fight. The soldiers have already felt a headache. In this case, their defensive strength will continue to weaken. Continue to attack. Support forces will arrive soon. The defensive battle has become fierce. This insect is so disgusting. The battlefield news broadcast this scene, and the people frowned. Yeah, I thought it was blown to death, but I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. If we use this method, it won't be able to be killed at all? It can regenerate all the time? The poisonous fog and acid of this guy have already destroyed the front of the defense line. We need to use hydrogen bombs to blow it up. Will hydrogen bombs definitely kill it? Inside the defense line, a small town. This place is more than 100 kilometers away from the front line, and the defense force is relatively empty. It was late at night, and a group of patrol soldiers were changing shifts in the garrison camp. Mom, everything is fine here. Before changing shifts, a young soldier was reporting to his family that they were safe. They had a short time every day to communicate with their families. His name is Ming Xiaokong. He is 19 years old this year, one of the Marines of the Xuanwu unit. He has just joined the army for a year, and was transferred here to defend a month ago. Be sure to pay attention. I saw on the news that the bugs are very ferocious. Ming Xiaokong's mother kept reminding him. I know. I'm going to change my guard soon, Ming Xiaokong said, and he hung up the phone. Get the mechas and patrol cars, Wei Yuan shouted. Go on patrol. The team members got ready one by one and went to the designated route for patrol. On the way, the team members discussed the battle situation while patrolling. It's a pity that I couldn't go to the front line. Otherwise I could kill a few bugs, Ming Xiaokong said regretfully. When I was transferred to the front line before, I was eliminated. Bugs are much more terrible than you think, Captain Wei Yuan reminded. They can eat people alive. If you really see them, you might be scared to death. When Ming Xiaokong first came, he was quite timid and even made a joke during the training. I won't. I've seen a lot now. Ming Xiaokong was not convinced. If I encounter a bug this time, I'll just fire an electromagnetic cannon. Don't brag. Who was so scared that he couldn't hold the gun last time? The teammates laughed. It's really different. That was in the past. I've seen a lot now, Xiao Xiaokong said. If I see a bug again, I'll be the first one to rush. You? Wei Yuan was about to make a few more jokes, but his voice and footsteps suddenly stopped. Everyone immediately became alert and looked around. The sensor is alarming. There is something nearby, Wei Yuan said. Reconnaissance immediately. Yes. The team members scouted around but found no trace of the Zerg. There was nothing on the ground or in the sky, but the vibration was expected to get stronger and stronger. At this time, Ming Xiaokong suddenly said, It's underground. There is movement underground. Underground. Everyone was shocked. The infrared sensor would be blocked by the soil, so they could not see the situation underground. With such a violent vibration, there must be a lot of Zerg underground. Chapter 162: The Power of Plasma Cannons. Wei Yuan's face changed immediately, and he immediately reported to the headquarters. Headquarters? This is Patrol Team E47. We found an abnormal movement underground, and the coordinates have been sent. While he was speaking, the ground in the distance bulged high, and then collapsed, and a huge hole with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. Captain, it's the Zerg. The Zerg dug a hole, Meng Xiaokan shouted. It turned out that several Zerg swarms were attracting our attention on the front line, and another Zerg army was secretly digging a hole underground. The headquarters received the news, and Qin Peng opened the map and looked at it. This area is exactly where our defense is weak. Once the Zerg rushes out from this place, they can attack our inland cities, cut off our supply lines, and attack our frontier positions from both inside and outside. Mobile forces, fighter groups, move out immediately. Destroy them all, he ordered, and reinforcements were immediately dispatched from nearby bases. There must be a nuclear behemoth. He Xingzhou stood up and said, "It's my turn." He called Xuanwu and said, "Plasma cannon module. Nuclear electromagnetic pulse array module. Start, and go to the target area." The corresponding module has been started. In a secret base, the warehouse door opened, and one module after another flew to the destination. Quick! Set up the arc array. In the cave, Wei Yuan made a prompt decision and asked the team members to set up the arc array together. They patrolled with corresponding equipment, and the team immediately put down the corresponding components and surrounded the entire cave entrance. The arc net covered the cave entrance, and some insects that tried to crawl out of the cave entrance were all electrocuted to death. But at the beginning, some insects had already rushed out and attacked them. Boom! Wei Yuan had just killed a bug when he felt a heavy blow from behind. A predator fell on him, and its sharp claws tore open the mecha. Run! At this time, Wei Yuan could no longer think too much and shouted for his teammates to retreat. It was impossible for them to stop so many bugs. The most urgent thing was to rush back to the station and escort the people to transfer. Captain! The team members saw that the bugs had surrounded them, and the predator was about to tear Wei Yuan to pieces. At this critical moment, a laser pierced the predator's brain, and hot blood dripped on Wei Yuan. Xiaoka! Wei Yuan saw that it was Meng Xiaokong who rushed into the bug swarm and saved him. Under the mask, Meng Xiaokong's face turned pale, but he still forced himself to stay calm. Go! Meng Xiaokong grabbed Wei Yuan with a grappling net, turned on the flight mode, and rushed out of the bug swarm. We cover! The team members behind used firepower to cover them, allowing them to escape. Run! Behind them, the small arc array could no longer hold back the swarm of insects, which rushed out and spread in all directions. Meng Xiaokong said in horror, "There are so many. Can we stop them? There are more than 1 million people in the shelter in the city." The team members were sweating. These insects will be over soon. We can't retreat to the town. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "The insects are following us. Run to the base. Turn." The group turned around and ran to a military base farther away. Behind them, the insects were chasing them relentlessly and faster. Captain, I don't want to die, Meng Xiaoka shouted. I haven't married yet. I don't want to die either, Wei Yuan shouted. There's nothing we can do now. If the bugs come over, we'll blow up the mecha's nuclear battery and die with them. The team members were all ready to die. Did you see that? On the international channel, Jaba's face appeared again. At this time, the camera also showed Wei Yuan and others being chased by the bugs. Commanders of Shenzhou, did you see that? We have come to your hinterland, and the foolish people who don't obey the Lord of Destruction will die like them. Jaba failed to intimidate just now, and he appeared again this time. It's this traitor again. Some people were browsing the international channel and saw this picture. Why are they coming to the rear? Run! The people were worried about the team. Behind them, the insects were getting closer and closer to them. 1 mile. 300 meters. 100 meters. Meng Xiaokong was slower because he was with Wei Yuan, and was about to be caught up. Eat him! Jaba grinned. The insect pounced on them, and when it was about to knock down the two people, a laser shot from the sky, accurately hitting the insect and killing it instantly. Fighter groups and flying mechas have arrived. In the picture, there are thousands of planes alone, and tens of thousands of flying mechas have fallen. Electromagnetic guns, laser beams, and missiles densely hit the insect swarm, blocking the spreading insect swarm. In addition, there are a large number of modular laser arrays. Arc arrays fell, and a large number of insects died. Seeing the scene, the people cheered, "Good fight. Great. They escaped? Catch that, Jaba. Are you still pretending? I'll smash your head." Seeing that the pursuit was unsuccessful, Jaba was furious and shouted, "You want to stop us with these? Let me show you what the Lord of Destruction is." As he said, a huge maggot with multiple pairs of legs came out of the cave. As soon as it appeared, it spit out acid all over the sky, destroying a large number of aircraft and flying mechas. Jaba said proudly, "Look. Feel the fear. It's a nuclear beast. A multi-legged giant worm." Everyone recognized it, which really made them panic. "Isn't there one on the front line? Why is there another one here? And this one is bigger. Not just one. There are two here. No. Three." They saw that two more nuclear beasts emerged from the cave. This discovery was terrifying. The destructive power of one was so great. And three together. Would they use hydrogen bombs? Jaba seemed to have guessed their thoughts. And he grinned. "Do you want to use hydrogen bombs? Then just fire them. If I remember correctly, there is a human town next to this cave. At such a close distance, the explosion of the hydrogen bomb will surely kill the city and those people. Launch it. The Lord of Destruction will not die. It will continue to be reborn. But if you die, you will really die." Ha ha ha. Jaba laughed loudly. His attitude made people angry. "Damn. I really want to kill this insect man. Too despicable. He actually dug a hole near the city. In this way, we can't launch nuclear bombs. And it's impossible to hurt our compatriots. Without nuclear bombs, how can we deal with those nuclear giant insects?" People were extremely anxious, but they could not think of any solution. So they could only worry. These bugs? They have already calculated it. Commander Pang Xuxing gritted his teeth in the military base near the town. To deal with nuclear behemoths. 3 of them came out at once. And there were countless swarms of bugs. If hydrogen bombs were not used, their air forces and mecha forces would be destroyed sooner or later. "Send troops to evacuate the people immediately," Pang Xuxing shouted. "With magnetic roads and maglev roads, the evacuation should be completed within 3 hours. Commander." The bugs dug through the roadbed underground, and a large section of the road collapsed, and traffic was cut off. The engineering team is repairing it, and it will take at least 3 days, and we will have to face the attack of the swarm of insects. The situation reported by his subordinates made him feel even more depressed. The insects' plan was very comprehensive. They took advantage of the fact that it was difficult for humans to detect the underground and acted underground. And they chose this location on purpose, taking millions of people as hostages so that they would not dare to launch nuclear weapons at will. But if the insects spread like this, both the front and the rear would be attacked, which would be a huge disaster. Cold sweat kept falling from Pang Xuxing's forehead, and he called, "Command, we request support." 3 nuclear monsters appeared on the edge of the town. "We can't use nuclear weapons to attack. Let your team go to the city to evacuate the people." He Xingzhou's voice came. "Leave it to me." "Yes." Although Pang Xuxing didn't know what He Xingzhou could do. Since he said so, he must have made some preparations. "Go and help the people evacuate immediately," Pang Xuxing shouted. Insects were still pouring out of the cave. 3 nuclear beasts. One was heading towards the town. One was heading towards the front line. And the other was heading towards the square of the military base. Each of them brought a swarm of insects. And the supporting forces were pierced by the nuclear beasts. "Kill! Kill! The whole Xinzhou will become our insect nest." Seeing this scene, Jaiba felt that his blood was boiling. After becoming a bugman, killing and blood can make him excited. And the thoughts that he once had as a human made him full of desire for conquest. A multi-legged giant bug has approached the city. And at this time, people are still evacuating from the shelter. This shelter cannot withstand the attack of the nuclear giant. "It's coming!" Wei Yuan and others were covering the masses. And they were anxious when they heard the tremor of the earth. On the sentry tower, you can see the multi-legged giant bug rushing towards the city with tens of millions of bugs, blocking all people's retreat. They are not going to kill these people, but to trap them here so that humans dare not use nuclear weapons to attack. It's over. We are surrounded by the swarm of bugs. People were extremely panicked, and all the roads leaving the city were occupied by bugs at this time. Moreover, there were flying zergs hovering in the sky, so they had to hide in the shelter again to avoid being attacked by the zerg swarm. Damn it! Millions of people were trapped. Jabba laughed and said, "Please enjoy our killing show below." After he finished speaking, the zerg swarm began to attack the city, and the temporary defense line set up outside was quickly broken. They are coming in. In the shelter, everyone's nerves collapsed to the extreme, almost breaking. Everyone listen to me. At this time, He Xingzhou's voice sounded in the shelter. Dr. He? Everyone looked at the screen, and He Xingzhou's face appeared on it. Dr. He? Save us! Commander He? What should we do? He Xingzhou said, "Our support force has arrived, and will launch a nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapon. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse will cover the area where you are in a moment, and it will destroy all electronic equipment. You must hide in the anti-electromagnetic layer, and turn off the power of all electronic equipment. Only 10 minutes. Hurry up. Take action. We will protect everyone's safety." He Xingzhou's words gave everyone hope. Wei Yuan shouted, "Everyone listen to his command. Quickly turn off the electronic equipment. It's best to put them down where they are, and we will enter the anti-electromagnetic layer to hide." Everyone put down their electronic equipment, and Wei Yuan and others turned off various electrical equipment in the shelter. Countdown. 5 minutes. People hid in the lower level of the shelter. The swarm has entered the city, started to destroy buildings, and searched for traces of humans. Countdown. 3 minutes. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse module is ready, and it landed near the city, like a metal pillar. It stood on the ground. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Start. He Xingzhou shouted. At this moment, the nuclear electromagnetic pulse module started, and the energy generated by nuclear fusion activated the electromagnetic pulse generator, generating high power and high energy electromagnetic pulse waves, which radiated to all nearby areas. In the city, in an instant, electromagnetic induction was formed in countless electronic devices in the city, forming a strong pulse voltage and pulse current, burning integrated circuits and transistors in electronic information equipment and other components. And a large number of electronic equipment were damaged. It was not easy for the insects either. First, the insects that could generate electromagnetic waves had their organs burned out and died on the spot. Those insects that relied on the geomagnetic field to determine their orientation were like being blinded, staying stupidly in place or rushing around. The most affected were the multi-legged giant insects, which also relied on the magnetic field to determine their orientation. At this time, in their world, there was electromagnetic interference, which almost burned their nerves. Many organs in their bodies were affected, and their entire body was in chaos. This multi-legged giant insect rushed around in the city and knocked down many buildings. It succeeded. Half of the insects were disabled. He Hanwei said in surprise. The attack range is too wide. The power of the nuclear electromagnetic pulse enveloped the entire city. If the residents had not been hiding in the isolation layer, their smart devices would have burned or exploded. What happened? Jabba lost his contact with the Zerg team, and he felt something was wrong. They didn't launch a nuclear bomb. Jabba was sure of this because the nearby Zerg did not feel the power of the nuclear explosion. Turn off the nuclear electromagnetic pulse module, He Xingzhou said calmly. Prepare the plasma cannon module. In the sky, plasma cannon modules landed one by one and landed on a building in the city. The modules quickly combined to fill the roof of the building, forming a huge plasma cannon. The target has been locked, Xuanwu said. Start, He Xingzhou said. And the nuclear fusion reactor of the plasma cannon was ignited by the laser igniter, producing nuclear fusion and releasing energy. This energy heats the deuterium and heats it into a plasma with a temperature of tens of millions of degrees Celsius. The directional acceleration magnetic field pushes and accelerates this group of plasma, allowing them to fly to the area where the multi-legged giant worm is located. At this time, a group of lightning-like things can be seen in the sky, floating towards the multi-legged giant worm. Because it has lost its geomagnetic field positioning, it is now struggling with the building and corroding the building with its own acid. The plasma cannon accurately hit the multi-legged giant worm, The moment it came into contact with the nuclear energy giant beast, the balance of the spherical plasma group was broken, and the high-temperature plasma escaped everywhere with terrifying energy. Everything they touched was instantly evaporated, whether it was the biological tissues and organs of the giant insect, or concrete and steel, all vaporized. A violent explosion also occurred here, but it did not destroy everything around it like a hydrogen bomb, because the plasma was cooling rapidly. When its energy was released, the building and the multi-legged giant insect completely disappeared under the shells, and the sky was full of ashes after the matter cooled. The multi-legged giant insect was killed by a cannon. Killed it! Seeing this scene, Qin Peng, He Hongwei, Kong Qing, Song Jinghong and Lu Mei, the 6 Xuanwu executives stood up collectively. In people's minds, nuclear giants are almost synonymous with invincibility. Its first appearance killed the entire White Eagle aircraft carrier fleet. The second time it appeared, it flattened Sakura Island. The third time it appeared, it turned New York, known as the City of Freedom, into a ruin. The fourth time it appeared, it easily destroyed a refugee camp in Tianjin. And now, it appeared here, and before it could hurt any human, it was completely evaporated by the combination of nuclear electromagnetic pulse cannon and plasma cannon, even if it has an extremely powerful regeneration ability. At this time, none of its cells are still alive. All are vaporized, deader than dead. Is this the power of the plasma cannon? Qin Peng took a deep breath and said, even the nuclear giant can't withstand this attack. So terrifying. Chui Weiman sighed. It's better to use it against the Zerg than a nuclear bomb. He Hongwei said excitedly. The last shot only destroyed part of the city. If we use a hydrogen bomb, the whole city will be destroyed, and our people will not be safe. The modules for the front line have arrived, Chui Weiman said. Although He Xingzhou was a little excited, he looked very calm. He said, there is a lot of luck this time. If the multi-legged giant insect does not need to rely on the geomagnetic field to distinguish the direction, the nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapon will not affect it, and the plasma cannon will not be able to focus it so easily. If it is replaced with other nuclear energy monsters, such as the one in the Mariana Trench, this shot probably won't hit it. Anyway, we have completed the first killing of a nuclear giant in human history, Song Jinghong said. There are 3 more. Let's continue. He Xingzhou controlled the nuclear electromagnetic pulse module and the electromagnetic gun module to chase the other 2 multi-legged giant insects. At the same time, a group of modules arrived at the front line. One of my bodies disappeared. The multi-legged giant insect's main body has already felt that one of its bodies has lost contact. In addition to regeneration, it can also split a part of its body and use it as a biological puppet. Hearing its words, Jaba was horrified. My lord, are you saying that those humans destroyed one of your bodies? Those guys really have some tricks. The multi-legged giant insect was very confused. I didn't feel the nuclear bomb explosion. What method did they use? Before the plasma cannon attacked, the body lost contact with the main consciousness due to the interference of the nuclear electromagnetic pulse. In the cave, the nuclear electromagnetic pulse generator has been activated for the second time, creating a large-scale electromagnetic pulse again. The multi-legged giant insect heading towards the military base directly lost its direction and kept rushing forward, relying on muscle memory. Xuanwu, the target has been locked. Plasma cannon. Fire! The second plasma cannon was fired, and this plasma cannon was launched from the front of it. The multi-legged giant insect directly hit the plasma group and was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. Another nuclear giant insect died. This time, other insects saw the human attack method. Plasma weapons. The multi-legged giant insect was horrified. How can humans on Blue Star have plasma weapons? It seems that the other 2 bodies can't be saved. The weapon module has also been activated on the front line. Under the soldier's gaze, the multi-legged giant insect that could not be killed no matter what and was infinitely resurrected was hit by the plasma cannon. And the surrounding insects and the rocks it was on turned into ashes together. Gone? The soldier's eyes almost popped out. The nuclear giant beast that they had been fighting for a long time, but could not kill, was evaporated out of thin air. This weapon is simply against the sky. My god. With this equipment, can't we hit the insect's nest? The nuclear behemoth is dead. Brothers, start killing, including the commanders on the front line. Everyone was excited and encouraged. If they could kill the nuclear behemoth, what about the rest of the bugs? In the cave, the last multi-legged giant bug was also killed by the plasma cannon. This scene was broadcast live to the national audience and the city shelter. When they saw the nuclear behemoth being evaporated, the excitement in their hearts was beyond words. Our weapons are enough to deal with the nuclear behemoth. It turns out that this big bug can also die. Great. The city is saved. Doctor, he is always a god. In the shelter, people's tense nerves can finally be relieved. At this time, Jaba finally knew what happened. In his mind, the extremely powerful Lord of Destruction had 4 bodies killed by the weapons of low-level creatures. Humans. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. In the international channel, there were still viewers looking for him. Where is that bug man? Why doesn't he come out to show off? Isn't it very awesome? Is your Lord of Destruction still there? Come on. Take our plasma cannon. Haha. Let me teach you how to be a human. No. You are not a human at all. You are just a stink bug. Jaba didn't dare to say anything. He could feel the anger of the Lord of Destruction. Although its body was still there, it also consumed a lot of resources and time to cultivate these biological puppets. Being destroyed at this time is a heavy blow to the Lord of Destruction. Shinjo, the Lord of Destruction, was furious. Just wait. I will come back soon. And next time, these tricks of yours will not work. Retreat. The soldiers on the front line found that the swarm of insects was retreating. The insects near the cave were also retreating. Come to attack us and want to leave alive. Lei Yuanfeng shouted. Chase and kill them all. He Xingzhou also ordered. Send all the drones and robots to the cave to chase and kill. And figure out the structure of this cave. They want to know where this cave was dug from and where it leads to. If necessary, they will blow it all up to prevent the insects from digging holes and attacking next time. Unmanned mechas and robots entered the cave one after another and began to hunt down the Zerg and explore the cave. On the front line, the Zerg swarms also began to collapse and were bombarded by the troops all the way. Chui Weiman contacted the tiger hunting operation team and asked, "Are there any clues about the insect nest? If we don't find the insect nest, our battle will be in vain. We are checking for suspicious targets and have not found any for the time being." Qiu Hong reported that they searched all the mountains and rivers, but did not find the insect nest. Logically speaking, the insect nest must be very large and the energy reaction is also very strong. So it is impossible to hide so deep. But the fact is that none of the members found the insect nest. Where is the insect nest? Everyone was also confused. On the Ganges plain, Huang Sheng met up with Deng Jian and Xiong Mani. I didn't find anything, Deng Jian said. Me too. I have searched the area where I am. There are only some Zerg gathering places, none of which are insect nests. Xiong Mani said helplessly. I have also searched, and I have found something, Huang Sheng said, opening his Tyrannosaurus Rex chariot. And there was a person tied inside. Who is he? Deng Jian asked. A Zerg man, Huang Sheng said. I found this guy when I was investigating the situation in a large refugee camp. This guy was spying on me, and I found him. It was wearing a soldier's uniform. Deng Jian noticed that the bug was wearing the uniform of a soldier in the refugee camp. Is it a Zerg spy? Xiong Mani guessed. I think it's more than that, Huang Sheng said. I think that refugee camp is weird. So I asked you to investigate together. Why don't you interrogate this guy? Deng Jian had just finished speaking when he saw that the Zerg man suddenly bled from all 7 orifices and died suddenly. That's the reason, Huang Sheng shrugged, expressing helplessness. Xiong Mani's investigation data, plain refugee camp number 03. The largest refugee camp in the area. They are very powerful, and have resisted Zerg attacks many times. They have also launched nuclear bombs. This refuge camp refused to join the Blue Star Alliance, so we don't know much about them. Nuclear bomb? Deng Jian frowned slightly. I also think there is a problem now. Let's go and take a look. Let's go! The 3 of them moved together and headed to the Plane 03 refuge camp. It is called a refuge camp, but it is actually a city. Compared to other refuge camps, the conditions here are much better, and most of the functions of the city are still retained. Refugees need to undergo investigation if they want to enter the city. The 3 are not locals, and they are strong. They are not refugees at first glance. Disguise is impossible, and they can only enter by other means. Fortunately, they had meteor armor, which was extremely fast. They turned on the camouflage mode in the night and easily sneaked into the refugee camp. This refugee camp was extremely strange. It was already night, but there were many people on the street, and they didn't talk, covering themselves tightly. Although this place does have such a custom, this scene is still quite weird. Ding Jian found a tent, and he saw many people rushing in and out. So he hid in the dark and then released a small detection robot. This robot is only the size of a thumb, with a pinhole camera and multiple sensors. The detection robot sneaked into the tent quietly, and Ding Jian saw a shocking scene through the mecha screen transmission. In the tent, a group of people were sitting on the ground, enjoying dinner. And their dinner was actually a living person, whose tongue was pulled out, making him unable to make any sound. And the guys sitting around him all showed their insect-like teeth or mouth parts, eating his body. The scene was horrible. Insect people. Although he had seen all kinds of horror scenes, this scene still shocked Ding Jian's heart. The whole tent was full of insect people, and they were eating their former kind. And some insect people were only allowed to eat one bite and were driven away. When they left the tent, they disguised themselves as normal people. Here, Xiong Mani's voice came. With horror, I saw a family of 3, all insect people, and a child was eaten. The soldiers in the barracks are all insect people. This is the message from Huang Sheng. Ding Jian took a deep breath and said, it's the same here. Maybe all the people living in this city are insect people. These guys, Huang Sheng said angrily. I really want to kill them all now. Don't be impulsive, Ding Jian urged. Keep looking. So many insect people live here, and they deliberately disguise themselves as humans. There must be a purpose. They continued to search and released all the detection robots. As expected, there are insect people everywhere in the city. They all behave like humans outside and do the same things as humans. But once they enter a private space, they become insect people. This message was sent back to the headquarters. Previous data shows that there are more than 500,000 refugees living in the plane number 03 refuge camp. So many people. All Zerg. Lu Mei closed her eyes and said, too scary. No wonder they are so low-key and don't cooperate with other organizations in the world. They are also extremely xenophobic. Cui Weiman said, we have sent people to contact them several times, but they refused. What are 500,000 Zerg doing here? He Xingzhou thought of Jaba, and he guessed, these guys are all slaves of the Zerg, and they are helping the Zerg do things. At this time, the team members made another discovery. We found a secret factory that seems to be refining nuclear materials. There is strong radiation. Yes, they are helping the Zerg to refine nuclear materials. Song Jinghong confirmed. These guys have never been exposed, which means they have a way to send nuclear materials to the Zerg. He Xingzhou ordered, look underground in the city to see if there is anything. Received. The 3 sent a message, and they began to think of ways to explore the underground space of the city. In fact, there is no need to be so troublesome. Just find a high-level Zerg man and kill him. Huang Sheng hid in a house. The Zerg man who originally lived here was killed by him with cold weapons. And in the basement of his house, there is a secret passage that leads to the underground. Chapter 163, 20,000 meters underground. Attack! Huang Sheng first released a small detection robot bug. The passage was unexpectedly deep, and there was strong electromagnetic interference. After diving a few hundred meters, the signal of the detection robot bug disappeared. Brothers, I found a passage and plan to go down and take a look. Huang Sheng sent a message to his teammates. Wait, don't be impulsive. We will pick you up. Ding Jian knew that Huang Sheng always liked adventure. He and Xiong Mani quickly came to this room and locked the doors and windows. Huang Sheng said, I'll go down and take a look. You guys stay upstairs. Be careful. If it doesn't work, retreat first. Other teammates are coming. Xiong Mani reminded. Don't worry. The speed of the meteor armor is beyond the reach of ordinary insects. Huang Sheng said, jumping into the cave and starting to dive. At the same time, Qiu Hong, Jia Lang, Feng Xiaolong and others led their team members to come over. There are more than 500,000 insects in this refuge camp, so there must be a big problem. At this time, in the territory of Xinzhou, unmanned armor and robots are killing people in the cave. As they expected, there is more than one cave, and there are passages leading to other directions, and they are dug very deep, some of which are hundreds of meters deep. No wonder we haven't found it. They dug too deep, He Hongwei said. Blow up all the underground passages. Qin Peng commanded. Let the robots install explosives and clean up all the passages. Lei Yuanfeng reported. We have already chased past the defense line. Do we still need to chase? Chase, Qin Peng said. Kill all the bugs. Let the bugs in other places see that Xinzhou is not where they want to come. They have been chasing the retreating Zerg, showing a trend of not stopping until the Zerg is completely killed. In the world, the new forces after the catastrophe era are all paying attention to this battle. Sakura, a three-headed dragon, is now in a nuclear reactor, absorbing nuclear energy. Its body is larger than before, and its wings are gradually growing. My king, the Millipede King has failed to attack Xinzhou. The 9th level Zerg Yaksha reported. They have their own intelligence network and can collect information in time through various bugs. That guy is just a low-level insect king, and he wants to occupy the Asian continent. The three-headed dragon said disdainfully. The Asian continent should be my territory. Yaksha said, my king. The Xinzhou civilization actually has controlled nuclear fusion technology and plasma cannons. Someone must be supporting them in secret. The three-headed dragon was very disdainful of this. I don't know which bastard actually joined forces with the low-level indigenous civilization. But it's good this way. When I absorb all the nuclear energy on this island, I can unlock another layer of Zerg gene evolution. By then, the Asian continent and the Pacific Ocean will be mine. My king. Those humans are chasing the Millipede King's troops. If they succeed, it may be troublesome for us to occupy the land in the future. Yaksha reminded quietly. The Millipede, although only a low-level insect king, has strong vitality. The Xinzhou civilization killed its split body. If they can't kill the Millipede, let them consume each other's strength, said the three-legged dragon. They already have plasma weapons. Sunbird Biotechnology Group. Barry looked alert when he saw the war scene captured by the satellite. What about plasma weapons? Said the insect. Now we have the genetic templates of 4 insect kings, and soon we can clone a lot of nuclear beasts, trampling this planet. In the Atlantic Ocean, there are raging waves here, and there are giant beasts fighting. The crocodile-armored mosasaur that once flattened New York reappeared, using lightning to strike down tens of millions of Zerg, and a huge tentacle that was 100 meters long ignored the attack of lightning, tied it up, and pulled it into the deep sea. Noah Science Society. Kangaroo Island. A secret base. A group of members of the Science Society saw the Black Tortoise army chasing the Zerg and doubted their lives. Some members couldn't help but doubt themselves. Can humans really defeat the Zerg? After the catastrophe, their civilization not only did not suffer a heavy blow, but became even stronger. Is our idea of escaping from outer space wrong? Everyone. Now we have no room for regret. The country we are in has basically been destroyed, and going to space is the only choice. Vice President Belinda emphasized. They are just a last glimmer of light before death. That bug can split infinitely. They just killed the split body of the bug. Soon, more bugs will attack. Can they still stop them? Everyone should believe in the Noah Science Society. We have built a base on the moon, and the president is about to arrive on Mars with the first group of people. Space is our future. After Belinda finished speaking, everyone dared not raise any more questions. These scientists are not fools. After being in the Noah Science Society for so long, they have already noticed some clues. This Belinda and the people behind the Science Society are all ruthless people. In the past few years, anyone who showed opposition to them or doubted the Noah plan has mysteriously disappeared. Therefore, when Belinda spoke, no one refuted them, but they were all shaken in their hearts. Zhu Chongji saw this scene and quietly reported the news back. Many members of the Noah Science Society have been shaken. We had the opportunity to accept some senior talents. Request for assistance. The message said by Zhu Chongji. Kong Qin showed the message and said, they have been investigating for so long, and it is basically certain that there is an alien civilization behind the Noah Science Society. It may be the Zerg. Song Jinghong said, except for our Xinzhou. The most elite talents in other parts of the world are basically gathered in the Noah Science Society. If we can recruit talents from the Noah Science Society, our scientific and technological strength will be greatly enhanced. At that time, it will be equivalent to all the top talents of the whole human race being concentrated here. LV May agreed, although these people are pessimistic about the future of mankind. Their talents cannot be denied because of this. He Xingzhou also agreed with this view. It is normal for scientists in other regions to be pessimistic about the future of mankind. After all, the countries they live in all collapsed quickly when facing the Zerg attack, and they had no power to fight back. If we can recruit these people and let them work for Xingzhou, it is indeed a good choice, since their views have been loosened, Xingzhou said. This time we will play a big game and let the world see that the Zerg is not invincible. That's good, Cui Weiman said. We can use the attack on the hive to attract their attention. And we will send a secret team to rescue these scientists. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ganges Plain. 03 Refuge Camp. Wang Sheng was still descending. After descending 300 meters, various passages appeared underground. If a person came in to explore, he would definitely get lost in less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, he had AI to record the terrain intelligently. Even if there were 10 billion branches, the AI system could distinguish and record his path through details. The signal is getting worse. Wang Sheng noticed that after going deep underground, his mecha could not contact his teammates above. First, the soil and rocks blocked the signal. And second, there was strong nuclear radiation and electromagnetic interference. 1,000 meters. Wang Sheng saw that his descent depth had reached 1,000 meters. The passage was getting wider and wider, and he could even see a lot of Zerg. Some bugs had already discovered him, and some were trying to catch him with mucus, acid, and spider silk. Because he was descending very quickly, these bugs failed to hold him. It should be faster. The bugs have already discovered me, Wang Sheng thought. Meteor. Speed down. He turned his head down and his legs up, and directly turned on the acceleration mode, accelerating to 10 times the speed of sound. At this speed, he could not react quickly enough to travel through the passage, so he had to rely on the AI system to operate. 5,000 meters deep. Wang Sheng looked at the numbers on the display screen, feeling calm. 5,000 meters underground. How could they dig so deep? Looking at the number of channels, there are at least 1 billion bugs living here. 12,000 meters deep. The air is thin, and the temperature is 400 degrees Celsius. 12,000 meters underground. The armor showed that there was no air here, and the temperature rose sharply. But the space here is getting bigger and bigger. In the cave, you can see dense Zerg and eggs everywhere. This is the Zerg nest. More than 10,000 meters underground. Wang Sheng has determined the location of the Zerg nest. But it's a pity that the signal cannot be sent out here. The Soviet Union's plan to dig through the earth back then only dug here. Right? He thought to himself. And the armor was still falling rapidly. The temperature around him was getting higher and higher. When he reached about 20,000 meters underground, he could even feel the heat waves of the magma. Below 30,000 meters on the continent, there is basically a magma layer, and below 6,000 meters on the oceanic crust, magma can be found. The continent here is thinner, so when he was more than 20,000 meters underground, Wang Sheng had already seen the magma flowing. There is a huge underground space here, and some secretions of the Zerg form something like pillars to support the underground space. Various insects come in and out here, building caves or transporting supplies. Wang Sheng has begun to slow down. He can't just rush into the magma. Here, he is close to the bottom of the insect nest. Wang Sheng saw that there were a lot of giant eggs here. I'm familiar with this stuff. There are giant eggs like this in the volcano worm nest, Wang Sheng thought to himself. But there are more giant eggs here. He looked over and saw that there were at least tens of thousands of giant eggs in the underground space. Are there more than 10,000 nuclear energy giant beasts? Oh my goodness. If all of them hatch, 10,000 plasma cannons can't withstand it. Wang Sheng filmed this scene. He also saw that a giant egg hatched and a young millipede emerged from it. Little baby, Uncle will give you a birthday gift. Wang Sheng said nothing and fired an electromagnetic cannon at it, piercing its head. At the same time, he used lasers to shoot at other giant eggs, destroying them. This behavior was immediately sensed by the Zerg, and from all directions, countless bugs emerged from countless passages. Wang Sheng also saw a huge millipede coming out from the ground. It had grown a hard shell similar to a pupa on its body, and seemed to be evolving. Damn. So many. I won't accompany you anymore. Wang Sheng accelerated violently and rushed into the passage. The passage he came from was blocked. But fortunately, the armor could find the direction according to the changes in temperature and humidity, and kept moving and rising in the passage at supersonic speed. On the ground, the bug's message had arrived, and the whole city was in turmoil. Those insect people who originally looked like humans revealed their true appearances. Some of them split their heads and turned into big mouths. Some took off their camouflage clothes and crawled on the ground with their hands and feet. Some split into 4 halves and turned into 4 insects to search everywhere. They are searching for outsiders. They found it, Ding Jian said nervously. Why hasn't Huang Shen come out yet? We can't stay here, Xiong Mani said. The insects are coming. If we stay here, they will block the passage. Yes. Let's lead them out. The two rushed to the street, fired 2 shots at the street, and then accelerated directly into the sky. The insects jumped high. Some jumped hundreds of meters high. Some spitted silt to attack. And some used ultrasonic waves to attack. But no insect could stop them. The attack power of the meteor armor was not strong. But its mobility was amazing. The entire insect city was in turmoil. And there were insects coming out from the ground. Don't worry about me. I'm out. Wang Sheng came out from another angle of the city and rushed into the sky. I don't have enough energy. I'll retreat first. While evacuating, he sent the information back to the command center. The insect nest is down there. 20,000 meters underground. Cui Weiman said. No wonder we couldn't find the insect nest before. Lu Mei sighed. It turns out that they actually built an insect city for camouflage. Who would have thought that the location of the insect nest is right below the human refuge camp? It must be destroyed. Qin Peng stood up. Our ground-penetrating ballistic missiles can only reach more than 100 meters underground. He Hongwei reminded. To destroy the insect nest, at least 1 large-yield hydrogen bomb is needed. Considering that large-yield hydrogen bombs cannot reach 20,000 meters underground, we can only use robots carrying small-timed hydrogen bombs to drill into the ground and attack. 1,000 small-timed hydrogen bombs. He Xingzhou stood up and said, let the unmanned mechas carry hydrogen bombs to drill into the ground and blow up the insect nest. That insect city must also be destroyed. Before the unmanned mecha troops enter the underground insect nest, they cannot be blown up for the time being, lest the passages are blocked. Qin Peng ordered all command posts, all fighter groups, flying mecha combat units, and robot troops are dispatched. Target all the insects in the refuge camp 03. Send the drones and hydrogen bombs into the underground insect nest. Received. All units began to act. At the front line, in the military base, fighter jets and flying mechas soared into the sky and headed for the target location. In the Xuanwu base, the mountain body of a mountain opened up, and countless weapons flew into the sky. During this period, the military factory has been producing these equipment, and the number has reached an astonishing number. This time we will start a global live broadcast. He Xingzhou also took action. He said, let the people, the scientists of the Noah Science Society, and the insects see what it means to punish those who offend our Xingzhou even if they are far away. He Xingzhou's live broadcast room was opened, and countless people immediately rushed into the room. As soon as they arrived, they heard He Xingzhou announcing the news. The Xuanwu troops discovered the insect city and underground insect nests, and are taking action. We will use hydrogen bombs to blow up the underground insect nests, which are expected to cause earthquakes. The Blue Star Alliance has notified nearby shelters to prepare for evacuation. When he was explaining, the live broadcast room screen flashed with pictures of the insect city and underground insect nests. These were all the information sent by Huang Sheng. Seeing the live broadcast screen, people's worldview was refreshed again. A refugee camp is full of insects. Just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. How can there be such a place? This is simply hell. The nest is 20,000 meters underground. You want to run away after invading us? Blow it up. Can a hydrogen bomb be delivered to such a deep underground? People are paying attention to this news. Refugee camps around the world, survivors, and scientists from the Noah Science Society are also paying attention quietly. Outside the insect city, the tiger hunting operation team has arrived. We need to block this place and cover the drones to go in, Xiao Hong said. Weapon arrays are ready. Outside the city, the laser weapon array and arc weapon array are ready to form a small encirclement. Their team has less than 50 people, but they have surrounded a city of 500,000 insects. The insects began to attack the defense line, and the laser weapons and arc weapons killed crazily. Tyrannosaurus chariot. Charge. Wang Sheng controlled the chariot and rushed through the Zerd swarm, killing and crushing many Zerd people. These Zerd people are very weak. Most of them can only be regarded as mutant creatures. There are very few advanced Zerg people. Facing high-tech weapons, they are just sending themselves to death. In the underground Zerg nest, the Zerg have already rushed out, and the hunting tiger operation team can no longer stop them. At this time, a black shadow appeared in the sky. People are already very familiar with this kind of picture. It is often a group of flying Zerg people, covering the sky and the sun. This time, they found that they had seen it wrong. The camera of He Xingzhou's live broadcast room adjusted to the shadow, and everyone realized that it was not Zerg people flying, but human weapons. Those fighters, flying mechas, and weapon modules were all painted with the logos of the Xuanwu army and Xingzhou. This time, it was the human weapons that blocked out the sky and formed a dark cloud that enveloped the Zerg city. Do we have so many weapons already? People were stunned. When the Volcano Zerg Nest mission was launched, the entire Xuanwu army had less than 100 mechas. During the Sea Defense War, there were only tens of thousands. And during this period, the mechas and fighters have reached the level of blocking out the sky and blocking out the sun. What is an industrial power? This is an industrial power. In the past, the Zerg crushed us in numbers. But now we have caught up in the number of equipment. These weapons can crush the Zerg people into ashes just by smashing them down. Where's that Jaba? Why doesn't he come out to show off? Come out if you dare. The weapon arrays completely surrounded the entire city. No matter whether it was Zerg or Zerg, none of them could escape from the attack of laser and arc weapons. The fighter planes cleared all the Zergs hovering in the sky. They did not bombard the Zerg refuge camp, but blocked it. Drones, enter the city. Find the passage and enter the underground Zerg nest, He Xingzhou ordered. At this moment, 100,000 drones landed at the same time, entered the city, and looked for the passage to the underground Zerg nest. The Zerg attacked them frantically, but still failed to stop their attack. I-78 drone mecha found a passage. I-645 drone mecha found a passage. O-11 drone mecha found a passage. One passage after another was found. And He Xingzhou ordered again. Hydrogen bomb group. Prepare. Saturation attack. The mecha group carrying the timed hydrogen bomb went to the entrance of the passage and kept descending. My lord. They are killing underground. Underground? Jaba was really anxious. He didn't expect Xingzhou's strength to be so strong. It would be fine if the attack on them failed. These guys were so crazy that they crossed thousands of kilometers and went all the way to 20,000 meters underground. Is this still human? If humans had such powerful technology earlier, he would never choose to be an insect man. Damn it! The multi-legged giant insect didn't expect things to develop like this. According to its plan, it should have successfully invaded Xingzhou and should be plundering everywhere in Xingzhou now. Unexpectedly, after only one day of war, it was attacked back home. Let's retreat quickly, Jaba suggested. Retreat? It took me 5 years to build this insect nest. The multi-legged giant insect was unwilling. I still have so many troops. And there are still tens of thousands of split bodies that have not hatched. You, take the army to stop them immediately. It ordered. We must not let humans launch hydrogen bombs in the insect nest. My lord. Jaba had no confidence at all. The robots sent by humans were all unmanned mechas. Robots that didn't care about their own life or death. Even if most of them are destroyed, won't there still be hydrogen bombs attacking? When the hydrogen bomb explodes in the hive, the entire underground hive will collapse. He will definitely die. And the Lord of Destruction, Jaba, knows that this insect king has a strong vitality, and may have split off a part of his body to escape. Since you don't go, there is no need for it to exist. The millipede king swallowed it in one bite, and the other insects continued to rush up and surround the drone mecha. People don't know the situation underground for the time being. They only see that the insect city has become a one-sided crushing, under the attack of so many human weapons. No Zerg can escape here. Let's retreat. Once the underground nuclear explosion occurs, a major earthquake will occur immediately, Xiao Hong shouted. Everyone has changed into meteor armor and evacuated quickly. In countless underground passages, the unmanned mechas continued to go deeper while fighting with the Zerg. The mechas were also communication-based stations, so He Xingzhou could get the current progress. A hydrogen bomb has been sent to 10,000 meters underground. The second hydrogen bomb has been deployed at 13,000 meters underground. The third hydrogen bomb has been deployed at 15,000 meters underground. The fourth hydrogen bomb has reached the bottom. With a depth of 22,000 meters underground. He Xingzhou looked at the news until he knew that 10 hydrogen bombs had been deployed, which was enough to destroy the Zerg nest according to calculations. He ordered, time 5 minutes. All combat units evacuate. At this time, the drones and aircraft mechas outside evacuated one after another. And the weapon array also activated the flight device to leave this insect city. Everyone. The temporary mission of the Tiger Hunting Operation Team. Chui Weiman issued a task to the evacuating team. Immediately go to Kangaroo Island, the Noah Science Society branch, to carry out the rescue mission. Remember? It's a rescue mission. Don't fight to the death. Received. Xiao Hong, Jia Lang, and Feng Xiaolong led the team together, activated the meteor armor, and quickly headed to Kangaroo Island. At the same time, on an aircraft carrier fleet carrying out a mission in the South Pacific, Shui Yan ordered, adjust the direction and move towards the Kangaroo Island Noah Science Society branch. What happened? The audience saw the troops retreating. There are more and more bugs. Are we going to retreat first? Are you ready? Of course. Otherwise we wouldn't retreat like this. He Xingzhou said, everyone. We have deployed the nuclear bomb. In 4 minutes and 30 seconds, the hydrogen bomb will explode at a depth of 20,000 meters underground, completely destroying this insect nest. All the Zergs that will attack us in the future will be wiped out. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, the audience had already started the countdown. On the screen of the live broadcast room, the Zerg swarm was spreading from all over the city. Some of the Zergs were out of control and directly ate the Zerg people as food. This is the fate of being a Zerg person. Is it okay to be food for insects? Luckily we live in a safe country. This scene of purgatory on Earth makes people grateful. If it weren't for the Xuanwu plan and the efforts of the people across the country, they might also have to face this cruel disaster. The countdown has come to the last 10 seconds. He Xingzhou counted silently. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, more than 20,000 meters underground, the trigger of a hydrogen bomb was activated. The 100 million degrees Celsius temperature generated by atomic fission triggered a nuclear fusion reaction. The energy of destruction poured out in an instant. The high temperature vaporized everything around, and the shock wave destroyed the solid insect nest. Damn humans! Within 1/10 of a second, the shock wave had spread to the bottom of the nest. More than 10,000 eggs that the millipede king cultivated were directly evaporated by the high temperature, and the magma under the ground rushed up to the sky. This was only the first hydrogen bomb. The second, third, fourth. These hydrogen bombs exploded at the same time at various depths of the nest. The whole earth was shaking and trembling, and the millipede king's own body turned into ashes in this high temperature and shock wave. It only had a petite body left in another cave thousands of kilometers away from here. My army and my body have been destroyed. If I want to cultivate it, there will be no such opportunity again. The millipede king was extremely angry, but he could do nothing. It knew that if these humans continued to develop like this, even if it regained its strength in the future, it would not be a match for humans. With the explosion of hydrogen bombs, the ground where the insect city was located continued to shake, and large areas of buildings in the city collapsed. The insects didn't know what happened yet. They fled everywhere. But because the ground was shaking and they were unstable, they couldn't sense the accurate geomagnetic field and were all blocked together. When the shock wave was transmitted from the underground to the ground and the insect nest collapsed on a large scale, the entire insect city began to collapse underground. Everyone saw that a city that could accommodate 1 million people completely collapsed and sank into the ground in just a few seconds. Dust filled the sky, leaving a huge sinkhole for hundreds of miles. And it was unclear how deep it was. But everyone knows that the insect nest, the billions of insects, and hundreds of thousands of insect people were completely destroyed in this explosion. This insect force that has been rampant in the Ganges River Basin for many years was uprooted by the Xuanwu troops. From now on, they no longer exist. The insect nest is gone. The insects are all dead. It was the first time for people to see such a scene, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Someone left an excited message. Finally, these insects were blown to death. For the first time, facing the Zerg, we took the initiative to attack, and we won a great victory. Those who offend our Xingzhou will be punished no matter how far away. We did it. Even if they hide 20,000 meters underground, the insects will have only one way to die. The destructive power of technology is too terrifying. From now on, we will no longer be able to passively defend. Seeing this scene, Sakura's 9th level Zerg Yaksha was also dumbfounded. This Zerg nest is much more powerful than that volcano Zerg nest. And it was completely destroyed. The three-headed dragon also realized. Fortunately, I didn't attack Shinjo at the beginning. Not only hydrogen bombs. Their weapons can already pose a threat to us. Humans have hydrogen bombs for a long time. But the reason why the Xuanwu troops were able to blow up the Zerg nest this time was because of the hundreds of thousands of fighters and drones. Without these weapons, they would never be able to get close to the Zerg nest, let alone send hydrogen bombs to a depth of 20,000 meters underground. 10 minutes ago, Noah Science Society, Kangaroo Island Branch. A group of elite scientists are meeting secretly in the name of a scientific seminar. And Belinda and others are not there. Belinda and others are paying attention to Shinjo's actions against the underground insect nest at this time. Everyone. The one who initiated the meeting was a Shinjo scientist. Wenheng. He is only 45 years old. An aerospace scientist. Good at socializing. And many people here know him. Wenheng told everyone, "My name is Wenheng. Everyone should know me. But I have another identity that everyone doesn't know. I am a military scientist of the Shinjo Xuanwu Army." Everyone was shocked when he heard him say this. "You are from the Xuanwu Army. So you are also from the Blue Star Alliance." Noah Science Society prohibits all members from contacting the Blue Star Alliance and the Xuanwu Army. Wenheng, don't talk nonsense. Be careful. Several people reminded him. Wenheng said directly, "You are all afraid of the behind-the-scenes controller of the Science Society. Right? Everyone think about it. Is Noah Science Society really for mankind? You are all human elites. And you must have noticed some clues. No one is allowed to oppose the mission goals proposed by the Science Society. All opponents have disappeared. People engaged in some secret missions have also disappeared. The first batch of wealthy people who went to Mars have also disappeared. After investigation, we found that the Noah Science Society is likely to be behind the Zerg. The Zerg is controlling us. Going to space is not a way to survive, but a dead end." Chapter 164 Global Insect Network. When Wenheng finished speaking, everyone was afraid. They certainly noticed something was wrong, but no one dared to say it out loud. Some people wanted to leave, but Wenheng's companions had already locked the door. No one can leave. If we want to leave, we should leave together, Wenheng said. Wenheng, you will put everyone in danger, someone said. If they find out, we will all be at risk. Do you still want to go on like this? Wenheng shouted. Do you really think that escaping to space will be useful? Shinjo has proved that humans have the strength to resist the Zerg. Can humans really resist the Zerg? Someone asked. Of course. Just now, the Xuanwu troops were sending a team to destroy the Zerg nest. And they have succeeded. Wenheng connected to the quantum satellite network and played the previous picture for them. When they saw the countless planes, mechas and weapon arrays, they were already shocked. The underground nuclear explosion, the destruction of the Zerg nest, and the collapse of the Zerg city shocked all the scientists. And they all explained, we humans can actually fight against the Zerg head-on and destroy the Zerg nest. We made the wrong choice. If we had resisted the Zerg like Shinjo at the beginning, maybe our homeland would still be intact now. Is this true? God. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Shinjo. Leaving the blue planet and heading for space is the stupidest decision I've ever made in my life. I want to quit the Noah Science Society and go to Shinjo. I want to fight the Zerg with them and atone for my past choices. These scientists, seeing this scene, began to regret their choices. And many of them had the idea of quitting. Everyone, we still have a chance, Wenheng said. We can leave the Noah Science Society and go to Shinjo. There's no way to leave. The guards won't let us leave here now, someone said. That's not their decision. Wenheng said, the Xuanwu troops are sending people to pick us up. I've already hacked into the base's system. And when they arrive, we'll get out together. There are mecha troops and aircraft carrier fleets outside to support us. At this time, Belinda and others had just finished watching the scene of the Xuanwu troops destroying the underground insect nest. Their strength is developing too fast. We have obviously gathered the top scientists of mankind together. How can Shinjo's technology still develop so fast? Are there people like us behind them? Vice President, those human scientists are holding an illegal meeting without our permission. A subordinate reported. Where are the people? Didn't I ask you to watch them? Belinda questioned. The guards were killed. What? Are they going to rebel? Belinda realized that something was wrong and shouted, Go find them immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, a bomb fell from the sky. It was a nuclear electromagnetic pulse bomb, which exploded in the air before the base's air defense system hit it. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse destroyed all the electronic equipment in the base in an instant. And there were sounds of electronic equipment catching fire or exploding everywhere. Several meteors streaked across the sky, and the aid team had arrived. At this time, Wen Hung had already led hundreds of scientists out, and the guards rushed towards them. Duh. A series of sounds rang out, and all the guards were hit and killed instantly. Feng Xiaoan landed on the ground and said, Comrades, we are here to pick you up. I'm Zhu Chongji. Wen Hung stepped forward and said, We have hundreds of people here, and there are several other places, adding up to thousands of people. How do you plan to save so many people? How to save? It's very simple. Just kill all the other people here. Jia Lang came with his team. Their team was responsible for protecting these scientists, and the others had already started killing. Damn it. They actually targeted us, Belinda said angrily. Kill them all. Yes. In the base, a bunch of Zergs and Zergs emerged, among which there were no advanced Zergs. They are indeed Zergs. These scientists have already believed this at this time. That's it? That's it? Huang Sheng fired wildly with laser weapons. I even rushed through the Zerg nest. You are nothing. In the sky, drone mechas and fighter jets continued to arrive. This was because the aircraft carrier fleet had already arrived at the coast and sent out carrier-based combat teams for cover. The situation in the base was completely controlled by humans. Sir, we can't stop them, a Zerg reported to Belinda. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. We can't let the Blue Star Alliance get so many talents. Belinda had a murderous look on her face. Since we can't use them, kill them all. Yes. In a certain insect nest on Kangaroo Island, a huge Zerg flew into the sky. Its wingspan was more than 300 meters. Its wings were as gorgeous as a butterfly. It had long and curled antennae, and it flew very fast. At this time, the task force had gathered all the scientists in the base. More than 5,000 people. Helicopters and transport mechas were sending them away. More than 5,000 people. Kong Qing was overjoyed when he saw the number of people, and said, during the First World War, White Eagle accepted more than 400 top scientists from Hans, and technology advanced rapidly. Later, it accepted scientists from the Soviet Union and became a world power in one fell swoop. These more than 5,000 top scientists from all over the world are working for us. And our technology can also be greatly improved. Warning. A nuclear behemoth is found approaching the rescue point. Xuanwu reported. All the nuclear beasts have been dispatched. He Xingzhou said. Intercept with all your strength. Received. Shui Yang was ready. And he ordered. Launch nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles to make it lose its way. Several nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles were launched to attack the giant butterfly that was flying. The electromagnetic pulse missiles were pierced by several electric balls before they approached it. But this could not stop the electromagnetic pulse. The magnetic field around the powerful electromagnetic pulse was disordered, and it temporarily lost its magnetic field positioning and communication. Simply put, it was blinded. Launch the hydrogen bomb. Shui Yang issued the second order without hesitation. On the aircraft carrier, several hydrogen bombs were launched together, targeting the giant butterfly. The giant butterfly sensed danger, and it released an arc layer to wrap itself. The hydrogen bomb was detonated in the air in advance, and the huge shock wave blew it away. It did not die, but it also lost its ability to fight, and could only flee back to the insect nest. The giant beast was also stopped. Belinda was so angry that she was deformed. Her insect characteristics were completely exposed, and she turned into a poisonous insect covered with spots all over her body. These primary insect kings are no match for humans. We must send out medium or high-level insect kings, said a fellow insect king. It's too late, Belinda said angrily. These humans have ruined our plan. Sooner or later, we will kill them all. In the base, thousands of scientists have been picked up by planes and flying mechas and sent to aircraft carriers. Everyone, on behalf of the Blue Star Alliance, Xinzhou and Xuanwu troops, I welcome you all, Shui Yang said to everyone. We will take you to Xinzhou, the last safe place in the world. The last hope of mankind to resist the Zerg. Finally safe. These experts cried with joy. The days in the base were like being in prison. Now, please cooperate with the inspection to prevent Zerg people and Zerg spies from mixing in. Shui Yang had just finished speaking when several people tried to jump into the sea and were shot dead by the soldiers. Others were examined one by one. And several Zerg people with worms in their brains or trying to get away with it were detected. And they were all detained or shot dead. The aircraft carrier fleet took this group of people to Xinzhou. Noah's Science Society can also control nuclear behemoths. Kong Qin said. These Zergs are so cunning. If there is no Noah's Science Society, humans around the world will be more determined to resist the Zerg. With the Noah's Science Society, most people, except us, will give up resistance directly. Song Jinghong said, these bugs deceive the world and deceived the world when the disaster era came. And let humans help them go to space. Doesn't this mean that the moon and Mars have been occupied by them? I'm afraid it's more than that, He Xingzhou said. Since the Zerg can appear on the blue planet, they can appear on other planets in the solar system. Maybe planetary insect nests have been built on other planets. This is what He Xingzhou knew from the beginning. Before, people would not believe it. But after seeing the ability and wisdom of the Zerg, they have begun to believe it. Human civilization is really ill-fated. LV May sighed. We can't care about the things on the outer planets. Let's deal with the problems on the blue planet first, Qin Peng said. Although we destroyed a nest, there are at least hundreds of nests on the blue planet. There is more than one nuclear beast in each insect grass. Relatively speaking, the Zerg in the land nest is weaker. And those in the ocean are the big monsters. Yes, the power of the millipede king is weaker than that of the three-headed dragon in Sakura, the deep-sea monster in Mariana, the crocodile-armored mosasaur in the Atlantic, and the giant butterfly that just appeared on Kangaroo Island. Those big guys can resist nuclear weapons attacks. It's a pity that we know too little about the Zerg, Song Jinghong said. Nuclear monsters should also be classified. But we lack samples, and don't know their abilities and classifications. Otherwise it would be much easier for us to deal with them. Someone knows, He Xingzhou said. Who? Everyone looked at him. The big white in the research institute. He Xingzhou stood up and said, now that we have killed the nuclear monster, I will go find it. He Xingzhou immediately came to the underground biochemical research institute of the Sentinel Research Institute. When he came to the research area where Dabai was chatting with Jiang Chan. Dabai. We did it, Jiang Chan said. We killed the nuclear behemoth and destroyed the Zerg nest. Dabai pouted and said, that guy is just the weakest Zerg king. And his attack methods are too weak. We didn't try our best. He Xingzhou walked over. Senior. Jiang Chan stood up to greet him. He Xingzhou nodded at her. And then continued to say to Dabai, you have seen the speed of our technological progress. We have the ability to deal with the Zerg. Hee. Don't brag. No one dares to say that they have the ability to deal with the Zerg. Dabai laughed. But your ability is indeed stronger than I expected. You actually upgraded from primitive civilization to first-level civilization before the destruction of civilization. You do have a little bit of competitive capital. He Xingzhou stood in front of it and said, I still have the same questions. Who are you? Where are you from? Why did the Zerg come to the solar system? What exactly do they want to do? You are not qualified to know my identity. Dabai still looked arrogant. And he said, I can tell you some information about the Zerg. What are they? How did they come? Jiang Chan asked quickly. Dabai said, it is obvious that the Zerg is an advanced civilization. Someone deliberately brought them to the solar system. Their goal is very simple. That is, to eat up the entire solar system. Eat the solar system? Hearing Dabai's words, Jiang Chan's beautiful eyes widened and asked, you mean? The solar system is where they cultivate their population? You are quite smart. That's about it. Dabai praised. Can they really eat the solar system? Jiang Chan found it hard to imagine this. Dabai snorted. I told you that you are a low-level civilization. When the Zerg develops, eating a planet will be a piece of cake. Too little. I need more information. He Xingzhou was still not satisfied. He had known for a long time that the Zerg wanted to eat. Dabai continued, if you want more information, you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? He Xingzhou asked. Let your civilization go to Jupiter and kill all the Zerg on Jupiter. Dabai said. When Jiang Chan heard it, her first reaction was that it was too outrageous. Jupiter is the most massive planet in the solar system, and its mass is 2.5 times the total of other planets in the solar system. Humans don't even know if there is life on Jupiter. So how can Dubai be sure that there are Zerg there? In addition, human technology is now more difficult than that of the Moon. The average distance between Jupiter and the Earth is 780 million kilometers. Can human civilization go so far and fight the Zerg on Jupiter? What surprised her even more was that Xingzhou said directly without any hesitation, "I can agree to this condition." "Don't brag," Dubai said. "Whether you can survive on Blue Star now is a big problem. So I need you to provide information," Xingzhou said. Dubai thought for a while and said, "Although this is impossible, I am happy to discuss them a little more. I can tell you the classification of Zerg above level 9. Xingzhou and Jiang Chan listened carefully. Dubai said, "The Zerg civilization has a strict hierarchy. High-level Zerg can command low-level Zerg. Most Zerg are destined to be low-level Zerg when they are born. And high-level Zerg have biological chips in their bodies, which record a lot of Zerg genetic information and biotechnology. When they reach a certain condition, they will unlock some information in the biochip and begin to evolve. You already know the level from level 1 to level 9. Above level 9, you call them nuclear behemoths. And this name is not wrong. Because for civilization, the level of civilization depends largely on the technology of using energy. When you humans can use nuclear fusion energy, you will naturally become a level 1 civilization. When the Zerg evolves biological nuclear organs and can absorb and use nuclear energy, they are called Zerg Kings. Zerg Kings can build Zerg nests and control all low-level Zerg in the nests." Xingzhou nodded, which was similar to his guess. He asked, "What's the difference between the Insect Kings? Their abilities seem to be different." "Of course. I said that the Zerg is an advanced civilization, and they still have a long way to go in their evolution," Dubai said. "The Insect King can continue to unlock the biochip and obtain a more advanced genetic evolution template. They are divided into primary Insect Kings, medium Insect Kings, and high Insect Kings, mainly controlling the energy size of nuclear energy. After reaching the high Insect King, you can evolve into a planetary behemoth. Planetary behemoths can move freely on the surface of the planet, and your hydrogen bombs cannot cause damage to planetary behemoths. Planetary behemoths are also divided into primary, medium, and high. Planetary behemoth?" Jiang Chan asked in confusion. "Could the behemoth in the Mariana Trench be a planetary behemoth? It shouldn't have been a few years ago, but it should be now," Dubai said. "If a planetary behemoth continues to evolve, it will become a planetary overlord. At this stage, it is almost invincible on a single planet. Simply put, a Zerg at the level of a planetary overlord can destroy a first-level civilization alone. Above the planetary overlord, there are even more advanced planet devourers. Zerg that reach that level can devour an entire planet, wander in space, and continue to devour and evolve. Zerg at that level is equivalent to the strength of a second-level civilization. Don't even think about encountering the devourer of planets now. Even if a planetary overlord evolves on your blue planet, it can completely destroy your human civilization." Jiang Chan was extremely shocked. She murmured, "How can we deal with that kind of monster? If the Zerg can evolve, our technology can also advance," Xingzhou said. "Even if it is the devourer of planets, there are planetary destruction weapons to deal with it." He saw in the technology tree of the quantum optical brain that there are some weapons that can destroy a planet. "You are quite confident?" Dubai asked curiously. "Who is helping you? You guy? What does it want to do?" Xingzhou did not answer it, but said, "What is your source of information? You have been in this research institute and have not left, and we have not disclosed this information to you." Dubai laughed and said, "Do you think you have trapped me? My mind is not here at all." "I know." Xingzhou had this idea since Jiang Chan guessed that Dubai's brain waves were not fluctuating when he was sleeping. He said, "I think this white dolphin should be equivalent to our robot or something like that. You can transfer data to it at any time. Since it has a biochip, it can naturally receive information." "Smart," Dubai said. "I use the communication method that only civilizations above level 2 have, so you don't have to think about it now. In order to let you approach the target more smoothly, I can let you join an intelligence base." "Intelligence base?" Xingzhou was a little confused. "The Zerg Biological Information Network can only be received by the Zerg's biological chips," Dubai said. "Just like you humans launch communication satellites. There are also Zergs who are responsible for the biological communication network. Some bugs can send and receive electromagnetic wave signals. As long as there are enough of them, the entire planet will have a Zerg biological information network. Only Zerg kings are qualified to use this network. So Zerg kings on the entire planet can communicate. Zerg King Communication Network? This is the first time Jiang Chan has heard such a statement. She has learned too much information today, which has refreshed her understanding of this world. Since it is a Zerg-specific information network and requires a biochip to access, we can't connect to it for the time being. Right? He Xingzhou asked. Do you have a way? Of course, Dubai said. Didn't you capture 2 Zerg King larvae? As long as you decipher their brain waves, you can sneak into this Zerg biological information network like me. I can help you disguise this. Jiang Chan also said to Xingzhou, our brain wave research can almost understand some Zerg thinking fluctuations. Okay. Hearing this, Xingzhou said directly, that's it. As long as you help us, our human civilization will soon go to space. And all Zerg in the solar system will be our enemies. Humans need resources to survive and develop. And the Zerg are devouring resources. So the two are doomed to be unable to coexist. Besides, Xingzhou still has to build a Dyson sphere. So how can he not collect resources from other planets? As Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system, he must collect Jupiter's resources. Very good. You are ready to tell me. Hide. Dubai said, and fell into a deep sleep. It's offline, Jiang Chan said jokingly. It's offline. Xingzhou nodded. This white dolphin is just a biological information carrier. The news here was also known by Song Jinghong, Xu Gei and others. Will it be the Zerg? Song Jinghong thought. It doesn't behave like a Zerg now. But we can't rule out the possibility that it is a Zerg, Xu Gei said. We should remain skeptical of what it says, Xingzhou said. In short, no matter what it does, we only do things that are beneficial to ourselves. Now let's enter the so-called Zerg bioinformatics network and see what's going on. With the help of Dubai, the research team successfully obtained the first brain wave transceiver, through which the Zerg's brain waves can be deciphered and the corresponding information can be sent. If this technology continues to make breakthroughs in human brain research, we can make neural machines, Jiang Chan said. When I have time, I will make a breakthrough in this area. Xingzhou has already felt the limitations of the human brain. For example, in combat, human warriors now have to rely entirely on AI systems to fight, because their own reaction speed and thinking ability are already weaker than the calculation speed of superconducting quantum chips. If this continues, humans will become puppets that can only rely on machinery. Therefore, the physiological limit of human beings must be improved. On the technology tree, there are genetic evolution, neural machinery, and other evolutionary directions. Xingzhou plans to advance in these directions. In the breeding area, there is a Zerg that is tens of meters tall. It has a lizard-like tail, a head and eyes of unusual proportions, 2 claws, and a high-energy reaction is always going on in its stomach. This is a sample of a giant juvenile captured from the Mariana Trench. It is very tenacious and has been growing since it was captured. Fortunately, the Sentinel Research Institute has made a breakthrough in the brain wave frequency synchronization technology to keep it asleep. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to calm such a big guy down. Dubai commented, this guy looks delicious. There is a bigger one in the sea. You can try it, Xingzhou said. Forget it. It will eat me, Dubai said. Xu Gei arranged for someone to install the brainwave sensing device in its culture dish. Dubai said, now adjust to the brainwave frequency I mentioned before. I will operate it. And you can connect to the Zerg Biological Information Network of Blue Star. Everyone did as they were told. After about 10 minutes, Dubai said, okay, it's done. You can join this network now. And they can't locate you. This electromagnetic wave is first emitted into the atmosphere, and then connected to the Zerg Biological Network. Thank you for your hard work, Dubai, Jiang Chan said. At this time, some information appeared on the computer connected to the brain wave device. Xingzhou and others gathered around to watch. Maybe it was a translation problem. This looked like a communication forum. They wanted to open the forum, and they needed to verify the information. What Dubai did just now was to verify the information. The verification information showed that they were a Zerg that had just been promoted to the Zerg King. Please register for a Zerg ID to obtain identity recognition. The so-called ID is a biological electromagnetic wave frequency. How do Zerg people name themselves? He Xingzhou asked Dubai. Whatever. Just like your online names. You can call yourself whatever you want. Dubai said. Just call yourself Pigbug. Jiang Chan suggested. Okay. He Xingzhou inputted the ID. And after the computer, brainwave converter, and the biochip of the experimental subject, the information was entered into the Blue Star Zerg Biological Information Exchange Network. You have successfully registered the ID Pigbug and are connecting to the Information Exchange Network. A few minutes later, the computer translated the screen again, and everyone could browse the information on the forum. The top one was a piece of news. Humans destroyed a nest of insects in Tianzhu Plains. Xianzhu is finished. Below there was a comment from the Insect King, that idiot. It's good that he died. I should have destroyed his nest earlier, wasting so many resources. If I had, I could have evolved into a planetary behemoth. Xianzhu, I'm not dead yet. I still have a split body. Are you angry? Huh? That guy is not dead yet. Everyone saw the news. It's almost the same if he's not dead yet. You don't even deserve to be the Insect King now. At Xianzhu. Don't let me meet you. I'll bite your brains out. The Insect King replied. Other insects were also discussing this matter. The millipede is really embarrassing the Zerg, and was actually bullied by the natives. Three-headed Dragon King. I have said it long ago. The Asian continent is mine. Whoever competes with me, I will directly destroy it. Three-headed idiot is out again? You have been fighting for a small island for several years, and let humans develop so fast. If it were me, I would have occupied the Asian continent and the Pacific Ocean long ago. Another Insect King mocked it. He Xingzhou took a look and said, Is this translation really accurate? It's not made up. Right? It looks like all trolls. Dubai said, Of course it's accurate. I wrote the translation program myself. Trolls are normal. Zergs devour each other, unless they evolve to crush other Zergs. All the same kind are enemies. He Xingzhou continued to read. And there was another message, which read, Today, the Noah Science Institute was attacked by the Blue Star Alliance. Behind this organization are our kind. Which sinister guy actually went to space and advanced in the name of mankind? Yes, we are still fighting for territory on Blue Star. And this guy actually sneaked into space. What if he went to space? There are our kind on other planets. And he will die if he goes there. The human biotechnology company in America is probably also behind our kind. You are all a bunch of old silver coins. Most of the information is useless information, or content of shouting at each other, such as two Insect Kings who have been swearing at each other in a post. If you shout again, I will eat you tomorrow. Don't be scared. If you come, I will tear you apart in a minute. The two Insect Kings have been cursing each other on the information network for a whole year, cursing a few words every day. He Xingzhou also found a useful information. Aura killed the Thunder Dragon. Aura? Is it the insect race that controls the Aura Society? He Xingzhou clicked on the post information to see. A bunch of insects were discussing. Aura is now the most powerful Insect King in the Atlantic Ocean. Right? Insect King? Aura controls a bunch of humans to provide it with nuclear materials and energy. And now it is estimated that it has evolved into a planetary behemoth. Fuck. Doesn't it want to unify the Atlantic Ocean? At Aura. Big brother. I plan to surrender to you. Can you not eat me? Aura also replied to this post, saying, No matter where you are on Blue Star, you can come to me. I won't eat those who come to me. And those who don't will be killed sooner or later. There is human interference on Blue Star, so our evolution is a bit slow. On other planets, maybe our kind have evolved to become the planetary overlord. If we don't evolve to a higher level, we will all be their food. Blue Star must be unified as quickly as possible. Some bugs expressed their willingness to come, while others sneered. King Mana at Aura. Who do you think you are? Do you want to be the overlord of Blue Star? There can only be one Zerg overlord on Blue Star, and that is me. King Mana. Aura at Mana King? Isn't this the little mana bug that was hit by a hydrogen bomb from humans? How shameful. A low-level civilization like humans can hurt you, and you still have the nerve to talk here? If it were me, I would commit suicide directly to avoid embarrassing the Zerg. Mana King at Aura. That was my carelessness. I didn't dodge. Now I am no longer afraid of human hydrogen bombs. I will soon unify all the Zerg nests in the Pacific. Just wait. I will fight to the Atlantic in 3 years and eat you alive. This Mana King should be the one in the Mariana Trench, Song Jinghong said. It looks quite powerful. There is no useful information at all, He Xingzhou said. At least we should know that the Zerg Kings on Blue Star are stronger, and to what extent their strength has evolved. Dabai said, it's easy. Just ask them. As he spoke, he said in the forum, excuse me, everyone here is a loser. The strongest Zerg on Blue Star is the three-headed Dragon King. It was the first to attack humans. It was the first to land. And it is still consuming nuclear energy. It will definitely evolve very quickly. When it destroys human civilization and evolves into a planetary overlord, we will directly join it to avoid being killed by it. Seeing this, He Xingzhou immediately spoke under the vest of pig bug, bullshit. Aura is the strongest. The three-headed Dragon King is a pig with 3 heads. Aura directly treats humans as pets. It can definitely become the strongest on Blue Star. Their posts attracted the attention of these insect kings. And Allah quickly replied to He Xingzhou, you, a pig worm, are very far-sighted. You can come to me, and I promise not to eat you. Pigworm and Allah. Thank you. I also want to come. But I have just evolved to an insect king. And I am afraid that I will be killed by other guys when I go there. Allah, who dares to kill my little brother? I will kill it directly. The Mana King appeared again. Three-headed Dragon King? That one? I will kill it this year. Another insect followed and said, none of these 3 are good. The one in Antarctica is the strongest. It has swallowed up a lot of resources. Last time, a medium-sized insect king flew to Antarctica and was swallowed by it. You are all too weak. Noah is the strongest. Kangaroo Island and the nearby seas have long been occupied by it. It has gone to space to develop. When it comes back, no one on the entire blue planet can be its opponent. More and more insects spoke up, arguing about who is the strongest and citing various cases. He Xingzhou and others quickly recorded all this information to see how many powerful insect kings there are on this planet. Chapter 165 Planetary Weapon Preparation. After a fierce argument among the Zerg kings, and with the information from other posts on the forum, everyone came up with a preliminary list. The evolution of the Zerg is related to the resources they control. Almost every large area can give birth to a powerful Zerg king, Song Jinghong said. There are powerful Zerg kings in the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Europe is close to the Atlantic Ocean, and most of it has been occupied by the Aura Society. That is, the Zerg King Aura. So it and the Atlantic Ocean are both within Aura's sphere of influence. These are the top 10 Zerg forces on Blue Star. For the time being, we don't know who is stronger and who is weaker. Xuanwu listed the information and said, Atlantic Worm King Aura, whose sphere of influence is in the Atlantic Ocean and Europe, is suspected to have grown to the level of a planetary behemoth, and has the ability to control brain waves. Aura will be completely controlled by it. Pacific Worm King Mana, whose original nest was in the Mariana Trench, once tried to attack our waters, but failed and then turned to annex other Pacific worm nests. It is suspected to have become a planetary behemoth. Arctic Ocean Worm King, whose influence is in the Arctic Ocean, rarely shows up, and the information is incomplete. Indian Ocean Worm King Java Worm King, nests in the Java Trench, the deepest trench in the Indian Ocean. It is powerful, and is said to have captured more than 6 insect nests. It is suspected to have become a planetary behemoth. White Eagle Sunbird Biotechnology Company, founder Barry, is suspected to be controlled by the Insect King. His strength is unknown, and he has a biochemical army. Amazon Insect King, nesting in the Amazon region. The insect swarm has spread to the entire South America. The strength is unknown. Antarctic Insect King, Ice King, nesting under the ice and snow in Antarctica. Powerful. Once killed an insect king in seconds. Suspected to have evolved into a planetary behemoth. African Nile Insect King. Should have been born in the Mediterranean. Landed from the sea. And expanded his power very quickly. He once killed several of his own kind. And suspected to have evolved into a planetary behemoth. Kangaroo Island Insect King. Noah. Once controlled humans. Founded the Noah Science Society. Suspected to have the ability to control split bodies, and has reproduced on the Moon and Mars. The strength is unknown. Siberia. Baikal Insect King. The nest is built in Lake Baikal. This insect king was bombed by Mao Xiong with hydrogen bombs, and its development was not smooth. After Mao Xiong joined the Noah Science Society and sought to go to space. It developed rapidly. Its power has spread to the grassland, posing a great threat to us. The strength is unknown, and it should be between high-level insect king and planetary behemoth. In addition to these 10 insect kings, there are some who are second only to them in strength, such as the three-headed dragon in Sakura, which is also about to evolve to the stage of planetary behemoth. After reading the information of these 10 insect kings, everyone felt heavy in their hearts. Almost all of the 10 insect kings are suspected to have evolved to the level of planetary behemoths. At this level, human nuclear weapons can no longer deal with them. The current plasma cannons will probably be destroyed by them before they are even set up. Shugai could only say, fortunately, we are holding on in Asia. Otherwise, as the largest continent on the blue planet, at least 3 or 5 planetary behemoths will be born on this land. Kong Qing agreed, that's right. If it weren't for us, the 3 dragons, the insect king from the South Pacific, and the insect king from the Hinglio Plains might have evolved to the level of planetary behemoths. Our attack has limited their development. Dabai hit ruthlessly. You can only comfort yourselves now. If a planetary behemoth attacks you now, you will definitely not be able to hold on. The reason they haven't come yet is not because they are afraid of you, but because they are afraid of other species. They are worried that they will both suffer losses and be taken advantage of by their own species. Shinjo's strength can seriously injure a planetary monster even if it attacks. Those planetary monsters are unwilling to suffer this loss, and plan to consolidate the territory around them first and continue to evolve. This is our opportunity, Shinjo said. If they were really united, humans would have perished long ago. During the competition stage, the Zerg cannot be united, Dabai said. Their life pattern determines that they must obtain resources to evolve, and high-level Zerg can control low-level Zerg. Therefore, if each Zerg wants to survive, it must continue to devour and evolve. This cruel evolutionary model allows the Zerg to produce more advanced Zerg as quickly as possible. When it unifies all its kind, it is equivalent to unity. So we must eliminate all the Zerg on Blue Star before they produce a planetary overlord. Chui Weiman joined the meeting. Your development speed may not be able to catch up, Dabai said. Look at this. Do you think you can hold on until then? It opened a private group on the Blue Star Zerg Information Network, called Asian Overlord Association, and only Zerg invited by invitation can enter this channel. The initiator was the three-headed dragon of Sakura, and there were 15 members. Among these 15 members, I am the only one who got in, Dabai said. The others are all insect kings near you. This group is used to discuss how to eliminate you and divide your resources. At this time, a member was speaking in the group chat. Three-headed dragon, everyone. You should know what happened in the past few days. One of our members, Xianzu, actually attacked humans behind our backs and wanted to take over Shinjo's territory. As a result, its nest was destroyed by humans, and now it is no longer qualified to be our member. I have kicked it out. Dabai immediately spoke. Good kick. This guy doesn't follow the rules. He acted on his own without the order of the three-headed dragon boss. If I meet him, I will eat him alive. Seeing this speech, Shinjo knew why Dabai could get into this group. He has been praising the three-headed dragon since just now. The three-headed dragon said with satisfaction, Dabai is right. If he doesn't follow the rules, I will kill him directly when the time comes. Don't show off here, Belda Insect King said. The human technology here is advancing a bit too fast and has already threatened us. We should attack together and completely wipe them out from the blue planet. The three-headed dragon and Belda Insect King are the two major forces in this group. The strength of other insect kings is weaker than them. They just want to follow these two guys and share a piece of the pie. The three-headed dragon said, I still need 2 years. 2 years? Belda Insect King said directly, don't think I don't know what you are doing. You are absorbing nuclear energy. Give you another 2 years, and you will evolve into a planetary behemoth. Since you don't want to participate in the action, then you can withdraw. Let's divide Shinjo. The three-headed dragon said, you want to take it all for yourself. Impossible. Shinjo has at least half of my territory. A Worm King said, we can't wait any longer. The technology of humans here can already threaten us. They send out search teams every day to find insect nests. The high-level insect kings in other places are now annexing them. If we don't occupy a piece of land, we will all die in the future. The three-headed dragon said, in this case, let's divide the attack area and territory according to strength. He Xingzhou and others looked at the group of insects and divided their territory. I want the southern coastal area and tear down all the steel walls. I want the former territory of Qinzhou and the western plateau. The three-headed dragon. I will make it clear in advance that the eastern sea area and coastal area are mine. The Baikal insect king. From the grassland to the Yellow River. It should all be mine. These insects are too arrogant. Find their nests and send them a few nuclear bombs to taste. Qin Peng was furious when he saw this scene. Dubai said, except for the powerful insect kings. Other insect kings will deliberately hide their positions. If you can find them, it's not impossible. 14 insect kings. At least 14 insect nests. They themselves control more insect kings. There are also suspected planetary monsters. Everyone became worried. If they attack us at the same time, we can't stop them at all. Dubai. You delay for a while. We can't let them reach an agreement so quickly. Jiang Chan said. Dubai crossed his arms and said confidently, they can't reach an agreement so quickly. This group has been established for more than half a year. And these guys have never reached an agreement once. That Qinzhou also secretly attacked you. These guys all want to take the lead and not submit to others. Moreover, they don't know your trump cards. And no one wants to attack first and be attacked by you. It turns out that their idea is to see if you can block the attack of Qinzhou. If you can't, they will attack from all directions at the same time. But you have destroyed the Qinzhou's nest. And these guys don't want to be the second to be attacked. LV Mei was surprised, so we accidentally protected ourselves. We can't be so passive, He Xingzhou said. Now the insect kings are expanding their territories. Sooner or later, these insect kings will be forced to approach us by their own kind. In this case, let's eliminate them first. Everyone observed for a while. And sure enough, these insect kings argued for a long time and could not reach a consensus. On the territory, they barely reached a consensus. But no one wanted to attack first. They initially decided to launch an attack within a year. I'm going to hibernate, Dubai said. You can figure it out. As it said this, it fell directly into the water tank. Belly up, as if it was dead. Everyone was speechless, and could only send the white dolphin back to its research area. Zerg Bioinformation Network. Shugai asked a team to monitor it. Xuanwu executives entered the conference room to discuss this issue. If we really wait until 1 year later, the 14 insect kings will attack us together. And our defense pressure will be very great. Qin Peng said. We have to take the initiative. Kill a few of them first. There is a problem, He Hongwei said. If we find 1 or 2 insect nests and destroy them, it may trigger a sense of crisis in other insect kings, causing them to attack us in advance. So we have to choose a good target. If we don't attack, it's fine. Once we attack, we have to make this Asian overlord disband. Qin Peng continued. Other insect kings are easy to deal with, Song Jinghong said. I roughly observed that from the information in their conversations. These insect kings are all near our territory. The general strength is about the same as the millipede king. And our weapons are enough to deal with him. The key is the three-headed dragon and the Baikal insect king. These two are the big threats. We have to choose one of them as our target. If we kill one of them, the Asian hegemony will naturally cease to exist, Cui Weiman said. The Baikal insect king is suspected to be a planetary behemoth. The three-headed dragon is more familiar to us. It should not have evolved into a planetary behemoth yet. It should be at the stage of a high-level insect king. Kong Qing analyzed. If we want to attack, it's best to choose it. The three-headed dragon has been hiding in the underground of Sakura Island, absorbing nuclear energy, and it has built a defense line along the surrounding islands and seas. And our aircraft carrier fleet can't break through, Lu Mei said. Then we need more powerful weapons, Kong Qing said. Commander, he mentioned the aerospace carrier and the giant mecha. If we can complete one of them within a year, we will have a chance to kill the three-headed dragon. 1 year is enough, He Xingzhou said. We need to be faster, lest the Zerg change their minds and launch an attack in advance. Even if we can hold on, we will face huge casualties. That's right, Qin Peng said. We need to intensify the search for the Zerg nest. In view of the changes in the situation on Blue Star, the next period will be a period of war between us and the global Zerg. In the future, our conference hall will be directly upgraded to the Blue Star Alliance Conference Hall, providing assistance to refugee camps around the world who are willing to join us, and developing them into our bases for fighting Zerg around the world. The identity of Xuanwu executive will no longer be needed in the future, and will be directly upgraded to Blue Star Alliance commander. Agree. Everyone agreed. He Xingzhou was at the Sentinel Research Institute. He said to Su Zhilan, Sister Zhilan, the two projects should be carried out simultaneously. You say. Su Zhilan looked at him seriously. First, the aerospace mothership project. He Xingzhou said. Within a year, we will build an aerospace mothership that can travel around the world. Organize a team immediately. Second, the giant mecha project. In fact, it can also be called a giant robot. The aerospace mothership fights in the air, and the giant robot fights on land. These two projects must be completed as quickly as possible. Before the insect kings coordinate, we must take the lead and destroy them. Okay. I'll organize the team now. Su Zhilan immediately started to work on this matter. He Xingzhou himself called out the quantum optical brain and looked for the corresponding technology. After having a nuclear fusion power station, his quantum optical brain had sufficient energy during this period, and there was no need to worry about energy shortages when unlocking technology at this stage. The first problem with giant weapons is the thruster. That is, the engine. He Xingzhou first found the thruster technology, spending millions of units of energy to unlock the large nuclear fusion thruster technology. The second problem is weapons. He Xingzhou found weapons. If he wanted to deal with the Zerg, he could make a larger hydrogen bomb. But it was not necessary. Humans have to survive on the blue planet. If the blue planet ecosystem is blown up, humans will not feel good either. Spend 5 million units of energy to unlock plasma ray technology. He Xingzhou unlocked a technology that is more powerful than the plasma cannon. The plasma cannon is just a ball of high-temperature plasma, and the plasma ray is an atomic ray like King Mana, with continuous high-temperature plasma burning. This requires extremely abundant energy. He Xingzhou dares to conclude that the plasma ray is enough to kill the planetary behemoth. Spend 5 million units of energy to unlock the ultra-high energy arc generator. This is a powerful arc weapon that uses the arc generator to generate an arc like lightning to attack the enemy. There are also various weapons, which cannot be unlocked for the time being due to the current manufacturing level. But He Xingzhou saw a very interesting weapon. The high-frequency weapon. High frequency is high-frequency wave, which refers to electromagnetic waves with a frequency greater than 100 kHz. The high-frequency electromagnetic field is used to make the molecules inside the material collide violently with each other to generate high temperature to achieve the purpose of welding and welding. High-frequency weapons use the vibration of this high-frequency wave to attack. No matter what material, it is inherently uneven. Therefore, when the high-frequency vibration of several thousand hertz is added to the material, the vibration amplitude of the uneven place will have very subtle differences. Because the frequency of high-frequency weapons is quite high, these tiny uneven vibrations can be quickly accumulated to fatigue in an instant. And coupled with the cutting effect of the weapon itself, the material can be easily cut. High-frequency cutting weapons made with this principle can easily cut through any solid material. High-frequency cutters, high-frequency sword blades, and blades of a certain power can cut through the armor of aircraft carriers, mechas, or the carapace of the Zerg King that can resist hydrogen bombs. If He Xingzhou is willing to make high-frequency weapons into the style of giant swords, he can even make the so-called ship-cutting sword. One cut. Split the warship. This is useful. The Zerg's defense is amazing. If the giant mecha has high-frequency weapons, it can kill the Zerg King with one cut. He Xingzhou immediately spent 8 million units of energy to unlock high-frequency control technology, high-frequency cutting technology, high-frequency sensing technology, high-frequency welding technology, etc. The weapons are almost there. He Xingzhou thought in his mind. There are still two technologies to be solved. One is neuromechanical technology. The other is planetary surface suspension technology. Someone in the team has been studying biochip technology and has achieved some results. So He Xingzhou has not thought about biotechnology for the time being. He will focus on neuromechanics first. And if he makes a step-up improvement in the brain wave transceiver, he can achieve human brain neuromechanics. He can even implant superconducting quantum chips into the human brain to enhance the memory ability and thinking speed of the human brain. Otherwise, relying on the current human beings, it would be a dream to fight the Zerg. Another planetary surface suspension technology is commonly known as anti-gravity technology. The term anti-gravity is not rigorous. Gravity cannot disappear out of thin air. It can only be said that a force opposite to gravity is generated. allowing giant technological creations to float on the surface of the planet. This technology is crucial. When a mechanical creation reaches a certain volume and mass, the gravity it bears will be very strong. For example, if a huge aerospace mothership is hoisted, it will break due to the influence of the head and tail gravity, not to mention high-speed flight or combat. The same is true for giant mechas. When the mass of the mecha reaches a certain scale, no matter how hard the steel is, it cannot withstand this mass and will collapse. It is necessary to break through the reaction force system to keep the force balance inside the giant technological creation. The Zerg must have this technology, He Xingzhou thought. If the creatures of the blue star were enlarged to that kind of physique and mass, gravity itself would be able to crush them into a pile of mud. In addition to being strong, the Zerg's body structure also has a certain reaction force structure, so they can grow bigger and bigger, and there is almost no upper limit to their size. Spend 10 million units of energy to unlock the primary neuromechanical technology. Spend 10 million units of energy to unlock the reaction force technology. Spend 10 million units of energy to unlock the aerospace carrier data. Spend 10 million units of energy to unlock the giant mecha data. This is the time when He Xingzhou unlocked the most technology at one time. The nuclear fusion power station is the best. After unlocking these, the energy he has accumulated has just been used up. There are so many technologies. Let's start with the most important one. He Xingzhou wants to make time planning to the extreme. He first started the research on nuclear fusion thrusters. On the International Communication Channel, the Blue Star Alliance released the latest news. All human compatriots, our planet has been occupied by the Zerg. In the past few years, 99% of the countries in the world have disappeared. Only refugee camps and shelters are left. The Zerg is still growing stronger. If this continues, we humans will be completely extinct. Here, as the only remaining force of the Blue Star Alliance, we will take on the responsibility of protecting humanity. From today on, the Blue Star Alliance will lead the global human race to resist the Zerg. We will explore the Zerg nests around the world and provide assistance to all refugee camps willing to join the Blue Star Alliance. Please contact us as soon as possible. All over the world, those refugee camps and shelters that can receive network communications have received news from the Blue Star Alliance. Quick! Contact them. We need support. In a large refugee camp, the commander immediately contacted the Blue Star Alliance. They used to be a subordinate force of the Noah Science Society. After knowing that the Noah Science Society was actually led by the Zerg, the people in the entire refuge camp almost collapsed. The information from the Blue Star Alliance gave them hope of life. Does a small refuge camp like ours have a chance to join the Blue Star Alliance? Some small refuge camps tried to call for help and received a reply. We are mobilizing unmanned troops to your area to help you build a safe zone. There are still people in this world who remember us. In a poor area, some people hid in an underground shelter and shivered. They had no ability to resist the Zerg at all. The area where they lived had long been occupied by the Zerg. They could only endure hunger and wait for death. Unexpectedly, there are still people who can help them. Everywhere is contacting the Blue Star Alliance. And the commanders are starting to build safe zones and military bases of the Blue Star Alliance around the world. Blue Star Alliance? How naive. Barry also saw this news. Those insect kings are preparing to completely destroy them. At this time, they don't think about protecting themselves, but actually want to build safe zones around the world. How stupid. Don't worry about them. My kind will destroy them, the insect said. Now what we have to do is to occupy all the insect nests in North America, and then find an opportunity to kill the big guy in the Amazon and evolve into a planetary behemoth. Barry looked forward. In front of him was a huge biochemical culture base. In the base, there were tens of thousands of culture dishes, each of which contained a cloned organism that was growing. These were clones of giant beasts, and there were several nuclear power plants and nuclear reactors around them to promote their growth. The fastest growing one was already 50 meters tall. We are much faster than those guys. Barry grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like fangs. These humans, Noah's Science Society, or Noah's Hive. The bugs also saw the notice from the Blue Star Alliance. They kidnapped those human scientists, thinking they had the power to fight against the Zerg? Don't worry about them. That's not our territory. If we go there now, we will inevitably clash with the surrounding insect kings. Humans are only a first-level civilization. No matter how much they develop, they are still low-level civilization. Insect Kings also discussed this matter on the Blue Star Zerg communication network. These natives are too arrogant. They actually want to build a safe zone in our territory. When they come, I will kill them directly. The Insect Kings in the Asian region are too lame. They actually let the natives live for so long. Why don't I go and take them in? This is my territory. Whoever dares to come and grab the territory. Just try. Baikal Insect King said. Haha. When I take over all the insect nests around the Pacific Ocean, that continent will also be mine. King Mana shouted. If you want to fight the natives, I warmly welcome you. The three-headed dragon was even more sinister. It thought that the Blue Star Alliance was strong and had always wanted to fight with itself. If someone could consume their strength, that would be great. A month later, at the Institute of Nuclear Fusion Technology, He Xingzhou had just finished an academic seminar. Cold nuclear fusion thrusters can perform nuclear fusion at room temperature, which can avoid the problem of overheating of aerospace motherships and giant mecha components. He Xingzhou also upgraded the nuclear fusion technology. Cold nuclear fusion can be performed at room temperature and pressure, which has a wider range of applications than the ultra-high pressure and ultra-high temperature of hot nuclear fusion. The principle of the thruster is similar to that of thermonuclear fusion, which uses the energy released by nuclear fusion and uses energy conversion equipment to do work. It's incredible. Xingzhou's technological progress is so much faster than ours. Several experts attended this kind of meeting for the first time. They are all experts from other regions rescued from the NOAA Science Society. After strict review, they are now working for the Blue Star Alliance. After a little understanding of the current technological level of the Blue Star Alliance, these people are all amazed. If they had known that there were still forces in the world that could advance technology to this point, they would not have thought of escaping from Blue Star, the Aerospace Carrier Research Group. Tens of thousands of researchers gathered together. They were all secretly mobilized. And they still don't know what to do. They only know that it is a confidential mission. What exactly are we going to study? Several young researchers discussed in a low voice. I don't know. I used to study mechanical power. I study plasma weapons. What about you? They asked a young researcher. My name is Zheng Weihao. I was an intern at the Ship Design Institute before, and was just transferred here. The young man said shyly. Not bad. Everyone said. To be selected? You must have performed very well. Young man, you are selected to participate in a confidential mission at such a young age. You have a future. Everyone chatted and talked about their own situation. Zheng Weihao said, I saw the propaganda of recruiting 30 million soldiers, then joined the army, and was assigned to study at the institute. Not bad. Why did you join the army at that time? Someone asked. My idol is academician he. Zheng Weihao said firmly. I used to watch his videos and vowed to learn from him. When I went to college, I was preparing to study for a master's degree. When I saw him calling on us to join the army, I came. You have a goal, and you have the ability to take action, which is really good. Everyone praised. I am nothing. I have a classmate named Huang Sheng. Although he is an average student, he has a great talent for mecha control. Now he is already a top member of the Xuanmu force. Zheng Weihao said. Huang Sheng is the one who went 20,000 meters underground and found the insect nest. Awesome. Young people nowadays are much better than we used to be. Yes. The internet used to say that they were the lost generation. Look. When the war came, they all rushed to the front line. As everyone was discussing, the AI prompt came from the lobby. Dear members, the meeting is about to begin. Please keep quiet. Tens of thousands of people. Quiet down together. They saw a familiar figure appear in front of everyone. It's academician he. Zheng Weihao was excited. Isn't this his idol He Xingzhou? Hello everyone. I am He Xingzhou, the planet builder. He Xingzhou smiled at everyone. And after the familiar opening remarks, everyone applauded. Today, I gathered everyone here for one thing. He Xingzhou said, there are a bunch of insect kings around us, and they may attack us at any time. Facing those nuclear behemoths, our ships, our mecha units, armored units, and air force units are all difficult to play a role. We need more powerful weapons. I have shown this weapon before. I wonder if anyone can think of it. Hearing what He Xingzhou said, everyone was puzzled. What weapon did Commander He show that can deal with insect kings? Plasma cannon? Arc array? Mecha? Everyone was thinking. Zheng Weihao said loudly, Aerospace mothership. Is it an aerospace mothership? He Xingzhou looked at him and smiled. Someone actually guessed it. What's your name? Zheng Weihao. Zheng Weihao was very excited. This was his first time talking to He Xingzhou. Well, you guessed right. He Xingzhou nodded. We gathered here to create a new weapon that surpasses all current human weapons. A real national weapon. The aerospace carrier. When He Xingzhou finished speaking, tens of thousands of researchers were excited. We want to build an aerospace carrier. I didn't expect that I could actually participate in this plan. I'm so excited. I've seen the video of Chief Engineer He. When he said he wanted to build an aerospace carrier, I said it was impossible. I didn't expect that one day I would actually participate in this project myself. Come on. Come on. I'm ready. Chapter 166 The Real Aerospace Carrier. He Xingzhou continued. Many of us are designers and researchers of aircraft carriers. I want to emphasize that the structural design of the aerospace carrier is similar to and different from that of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. The biggest difficulty is how to counteract the force exerted on the ship by the gravity system in the structural design. Let's assign research teams. The AI system assigns everyone to various task groups based on their abilities and professional fields, and starts work simultaneously. He Xingzhou himself joined the anti-gravity structure design team. As long as he can complete this design, it will not be a problem for other members to complete the design of the aerospace carrier. In other research institutes, giant mechas, plasma ray emitters, neural machines, ultra-high energy arc generators, high-frequency weapons, etc. are being developed simultaneously. Time flies, and more than half a year has passed in a flash. The Blue Star Alliance has built safe zones all over the world, relying on robot troops and global missile systems. These safe zones can barely survive the doomsday. Another important reason is that the competition among the Zerg around the world is becoming more and more fierce. Every day, there are Zerg kings fighting. Except in Asia, the Zerg kings no longer take humans seriously, so they are too lazy to attack those small refugee camps with thousands or tens of thousands of people. The Blue Star Alliance's aircraft carrier fleet has found it difficult to sail in other oceans. One aircraft carrier fleet was sunk by the Zerg when passing through the Atlantic Ocean. Fortunately, the crew members were equipped with flying mechas and fighters, and most of them escaped. This also gave the Blue Star Alliance a warning that the aircraft carrier fleet can no longer travel around the world, and can only perform missions in the waters near itself. Near Xinzhou, King Mena is active frequently. It has annexed several surrounding insect nests, and become the strongest insect king in the Pacific region. The Javan insect king of the Tianju Ocean has also annexed the surrounding insect nests. Near Xinzhou, the power of the planetary behemoth is spreading rapidly. This makes the surrounding insect kings feel a sense of crisis. In the Asian Overlord Conference, the insect kings started discussing again. The plan to attack the Blue Star Alliance should be advanced, said an insect king. This was the Bayou insect king. Its nest was in the mountains and forests in the south, and was often swept by the Blue Star Alliance. The Bayou insect king said angrily, now it's not just other insect kings attacking me. Humans send teams to clear out my descendants every day. If I hadn't hidden deep, they would have discovered me long ago. Seeing what it said, the Baikal insect king said, since you want to attack in advance, you will take the lead. No one wanted to take the lead, so as not to be crippled by the first wave of the Blue Star Alliance. Fight if you want. The Bayou insect king was really forced to do nothing. The Blue Star Alliance had been expanded to its side by the safe zone, and the surrounding insect kings were forcing its living space. It said, I can lead the charge, but you must help me. I alone cannot break through the Great Wall of Steel. Very good. Baikal insect king said, I will let the Grassland insect king attack southward to cooperate with your actions. The Grassland insect king's nest is on the prairie north of the Xinzhou territory, and it has become the little brother of Baikal insect king. Seeing this, the three-headed dragon said, the Cherry Blossom insect king will also cooperate with your actions and attack simultaneously from the Cherry Blossom Sea. The Cherry Blossom insect king is the power of the three-headed dragon. The Baikal insect king said, in this case, let's attack on all fronts. Desert insect king, South Sea insect king, Peacock insect king. All of you should also send troops together. Whoever does not send troops will die when we conquer the Blue Star Alliance. Of course we can send troops, said the insect kings. We can't go back on the territory we agreed on before. Belda insect king said, just calculate according to the previous allocation. What territory allocation? Isn't it whoever is stronger at that time will get it? And other insect kings do need to expand their territories to collect resources. Send troops. Send troops. Dubai also made a fuss inside and said, I don't want land. I just want sea. The news that 15 insect nests were going to attack Xinzhou was immediately known to the Blue Star Alliance. The commander of the Blue Star Alliance immediately held a meeting. 15 insect nests. Except for Dubai's one, which is fake. There are still 14 insect nests. Qin Peng said seriously. When the time comes, the number of insects attacking us is estimated to exceed 100 billion. There are at least 20 nuclear behemoths. The Baikal insect king is suspected to be a planetary behemoth. This is the biggest crisis we have encountered. He Hongwei said, in the past 6 months. We have roughly found out the locations of 3 insect nests. We also attacked the Bayou insect nest. But unfortunately, the Bayou insect king escaped too fast and failed to kill it. Once other insect nests start to move, we will be able to find out their locations. This time the insect king is attacking across the board. And our defense pressure is too great, Cui Weiman said. Sensibly, if the insect king follows up at the same time, we will not be able to hold on. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was 2 years before, they still had time to prepare. But who knew that these bugs couldn't wait that long? And they started to act after only half a year. How can the Blue Star Alliance resist so many Zergs attacking together? We can't be so passive. With so many Zergs attacking, there must be places that will be affected. We must take the initiative to attack. Commander He, how long will it take for the new weapons? Kong Qing asked He Xingzhou. He Xingzhou calculated. The design of the aerospace mothership and the giant mecha has been completed. Given their large size, they require too many parts. And it will take some time to manufacture and assemble them. If we focus on building the aerospace mothership first, the time will be shortened by half. And it is expected to be completed within 15 days. 15 days. Enough time, Qin Peng said. It takes time for these insects to gather. And we will continue to intercept and interfere during this period. Wait for the aerospace mothership to be built. At that time, we will go directly to Sakura Island and kill the 3-headed dragon. Okay, Cui Weiman said. During this period, we will try our best to intercept and also find the nests of these insect kings. The insect kings of the Asian Overlord Association are going to attack the Blue Star Alliance. Near Xinzhou, there are insect swarms everywhere. The insects also noticed it at the first time. On the Blue Star Zerg Biological Information Network, the Zerg kings discussed. This indigenous civilization has existed for too long. And it should have been destroyed long ago. What a great place. It's a pity that I'm not here. Otherwise I'd like to get a piece of it. I heard that the humans there have controllable nuclear fusion technology. Wouldn't it be great to enslave them and let them provide us with nuclear energy? If the Baikal Zerg king occupies a place, I'm afraid it will become the overlord of Asia. My 3-headed dragon is the real god. Okay. Dubai came out to stir up trouble again. There can only be one overlord of Asia. And that's the 3-headed dragon. 3-headed lizard? King Mana taunted. I'll kill them one by one. Crunchy. In the news, Qin Peng was announcing this incident. To the people of the country, we have found that many Zerg armies are approaching Xinzhou, including many Zerg kings. So please prepare for evacuation and transfer to nearby areas. Immediately, the Xuanwu troops will open the defense line and conduct all-round defense. At He Xingzhou's home, He Qihong watched the news and frowned. These bugs are coming again. I read the news, and it said that 6 Zerg armies have been discovered. Jiang Monrong said worriedly. The bugs are endless, and they don't let people live in peace. When can these bugs be completely eliminated? We have to live in the shadow of the Zerg every day. It's too difficult. Alas, many people will be sacrificed on the border again. Every time the Zerg are getting more and more. If this continues, when will we humans be able to reoccupy the Blue Star? The Zerg's frequent attacks have exhausted the whole country. In the northern defense line, the Zerg gathered on the grassland. Wherever they went, all the vegetation disappeared, leaving only a wasteland. The first line of defense set up by the Blue Star Alliance lasted less than half an hour before the Zerg's impact, and was completely devoured. Even the hard metal was eaten by the Zerg. A long-haired elephant-like beast was walking on the grassland. It was more than 400 meters tall. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble. Missile bombardment on it was like tickling it. It howled to the sky, and the ultrasonic wave destroyed all the drones and unmanned armor in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. This was the grassland insect king. A medium-sized insect king. In the cherry blossom sea, a huge sea monster was walking in the shallow sea. The average depth of the seawater here was more than 80 meters, which barely submerged its knees. It had 6 claws on both feet and a huge horn on its head. It could control the surrounding magnetic field, and electronic weapons could not approach it. Hydrogen bombs were fired at the area where it was located, and were directly detonated by high-energy electromagnetic waves, turning into a dazzling mushroom cloud in the air. This giant sea monster led 1 billion insect swarms and advanced towards the northeastern defense line of Shinjo. Sakura Insect King. A medium-sized insect king. In the south, in the mountains, the exploration team members were searching for insect swarms, and the hills under their feet suddenly began to shake. High-energy reaction detected. Retreat quickly, the captain shouted, and everyone hurriedly controlled the mecha to fly into the sky together. A huge vine stretched out from the ground, breaking through the mountain and stretching its body. This is a giant plant with flexible branches and flower buds that can swallow artillery fire. On it, there are dense insects, which makes everyone's hair stand up and their scalps numb. Bayou Insect King. It turns out to be a plant-shaped life. Hurry up and report to the headquarters. The soldiers hurriedly left, and one of them was caught by a vine of Bayou Insect King because he flew too slowly, and died tragically. In the west, in the dense forest, 2 giant birds flew up from their nests. Their wings were colorful and exceptionally bright, like peacocks. As soon as they spread their wings, countless pollen-like things fell. Some of them stuck to living creatures, and these pollens drilled into their bodies, turning into countless small insects, eating the creatures alive. Behind them, countless zergs flew out of the forest and followed the giant birds to the western defense line of Shinjo. Peacock Insect King. Medium-sized insect king. In the southwest, in a desert, countless zergs were rushing in the desert. Because of their large number, they covered the sky and the sun, and when they moved, they drove countless yellow sands, which was 100 times more terrifying than a sandstorm. And in that sea of sand, 3 huge intestinal worms that looked like pig intestines were moving rapidly in the desert like poisonous snakes. Its stomach was like a plasma furnace, and everything it swallowed was refined into high-temperature plasma and spit out. The 3 desert worm kings are of the same genetic template as the volcano worm king that humans killed before. South China Sea. Sea area. The swarm of worms is moving forward in the seawater, and the 3 small islands are also moving along the seawater. The satellite camera zoomed in, and people realized that it was not a small island, but several huge crustaceans. Because they are too big, they look like small islands. The missiles on the ship fell on them, but they couldn't hurt them at all. Even the electromagnetic guns on the ship could only scratch a white mark on their shells. As for other weapons, they couldn't get close to it at all. Wherever they went, they set off strong winds and huge waves, and the seas seemed to be roaring. There are countless zergs watching in secret. Once these Zerg kings break through Shinjo, they will wait for an opportunity to attack the Blue Star Alliance. Scenes flashed in the news program, and the Blue Star after the disaster was so realistically presented to people. In a certain home, a family looked at this scene, speechless with fear. They had already prepared their luggage and were ready to go to the shelter at any time. In the restaurant, diners saw the holographic projection and could not swallow the delicacies. How can we resist so many Zerg kings? In the square, people gathered together and looked at the projection screen with worry. Can we still stop it? In the school, students gathered together and watched the news. Hydrogen bombs don't seem to work on them? Are they stronger than the Millipede King last time? In the company, employees have been paying attention to the news. We have to work until the world is destroyed. In the military base, soldiers rush to the battlefield one after another. Guard Shinjo. Guard the Blue Star Alliance. And guard human civilization. The war spread across the board. Along the Great Wall of Steel, various missiles, laser weapons, and electromagnetic guns are constantly launching attacks. Intercept the Zerg on the coast. At the land defense line, the weapon array formed a new defense line, and lasers and arcs killed large swarms of Zerg. In the sky, the anti-terrorist missile system of each city has been turned on. Fighter groups and flying mechas are fighting in the sky. From time to time, planes or mechas crash, or Zerg corpses fall from the sky. The war has just begun. Day after day, every day, people spend it in tension. Under the impact of so many insect kings, it is difficult for humans to repel them. Each route can only be regarded as barely resisting. The equipment produced by the arsenal in the morning must be sent to the front line in the afternoon. The support troops are exhausted, and the weapons and ammunition stocks are rapidly decreasing. The body of the Bayou Insect King was broken, and its team never retreated. The Grassland Insect King was seriously injured by the hydrogen bomb, but he actually dug a hole on the spot to heal his wounds and did not leave. These bugs are determined not to retreat until they take down the Blue Star Alliance. And the most powerful three-headed dragon and Baikal Bug King have not yet appeared. On the 14th day of defense, all defense lines have fallen into a difficult situation. On the northern defense line, a plasma cannon fired, vaporizing the belly of the hairy giant elephant. And the hairy giant elephant fell heavily. Finally killed it. The soldiers were about to rejoice, and there was an earthquake-like movement on the grassland. I saw a beetle as big as a hill, drilling out from the ground and rushing towards the defense line again. Another grassland bug king. The soldiers were almost desperate. Killing the hairy giant elephant had already used up a lot of their armaments. Now there is another bug king. How can they resist it? Report to the headquarters. The grassland defense line requests support. Another bug king has appeared. We can't stand it anymore. Commander Wu Min urgently asked for help. A giant turtle landed on the land at the Nanyang defense line. Large laser launchers and heavy electromagnetic cannons hit it, but failed to break its defense. It rushed towards the Great Wall of Steel, and the indestructible Great Wall of Steel collapsed under the huge impact. Plasma cannon fire. A ball of plasma hit it, melting a big hole in its shell. The giant turtle bit the steel wall and swallowed all the metal, concrete, and mud into its stomach. Everyone found that the metal shell was quickly covering its shell and blocking the wound. It can swallow metal and mud to recover. Not dead yet? The Great Wall of Steel Nanyang defense line. Requesting support. In the western sky, two insect kings flew across the sky. The powder on their bodies fell, and large groups of parasites drilled holes everywhere. Once they drilled into the body, they would either be eaten clean or controlled by the parasites. The defending forces had to use incendiary bombs or nuclear electromagnetic pulse bombs. The aircraft groups in the sky were also destroyed in large numbers because of them. Underground, the insect kings from the desert were constantly drilling holes. The robot troops drilled into the holes and blocked them with bombs. But the effect was minimal. Quickly retreat. The insect king is coming in this direction. In the direction where the insect king went. The people took transportation to evacuate quickly. Emergency on all fronts. In the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, all commanders felt a headache. The speed of weapon manufacturing is not as fast as the speed of consumption. Moreover, the Zerg is intentionally attacking our arsenals, and many factories have to stop working. Lu Mei said. Production support can no longer keep up. And now all the reserve materials are consumed. Manpower is also tight. He Hongwei looked at the request for help. The Central Park can no longer send people, and the Zerg King has not taken action yet. If the Zerg King attacks, these troops are our guarantee for the Central Part. Some border cities have been destroyed. The Zerg King has the means to deal with hydrogen bombs. Song Jinghong said. They are also prepared for plasma cannons and nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapons. It is difficult to kill them, no matter what. Even if we use up all the reserve armaments, we have to hold out for this last period of time. Qin Peng clenched his fists. Now we will hold out with all our strength and patiently wait for Commander He's weapons to turn the tide. The Xuanwu Force Base, which is to be built into a planetary fortress, has been expanded many times. It has a huge underground city and underground factories. In the aerospace mothership manufacturing factory, parts transported from various places are already being assembled. Hundreds of thousands of industrial robots of different sizes and functions are being assembled, welded, and other operations. He Xingzhou stood in the stands, watching the robots operate. The skeleton of the aerospace carrier has appeared in front of him. This skeleton is very similar to the model he designed at the beginning. The speed of the robot is much faster than that of manual operation. The flesh and blood of the aerospace carrier is assembled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The nuclear fusion propulsion part has been installed. The plasma ray generator has been installed. The high voltage arc generator has been installed. The reaction force adjustment device has been installed. The operating cabin is ready. The internal armor has been installed. The external armor has been installed. The AI system kept reporting. 1 day later, the AI system prompted, aerospace carrier. Dapeng has been fully installed and is undergoing self-inspection. Finally, the installation is complete. He Xingzhou stood up. The waiting process was extremely long. The sooner they finish, the fewer soldiers will be sacrificed on the front line, and the less losses will be suffered. When he came to the factory again, a huge warship with a length of 1,000 meters appeared in front of him. Its appearance resembles a giant bird, so He Xingzhou called it Dapeng. It is 1,038 meters long and has a wingspan of 875 meters. It uses a large nuclear fusion reactor as energy. Unlike jet aircraft, its launch will use a reaction force system to fly against gravity. Needless to say, the shipborne weapons are currently the most advanced plasma cannons, nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles, heavy electromagnetic cannons, heavy laser cannons, as well as the latest plasma ray weapons and high-voltage arc generators. People standing in front of this aerospace mothership are as small as ants. Its huge body, steel shell, and powerful and technological shape make every engineer involved in the design and construction feel boundless pride and pride. This is the aerospace carrier we made. Dapeng, the first aerospace carrier of mankind. An engineer shouted, "We did it. It only took us 10 months. It took less than a year to complete such a feat." Several designers hugged and cried. When it takes off, we will regain the initiative in the war. Qin Peng and He Hongwei were both on the scene, witnessing the moment of its birth. Did we really do this? The young researchers on Weihao looked at the aerospace carrier, trembling with excitement. The dream that he thought was out of reach before can actually be realized one day. Humanity is definitely not a low-level civilization. A foreign scientist stared at the aerospace carrier, and he couldn't help but think of his own country. When the era of catastrophe came, the top leaders all wanted to leave the Earth and escape to space. As a result, they all became food for the Zerg. Perhaps, only here can such a great masterpiece be born. He thought to himself. The self-inspection of Dapeng is complete. Dapeng, the AI system of Dapeng, reported. Dapeng salutes all researchers. Thank you for giving me form and life. When its voice sounded, the whole research base was filled with cheers. Two commanders, we will not board the ship and hold those ceremonies today, He Xingzhou said. The war is tight, and we can't waste time. Yes, Qin Peng nodded. Although Dapeng has just been born and has not undergone various inspections and test flights, time waits for no one. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, he said. Commander He, the Dapeng is your hard work. You take charge. Yes. He Xingzhou nodded and shouted, Shui Yang. Here. Shui Yang stepped out and saluted He Xingzhou. And behind him, there were a bunch of soldiers. These are the soldiers who have performed well in the Xuanwu troops. And they are fortunate to become the first crew members of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Captain Shui, because you have made many contributions in the war against the Zerg. After the headquarters research and consideration, He Xingzhou said, we will appoint you as the first captain of the aerospace aircraft carrier Dapeng. All of you will become crew members of the Dapeng. Take office immediately. Thank you for the trust of the command. We will definitely fulfill our mission. Everyone responded loudly, their voices full of excitement. The soldiers originally thought that being a crew member of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was a rare achievement and honor in their lives. Who would have thought that they could drive an aerospace aircraft carrier and fight in the sky? To fight against the terrifying insect king? The first mission, He Xingzhou continued. Go to Sakura Island immediately and kill the three-headed dragon. Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission. Shui Yang took the soldiers to board the aerospace aircraft carrier. They had simulated how to operate in the computer system before, although they were still a little unfamiliar with it. With the AI system Dapeng, intelligent operation could make up for these shortcomings. Aircraft carrier, Dapeng, leave the port. He Xingzhou gave the order. With his order, the top of the manufacturing plant was opened all the way to the upper level of the Xuanwu base, and a huge defense barrier slowly opened. The sun shone on the hull of the aircraft carrier for the first time. It was morning, and the sun was rising. The red sun covered it with golden light. Dazzling. The crew members were already in their positions. Shui Yang sat in the captain's operating position and shouted, Dapeng, take off. The nuclear fusion reactor had already been turned on. There was no huge noise and strong counterflow. The anti-gravity device was activated, and the Doping began to rise steadily. Within a few seconds, it flew out of the base. Then it began to accelerate. Because of the force field balance system, the internal structure ensured that the ship, people and equipment would not collapse due to high acceleration. So its acceleration speed was abnormally fast. Although it was so huge, it accelerated like a rocket taking off. It disappeared from everyone's sight in less than a minute after everyone looked up. With the speed of Doping, it will reach Sakura Island in less than half an hour. He Xingzhou said. Prepare to fight back. Qin Peng held his breath. It's been half a month. And these bugs are too arrogant. Kill one of their leaders first. At this time, on Sakura Island, the three-headed dragon was soaking in the magma in Mount Fuji. Since landing here, it has absorbed the nuclear energy of 37 nuclear reactors. Its size has increased by 30% compared to when it first landed. Both wings have grown out completely. The current three-headed dragon has reached the level of a high-level insect king. Maybe in another half a year, it will be able to evolve into a planetary behemoth. At that time, it will be able to run rampant in Asia. My king, I have come to the Great Wall of Steel. Today, I can destroy this section of the Great Wall of Steel, the subordinate of the three-headed dragon. The Sakura Insect King, reported through electromagnetic waves. This Sakura Insect King was a subordinate cultivated by the three-headed dragon a long time ago. It let the Sakura Insect King grow in the sea of cherry blossoms, built an insect nest, and cultivated soldiers. Now, the Sakura Insect King also has the strength of a medium-level Insect King, and the human aircraft carrier fleet cannot stop it. Very good, the three-headed dragon ordered. Now the Blue Star Alliance can no longer be stopped. You land directly and occupy the northeast area first. Don't be too aggressive. Humans still have the strength to resist. Let them drop hydrogen bombs on other unlucky guys. Yes, the three-headed dragon has been observing. It knows that the Blue Star Alliance has not been forced into a desperate situation. At least, they have not used a large number of hydrogen bombs or abandoned their defenses. This shows that the Blue Star Alliance still has hidden strength. Let this group of brothers and other insect kings consume their strength. The three-headed dragon thought to himself. When I have consumed most of my energy, I will land in Xingzhou and occupy at least half of the territory. The Baikal Insect King is very powerful. It's fine to give him a territory. But other scums also want to share resources from me. When they are almost done fighting, just kill them. They will never think that although I have not evolved into a planetary beast, I already have some of the bioenergy weapons of planetary beasts. Just as he was thinking about his future dominance, an intelligence insect sent a message. A huge UFO was found flying towards Sakura Island. What? The three-headed insect king was already thinking. An insect king is looking for trouble with me. Are you tired of living? Now, apart from the planetary monster, who is my opponent? What is it? It asked. A huge shadow. A human technological creation. This time, the intelligence bug finally sent back the news. A human technological creation? A huge shadow? The three-headed worm king thought. Could it be a large human aircraft? At this time, other intelligence bugs saw the incoming object clearly and sent back the information. The three-headed dragon saw through the transmission screen that in the sky, a giant aircraft 3 times its size was flying towards Sakura Island at a speed 10 times the speed of sound. What the hell is this? The three-headed dragon was shocked. When did humans have such a weapon? My king, this is a human aerospace carrier, Yaksha said. Our intelligence shows that the human named He Xingzhou once made a similar model. Now he has made it. Aerospace carrier? The three-headed dragon immediately said, go. Stop it and destroy it. Yes. Yaksha immediately dispatched air forces to intercept. The three-headed dragon itself began to hide underground. Although it is powerful, it acts very despicable. Before figuring out what weapons the aerospace carrier has, the three-headed dragon does not want to confront it head-on. The news of the appearance of the aerospace carrier was quickly known to other Zergs. Humans do have new weapons. It's going to find the three-headed dragon. Well, let's observe what this new weapon is capable of. Contract the troops. Don't attack too deep. Observe the situation first. The insect kings who were originally attacking with all their strength began to slack off. They were observing the battle situation, and the pressure on the defense lines everywhere was reduced a lot. Chapter 167 The First Battle of the Aerospace Carrier. At this time, the people of Xingzhou found that He Xingzhou's live broadcast room was open again. The audience poured into his live broadcast room. Academician Finally. The broadcast started again. The front line can't hold on. Do we have any other solutions? It's too frustrating. The bugs come to attack us every other day. Are there any new weapons? The South Sea Bug King knocked down the Great Wall of Steel. And we all evacuated here. Countless people were asking and worried. He Xingzhou's face appeared in the live broadcast room. He said, "Dear viewers, the bugs have been attacking Xinzhou for half a month. In this half month, many defense lines have been attacked. Many border cities have been destroyed. And brave soldiers have died tragically. These insect kings think that they are numerous enough and that they can destroy our civilization if they join forces. These are all delusions. Now, we are going to Sakura Island to kill the mastermind of the attack on us." The three-headed dragon of the insect king. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, the perspective of the live broadcast room turned to the perspective of the Skynet satellite. Everyone saw that in the blue sky, a huge ship was flying across the sky. What is that? The audience was stunned when they saw this thing. And then reacted. Is this our new weapon? Fuck. What a big plane. That's not a plane. It's an aerospace carrier. It's an aerospace carrier. Someone excitedly posted a barrage. Does anyone remember the aerospace carrier model that Dr. He made before? This is exactly the same as that one. It's real. It appears. The aerospace carrier. I never thought I would see this kind of weapon in my lifetime. I knew that once academician he disappeared. He must have been developing a secret weapon. What exactly is the ability of the aerospace carrier? Countless people were asking. And hundreds of millions of viewers poured into He Xingzhou's live broadcast room. Not only in the country, but also in the Blue Star Alliance safe zones around the world. Everyone who had the conditions was watching this scene. He Xingzhou said, "I can't reveal its capabilities now. Everyone will see it soon." Everyone continued to observe. And at this time, the interception team sent by the three-headed dragon had arrived. Countless big birds flew into the sky. There were so many of them that they completely covered the clouds and the sky. The number was estimated to be tens of millions. The three-headed dragon has been developing in the Sakura Trench and the island for so long, and has cultivated a large number of troops. There are too many Zerg. Even if we put 10 hydrogen bombs, it seems that we can't blow them all up. They rushed straight up. The audience couldn't help but worry. No matter how powerful the weapons were, it would be difficult to encounter so many Zerg at once. 10 days ago, they had an aircraft carrier fleet that sank in the ocean because of the siege of Zerg. On the Dapeng, Shui Yang saw on the holographic screen that they were surrounded by Zerg in all directions. Shui Yang also had a lot of pressure in his heart. They were also forced to board the ship for the first time. And they didn't know the real combat power of the Dapeng. AI Dapeng suggested, there are too many enemies. It is recommended to use the ultra-high voltage arc net. Start the ultra-high voltage arc net. Shui Yang ordered. Dapeng, the ultra-high voltage arc net has been started. Hundreds of arc generators stretched out from around the aerospace mothership at the same time, forming a dense arc net, which radiated around the aerospace mothership. Wherever they went, all the big birds were pierced by high voltage current. Because the current was too strong, it formed a scene like a thundercloud. In the sky, it seemed as if thunder exploded, and countless Zergs fell from the sky. Their bodies were charred and pierced by the current, and the sky rained insects. In just a few minutes, the Zerg doomsday that covered the sky was cleared. This scene stunned hundreds of millions of viewers. Thunder battleship? It directly electrocuted all the Zerg to death. This XX is too powerful. It's more powerful than a hydrogen bomb. One big move. All cleared. Is this a war? This is a crushing blow. Is this the power of the aerospace carrier? Love it. The insect kings also saw this scene through their messenger insects. The arc net of the aerospace carrier made them feel afraid. If this weapon of humans is at their defense line, those low-level insects will die. Damn it! The three-headed dragon was hiding in Mount Fuji. Seeing this scene, it became more and more afraid. It's better not to fight it head-on. It thought that the aerospace carrier was still approaching. And this was not a big deal. The three-headed dragon ordered Yegsha. It's your turn. Yes, my lord. Although Yegsha was afraid, it could not disobey the order of the three-headed dragon. Because the insect king it evolved into was a genetic template given by the three-headed dragon, which contained the three-headed dragon's biochip. The order of the three-headed dragon was the first command authority. Just like a robot could not disobey the program order, It could not disobey this order. In the Cherry Blossom Sea, a huge sea monster emerged from the bottom of the sea. Yegsha, which was originally just a giant oarfish, has now completely changed its appearance. It looks like a giant sea snake, with a body length of more than 280 meters and a body diameter similar to that of a large tanker truck transporting natural gas. It has evolved from a level 9 Zerd to a primary Zerd King. After Yegsha appeared, he spit venom at the aerospace mothership, and the venom shot into the sky. Its corrosiveness was enough to dissolve the ship. Defense system activated. Start laser interception. On the Dapeng, the shipborne laser launcher accurately hit the venom and evaporated it. Lock the Zerd King, Shuiyang shouted. Dapeng, the giant snake Zerd King has been locked. Nuclear electromagnetic pulse activated. On the aerospace mothership, the nuclear electromagnetic pulse wave impacted the nearby space, shielding the Zerd King's magnetic field perception. Yegsha wanted to escape, but its body could not resist the order. It could only continue to spit venom at the aerospace mothership, and this attack had almost no effect. It is not a powerful insect king. Its attack methods are too weak, and it cannot fly. Facing the aerospace mothership, it can only be beaten. Ultra-high voltage power grid attack. A super-high voltage power grid fell, paralyzing Yegsha's whole body. Relying on the powerful vitality of the insect king, it did not die, but it was difficult to move. Plasma cannon fire. On the aerospace mothership, the plasma cannon has locked it. A ball of heavy hydrogen was heated into ultra-high temperature plasma and sent out by the accelerating magnetic field. The huge plasma ball, like a small sun, floated towards Yegsha. My king, save me! Yegsha shouted hurriedly. The three-headed dragon did not want to save it, thinking that he did not have many men available now. He poked his head out and fired rapid sound wave pulses into the sky. This rapid sound wave pulse loads high-energy sound waves on the high-speed propulsion fluid to form a long-range attack shock wave. At the same time, this shock wave also has the characteristics of high-energy sound waves, which can penetrate the thick hull and directly destroy the inside. On the aerospace mothership, all the crew members felt the hull shaking. Although there are external armor and internal armor, the aerospace mothership is still affected. Part of the hull is damaged and is being repaired, Dapeng said. Although the hull was attacked, the plasma cannon has been fired. The high-temperature plasma group has hit Yegsha, and the body of the giant snake was vaporized in an instant. Most of the body disappeared into the air along with the plasma that lost its temperature. My king! Yegsha screamed, and his remaining body was churning wildly on the beach, struggling in pain. Electromagnetic gun fire. On the aerospace mothership, several heavy-duty electromagnetic guns were fired together, and in a breath they had already landed on Yegsha, completely turning his remaining body into mud, mixed with sea sand and mud, leaving only a few large holes on the beach, which were soon filled with sea water. If it weren't for the blood and venom that polluted the sea water, people would even find it difficult to see that there was a nearly 300-meter-long insect king here not long ago. Killed? Bayou Insect King saw this scene through the insect net and was almost scared to death. Although Yegsha was just a low-level insect king with a garbage gene template, he was still an insect king. In front of the human spaceship, he didn't even last a minute. He couldn't help but wonder if the target of this spaceship was himself. Could he escape? Thinking of this, Bayou Insect King began to burrow into the soil, not daring to expose his position again. Yegsha, just gone like this? The South Sea Insect King, the Grassland Insect King, the Desert Insect King, etc. were all secretly shocked, and they all began to plan their retreat routes. The Sakura Insect King, who was about to cross the Great Wall of Steel, received the news that the boss was attacked, and hurriedly led the Zerd to retreat for help. Three-headed dragon, you are such a loser. Your subordinates were killed, but you are still hiding. Baikal Insect King cursed. Humans have bullied your territory. Why don't you take action? The three-headed dragon ignored it and continued to hide in the body of Mount Fuji and launch rapid sound wave pulse attacks. Even if humans bombed it with hydrogen bombs, it could hide in the magma layer of this active volcano and protect itself. A worm king was killed. Seeing the power of the aerospace mothership, people wanted to board it and fire a shot. Go on. Kill that three-headed lizard. At this time, the Dapeng was not feeling well either. The rapid sound wave pulses had already caused more damage to the hull and they currently have no means to intercept such attacks. The damage to the hull is 30%. Da Peng reported. We can't go on like this. We need to fight quickly, Shui Yang said. Shoot out the three-headed dragon. Captain, are you going to launch nuclear weapons? The crew asked. We can't use nuclear weapons, Shui Yang said. This guy's rapid sonic pulse and ball lightning can detonate nuclear weapons in advance. We are in the sky, and if the nuclear bomb is detonated in advance, we will be the first to be blown up. This guy is hiding in the mountain and attacking. Then break through this mountain. Shui Yang gritted his teeth and said, Prepare the plasma beam. On the aerospace mothership, the nuclear fusion reactor began to intensify the reaction, generating terrifying energy. In the plasma ray emitter, the accelerating magnetic field continuously sent out high-temperature plasma, forming a dazzling ray that hit Mount Fuji. One of the three-headed dragon's heads was sticking out to emit rapid sound wave pulses. And suddenly a high-temperature plasma ray flew over, piercing through the mountain in an instant, and directly evaporated its head. The temperature of the plasma ray is equivalent to the core of the sun. The objects hit by it are equivalent to being placed in the center of the sun, and will be instantly evaporated. The three-headed dragon had no time to feel the pain of losing a head, and hurriedly drilled into the magma. Plasma rays are different from plasma cannons. Plasma cannons only attack for a moment, while plasma rays are continuous attacks. The plasma ray continued to move downwards, and everyone saw that the famous sacred mountain of Sakura Island was directly cut in half by the plasma ray. Due to the influence of ultra-high temperature, the magma under the ground was activated. The volcano erupted, the magma rushed to the sky, and volcanic ash flew all over the sky. This active volcano has been razed to the ground by the aerospace mothership. From the satellite perspective, it was the plasma ray weapon of the aerospace mothership that directly blew up Mount Fuji and one of the heads of the three-headed dragon. The members of the Blue Star Alliance found that the power of the aerospace mothership was even more powerful than they imagined. A mountain was directly blown up. One of the three-headed dragon's heads evaporated. Can we really make such a weapon? Am I dreaming? This power is stronger than a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb only lasts for a moment, but it can attack continuously. It is equivalent to a nuclear explosion every moment. Is the Insect King dead? In the magma layer, the three-headed dragon was cursing in his heart. Damn! How can humans have such a weapon? If I evolve into a planetary behemoth, even an aerospace mothership can destroy it. But I am only a high-level Insect King now. What should I do? The aerospace mothership is still looking for its location and attacking continuously. The magma is erupting again, which also causes great damage to the three-headed dragon, and it can no longer drill underground. If this goes on, I will either be killed by humans or destroyed by magma. The three-headed dragon made up his mind. No matter what, rush out. There is only one aerospace mothership now. If I sink it, I can still hide in the trench to recover. A giant beast flew out of the mountain. When it flew out, the remaining two heads attacked synchronously, one of which spit out a blazing fireball, and the other spit out a plasma ball. The two high-speed energy groups rushed straight to the aerospace mothership, and the aerospace mothership detonated the plasma ball with plasma rays, and the fireball hit the hull. Part of the hull was damaged, and the Da Peng shook violently. The first generation of aerospace motherships are not yet fully functional, due to energy supply and other reasons. There is currently only one plasma launch port. If you want to defend, you can't attack. Seeing this, the three-headed dragon flew up into the sky and approached the aerospace mothership. With its strength, it was enough to tear the aerospace mothership apart, not to mention that it had other means of attack. Give up defense. Shui Yang made a prompt decision and said, Attack with all your strength. The plasma ray weapon adjusted its target, and the high heat ray swept across the sky and swept towards the three-headed dragon. It hit the aerospace mothership with another burst of plasma, and the aerospace mothership shook violently. The damage to the hull exceeded 50%, and one of the wings of the three-headed dragon was swept by the plasma ray. This wing did not even have the chance to become a roasted chicken wing, and was completely vaporized. The three-headed dragon lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. The Insect King was also seriously injured, seeing that he failed to shoot down the aerospace mothership and temporarily lost his ability to fly. He fled directly to the sea. The power of plasma rays in the sea will be greatly reduced. The damage to the hull exceeds 50%. The nuclear electromagnetic pulse weapon is damaged. The plasma generator is damaged. And the energy device is damaged. It is urgently needed to be repaired, without sufficient energy to supply the plasma generator. If the battle continues, the aerospace mothership is likely to be damaged, Da Peng reported. No matter. Shui Yang continued to order. Lower the altitude. It must be killed before it escapes. At this time, he could no longer care about anything else. Many insects were watching this battle. If the aerospace mothership failed to destroy the three-headed dragon, those insects, who had coveted it for a long time, would immediately launch an attack on Xinzhou. Moreover, they have mastered the manufacturing technology of the aerospace mothership. Even if the Da Peng crashes and all of them die, the Blue Star Alliance can still build a new aerospace mothership. Yes, all the crew members cooperated with the operation. While rescuing and repairing the aerospace mothership, they lowered the altitude and continued to chase the three-headed dragon. At this time, half of the three-headed dragon had escaped into the seawater, and it commanded other insects to rush to the aerospace mothership to intercept. He Xingzhou saw that the aerospace mothership was rapidly descending, as if it was about to crash. The Xuanwu system showed that the aerospace mothership had sent most of its energy to the weapon launch port. If the attack failed, the crew members themselves would be in danger. Don't worry about the anti-gravity system. All energy is concentrated on the plasma ray weapon. Launch. Shui Yang stood in the captain's command position and roared. Crazy. These humans are crazy. The three-headed dragon sank into the seawater, and just as it breathed a sigh of relief, it felt a high-temperature reaction behind it. The three-headed dragon turned its head and saw a shocking scene. The aerospace mothership was descending close to the sea surface, and the plasma ray would be hindered by matter, reducing the temperature and power. The closer the distance, the greater the power. At this time, the distance between it and the aerospace mothership could not be closer, and the aerospace mothership was about to hit the sea surface. At the muzzle, the high-temperature plasma had been fired, and it hit the sea surface directly, like a super hydrogen bomb explosion, and all the seawater in this area was instantly evaporated, and the plasma ray hit its huge body. The scorching ray completely penetrated its body, and the ray was still adjusting its direction. Everyone saw that a plasma beam evaporated the body of the three-headed dragon from the middle, and then vaporized its remaining two heads, leaving only half of the body, falling into the boiling sea water. Energy adjustment. Restart the anti-gravity device. Balance system is stabilizing. After killing the target, the Da Peng quickly adjusted, and in the air less than 30 meters above the sea surface, it finally stabilized the ship and stopped above the sea surface. We succeeded. On the aerospace mothership, the crew members realized that they were on the verge of life and death just now. If the aerospace mothership did not stabilize the ship in the end and crash directly into the sea surface, dropping vertically from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters and crashing into the water is no different from crashing into the ground. At that time, they would definitely be destroyed and killed. The three-headed dragon was shot dead by the aerospace mothership. This scene was seen by people all over the country. The giant insect king landed on Sakura Island several years ago, dodged the hydrogen bomb, destroyed the refugee camp, built the island into its own insect nest, and devoured nuclear energy to evolve. For humans, it is definitely one of the big bosses that exterminate civilization. Such a terrifying monster was first blown up by the aerospace mothership in its hiding place, and then chased into the sea and completely wiped out. At this moment, the shock and joy in people's hearts have filled their hearts. Celebrate together. The three-headed lizard has been killed. The soldiers who died in the defense of the Magic City. Did you see it? We have avenged you. We did it. We killed the high-level insect king. Long live humanity. Long live the aerospace mothership. Long live the Blue Star Alliance. He Xingzhou. Awesome. Forever a god. It's so awesome. A plasma cannon killed an insect king. Then a beam blew up Mount Fuji, and the last beam killed the three-headed dragon. This is the national treasure. The aerospace mothership, with the three-headed dragon being shot dead. The entire insect nest lost its supreme leader. The insects were in chaos, and some even swam towards the corpse of the three-headed dragon regardless of the scalding sea water and shared its corpse. On the aerospace mothership, Shui Yang ordered maintenance personnel repair the hull, and all combat team members leave the cabin. The corpses of the three dragons cannot be eaten by the insects, and must be taken back for research. Yes. The team members wore flying mechas and went out of the cabin together. In addition, there were a large number of drones and unmanned mechas for cover. The death of the three-headed dragon was also seen by other insect kings. My king was shot by humans. Seeing this scene, the Sakura insect king was frightened and quickly led his troops to evacuate. My king is a high-level insect king, and he is about to evolve into a planetary behemoth. I am afraid that only planetary behemoths can deal with human weapons. Retreat quickly. Retreat all. It took the insects to hide in the cherry blossom sea. Hiding in the seabed is much safer than on land. At the South China Sea defense line, at the Great Wall of Steel, several South China Sea insect kings have already rushed through the Great Wall of Steel defense line. Seeing the three-headed dragon being killed, the insect kings evacuated. The Blue Star Alliance has hidden its strength. We have been deceived. This place is not something we can take. When the aerospace mothership comes, we will all be killed, unless you evolve into a planetary behemoth. No matter how hard your shell is, it can't stop the plasma ray. Retreat. Retreat to the Nanyang insect nest. Upon hearing the news that the three-headed dragon was killed, the Bayou insect king ran faster than anyone else. How could I be so stupid to agree to attack Shinjo together with them? Fortunately, the aerospace mothership didn't attack me first. Just as it was about to escape, it found that a nuclear electromagnetic pulse missile landed near it, disrupting the surrounding magnetic field. I've been targeted by humans. Bayou Insect King was shocked. He was the most seriously injured among all the insect kings. If he was hit by a nuclear bomb, he would definitely die. Underground? Drill underground. The vines on Bayou Insect King drilled underground frantically. Still want to run? Launch a ground-penetrating hydrogen bomb. Lei Yuanfeng was commanding this section of the defense line. After dealing with the underground millipede queen last time, they further developed the ground-penetrating missile. Now their ground-penetrating missiles can drill 1,000 meters underground. A ground-penetrating missile landed in the area where Bayou Insect King was located, and went straight into a depth of 1,000 meters. Then, the hydrogen bomb inside was detonated. The earth trembled. A sinkhole was formed on the spot, and Bayou Insect King completely disappeared in the high temperature and shock wave of the nuclear explosion. Several desert worm kings have drilled through the human defense line from underground. Seeing the three giant kings being shot dead, these guys also became scared. They have all retreated. If we go up again, we will be concentrated by humans. Even if we hide underground, we can't stop the plasma ray attack. The plasma ray directly penetrated a volcano. If we don't run, we will be the next to die. This Blue Star Alliance has not evolved into a planetary behemoth. We must never provoke them. The Desert Worm King fled along the same route, and the desert worms that covered the sky and the sun also turned back. On the grassland defense line, human support forces began to attack the grassland beetle. It was hit by a nuclear battery pulse missile, and its electromagnetic induction organ was completely damaged. It was hit by a plasma cannon again, and its body was incomplete and close to death. Don't attack the rest. Baikal Insect King ordered. There were other insect kings under it, and the insect kings of the alliance had retreated. At this time, its troops would bear all the firepower of humans. The three-headed lizard, that waste, was killed by humans. Baikal Insect King was angry and shocked. Even if I attack the three-headed lizard, I may not be able to take it down. The human aerospace mothership has the strength to threaten me. They may have hidden strength, even if I am a planetary behemoth. I have no chance of winning if I fight humans head-on at this time. If we fight humans and both sides suffer losses, the Arctic Ocean Insect King and Mana Insect King will definitely take advantage. Damn it. I lost 2 of the Insect King's men this time, and I still haven't occupied a piece of land. Baikal Insect King was so depressed that he vomited blood. Forget it. I'm not completely without gain. Baikal Insect King comforted himself. The three-headed lizard guy is dead, so I can just annex its territory, and those low-level insect kings around. Annex them all, and then deal with these humans. The Zerg on the grassland defense line also began to retreat. The bugs have retreated. The front line immediately reported the news to the Blue Star Alliance command. The aerospace mothership worked. Qin Peng was overjoyed. These bugs are scared. With the aerospace mothership, the bug kings below the planetary behemoths are no match for us. The bugs don't know that we actually only have one aerospace mothership, and it is now severely damaged and can no longer fight. If they forcefully attack the defense line at this time, we really can't hold it. He Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. The bug's suspicion of each other gave them a break. As long as we can hold on for this period of time, Kong Qing said, we can create more aerospace motherships. And then on Blue Star, only the planetary behemoths can pose a threat to us. After we recover, we will wipe out Asia. Shui Weiman clenched his fist. Let the surrounding insects never have a chance to attack us again. In the Blue Star Zerg Information Network, the Zerg kings from all over the country have learned about this incident. The three-headed dragon was killed. Did we underestimate these natives? There must be other civilizations behind these natives. If we want to evolve to become the planetary overlord on this planet, we must first destroy them. The primary Zerg kings around don't dare to fight them. And we have to rely on the planetary beasts. Several Zerg kings died this time. And you are still chatting here, while other Zerg kings have already started to fight for territory and Zerg nests. The bugs have officially regarded human civilization as a major threat. At the Sentinel Research Institute, it was time for dinner. Jiang Chan walked into Dubai's activity area with a box of fresh and cooked food. Dubai. It's time for dinner, she called. It's time for dinner? Dubai woke up from his deep sleep. He turned over and enjoyed the delicious food made by human chefs while connecting to the Blue Star Zerg Information Network with a biochip. You killed the three-headed dragon. Dubai had his favorite squid in his mouth. Halfway through eating, he was so surprised that the squid fell into the water. Yes, we dispatched the aerospace mothership this time. Jiang Chan looked at it with a smile. Dubai used to look at humans with a kind of contempt. This time, he was also surprised. It was really rare. Aerospace mothership. Dubai picked up the fallen squid and swallowed it in one gulp. Didn't you just break through the controlled nuclear fusion technology? How did you create an aerospace mothership so quickly? And plasma beam weapons. That three-headed lizard is about to evolve into a planetary behemoth. These are all our secrets, Jiang Chan said. It must be that he Xingzhou. Dubai jumped up in the water. It's much faster than I expected. I thought you would be hit this time. Shrink your territory. And then plan to attack. I want to see He Xingzhou, it shouted. You want to see him? Jiang Chan looked at it and felt that Dubai's attitude towards humans had changed unconsciously. She nodded and said, I'll ask him. Then she sent a message to He Xingzhou. At this time, He Xingzhou was still at the Xuanwu army base. And he answered the video call. You killed 3 dragons. And the Zerg will definitely list you as the first target of attack. Dubai said this. He Xingzhou looked calm and said, They have been attacking us all the time. No, that's not what I mean, Dubai said seriously. They have always regarded you as a low-level indigenous civilization. But your technology is progressing so fast that it's almost faster than the evolution of the Zerg. Those planetary behemoths will stop fighting each other and list you as their first target. Together, they will wipe you out of this planet. Not only that, the Zerg on other planets in the solar system will also regard you as the first threat and wipe you out directly. Alas, I didn't expect that your technology would progress so fast. All plans have been disrupted. It sighed. Why? He Xingzhou was a little puzzled. Our technology progress is still slower than the evolution of the Zerg. For them, the threat of the same kind should be greater. Normally, that's the case, Dubai said helplessly. There are reasons behind this that you don't know. This is related to why the Zerg appeared in the solar system. So can you tell me now? He Xingzhou asked. No, Dubai said. I can't tell you now. Otherwise, I will be in danger. But if you can wipe out all the Zerg on this planet, I will tell you a secret related to your entire civilization. Chapter 168 Neuromechanical Technology. Soon, He Xingzhou said. We humans will soon completely regain control of Blue Star. Now all humans lack is time. As long as there are enough aerospace carriers or giant mechas, even planetary behemoths will die in the face of them. As for the planetary overlord level Zerg, He Xingzhou believes that on Blue Star, they have no chance to evolve to that level. Let's talk about it when that time comes. Dubai finished the rest of his lunch and fell asleep again. In the Pacific Ocean, 2 nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets of the Blue Star Alliance are heading to the waters, where the aerospace carriers are located. The aerospace carrier is about to return to the dock for repairs. The marine troops will take over here and transport the corpse of the three-headed dragon back. At the same time, They will clean up the surrounding Zerg and bring this area back to the Blue Star Alliance's sphere of influence. Around the border, the Xuanwu troops are also quickly repairing the defense line and cleaning up the Zerg. This battle has made the Blue Star Alliance completely famous. Ordinary Zerg kings dare not invade the Blue Star Alliance again. The planetary behemoths have their own plans and have not yet attacked humans. They have accelerated the speed of annexing their own kind. Zergs are fighting fiercely in various continents and oceans. All humans around the world are asking for the protection of the Blue Star Alliance. The Blue Star Alliance has gained an extremely rare period of development. Everyone knows that this peaceful time may end at any time. When it ends depends on when the planetary monsters decide to attack humans, or when humans attack them. Humans are seizing the time to build new weapons, new aerospace motherships, and the first giant mecha of mankind, which is being manufactured. In the capital, He Xingzhou's residence, Su Jilan is cooking in the kitchen, and Ding Yu is installing a new holographic simulation cabin at home. And He Xingzhou's sister, He Mengyao, is complaining to her brother. Brother, I really tried my best. She pouted and pointed to a pile of information in front of her. The seniors are too caring for me. I have been reading these learning materials day and night, and I don't know when I will finish them. The seniors in the research group treated me like I did, thinking that I could remember everything I saw. They asked me to finish reading it within a week, even if I didn't sleep. I couldn't remember so many things. Woohoo! It's so hard for me. After entering the institute, He Mingyao's pressure suddenly increased several times. Because of the Xuanwu project, everyone had to spend all their time studying and researching. Brother, how did you remember so many things? She asked curiously. He Xingzhou smiled and said, It's natural. I can learn it at a glance. Ah, I'm jealous. We are all born of the same mother. Why is your brain so good? He Mengyao couldn't help but complain. My teacher said that it's impossible for one person to learn so many things. You see, human technology is developing so fast now. Just to learn all the knowledge in this field, you have to be 50 or 60 years old. To become an expert, you have to be 80 or 90 years old. At this age, people's lifespan is only a few years, and their memory and thinking begin to decline. A person spends a lifetime and finally becomes a top expert, but his ability begins to decline. If this happens one after another, won't human technology stagnate? So we need to improve the ability of the human brain and also increase human lifespan, He Xingzhou said. This is also one of the research contents of the Xuanwu project, and the key to the Blue Star Alliance's move into space. Brother, do you have a solution? He Mengyao looked at him eagerly. It's enough to study the Zerg. The lifespan of advanced Zerg is thousands or tens of thousands of years, He Xingzhou said. According to their research on the Zerg, these advanced Zerg have extremely long lifespans. According to speculation, the lifespan of planetary behemoths can be as long as tens of thousands of years. From a human perspective, it is difficult to understand such a long lifespan. This longevity is equivalent to the existence of gods. But in the scale of the universe, this lifespan is very normal, even if it takes a year to leave the solar system at the speed of light. The nearest star, Proxima Centauri, is 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. If a civilization takes several years to travel back and forth to the nearest star system, how can it become an advanced civilization? To develop in a more distant star system and exploit resources, wouldn't it take several generations of human life? During such a long period of space travel, the knowledge and technology of this civilization may not only not progress, but also decline due to the death of high-level talents. Therefore, the average lifespan of advanced civilizations will be very long, so that knowledge can be passed on and technology can be developed to the extreme. Wouldn't we become old monsters? He Mengyao thought for a while and said, At that time, the social order, laws and morals of human civilization will be rewritten, He Xingzhou said. Too far away. He Mengyao hugged his arm and said, Brother, is there any good way for me to solve the current troubles? He Xingzhou thought for a while and said, Our neuromechanical research group is developing human brain quantum chips. When the time comes, implanting quantum chips in the brain will allow humans to have the same computing speed and information storage as quantum computers. Hey, then we will become robots? What if we get a virus? He Mengyao asked. Of course. We also have to design a brain chip protection system, just like a computer firewall, He Xingzhou said. In addition to this, there is also a biochip, which uses biological macromolecules to build a chip. This implant is simpler, It only needs to be connected to the human nervous system to have the same effect as a quantum chip. Biochip? I can accept this a little bit, He Mengyao said. Then let me ask. Academician Song said a few days ago that there were some breakthroughs in biochip technology. He Xingzhou sent a message to Song Jinghong to ask. Song Jinghong quickly replied, "You asked at the right time. We imitated the biological mechanism of the Zerg and have made a simple biochip. We are testing and improving it. If you are interested, you can come and have a look." "Okay. Then we will go there in 2 hours," He Xingzhou replied. "Are there really biochips?" He Mengyao was amazed. These scientific research projects are simply unknown to ordinary people. Of course there are. We have been researching biochips for 5 or 6 years, He Xingzhou said. But it has not yet reached the level of quantum computers that I just mentioned. It's time to eat. Su Zhilan, wearing a chef's skirt, brought the food to the table and greeted. "It smells so good. Hee hee. I can have another meal. Sister Shilan's cooking is better than my mother's." He Mengyao went to wash the dishes and serve the rice. "You can come over to eat when you are on break." Su Zhilan was in a good mood. "Then I will come over every day," He Mengyao said. Although her research institute was not nearby, the traffic speed was different from before. In addition to electromagnetic car traffic, the city also added an air traffic system. Small flying vehicles, like mechas, are extremely fast, faster than the previous high-speed rail. Super high-speed rail has also been gradually built from the Great Wall of Steel to all parts of the country, forming an ultra-high-speed transportation network. Now, no matter which city in Xinzhou you go to another city, the transportation time will not exceed 1 hour. In the future, the Blue Star Alliance also plans to build a planetary logistics system. But that is a story for the future. After dinner, the group went to the secret biotechnology research institute located in the suburbs of Beijing. This is also a research institute related to Zerg biotechnology, which was originally built by Song Jinghong. After years of development, it has become one of the largest biological research institutes in the country. "Hello, Professor Song." He Mengyao greeted Song Jinghong obediently. Song Jinghong smiled and said, "You are He Mengyao? You look quite smart," He Xingzhou asked. Academician Song, "How far have you progressed in your biochip research?" "I was just about to say this. Come, let's take a look." Song Jinghong took him to the laboratory. On the experimental table, there was a small chip that could only be seen with an electron microscope. "This is a protein macromolecule biochip," Song Jinghong introduced. "We imitated the biochip of the Zerg. It is composed of protein microarrays, which transmit and store information through biochemical reactions. This protein microarray chip can store more than 1 terabyte of information and can be read by the human brain." "So magical?" He Mengyao asked curiously. Then Professor Song, "If we implant this protein chip, does it mean that the brain directly has 1 terabyte of information? And this information is our memory, and we don't need to remember it extra?" "Yes, that's what I mean," Song Jinghong praised. "The little girl is really smart. Is it easy to implant? Are there any side effects?" He Mengyao became more curious. "Because it is a chip composed of biological molecules, it will not have any side effects on humans," Song Jinghong said. "We have done human experiments. We only need to do a minimally invasive surgery on the surface of the human skin and connect it to the human nervous system. The brain can read the information on the biochip. This is only the first generation of protein memory chip. The space for storing information is limited, and it cannot perform auxiliary calculations. Next time, our plan is to continue to increase the information storage capacity of the biochip and achieve the ability to assist the human brain in calculations. At that time, it is not just a biochip, but a biocomputer." Hearing Song Jinghong's description, He Mengyao explained, "Biocomputers are too powerful. I often feel that my brain is not enough. If there is a biocomputer, wouldn't everyone be a genius? Our goal is to make everyone a genius," Song Jinghong said with emotion. "Any Zerg has the potential to evolve into a high-level Zerg, a Zerg king, and a planetary behemoth. When they are born, they already know the biotechnology of countless Zergs, and do not need a complicated and long learning process. In comparison, it takes us humans years and months to learn knowledge and experience, and it is limited by the different talents, efforts, and education of each person. If humans want to defeat the Zerg, everyone must have quantum chips or biochips to assist. compared to neuromechanical technology. I prefer biochips. Because biochip technology has Zerg creatures as a reference. The direction is clearer. He Xingzhou said, biochip technology is more difficult and difficult to manufacture. If we want to quickly improve the strength of humans, neuromechanical technology is also indispensable. That's not my specialty. Song Jinghong smiled. Everyone carefully learned about biochips again. According to the plan, future biochips will develop in the direction of biological computers and finally become gene chips, which will be directly engraved in human genes. In this way, human offspring will be born with a biological computer. Finally, He Mengyao also became a user of the protein memory chip and had a minimally invasive surgery to connect the memory chip to her nerve endings. Is it all right now? He Mengyao looked at her smooth arms. She couldn't even tell that she had a scratch on her skin. It's all right, said the surgeon. With this minimally invasive surgery, the wound will heal within a day without any scars. This memory chip has all the information you need stored in it. You can try to think about it. He Mengyao closed her eyes and thought about the information she needed to remember before. It turns out that the information that I haven't memorized yet, and the information that I haven't read at all appear clearly in my mind. I really thought of it. It feels like looking at a teleprompter, He Mengyao said in surprise. Those information that I need several years to remember. I can remember them now. This is better than photographic memory. I can remember them without even reading them. Song Jinghong nodded and said, the memory chip can only help you store information. The storage space is too small now. When our technology improves in the future, you can come back to replace it. He Xingzhou said to Su Jilan and Ding Yu, the biochip has not been widely promoted yet. If you two need it, you can also do an operation. Su Jilan thought about it and said, I'd rather forget it. If we want to implant something, I'd rather implant a quantum chip, which also has computing functions. Ding Yu agreed and said, we are all soldiers. If we implant a quantum chip, it will be convenient to operate weapons and equipment. That's right. He Xingzhou thought that neuromechanical technology is now progressing faster, and directly implanting a quantum chip will give them the computing power of a quantum computer, which is indeed a better choice for them. If neuromechanical technology is greatly improved, the combat effectiveness of the human army will also be greatly improved, instead of relying entirely on robots. Since this issue has been involved, He Xingzhou went to the Neuromechanical Research Institute to study neuromechanical technology with the team. Now humans have conquered two neural connection methods. One is the brain wave transceiver, which is Jiang Chan's extension of the brain wave frequency synchronization technology. After wearing the brain wave sensing helmet, some brain wave information can be read for translation. If the wearer's brain is very resistant, the reading success rate of this technology will be very low. The second is brain-computer interface technology. Brain-computer interface technology is also a technology that has made a great breakthrough in the study of Zerg. That is, converting mechanical electrical signals into bioelectric signals, and connecting them to the brain through neural mechanical devices. This technology is not yet mature, and the current brain-computer interface can only send and receive some simple information. Academician He, in the Institute, Hao Siki, the head of the brain-computer interface research team, shook hands with him cordially and said, welcome Academician He to our research group for guidance. I have seen the progress. Is it stuck at the information exchange stage now? He Xingzhou asked. Yes, Hao Siki said. The human brain nerves are very complex. We have deciphered most of the human information electrical signals, such as common language, text, emotions, etc., to convert this information into mechanical signals for quantum chips, or to convert mechanical information into bioelectric information and transmit it to the cerebral cortex. We are still studying this process. I heard that Sunbird Biotech is good at this and has already produced mature brain-computer devices. We entrusted our intelligence department comrades to get some incomplete equipment, and through their research, we have made great progress. Sunbird Biotech not only studies biochemical technology, but also the technology of biochemical and mechanical combination. In many wars, some of their machines were lost on the battlefield and were obtained by comrades in the intelligence department. Let me see. He Xingzhou has been paying attention to this Sunbird Biotech company. He guessed that the company is most likely backed by Zerg or advanced civilization. Unlike the normal evolution of the Zerg, this company actually took the approach of manufacturing biochemical weapons to expand its power, which was very strange. Halseki took him to the secret research room. In the experimental area, there was a middle-aged man lying on a special bed. His brain and the back end of the spine were connected to a quantum computer through several connecting tubes. His name is Xiaofeiyu. Halseki introduced. He was once a soldier in the Xuanwu army. He was affected by the Zerg toxins on the battlefield, and his motor neurons were damaged and his muscles were atrophied. The specific symptoms are similar to ALS. His brain is still intact, but his whole body is like a vegetative person. He can no longer stand or move, and even lifting a finger is very difficult. He can only blink once at most now. His condition is very special. We suspect it may be a Zerg genetic virus. Our cell regeneration technology has no effect on him. The regenerated motor nerves will also atrophy. So far, no biological treatment solution has been found. There are many patients like him. People affected by Zerg genetic viruses, biochemical viruses, and various factors are all in the military hospital. Now we use a modified brain-computer interface to connect his brain to a quantum computer. He is surfing the internet. Halseki shouted, Xiaofeiyu. Look who's here. As he spoke, a medical staff member stepped forward and carefully helped Xiaofeiyu up. Xiaofeiyu's eyes can see things clearly, and he saw He Xingzhou's appearance at a glance. He tried hard to speak and move his fingers, but his body muscles were completely out of control. After that, he could only blink his eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Xiaofeiyu, a soldier of the 313th Battalion of the Xuanwu Army, meets Commander He. This is the language synthesized by the computer reading his brain information. He Xingzhou also saluted him, and said, Comrade Xiaofeiyu, thank you for your contribution to the country. Xiaofeiyu continued to speak through the computer, Commander He, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to meet you again. I participated in the defense of the Magic City, and later participated in the Sea War. I was poisoned while cleaning up the Zerg, and now I'm a cripple. He Xingzhou said, you are a hero. Not a cripple. Don't worry. We will let you stand up again. Xiaofeiyu asked, Commander He, do I still have a chance to stand up? He Xingzhou nodded and said, aren't you able to talk to me through the computer now? We will make smaller neural machines and mechanical prostheses. When the time comes, you can stand up again with the help of the prosthesis. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, Xiaofeiyu was extremely excited. But he couldn't show it, so he could only continue to use the computer to say, Commander He, I am willing to make the final contribution to the scientific research of the motherland with my broken body. You can experiment on me. He Xingzhou stayed here and continued to study neuromechanical technology. 2 months later, the Blue Star Alliance had occupied the territories of several original insect kings and established a new safe zone. And around the world, the annexation of insect kings has accelerated several times. The 10 insect kings basically hunted or annexed the weak insect kings. Some insect kings are extremely bloodthirsty and want to kill all insect kings except themselves, such as Nile Insect King and Mana Insect King. Some insect kings surrender in large numbers, such as Aura Insect King. Many primary insect kings went to join it to save their lives, which made its power expand very quickly. And as their power expands, the voice of erasing human civilization is getting higher and higher on the Blue Star Zerg Information Network. During this period, the manufacture of aerospace carriers and giant mechas has never stopped. In the Neuromechanical Research Institute, He Xingzhou is using a mechanical arm to operate a micro-quantum computer. This quantum computer is larger than a human fingernail. It has supercomputing power and a micronuclear battery. The power provided to the quantum computer is enough for the quantum computer to use for more than 500 years. These are nothing, and they can be done easily. The most difficult part is the neural connector, which must be connected to the neural network of the human brain to convert biochemical information into electrical signals. Neural connectors, also known as neural prostheses. It includes sensory neural prostheses, motor neural prostheses, cognitive neural prostheses, and memory neural prostheses. Cochlear implants and electronic tongues are the most basic neural prostheses. What He Xingzhou wants to do is to create a prosthetic brain that integrates the functions of 4 neural prostheses. That is, the second brain of human beings, which can assist the human brain in thinking, memory, calculation, and control machinery. Consume 5 million units of energy to unlock the manufacturing technology of sensory neural prostheses. Consume 2 million units of energy to unlock the manufacturing technology of motor neural prostheses. Consume 4 million units of energy to unlock the manufacturing technology of cognitive neural prosthesis. Consume 2 million units of energy to unlock the manufacturing technology of memory neural prosthesis. For neural prostheses, first make them separately, and then make a collective quantum brain. He Xingzhou thought as he began to design neural prostheses on the computer. The quantum optical brain reminded, if you develop a quantum brain, you can spend 10 million units of energy to unlock the brain-assisting functions of the quantum optical brain. Brain-assisting functions include information storage, reading, electrical signal perception, calculation, etc. He Xingzhou said, the quantum optical brain is the top second brain? I have used the information storage and reading functions and computing capabilities before. Right? He Xingzhou had thought about it a long time ago. His memory ability, speed of digesting information, and speed of thinking and calculating are many times faster than ordinary people. Even a quantum computer may not be able to complete it. But he did it, which must be due to the quantum optical brain. The quantum optical brain responded, yes. This time it is an advanced ability, allowing you to connect to electromagnetic signals and directly control mechanical equipment. What about biochips and genetic modification? He Xingzhou asked. The quantum optical brain responded, when you obtain the corresponding technology, the quantum optical brain can directly carry out the corresponding modification. No need to carry out human body and genetic modification again. You finally show what a hang should look like, He Xingzhou said with emotion. The development of neural prosthesis technology has been rapidly promoted after He Xingzhou's participation. Every few days, they can get a new neural prosthesis. After another month, the laboratory has connected 4 micro-neural prostheses, connected them to quantum computers, and made artificial brains. Xuanwu Base, Xuanwu Military Hospital. Here, there are a large number of injured or sick soldiers, including some medical staff and scientific researchers. Human medical technology is developing rapidly. Cancer, limb loss, or the need for organ replacement are no longer medical problems. New medical problems come from Zerg biological toxins, genetic viruses, etc. These problems torture people. Some make people paralyzed. Some make people's nerves atrophy and become vegetative. And some even make people mutate and become Zerg people. Faced with these problems, even the top medical team is helpless. In a special ward, a little soldier is wailing. Please, let me die. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. It's better to die than to live like this. He wanted to hit the wall, but the nurses quickly held him down to prevent him from hurting himself. The attending doctor, Bao Yushan, took a deep breath and couldn't bear to look at him. This little soldier was called Sun Yi. He was infected with the Zerg's genetic toxins during the war, and his nerves all over his body atrophied. Starting from his legs, he could no longer feel his limbs. He can still speak now. According to this situation, in a month, his motor nerves, sensory nerves, etc. will atrophy, and he will become a conscious vegetative person. Sunny, don't get excited, the nurse comforted. The doctor is looking for a treatment plan. You will get better if you cooperate with the treatment. Don't lie to me. I know. Sunny looked painful. I knew long ago that if I was poisoned by this kind of toxin, I would become a cripple. I can't move my whole body, and I can only rely on nutrient solution to maintain my life. What's the point of living like that? Don't waste resources for me. I'd rather die like this. On the beds around him, some patients sighed deeply. Their symptoms are similar to Sun Yi's, and they will lose their ability to be normal people in the near future. There are even more unfortunate ones than them, who will die directly from brain death. And there is absolutely no way out. Sunny is right. It's better for us to die than to live like this. Another patient said pessimistically. It's very difficult for me to speak now. And even if I bite my tongue, I can't feel it. Doctor, are we really still saved? The patients looked at Bao Yushan. Bao Yushan didn't know how to answer. No one knew when humans would be able to solve the Zerg's genetic virus. Even if it was solved, the nerve cells of these people had already died. From a physiological point of view, it was almost impossible for them to stand up again. She had no choice but to say, comrades, you must believe that you can survive and stand up again. We have been working hard to study how to overcome your disease. Everyone's face became more and more ugly. This kind of rhetoric could not comfort them. Bao Yushan saw that several people had already shown death in their eyes. Once the patients gave up, their condition would deteriorate faster. And they would even find ways to commit suicide when they were still able to move. She had no choice but to use her ultimate move, saying, "There is a piece of news that the director originally asked me not to tell you. But now, I can tell you in advance." Everyone looked at him. And some people couldn't even twist their necks, so they could only prick up their ears to listen. Bao Yushan said, "It is said that academician He Xingzhou has entered the Institute of Neuromechanics and is researching neural prosthesis technology. Once this technology is successfully developed, the neural prosthesis can connect to your brain. And with our prosthetic technology, you can stand up like a normal person. Neural prosthesis can also feel real smell, touch, taste, and other human nerve sensations. At that time, you will have a brand new life." Commander He? Commander, he is really researching this technology? Sun Yi heard Bao Yushan's words and rekindled his hope. "Yes, I won't lie to you about this. We also reported some research data to academician He yesterday, including your symptoms and neurological manifestations. And academician He has read them all," Bao Yushan said. "Great." Sun Yi's face flushed. And he said, "If it is academician He, then I believe he will succeed. We still have a chance to stand up." "That's right. Academician He can even make an aerospace carrier. And a neural prosthesis will definitely not be difficult for him." The patients around him suddenly became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "I believe in Commander He. Doctor, we will cooperate with your treatment. We will wait until Commander He's new technology is born." I am suddenly full of motivation. Does neural prosthesis and prosthetic technology mean that we can become cyborgs? Can you transform me into a Terminator? If you can install a nuclear power device or plasma weapon on me, I will be a humanoid combat weapon. Right? I like the arc generator. Isn't it cool to hold an electric whip? Just like Thor. These patients have completely lost their pessimism and began to discuss how to transform their bodies with great interest. Bao Yushan and other doctors and nurses were stunned. These people were half dead just now, thinking about how to end their lives. It's only been a few seconds, and she's already thinking about how to become a cyborg. I'm really impressed. Is this the charm of a hot man? Just hearing a name is more effective than doing countless work, the head nurse said with emotion. Academician He's name is like a miracle drug. A doctor laughed. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to it. Neural prostheses are very difficult to overcome. But if it's academician He, it should be successful soon. Bao Yushan said to everyone, "I've already said it. You have to accept the treatment honestly. Academician He's research also takes time. Cooperate with the treatment, and you can wait. Don't worry, Dr. Comrade. We will definitely wait until that time." Sunny said loudly, "I want to be the first cyborg in the world. I want to load plasma beams." "Brother, that's nothing. I heard that the military is researching giant mechas, which may be more powerful than aerospace carriers. Who do you think will control the giant mechas? If we modify them, won't we have an advantage over others?" "Yeah. You reminded me. How do you learn to operate a giant mecha? I want to install magnetic levitation and jet devices for myself. In the future, I will never walk as long as I can fly." In the ward, the patients were looking forward to the future. Chapter 169 The Cyborg is Born. In the laboratory, doctors are implanting a local neural prosthesis in Xiaofeiyu. Xiaofeiyu was lying on the operating table with his eyes closed. At this time, Hao Siki was cutting his fingers with a scalpel. He didn't feel anything at all, and he hadn't been given anesthesia yet. His nerve cells had atrophied to the point where he couldn't feel the body parts below his head at all. This time, he was implanted with a motor neural prosthesis made by He Xingzhou and his team. This prosthesis will connect to his brain, allowing him to control the movement of his fingers. It is very difficult to perform precise operations in nerve tissue connection surgery. So this time, they used a surgical robot to assist in the operation. 2 hours later, the nurse wiped the sweat off Hao Siki's forehead. He whispered, "The operation is complete." They used a recovery potion extracted from Zerg biological materials, which can accelerate the recovery of cells and shorten the recovery period from several months to 1 day. Xiaofeiyu, don't move yet. After 10 hours, try to move your fingers again, Hao Siki said. I know, Xiaofeiyu said through the computer. 10 hours was extremely long for him. He couldn't help wanting to try to wake up his fingers, but he was worried that his hands had not recovered yet. So he had to resist this desire and spend time in the internet world. Time's up. He Xingzhou also arrived in front of the bed and said, Xiaofeiyu, Try to move your fingers now. Is it finally time? Xiao Feiyu opened his eyes and tried to move his fingers. Everyone saw that his fingers that could not move actually moved at this time. My fingers are moving! Xiao Feiyu shouted through the computer, tears overflowing from his eyes. Very good, Hao Siki said with emotion. The motor nerve prosthesis has also passed the test. Commander He? Director Hao? When can I stand up? Xiao Feiyu asked. He Xingzhou said, your organs have all failed. Because of the Zerd gene virus. Cell regeneration technology has little effect on you. Even if you install a motor prosthesis, your bones and muscles will hardly support your walking and movement. So we will still carry out large-scale prosthetic transformation on you according to the previous plan. At that time, your hands, feet, kidneys, liver, heart and other important organs will be replaced with artificial prosthetic organs. I will install the first micro-quantum computer in your brain, so that you have a second brain, because this is the first experiment in human history. The risk is very high. No matter how big the risk is, I am willing to bear it, Xiao Feiyu said immediately, even if it means sacrifice. He Xingzhou nodded and said, don't worry. We will do our best to ensure the success of the operation. All 4 neural prostheses have passed the actual test. In the seminar room, Hao Siki said, with the addition of a brain-computer interface device. In theory, we can already connect the human brain to a computer, then use quantum computers to control mechanical prostheses. He Xingzhou said, I am not too worried about the mechanical prosthesis. Our robotics technology is relatively mature, and there is no problem in making stable mechanical prostheses. The key is whether the artificial organs, neural prosthesis and human neural networks, and brain nutrition supply can be smoothly connected. No one is sure about this matter. No matter how big the risk is, someone has to do it for the first time, Hao Siki said in a deep voice. Academician He, as long as your connector test is completed, I will lead people to design the surgical plan, and I will perform this operation. He knew that such a large-scale human transformation operation had never been done in human history, and was extremely risky. The neural machinery used was also the first time it was applied to the human body. For anyone, doing such an operation is extremely stressful. Okay, He Xingzhou said. Someone has to take the first step. There are so many patients waiting for us. If everything goes well, we will start the operation in a week. Hao Siki immediately led a group of experts to design the operation plan, and He Xingzhou continued to test his neural connectors. The artificial organs tailored for Xiao Feiyu have also been manufactured. Like Xiao Feiyu, there are many people who have been disabled due to the Zerd's genetic virus or other injuries. Not only soldiers, but also civilians are affected. In order to help them regain confidence in life, He Xingzhou specially issued a statement before the operation. We have made a huge breakthrough in neuromechanical technology, and will perform the first neuromechanical implantation surgery at 10 o'clock this morning. If the operation is successful, it will solve the problem of atrophy and necrosis of human nerve cells. And micro-quantum computers can be implanted into the human body to help humans with memory and calculation. This news from He Xingzhou was immediately forwarded by major media. The first neuromechanical implantation surgery is about to take place. The latest news from academician He Xingzhou. Major breakthroughs in brain-computer interface technology. Will humans usher in a quantum computing brain? Please pay attention to the forefront of science and technology. Gene virus patients are saved. Academician He's latest technical statement. Neuromechanical technology. Human implant? Fans are full of curiosity and questions. At Planet Builder, is it the kind of neuromechanical we imagine? Cyborgs are about to appear. I've said it before. How can humans fight the Zerg without transformation? Yes, now unmanned weapons are much more powerful than manned weapons. And humans can't beat smart devices. If this goes on, we will all become pets raised by robots. If quantum computers are installed in the human brain, and then mechanical prostheses are installed, everyone can become a Superman. It must succeed. My brother's nerves and muscles have completely atrophied because of the Zerd toxins. Please live broadcast. Brain-computer interface? Dream Games Company. Jiang Yuanshan stood up suddenly. So the virtual game world has hope? Old Jiang, do you know anything? I don't know. Don't ask me. I can't say. Zhang Zijian is still working for the Academy of Sciences, and refuses to reveal any news. Pretending to be mysterious. Jiang Yuanshan said. I think academician, he will definitely announce it. In a small town in the south, In an ordinary family, the elderly couple ate lunch while watching the news. They are in their 60s, but they look like they are in their 70s or 80s, with gray hair, deep wrinkles, and a sad face. The food on the table was very rich, with fresh vegetables and clean meat that were rare in the era of the disaster. Neither of them had much appetite. While eating, they would occasionally look at the photos on the wall. In the photo, there was a young man in military uniform with a bright smile. That was their son, Xiao Feiyu. Xiao Feiyu joined the army very early and rarely went home. At first, he said that he had joined an undisclosed unit. Later, they learned that Xiao Feiyu had joined the Xuanwu unit. The couple was proud and worried, facing those terrifying insects. Would their son still be safe? Fortunately, after several battles, their son kept sending messages to report that he was safe. This lasted until 3 months ago. Instead of receiving a letter from Xiao Feiyu, they received a plaque of commendation for the Xuanwu hero. It told them that their only son had died heroically in the battle with the Zerg and had made great contributions to the motherland. On that day, local leaders and a large number of people came to comfort them and pay tribute to Xiao Feiyu. The couple was extremely sad. They only had this one son, and he died. They found it difficult to accept the fact that the old man had to send the young man away. I can't eat anymore. Xiao Daong put down his chopsticks and sighed. I'll go out for a walk. Don't smoke. Your body can't stand it. Xiao Feiyu's mother Zhang Fang reminded. It's okay, Xiao Daong said. Now that technology is advanced, the worst that can happen is a new lung. He used to quit smoking, but after his son died, he smoked pack after pack of cigarettes, and his health deteriorated. The first neuromechanical transplantation operation is underway. It is understood that the technology is being developed by academicians Xingzhou and Hao Siki and other researchers. Once successful, it will solve problems such as physical defects and nerve atrophy. The news is still reporting this matter. When mentioning this matter, Zhang Fang couldn't help but shed tears. I heard from his comrades that he didn't die on the battlefield, but was killed by the Zerg's genetic virus, and his nerves were atrophied, and he gradually became a vegetable. If we had this technology, Feiyu might still be alive to meet us. She became sadder and sadder as she spoke, tears dripping into the rice bowl. Ah! A heavy sigh came from the room. On the operating table, the operation has begun. Hao Siki leads a team of experts to perform the operation, and there are also surgical robots to assist in the operation. He Xingzhou is also on the scene to ensure the safety of neuromechanical and mechanical prostheses. Prosthetic transplant surgery has been rapidly improving in recent years, but no one has ever replaced all organs except the human brain with prostheses like this time. And the previous prostheses were all self-controlled by machines. For example, organs such as mechanical arms and legs rely entirely on machines to recognize human movements and coordinate movements. The human brain has no operation or feeling for the limbs. This time, through the neural machinery, the instructions issued by the human brain will control their own bodies, making people live more realistically. Countless people are waiting for this operation to be carried out. The operation was not broadcast live, and they were all watching the news. In the hospital of Xuanwu Base, Sunny has been watching the news since he woke up. His condition has worsened. Now, he can hardly control the muscles below his neck, and his nerves cannot sense it. Even the muscles of his tongue are difficult to control. Now he speaks unclearly and relies on nutrient solution to maintain his life. The patients around him are similar. They can still speak now, and their symptoms are relatively mild. Some of the seriously ill ones are similar to Xiao Feiyu and can only move their eyelids. It must succeed. Sunny looked at the news, which was his last hope in this life. Neuromechanics. I hope I still have a chance to wait. The patient next to him murmured to himself. This was all the hope that supported them to live. I believe, Commander He, they can do it. The doctors and nurses looked at this scene worriedly. This operation was the last belief support and guarantee of life for these seriously ill soldiers. I hope you can succeed. The medical staff prayed in their hearts. Whether the lives of so many soldiers can continue depends on this operation. On the operating table, Xiao Feiyu remained conscious. At this time, the neural prosthesis had not been turned on yet, so he could not feel the pain of his body being cut and modified. Is this the only benefit of nerve cell damage? Xiao Feiyu smiled bitterly. No need for anesthesia for surgery. He could not see the process of the operation. Only the doctors and robots were busy. His failing organs were replaced one by one and turned into artificial prosthetic organs. During the whole process, the doctors tried to stay calm. Disassembling the human body like this was only done when dissecting corpses before. But now, they had a living person in front of them. This process was extremely exhausting. But fortunately, the robot could complete most of the precision operations. The surgical robot quickly connected Xiao Feiyu's blood vessels, nerve tissue and prosthetic organs. At this time, he looked very cyberpunk. A head connected to a lot of prosthetic organs. And the body shell has not been installed yet. Next, start installing the central nervous prosthesis and micro-quantum computer. Finally, it's the most critical part. The central nervous prosthesis will connect the brain and the micro-quantum computer, making Xiao Feiyu a completely transformed person. This process is also completed by the surgical robot. If there is any accident during the operation will be declared a failure. The surgical robot has no emotions, will not feel nervous or anxious, and its operation speed is so fast that it is difficult for the human eye to recognize. The brain nerves were connected to the central nervous system prosthesis, and there was no accident in the process. Connection completed. The electronic voice did not have any emotion when reporting, but everyone could not help but feel happy. Start installing the body. The robot continued to operate, and the body made for Xiao Feiyu was a humanoid body. It has nuclear batteries, powerful power engines, various sensors and some weapons. It can be said that this body is more powerful than ordinary unmanned mechas. If Xiao Feiyu is successfully transformed, even if he returns to the battlefield, he will become a Superman. In addition to the body, there is also bionic skin, which is extremely realistic and cannot be recognized by normal human eyes. He Xingzhou watched silently. The data of various prostheses have been in a stable state. Now it shows that the artificial prosthesis provides sufficient blood and oxygen to his brain. Transformation completed. The surgical robot finally said what everyone had been waiting for. Transformation completed? Xiao Feiyu was almost asleep. He didn't feel anything at all. He was a little worried at first, but later he found that his consciousness had been awake for a long time. So he felt much more relaxed. He tried to speak or stand up, but his brain still couldn't feel the existence of his body. Don't worry, He Xingzhou spoke. Get ready. Your neural prosthesis is about to be officially activated. Xiao Feiyu closed his eyes and became nervous. 3, 2, 1. The central nervous prosthesis is connected, He Xingzhou shouted. In his body, the central nervous prosthesis was officially connected to the brain nerves, and the neural prostheses throughout his body had been activated and functioning. At this moment, Xiao Feiyu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were mixed with shock and surprise, and excited tears rolled in his eyes. Xiao Feiyu said the first word, and he found that he could speak. I can speak, he suddenly shouted. The sound from the speaker was exactly the same as his original timbre, although it felt a little different from before. He could indeed speak. The doctors didn't think anything was wrong. Hao Siki smiled and said, Yes, you can not only speak. Try to sit up. I want to sit up. Xiao Feiyu's voice was trembling. The central nervous prosthesis actually captured his emotions and expressed them in his voice. The doctors were even more surprised. This performance alone was a miracle. He tried to sit up. He hadn't been able to do this simple operation for a long time. This time, his body sat up easily, and he didn't feel the energy consumed at all. When Xiao Feiyu raised his hand, he clenched his fist and found that he seemed to have endless energy. Xiao Feiyu grabbed the edge of the operating table and felt as if he could lift it up with just a light grip. He Xingzhou joked, Don't get too excited. The equipment here is quite expensive. This feels so real. Xiao Feiyu had already stood up. He carefully stroked his prosthesis. The touch of the bionic skin was exactly the same as real skin. This long-lost, real feeling made him want to run 100 laps on the spot and enjoy the feeling of the breeze blowing across his face and the sun shining on his body. The neural prosthesis is performing normally, He Xingzhou said. Congratulations. The operation was successful. Thank you, Commander He. Thank you, Dr. Hao. Thank you, Xiao Feiyu said, and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said gratefully, You gave me the opportunity to be reborn. Get up quickly. Hao Siki quickly helped him up and said, This is what we should do. You have sacrificed your lives for the motherland, and we should also do our part. Go to the activity area first and try your agility. You should also test your memory and thinking speed to see if the quantum computer works. Well, I'll go now. Xiao Feiyu couldn't help but want to run. When he arrived at the activity area, he started running wildly. At first, his speed was normal. As he ran, Xiao Feiyu's speed became faster and faster, exceeding the limit of the human body and almost flying. He Xingzhou reminded, pay attention to controlling your body and adapt before doing strenuous exercise. Xiao Feiyu slowed down, but he was still excited. Who would have thought that a few hours ago, he was still lying on the hospital bed, unconscious. And now, he is like a Superman, with physical strength beyond the limits of human beings. If the flight engine is started, he can even fly directly into the sky. It's simply a miracle. Seeing Xiao Feiyu in action, Hao Siki couldn't help but say, a miracle in human history. From this moment on, humans have surpassed themselves. Another doctor sighed. He is the first truly transformed person in human history. Whether it is physical strength or thinking speed, he has surpassed humans. This means that neuromechanical technology has been able to adapt to the human brain. Will we humans become modified robots in the future? I can't accept that we will all become robots. A doctor said. Not really. He Xingzhou dispelled their concerns. In addition to neuromechanics, we are also developing biochip and biocomputer technology. When these two technologies mature, organisms will also have super high intelligence and thinking ability. As for physical fitness, genetic modification can also be achieved. Humans do not have only one way to go. This is also what He Xingzhou thinks in his heart. He thinks that the development of human science and technology civilization should be 100 flowers blooming. If we only take the path of human transformation and mechanical ascension, human civilization will completely move towards silicon-based civilization in the future, which may not be a good thing. They can see Xiao Feiyu's physical test data in real time. He has been doing exercises beyond the limits of the human body. But the prosthetic equipment shows that everything is normal. Xiao Feiyu, He Xingzhou shouted. Next, test your thinking ability. Yes. Xiao Feiyu was running and wanted to stop as before. But because of the high speed, the whole person flew out directly. The quantum brain reacted, turned on the electromagnetic suspension, adjusted the direction, and prevented him from falling. Seeing this, He Xingzhou knew that the next test would be fine, and the quantum brain could already assist his brain in thinking and controlling the body. Outside the hospital, the media were waiting for the results. A few hours later, He Xingzhou walked out of the hospital and came to the temporary press conference stand in the lobby. All the reporters stood up and looked at He Xingzhou. Academician He, is our operation successful now? Reporter Shen Bingbing asked. He Xingzhou smiled and nodded, saying, the operation was successful. Our patient has successfully stood up and connected to the neural prosthesis and artificial prosthesis. Hearing his words, the reporters applauded. The audience was curious. The operation was successful. But what about the person? I want to know what the transformation has been like. I didn't see anything at all. What does a neural prosthesis look like? They were wondering. And He Xingzhou said, let's introduce this technology and case in detail. The main technologies we have implemented this time are neural machinery, quantum brain transplantation, artificial prosthesis transplantation, and other technologies. Through these technologies, human nerves can be connected to machinery, and we have the ability to control machinery with the brain. At the same time, the quantum brain, that is, a specially made micro-quantum computer, can help humans think. It allows people to have a photographic memory and the ability to remember all text, pictures, sounds, and other information. And it also allows us to have the same thinking speed as a quantum computer. Shen Bingbing's face was full of surprise. She asked on behalf of the audience, then academician He, do you mean that after implanting a quantum brain, an ordinary person can immediately become a knowledgeable genius? He Xingzhou nodded and said, this statement is not wrong. In the past, people understood genius as having amazing memory and extraordinary thinking speed. After implanting a quantum brain, you have this ability. But from now on, the definition of genius must be changed. In the future, humans will have extraordinary memory and thinking ability. But this does not mean that everyone can become a top scientist, scholar, artist, etc. Just like everyone can use a computer. But there are still only a few skilled programmers, designers, and game masters. The ability to create, innovate, and explore the unknown is the key to defining genius in the future. Hearing his explanation, the students were delighted. What academician he means is that we don't have to memorize texts and materials in the future. As long as the quantum brain is implanted, we will understand everything. I understand. Shen Bingbing continued to ask, what is the case this time? I think the audience friends across the country are as curious as I am. He Xingzhou said, this surgical case is a special story. First of all, I want to introduce a person to you. Comrade Xiaofeiyu, one of the earliest Xuanwu troops. He participated in many battles such as the defense of the Magic City and the defense of the sea, and made many military exploits. In a battle against the Zerg some time ago, he was infected by the Zerg's genetic virus. His athletic spirit and muscles atrophied, and he became a vegetative person with only his brain capable of thinking. The holographic projection showed Xiaofeiyu's appearance. He bravely killed the enemy on the battlefield. And later, he collapsed on the hospital bed. His muscles atrophied to the point of skin and bones. Looking very pitiful. A soldier has become like this. So sad. The audience felt sympathy for him as they saw the scenes. The Zerg genetic virus is too terrifying. Watching oneself gradually wither away while conscious is more cruel than killing people directly. Same disease as ours. Sunny and others, a member of the Xuanwu base, felt strangely touched when they saw Xiaofeiyu's illness. They are like this now, aren't they? His operation was successful. What exactly is he like? In the ward, all the patients stared at the screen. At Xiaofeiyu's home, Qiao Daong saw the press conference, stood up suddenly, and exclaimed, isn't this our son? Mother, come and see. Our son appeared at the press conference. What appeared? Zhang Fan was resting, and when she heard Qiao Daong's words, she ran out quickly. It's a remodeling operation, Qiao Daong said loudly. The person who performed the remodeling operation on academician, he is our son. What? Zhang Fan's whole body felt like it was electrocuted. She said in disbelief. Didn't Feiyu die? I don't know. But that's what the news said. Qiao Daong thought of a possibility. Could it be that he didn't die, but participated in the operation? Because he didn't know if it would succeed. So he decided to die? Don't talk. Zhang Fan was now happy and afraid. She was happy that her son might not be dead. But she was afraid that if the news was not true, the feeling of hope rising and then shattering would make people collapse. He Xingzhou was still introducing. And he said, Comrade Xiaofeiyu volunteered to be the experimenter of our first neural mechanical connection operation. Fortunately, the operation was successful. Comrade Xiaofeiyu has now completed his transformation. He has a brand new mechanical prosthesis. And he has all the functions that normal people have. He even has the ability to surpass the limits of human physical fitness. Now, please invite Comrade Xiaofeiyu to come out and meet everyone. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, a young man walked out of the hospital. Everyone's eyes and cameras were all focused on him. He was wearing a sports suit, with bright eyes and strong muscles. Whether it was the expression on his face or the way he walked, people couldn't tell that he was the same person as the patient with whole body muscular atrophy just shown. Are you Comrade Xiaofeiyu? Shen Bingbing looked at Xiaofeiyu with her big eyes. She tried to find out the difference between Xiaofeiyu and normal people, but she couldn't find any difference with her naked eyes. Is this Xiaofeiyu? The audience didn't believe their eyes when they saw him. He looks completely normal. More than normal. He's much stronger than me. I'm not exaggerating. I feel like he can knock me out with one punch. Is he really a cyborg? Are you kidding? I zoomed in, but couldn't find any difference. Could they be twins? It's Xiaofeiyu, my son. When Xiaofeiyu appeared in front of the news camera, Xiao Daong couldn't help shouting. Yes, it's him. Zhang Fan couldn't help crying. Our son is not dead. He's still alive and well. Hello everyone. I'm Xiaofeiyu. Xiaofeiyu greeted and shouted to the camera. Dad? Mom? Did you see it? I'm still alive. I'm an unfilial son and made you worry. It's really him. The two were sure that the child in front of the camera was their own child. And they were so excited that they couldn't express it in words. He Xingzhou said, Xiaofeiyu, introduce your situation to everyone. Your fellow patients and comrades are all looking here. Yes. Xiaofeiyu nodded. And he said loudly, everyone. As you can see, I look like a normal person, thanks to our bionic technology. In fact, now, my body has long been replaced with a mechanical device. And my brain can control my body at will. Notify the sensors of the neural prosthesis. I can feel the same 5 senses as you can. As he said this, he took off his shirt and opened his bionic skin. Everyone saw that in that strong body, there were not flesh and blood organs, but mechanical prosthesis. The prosthetic organs maintained his life inside, and his arms and legs were all mechanical arms. Creators? Really cyborgs. Seeing this, people had to believe their eyes. The seemingly normal person had actually become a cyborg. He was successfully transformed. On the hospital bed, Sunny opened his eyes wide and shouted in a trembling voice, "We are saved! We are saved!" In the ward, the patients shed tears of excitement. Xiao Feiyu's success represents their future. They still have a chance to stand up, enjoy the sun and air again, and return to human society. And the modified people can also feel the perception of the human body, which is equivalent to a chance of rebirth for them. They have been suffering in despair for so long, and finally waited for this moment. Finally succeeded. Bao Yushan and others also breathed a sigh of relief. If the neuromechanical technology could not be realized, they really didn't know how to face these patients. Chapter 170 Giant Mecha Erlangshan. Neuromechanical technology has succeeded. Jiang Yuanshan, who was working at Huiming Games, called Zhang Jijian excitedly and shouted, "Old Zhang, virtual world. Brain-computer interface technology has matured. We can create a virtual world." Virtual world. In the entire company, all game designers were shouting. And some even climbed onto the table and shouted, "We want to create a virtual world. A brand new world." Xiao Feiyu didn't care about his body at all. He said, "Here, I want to say to my fellow patients who are infected with the Zerd gene virus like me, don't give up. We can still stand up. We can still be a human being, even if our bodies will become machines. But our souls still belong to China. Machines can't change our souls and hearts. They can only make us stronger." The reporters applauded, and Shen Bingbing asked, "Comrade Xiao Feiyu, the operation was successful. What do you want to do most now?" Xiao Feiyu said, "Thank you, academician He, Dr. Hao Siki, and all the researchers who have worked hard for me. Also, I want to go home to see my parents and let them not worry. Finally, I hope I can return to the army as soon as possible and continue to serve the country. I believe that I will play a greater role after my rebirth. Eliminate all those bugs that harm us." Xiao Feiyu continued his speech while showing off his transformed body. When everyone learned that his body had the same abilities as a combat robot, their emotions had changed from surprise to envy. This is equivalent to becoming a Superman directly. Yes, if I could become a Superman, I would also be willing to transform. He has a nuclear battery in his stomach. A humanoid nuclear bomb? Does this mean that he can fight against the Zerg in the flesh? It's so cool to think about it. This conference on the transformation of humans caused a huge response in human society. Some people praised it, claiming that human civilization will enter a new era, while others expressed concern that humans will become robots in the future, which will subvert the morality and laws of human society. In this regard, Song Jinghong also stood up and spoke, saying that biotechnology is also developing, and protein memory chips have been developed and will be gradually open to the public. Topics such as human evolution and human body modification have been hotly discussed in society. The manufacturing of neuromechanical technology has been completed, unlocking auxiliary memory and auxiliary computing functions. The quantum optical brain reminded He Xingzhou. At the same time, the function of quantum optical brain remote control of mechanical equipment has also been unlocked. Now He Xingzhou, like the modified human, can directly remotely control the machine through the quantum optical brain. You can choose to mechanically modify your body. The quantum optical brain added. Not for now. He Xingzhou thought that since he had the quantum optical brain, an auxiliary equipment that was more powerful than other people's superconducting quantum computers, he didn't need to implant a micro-quantum computer. As for body modification, He Xingzhou preferred biological gene modification. He now had armor to use, and he could do the same things that a modified person could do. Moreover, prosthetic modification could not increase human lifespan, and genetic or cell modification would still be needed. The success of the neuromechanical implantation surgery meant much more to He Xingzhou. In addition to allowing some patients infected by insect gene viruses to regain their lives, this technology would also bring new military power to mankind. Transforming humans is one aspect, and the second is controlling the Zerg with neural machinery. That is one of the methods used by Sunbird Biotechnology. using mechanical equipment to control the Zerg body. We can also make controllers to control the Zerg brain and let the Zerg fight for us, He Xingzhou said in the Xuanwu military base. We also have cloning technology. Cloning the Zerg king. And with neural mechanical controllers, we can also create a mechanical Zerg army. Song Jinghong agreed greatly and said, letting the Zerg fight the Zerg is a good way to expand our strength. Since we already have the technology, we can start executing it immediately. We now have multiple Zerg king gene samples, and we can start cloning or control experiments, Kong Qin said. The biggest problem in expanding our military strength now is mainly limited by the shortage of resources. Our reserve resources have been basically exhausted in the war. And now even the manufacturing of mechanical equipment is facing great problems. LV said. War consumes a lot of resources. If Xinzhou had not been making technological breakthroughs, it would have collapsed long ago. Now the insect king is active frequently, and we are blocked from extracting resources from all over the world, Qin Peng said. We have to find a way to attack the insects. Xuanwu. Open the map. Qin Peng switched out Xuanwu, and he pointed to a place on the map and said, this place is rich in resources. Our Blue Star Alliance has built a safe zone, but it has been restricted by the Baikal Insect King and has not been able to safely mine and transport resources. My idea is to kill the Baikal King before the bugs decide to attack us. The area he was referring to was the vast Siberia and surrounding areas, which are vast and rich in various mineral resources. If they can return to the Blue Star Alliance, it will be of great help in expanding their military strength. As for the south and east of Xinzhou, humans in the sea are temporarily unable to compete head-on with the Zerg, so they cannot exploit seabed resources now. The Millipede King in the west was killed by them, and the remaining primary kings dared not provoke humans. They have begun to gradually expand the safe zone and exploit resources. If the resource mining area is expanded to Siberia, our Blue Star Alliance will continue to move north to deal with the Arctic Ocean King and west to compete with the Atlantic Ocean King, He Hongwei said. Gradually expanding the safe zone with our area as the center is the best choice. The Enclave safe zone cannot resist the direct attack of the Zerg. Their safe zones around the world can only guarantee the most basic survival at present. And there is no need to think about mining resources. The Zerg are scrambling for resources. Without the military protection of the Xuanwu base, those safe zones cannot compete with the Zerg. So to recapture the Blue Star, we have to start from the neighboring areas. The Baikal Zerg King is our next target, Qin Peng said. During this period, we have collected some information about the Baikal Zerg King. Chui Weiman showed the intelligence data. In the picture, a huge spiny-backed hornworm appeared. It was nearly 100 meters tall and over 400 meters long. Its whole body was black. There were huge spikes on its hard shell. It had 2 large horns, like a longhorn beetle on its head, and 6 pairs of legs. In the video, missiles fell on it, but they had no effect at all. Several hydrogen bombs fell, but before they got close to it, they were struck by several lightning bolts and exploded directly in the air. On the battlefield, spiny-backed hornworms were rampaging, and the human army was no match for them. The city was crushed into ruins by it. This was the information from the Baikal Insect King 2 years ago. At that time, the resistance of the bear was no match for it. It is precisely because hydrogen bombs could not deal with the Baikal Bug King that many of them gave up resistance and joined the Noah Science Society to escape from the Blue Planet, Chui Weiman said. Now 2 years later, we can be sure that the Baikal Bug King has evolved into a planetary behemoth. Hydrogen bombs are no longer useful to it. Only the aerospace mothership can barely deal with it. One aerospace mothership is definitely not enough, He Xingzhou asserted. The Dapeng was almost destroyed when dealing with the 3-headed dragon, this high-level Bug King. Now the Baikal Bug King is stronger than the 3-headed dragon. It has already known the function of the aerospace mothership and has prepared for it. An aerospace mothership going to deal with it is just suicide. Yes, Song Jinghong said. According to our speculation, the Baikal Worm King, the spiny-back hornworm, has the ability to control electromagnetics, generate high-voltage currents, and secrete toxins. Previous intelligence data shows that any aircraft that approaches it will crash due to electromagnetic attacks. The aerospace mothership approaching it may also have the same fate. Then use a giant mecha, He Xingzhou said. Giant mechas will never crash. The first giant mecha of mankind has also been manufactured, and the corresponding weapons are now being manufactured, including electric whips and high-frequency vibration particle knives. The Baikal Worm King is as wretched as the three-headed dragon. In recent times, he has not appeared on his own initiative. Even if we attack other insect kings, we will send its men to fight. We need to make a plan to lure it out and then kill it with one blow. South America. The Amazon jungle. This world-famous tropical rainforest has unique climatic conditions. During the human civilization, it was once cut down and destroyed on a large scale. When it was occupied by the Zerg, the vegetation began to recover, and many mutant plants appeared. The rich vegetation, rain and sunshine turned this place into the largest insect nest in South America. The Amazon insect king is the absolute overlord of this area. It lurked in the Amazon jungle in its early years and developed quietly. When humans discovered it, they were no longer its opponents. It brought the Zerg to destroy the human civilization here at the fastest speed and built a huge insect nest. By devouring other species and energy, it evolved to the level of a planetary behemoth and became one of the 10 insect kings on the blue planet. Such a hegemon should have continued to expand its territory and strength and move towards the North American continent and the ocean. But the Amazon insect king encountered an opponent on land. At this moment, outside the Amazon insect nest, it was densely packed with Zerg. These are not the subordinates of the Amazon insect king, but the enemies who came to attack it. The ones who attacked it were the biochemical army of the Sunbird Biotechnology Company. I haven't found you yet. And you dare to offend me? In the rainforest, a supergiant anaconda appeared. Its body length is longer than all the insect kings that humans have seen. More than 700 meters. When it stands up, it looks like a giant snake demon in myths and legends. Armored vehicles, turrets, aircraft carriers are just toys in front of it. Only the Blue Star Alliance's aerospace carrier in front of it can pose a slight threat to it. Standing on the head of a crocodile-armored mosasaur, Barry observed the Amazon insect king from the perspective of insects across hundreds of miles. Grinning, what a good sample. With it, we can continue to create planetary behemoths. Beside him, there are more than 30 insect kings. Most of them are crocodile-armored mosasaurs. And there are several huge volcanic giant insects and land beetles. These insect kings are monsters cloned by the biochemical base. Around the insect king, there are billions of Zerg armies. All of them are biochemical legions controlled by him. Kill it! Barry stretched out a claw and pointed at the Amazon king. With his order, the kings rushed up with their insects, looking for death. The Amazon king was furious, and spit out atomic rays from its huge mouth, burning the first crocodile-armored mosasaur into ashes. The other crocodile-armored mosasaurs continued to attack. Although they could not emit atomic rays, they could use ball lightning to attack. This ball lightning hit the Amazon king, and it was not easy for it. Other insects were also fighting, but the Amazon king didn't care about those guys at all. Low-level insects could be crushed to death at will. It rushed out of the insect nest and spit out atomic rays, which could kill these elementary and medium-level insect kings in seconds. In less than 10 minutes, 4 of Barry's insect kings had died. He didn't look worried, but more excited. Very good. This is the power of the planetary beast. Stronger than the aerospace mothership. Keep going. Kill them! Following his order, the insect kings rushed forward desperately. They cooperated with each other, and several ball lightnings attacked the Amazon insect king from all directions, hitting it, damaging its scales, and slowing down its body movement. Underground, a volcanic insect king spewed magma from the ground, and the hot magma wrapped the Amazon insect king. Damn it! Stop them! The Amazon insect king's subordinates, 3 high-level insect kings, 8 medium-level and elementary insect kings appeared together, killing people in the insect swarm, relieving its pressure a little. Seeing a volcano king being burned into mud by the Amazon king's rays, and its tail whipping a crocodile-armored mosasaur to death, Barry's eyes narrowed slightly. Atomic rays also need energy accumulation. Even if I use consumption, I can consume you to death. Behind Barry, there was another loud noise, and another king rushed over. The Amazon king saw that there were about hundreds of kings approaching him. Why are there so many? He was horrified. Even if it is a clone or a split body, it can't evolve so fast. How many resources does it take? Cultivating a king is not that simple. Just like the millipede king can split, its split body also needs resources to grow. How many resources would it take to make hundreds of Zerg kings? See, that guy was shocked. In Barry's mind, the worm laughed. I knew that my choice was right. White Eagle collected resources from all over the world and accumulated countless nuclear materials. We used up all these materials. And we made Zerg kings faster than them. They are too arrogant. Before they evolved to become planetary overlords and have the ability of heavy nuclear fusion. Human technology should not be underestimated. After the Zerg evolves to a high-level planetary behemoth, it becomes a planetary overlord. At this time, they can carry out heavy nuclear fusion in biological reaction organs. Simply put, it is to eat stones to generate nuclear energy. At that time, they do not need to absorb energy in magma. Nor do they need to find nuclear materials to absorb nuclear energy. All the materials on the planet, rocks, water, air, are their energy sources. There are too many. If this goes on, I will be exhausted to death by them. The Amazon King has already sensed the danger. The atomic rays cannot be released continuously. It needs to accumulate some energy each time. Although it still has venom and physical attacks, it can't withstand the siege of so many kings. The Amazon King turned around quickly and slid towards the nest. Its nest has been dug into a huge underground maze. As long as you hide in the nest, even if these hundreds of kings come in together, they will die. Innocent. Still want to leave? Barry shouted. Roy, launch the hydrogen bomb. Yes. Roy was Barry's loyal subordinate. After White Eagle Commander Leslie failed to defend New York, he lost his position as commander and Roy succeeded him. With their cooperation, Sunbird Biotech has taken control of the highest voice in the local area. Barry quickly retreated, and before the Amazon King returned to his nest, hundreds of hydrogen bombs fell together. The Amazon King destroyed more than half of them with atomic rays, and dozens of hydrogen bombs exploded in the nest. The high heat energy devoured everything, and the mushroom cloud rushed to a height of thousands of meters. Not to mention the nest. Even most of the Amazon jungle disappeared in this huge shock wave. Hundreds of insect kings that were attacking the Amazon Insect King were also killed or seriously injured. The insects and survivors on the entire continent felt the earth shaking. If in the past, such behavior of destroying the natural environment would become the public enemy of mankind. But now, no one dares to condemn Barry. What a beautiful fireworks! Barry admired the mushroom cloud and said, I don't know if it was killed. As a planetary giant, it shouldn't be so fragile. Right? Ordinary hydrogen bombs can't kill planetary giants. But what about increasing the equivalent? What about hundreds of them? And an Amazon Insect King who is already injured and being chased by insect kings and difficult to avoid will inevitably be hit by hydrogen bombs. Too despicable. Actually using humans to attack me. The Amazon Insect King is not dead yet. 2/3 of its body has been evaporated by the hydrogen bomb explosion. And the rest of its body is still alive. Humans? Where are the humans? Barry could communicate with it through infrasound. Amazon King, thank you for your efforts. I will help you convey your hatred for humans. After he said that, the living king of insects surrounded and tore the Amazon King of insects with the remaining shock wave of the nuclear explosion. From then on, there was one less planetary behemoth on the blue star. Barry said to himself, but there will be more planetary behemoths. Using the resources of this continent, we should be able to cultivate a lot. On the Blue Star Zerg Information Exchange Network, the news of the death of the Amazon King of Insects immediately spread throughout the exchange network. The planetary behemoth was killed. The insect that controls humans is the hidden monster. This is the first planetary behemoth to be killed on the blue planet. What a despicable trick, King Mana said disdainfully. Evolution is the only truth. When I evolve to become a planetary overlord, I will destroy you all. Is our Zerg internal circulation so serious now? Are the planetary behemoths not safe? Who controls that guy Barry? King Nile said angrily. Instead of dealing with the human natives first, you actually start killing each other. When I find you, you will die. The several planetary behemoths have a tacit understanding with each other. They will not conflict for the time being, and will first deal with other insect kings and wipe out human civilization. Now Barry does not abide by their tacit understanding, which makes the other insect kings very angry. Aura said, since everyone is not following the rules, what are you waiting for? Get ready for a war. Let's see who will have the last laugh on this planet. Who is afraid of whom? Baikal said. Before the war, we must first wipe out the Blue Star Alliance. Mana said with a sneer, The Blue Star Alliance is next to your nest. And you can't solve it? In this case, let me have this piece of land in Asia. Mana has basically unified the Zerg in the North Pacific, and is thinking about where to continue to expand the territory. By call, you don't need to interfere in the affairs of the land. If you dare to come to the land, I will make you never come back. Mana King, wait. I'll be here soon. Come on. The two insect kings cursed at each other, but no one made any move. Dubai saw the news and couldn't help complaining to Jiang Chan. I thought the insect kings would join forces to kill you first. But who knew they would still be so competitive? Jiang Chan shrugged and said, maybe in their eyes, our threat is still not as great as that of our kind. Dubai said, that's not necessarily true. Believe it or not, as long as a planetary behemoth attacks you. The Mana insect kings, Java insect kings, and Baikal insect kings around you will all attack you. Although these guys have been fighting, they will never stand idly by if they have a chance to wipe you out. In the underground city of Xuanwu Base, a giant mecha has been manufactured in a giant mechanical factory. It is 300 meters tall, the average height of a high-level insect king, with a full metal shell and body. It is made of the nuclear fusion thruster and anti-gravity device of the aerospace mothership, and the overall shape is human. In terms of form, the mecha can be made into various shapes, such as beastly, non-human, etc. The reason why this mecha is in human form is that when He Xingzhou designed it, the ideal operator was a cyborg. The neuromechanics of the cyborg are directly connected to the mecha, which is equivalent to using their own brain to control the giant body. For humans, it is obviously more skilled and easy to control a humanoid body. Moreover, the weapon matched with this mecha is more suitable for human use. High-frequency vibration particle sword. This is a giant sword made of high-frequency weapons. When it touches an object, it will use high-speed vibration to peel the material from the molecular level and cut through all hard objects. In addition, its forehead, chest, shoulders, and mechanical arms can also use plasma cannons, nuclear electromagnetic pulse cannons, plasma rays, and other weapons. In front of the huge mecha, a group of people are looking up at the giant mecha and exclaiming, Optimus Prime is just a toy car in front of it. The modified Xiao Feiyu exclaimed. After the transformation, he was full of confidence in his steel body and always felt that he could become a Superman. Seeing this giant mecha today, he once again realized that human technology can stand higher. Commander isn't the giant mecha more powerful than the aerospace mothership? Another cyborg son, he asked He Xingzhou excitedly. He Xingzhou said, that's not necessarily true. Each has its own combat space. The aerospace mothership has stronger long-range attacks, air combat, load capacity, and transportation capacity. And the giant mecha is stronger in combat on land. The land mobility is also stronger than the aerospace mothership, and it will not be paralyzed and crash because of the attack of the Insect King. A group of cyborgs are visiting here. They were all soldiers of the Xuanwu army before, and most of them were paralyzed by genetic viruses. After being transformed by neural machinery and prosthetics, they became the most suitable candidates to operate giant mechas. It is not safe to rely solely on artificial intelligence to control intelligent mechas. The electromagnetic pulses and infrasound waves of some insect kings can interfere with the operation of intelligence. The team's research found that the human brain cooperates with the intelligent brain. When the intelligent brain is affected, the human brain can still think and fight clearly. Neuromechanical devices will also be equipped with multiple sets to prevent problems caused by failure of a certain set of neuromechanical devices. The combination will make the giant mecha more powerful, and will not be directly paralyzed after being attacked by electromagnetic waves. What is it called? Asked a modified soldier. Erlangshan, He Xingzhou blurted out. Its forehead eye is the emitter of plasma rays, holding the high-frequency vibration particle war knife. It's like a god descending to Earth. Erlangshan giant mecha. Everyone looked at the giant mecha and imagined the moment it was activated. He Xingzhou said, we will activate it soon. Just like the aerospace mothership. In order to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, it must immediately participate in the battle once it appears. Erlangshan giant mecha can be controlled by 2 pilots. So some of you need to undergo special training in the computer system to simulate driving the Erlangshan giant mecha. Those who perform well will be selected to become the pilots of the Erlangshan giant mecha. Hearing He Xingzhou's words, everyone was even more excited. Becoming a cyborg and being reborn is a miracle for them. Now they have the opportunity to drive such a giant mecha and the Zerg King. which is an opportunity that countless people will never get in their lifetime. I will definitely be one of them, Xiao Feiyu firmly believed. While the cyborgs were undergoing special training for giant mechas, the command center had already made preparations for war. This time, our Blue Star Alliance will kill the Baikal Zerg King with one blow and take back Lake Baikal and the Siberian region. In the Siberian Safety Zone, 1 million survivors live here. They originally lived in thousands of large and small refuge camps. Later, the Blue Star Alliance sent troops to drive out the Zerg and built a large safety zone here. Survivors nearby began to gather here, eventually forming the Siberian Safety Zone with a population of over 1 million. This was already a fairly large safety zone in the age of disaster. In the safety zone, Commander Igor York gathered a group of warriors. Igor York was originally one of the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance, and he was also affected when the middle members withdrew from the Blue Star Alliance. Later, the Blue Star Alliance built safety zones around the world, and he led his forces to rejoin the Blue Star Alliance and became the supreme commander of the Siberian Safety Zone. Everyone listen, Igor York said. This mission is related to the survival of our entire safety zone. This is where our relatives and friends live. And the Baikal Zerg King has always wanted to destroy our homeland and devour our family. This time, it is our only chance. And each of us will face the danger of death. But as long as we succeed, we will drive the Zerg out of Siberia and regain peace and tranquility. Are you ready? Yura! The soldiers shouted in unison. Okay. Now act. Igor York led the soldiers out of the safe zone and headed for a mine. At the same time, in the Xuanwu base, the aerospace carrier Daping was dispatched. After months of repairs, it has been completely renewed. Daping flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, flying towards the desert in Central Asia. The human spaceship has started again. The bugs have been monitoring humans. The spaceship is so big that once it flies into the sky, it will be discovered by the bugs doing aerial reconnaissance. Look at the direction they are flying. Are they going to deal with the Desert Bug King? It seems so. Recently, humans have been exploring the desert and seem to want to obtain the oil resources there. Oil is not only used to provide fuel, but also to manufacture chemical products. It is very important. Are humans so arrogant? Who will destroy them? The bugs spoke. That's the territory of the Desert Bug King. I remember there are a lot of them. Right? Let them worry about it. Those guys ran away after attacking humans last time. They will definitely hide under the sand this time. The bugs discussed. Desert direction? Lake Baikal, the world's deepest lake, is also the world's deepest freshwater lake. It is the North Sea in myths and legends. A huge spiny-backed hornworm is hiding in a nest at the bottom of the lake. Watching the news, humans are still short of resources. They have been mining around recently. They want to get more resources to make weapons. How can it be so easy? The Baikal Bug King thought to himself. Although there are no planetary monsters in the desert, those bug kings are very cunning and can burrow into the ground. Even if humans send out aerospace motherships, they can't catch them. This time, they were destined to return empty-handed. Since their aerospace carriers have been dispatched, why not take this opportunity to wipe out their safe zone in Siberia first? Baikal Insect King thought. He was always worried that humans would make some powerful weapons here, because he didn't want to fight the aerospace carrier head-on. He had never mobilized troops on a large scale. Now that the aerospace carrier has left, Baikal Insect King has made up his mind, and he ordered his men, attack the Siberian safe zone, and wipe out all the humans there. Hundreds of millions of insects went to the Siberian safe zone from various regions, and Baikal Insect King continued to observe, and he discovered through the insects monitoring network that a human army was secretly heading to a mine. Before the catastrophe, it was a mine and military base. The bugs once occupied it, and found that all the equipment there had been withdrawn. Later, the Blue Star Alliance sent a mecha unit to take it back, and it seemed to be mining there, with so many transport vehicles and troops. It must be something special there. The Baikal Bug King sent a scout bug to investigate, unless it is in a place like Xinzhou where there are scout equipment all over the country. It is difficult for scout bugs to detect humans in other places, because they are of different species and are often small in size. Who can prevent a creature like a mouse or a spider? The Baikal Bug King scout bug quickly entered the mine. After a large number of scout bugs were killed by human security equipment, it finally obtained some information. Nuclear material refining plant. This is a nuclear fusion material. deuterium and tritium refining plant. There is also a large nuclear fusion reactor. Baikal Insect King was overjoyed. Cunning human. Actually evacuated the equipment and deceived me before. That makes sense. Their safe zone is extremely short of energy. Not enough for military use alone, but also for industrial and civilian use. They directly built a nuclear fusion power station in this mine military base, which can produce weapons in mine and develop here secretly. Here, they must not let them build a military base. I can also devour and absorb nuclear fusion energy. The Baikal Insect King has been tempted, and it is eager to occupy this place. Chapter 171 Planetary Behemoth. In the Siberian Safety Zone, the defense line is surrounded by self-propelled artillery, unmanned mechas, and other unmanned defense systems. The people in the safety zone have begun to evacuate. Quick! Quick! Everyone! Evacuate to the underground air raid shelter immediately. Take the subway to leave. The commander in charge of the evacuation urged everyone. The people went down along the sinking elevator. Their underground air raid shelter is built 200 meters underground. The underground air raid shelter has multiple functions such as anti-nuclear explosion and anti-radiation. And there are 2 electromagnetic subways underground, each leading to another small safety zone. Once the safety zone cannot be defended, everyone will leave and flee to other safety zones for refuge. The Zerg hasn't broken through the defense line yet. Why do we have to hide so deep this time? Where are all those soldiers? Are they planning to abandon the safe zone? People were full of doubts. This evacuation was different from the past. The supplies in the safe zone had long been moved underground and other places. And now the safe zone is just an empty shell. People who are more sensitive immediately thought, is the Blue Star Alliance going to abandon the safe zone? Other safe zones can't guarantee our safety at all. The Blue Star Alliance, are they really going to abandon us? People were extremely panicked and surrounded the Blue Star Alliance soldiers who were responsible for maintaining order. Please rest assured, the Blue Star Alliance will not abandon you. The soldiers shouted. The Blue Star Alliance is not other organizations. In the era of catastrophe, we have never given up on anyone. Please cooperate with the evacuation. The Zerg King that is attacking this time is too dangerous. When he spoke, the Zerg had already started to attack on the ground. 2 primary Zerg Kings led hundreds of millions of troops to attack the safe zone, relying on plasma cannons and air defense systems. The defense line was barely able to hold. The Baikal Zerg King has been paying attention to the war. It noticed that the resistance of the safe zone was not strong, and the aerospace mothership of the Blue Star Alliance has flown to the desert area to fight the Zerg there. It will not be possible to reach the Siberian battlefield in a short time. They must be in that military base. Baikal Zerg King has confirmed. It's my turn to go. In the sapphire-like Lake Baikal, a huge monster surfaced and quickly moved towards the military base. In front of it, 2 medium-sized insect kings emerged from the ground to lead the charge. It's out! At the Blue Star Alliance command, He Xingzhou and others immediately noticed its actions. Finally, this guy has been lured out. Igor York, get ready. Ambush it. Qin Peng ordered. Received. In the military base, Igor York was already ready. In order to deal with the Baikal Insect King, they have been preparing for several years. Just waiting for today. Igor York stared at the satellite monitoring screen. If they succeed today, they will kill the Baikal Insect King. If they fail, this place will completely become the territory of the Baikal Bug King. Everyone will die. This is a gamble. They have no choice but to believe that the Blue Star Alliance has the strength to deal with the Baikal Bug King. The Baikal Bug King moves very fast. In just half an hour, it has approached the military base from Lake Baikal, across a distance of hundreds of miles. The soldiers in the military base can already hear the sound of the earth shaking, which is the countless Zerg running wildly. At this time, He Xingzhou is also commanding the secret troops. After training, the modified people Qiao Feiyu and Sun Yi became the drivers of the giant mecha Erlangshen. When designing and manufacturing Erlangshen, He Xingzhou also used modular technology. Now it has been divided into huge modules, and is being secretly sent to Siberia. This is to prevent the Zerg King from noticing the danger and taking an evasive stance. Like the 3-headed dragon in the Sakura Trench, the Baikal Zerg King is also a cautious guy. Once it encounters an unknown weapon, it will never collide with it directly. Unlike the Mana Zerg King in the Mariana Trench, the planetary beast is more reckless and will attack anyone it sees. The latest notice from the Blue Star Alliance. The people of Xinzhou and all the safe zones have seen the latest news. The Baikal Zerg King is attacking the Siberian safe zone. And we are actively responding. On the battlefield news, the Zerg army rushed towards the safe zone, including several Zerg Kings. The most eye-catching one is, of course, the Baikal Bug King. Its huge body, thorny back, and two large horns that look full of destructive power are daunting. I heard that the Baikal Bug King is a planetary behemoth. It looks more terrifying than ordinary Bug Kings. It's twice as big as an ordinary Bug King. It must have various special abilities. Didn't our aerospace mothership just fly to the desert? It's too late to return now. What about the safe zone? People have begun to worry. No defense line is useful against the impact of planetary behemoths. In their impression, only the aerospace mothership can resist one or two. At this time, the aerospace carrier had already started a war with the desert Zerg, and there was no way to get out immediately. The Zerg is about to enter the cordon. They have entered the cordon. Before the military base took action, Igor York noticed that the Baikal Zerg King did not rush over directly, but let two little brothers lead the troops first. This worm is too cautious. Seeing that there was no way to ambush it directly, Igor York ordered, "Start the plasma cannon and kill the two Zerg Kings first." Yes. The soldiers immediately started to operate. The two Zerg Kings were less than 30 miles away from the military base. One was a long-haired giant elephant, and the other was a giant beetle. The two guys were running wildly. In the sky, several nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles fell and hit them accurately. The two insect kings were not injured, and the electromagnetic pulse was affecting their electromagnetic perception. At this time, they were very close to the military base, and they could find the target even without electromagnetic perception. The moment they stepped into the attack range, thousands of arc generators rose around them, generating a terrifying high-voltage power grid in an instant. And the current hit the two insect kings, paralyzing their bodies. The long-haired giant seemed to be more resistant to the current. It roared and trampled on the ground, destroying a large number of arc generators. The Beetle King was also corroding human weapons and turrets with acid. When it was swallowing an arc generator, a sense of danger came. The Beetle King quickly spread his wings and flew up. The hairy mammoths could not fly. Around them, 10 plasma cannons rose from the ground at some point, all aimed at the two insect kings, and fired 10 plasma cannons simultaneously. Because the hairy mammoth was too big and did not dodge in time, it was directly hit by 3 cannons, and half of its body was evaporated. The Beetle King was only hit by 1 cannon, and its stomach was pierced and fell to the ground. "Keep attacking," Igor York commanded, and more weapons stretched out from the ground and concentrated fire on them. I knew there was an ambush. Not just this method, but it can't deal with me. The Baikal Insect King rushed into the battlefield. Its big horns and spines were covered with lightning, and wherever it went, all the turrets and arc generators were destroyed. The long-haired giant mammoth and the Beetle King got a chance to breathe. They devoured the surrounding Zerg in large quantities to replenish energy and recover from injuries. "It's coming!" Everyone became nervous, and Igor York looked at the warning distance. 2 kilometers, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. Start. The area where the Baikal Zerg King was located. The soil suddenly collapsed, forming a huge pit. Because of its large size, it fell into the huge pit. Even if it was filled with magma, it would not hurt it. But here, there is no magma, only plasma. This is a super electric field composed of thousands of arc generators. When high voltage current is generated, it can turn the Zerg King into charcoal. Nuclear fusion energy is converted into electrical energy, and the thunder-like arc hits the Baikal Zerg King. Can it be killed? Everyone was watching this scene. To their disappointment, the electric field hit the Baikal Bug King, but failed to kill it. It thrived in the electric field. It can absorb electrical energy and store it on its spines. Stupid human. How can you kill me with electricity? The Baikal Bug King reflected the current, and all the weapons in the pit exploded. It can't be killed. Is this the planetary behemoth? It's too scary. The soldiers couldn't imagine that a living organism could absorb so much electrical energy. It's not over yet. Igor York stared, and he saw that the Baikal Bug King was about to jump out of the pit. Plasma ray. Volley! This command came from the Blue Star Alliance command. In order to kill the Baikal Bug King, They prepared a variety of methods. Plasma ray generators do not have to be installed on the aerospace mothership. A few months ago, related equipment has been shipped to the local area. The main reason for building a large nuclear fusion power station in the local area is to provide energy for these super weapons. Several huge platforms rose from the ground, and on them were plasma ray emitters. Not only the military base, but also outside the safe zone. Several plasma beams were shot out at the same time. The hairy mammoth, the beetle king, and the two insect kings outside the safe zone could not survive for a minute under the attack of this super weapon and were all killed. The plasma beam used against the Baikal insect king is the most powerful one. The moment it jumped out of the pit, it was hit by the plasma beam. Its shell that can resist missiles and even nuclear bomb explosions was quickly pierced under the continuous burning of ultra-high temperature plasma at 100 million degrees Celsius. The scorching light cut the Baikal insect king in half. Not only that, a hydrogen bomb exploded at the same time, and a mushroom cloud rose, blowing the Baikal insect king into a pile of mincemeat. Kill it! The entire air raid shelter was shaking under the shock wave of the nuclear explosion. The soldiers were not panicked at this time, but felt extremely excited. As long as we can kill the Baikal bug king, everything is worth it. Skynet satellite shows that the Baikal bug king was really smashed. Several huge shells were broken into pieces, and a pile of charred bug meat fell to the ground. The Baikal bug king is dead. People couldn't help cheering. The planetary monster was killed by plasma rays and hydrogen bombs. Siberia will return to the embrace of mankind. We are finally safe. Even the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance found it incredible. Lu Mei was surprised and asked, "We killed the planetary monster?" The aerospace mothership was not dispatched. It shouldn't be so easy. Song Jinghong frowned. This is not a real planetary monster. The Amazon king was killed after being hit by hundreds of hydrogen bombs at the same time and besieged by hundreds of kings. Even if it was attacked by plasma beams and hydrogen bombs together, it shouldn't be so easy to kill it. The defense and vitality of the Baikal king should not be weaker than the Amazon king. He had just finished speaking when Xuanwu sent an urgent message. A new Belga king was found. The scene turned to Lake Baikal, and a larger spiny-backed hornworm appeared. It was over 800 meters long and over 200 meters tall, with a pair of large horns that were enough to destroy all human buildings and creations. Its body was wrapped in lightning, like a demon. Why is there another one? Qin Peng asked in surprise. Are there two Baikal bug kings? Very likely. Igor York's heart skipped a beat. There are two Baikal bug kings? And this one is stronger. Now that we have used up all our means, how can we deal with it? This larger Baikal bug king rushed towards the safe zone. When it arrived in front of the safe zone, before those weapons hit it, terrifying thunder was generated from its pair of big horns and shot towards the safe zone. This attack is a bit like a ray. Wherever the lightning goes, everything turns into scorched earth. Those plasma cannons fixed on the ground. The plasma rays can't focus on it at all, and they are destroyed by lightning. Buildings collapsed. The ground cracked. The entire safety zone collapsed, and the ground sank. The Siberian safety zone was completely destroyed in less than 30 seconds. This devastating scene made people all over the world tremble with fear. It took only a few dozen seconds to completely destroy a city. Is this the real planetary monster? Its power is comparable to 100 nuclear bombs. Even if the aerospace mothership comes to attack it, it will be pierced by its thunder. This is the world-destroying demon. The Siberian safety zone has been destroyed. We humans are going to lose that land. It's still moving. It's heading for the military base. It's over. This was the first time that humans had truly witnessed the terrifying power of the planetary behemoth. Countless people were terrified. Those who had been hiding hundreds of meters underground and evacuated to other areas were sweating all over. If they had stayed in the safe zone before, they would have been electrocuted to ashes by now. Why is there still one? Why? Igor York had already felt despair. He really didn't know what he could do to fight the planetary behemoth. Command. Request support. Request support. Humans. Want to ambush me. Wishful thinking. You know nothing about the power of the Zerg. The Belgar Zerg king advanced towards the military area. He used the lives of some of his men to blow up all the human trump cards. Now he is fearless. Even if humans send 2 more aerospace motherships, the Baikal insect king is not at all inferior. By devouring the energy of this large nuclear fusion power station, I will evolve into a medium-sized planetary behemoth. The Baikal Insect King can already feel the energy of the nuclear power station waiting for it. Xuanwu has been analyzing the Baikal Insect King. And it said, after comparing the video data, it was found that the Baikal Insect King that was just killed is exactly the same as it was a few years ago. He Xingzhou saw the simulated comparison screen and said, I understand. They are basically a worm king. Everyone looked at him with confusion. And He Xingzhou said, what we killed before was just a worm shell of the Baikal Insect King. The insect shell is too hard. It is not only their protective barrier, but also restricts their continued growth. A few years ago, the Baikal Insect King was still a high-level insect king. When it broke through to the planetary behemoth, it shed this insect shell and grew a new shell. Song Jinghong took over his words and said, in other words, the Baikal Insect King we just killed was just another insect king wearing its shell. So that's it. Everyone suddenly realized. This insect is too cunning, He Hongwei said. If we didn't have a trump card, we would really be defeated by it this time. It's time. He Xingzhou contacted Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi and ordered, Erlangshan Giant Mecha. Assemble immediately. And be sure to kill the Belda Insect King on land. We can't let it destroy our nuclear power plant. Nor can we let it escape back to Lake Baikal. Got it. In the secret base, the two modified people were ready. On the Siberian plain, the secret underground warehouse was opened, and huge mechas floated in the sky and began to be modularly assembled in the air. There is a cockpit in the head and torso, and Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi control the movement of the torso and the long-range weapon shooting respectively. It's like in the chicken game. One person is responsible for driving, and the other is responsible for shooting. It's just that this car is a bit big, and it can fight like a transformer. Qin Peng commanded, Da Ping. Retreat immediately, and go to the Arctic Circle. Suanio is dispatched. Ready to cooperate in the battle. The aerospace mothership Da Ping, far away in the desert, successfully killed a desert insect king in the battle just now. Hearing the order, Shui Yang replied, Da Ping received. Go to the Arctic Circle immediately to support the battle. In the Xuanwu base, another aerospace mothership was launched. This is the second aerospace mothership made by humans during this period. Suanio. The captain is the original commander of the Xuanwu Forces Marine Force. Luan. Suanio received. We are heading to the battle circle. 2 aerospace motherships. We still have 1 aerospace mothership. On the news, seeing the second aerospace mothership dispatched, people's fear of the planetary monster was finally slightly alleviated. But their anxiety still exists. With the power of the Baikal Bug King, even 2 aerospace carriers are dangerous. Right? Yes. Its lightning attack is no weaker than atomic rays. It can absorb lightning. Lightning and electromagnetic attacks are ineffective against it. So, the aerospace carrier can only die if it goes there? Netizens were discussing on the internet. And the news screen turned to a new weapon. From the satellite perspective, a group of mecha modules are being assembled. What is that? A new mecha? At first, the satellite perspective was very far away, and everyone only saw a group of mechas being assembled. But when the perspective was pulled in front of the screen, tens of millions of viewers stood up. Floating in the picture is a giant mecha with a height of 300 meters, which is equivalent to the height of a 100-story building. Although the aerospace mothership is also large in size, it does not have the visual impact of a humanoid mecha. The fuselage is made of steel, and a mechanical arm is 100 meters long. Even if it does nothing, just waving in the air can give people a huge sense of oppression. The 2 mechanical legs are like pillars that can flatten a hill with 1 foot. The painting is also designed in Chinese style, wearing golden armor, with a sky eye in the center of the forehead, and the mechanical arm holds a life-size sword. When it is fully assembled and standing on the ground, it is like a god descending to earth, shocking the universe. This is our new weapon. Wow. Wow. What kind of mecha is this? I thought it was only a few meters high, but it's 300 meters high? Awesome. What kind of mecha is this? I really want to know. I just want to know. Who can control this mecha? Is it an unmanned mecha? Too awesome. This mecha can flatten a mountain with just 1 shot? Giant mecha. Have we really made it? The mecha troops? Xiao Hong and others were on standby. And when they saw the frontline scene, these mecha soldiers couldn't help but shout out. Compared to this, our red dragon is just a small ant. Deng Jian exclaimed. This is so cool. I prefer giant mechas to aerospace carriers, Huang Sheng said excitedly. Will we have a chance to drive it in the future? Why does it have to be equipped with a knife? Xiong Mani asked in confusion. Shouldn't it be equipped with some plasma weapons? It should have plasma weapons. Everyone was discussing excitedly. The giant mecha had been started, turned on the anti-gravity mode, and flew to the target area. Its flying speed was naturally not as fast as the aerospace carrier designed to adapt to the planet's atmosphere. Fortunately, the area where it was located was not far from the Baikal Bug King. At the current speed, it could arrive within 20 minutes. At this time, He Xingzhou appeared on the news screen. He explained, "What you just saw is our latest giant mecha Erlangshan." Erlangshan. This is a heavenly soldier. What abilities does Erlangshan have? That eye in the sky must be a plasma ray. Right? Academician, he is awesome. Why is it equipped with a knife? Can a knife be useful against planetary monsters? Can the Erlangshan mecha deal with planetary monsters? The audience had countless questions. And He Xingzhou said, the specific functions of the Erlangshan giant mecha cannot be disclosed for the time being. Please wait patiently. We will do our best to kill the Baikal Bug King and take back Lake Baikal and the entire Siberian land. Look! A blockbuster movie is being staged in reality. The audience was so excited. Another giant mecha has been created. Dubai commented while slurping dried squid in the underground biochemical research institute of the Sentry Tower. Maybe you can trick the Baikal Bug King this time. The Zerg Kings on the Blue Star Zerg Information Exchange Network have already learned the news. The Blue Star Alliance really has a secret weapon. They have sent out giant mechas to deal with the Baikal Bug King. What's the use? The Baikal Bug King is already a planetary behemoth. The Blue Star Alliance may not be able to defeat it. Humans may have hidden means. The natives actually dare to attack the planetary behemoth? This is an insult to the Zerg. The Javan Bug King appeared. These natives are too arrogant. I'm going to kill them! He Xingzhou noticed that the situation had changed again. The Javan Insect King had occupied the Tianju Ocean. If it landed at this time, it would definitely be a disaster for mankind. There was a lot of information in the insect network. But the planetary beasts did not speak. Xuanwu. What is the movement of the global insect nest? He Xingzhou asked. Xuanwu quickly collected data and said, it was found that there was an abnormal movement in the Java Trench. And it is suspected that the Insect King is active. There was an abnormal movement under the Arctic Ocean, and a high-energy reaction was detected. No abnormal movement was found in other places. 2 planetary beasts. Everyone was nervous when they heard the news. These 2 planetary beasts were actually moving. Either to attack the Blue Star Alliance or to support the Baikal Insect King. Highest alert across the board. Qin Peng ordered immediately. Dubai is right. He Xingzhou said solemnly. Although the Zerg are hostile, they have already regarded us as targets to be wiped out. We attacked the Baikal Bug King, and other planetary monsters really came to support us. If 3 planetary monsters gather together, even 10 more aerospace motherships can't stop them. The most urgent task is to fight quickly and decisively. He Hongwei said. We will immediately send out an interception force to intercept. And we must destroy the Baikal Bug King within the interception time. The plan has changed. He Xingzhou immediately contacted the aerospace mothership and the Erlangshan giant mecha. 2 planetary monsters are ready to support the Baikal Bug King. I'll give you half an hour to kill it. Once the 3 planetary beasts reach an agreement, not only will this mission fail, but our entire human civilization will be in danger of destruction. Once humans fall into a disadvantage, the Zerg will definitely attack Xinzhou in one fell swoop. In the Java Trench, a giant beast is moving under the surface of the Tianju Ocean, and the aircraft carrier fleet is continuously attacking it with underwater missiles and hydrogen bombs. There is also a giant beast moving under the Arctic Ocean. Its dorsal fin is like a huge blade, easily breaking the ice layer of the Arctic Circle for tens of thousands of years. Judging from the speed and geographical location, it will reach the Siberian battlefield earlier than the Java Zerg King. Baikal Bug King originally wanted to retreat, but changed his mind after discovering that 2 planetary monsters came to support him. Just right. Take this opportunity to destroy humanity at once. Baikal Bug King continued to run towards the military base. It could absorb the energy of the nuclear fusion power station, and it would be more confident in fighting against human weapons. Everyone, retreat! Igor York urgently ordered. Leave this to the aerospace mothership and giant mecha. He knew that it was useless for them to stay here at this time. and the nuclear power plant could be guarded by robots. Facing the planetary monsters, ordinary human soldiers like them would be no different from sending themselves to death. The soldiers evacuated urgently. The Baikal Bug King was still running wildly, and the ground was shaking constantly. Missile interception. In the military base, thousands of missiles were aimed at the Baikal Bug King. But before they fell, they were detonated by lightning. The speed of the Baikal Bug King was only slightly reduced. This is the Suanio. We have caught up with the Baikal Bug King and are about to start the attack. On the Suanio, Luan saw that the Baikal Bug King's body had entered their attack range. The speed of the aerospace mothership was faster than the giant mecha. The plasma ray was directly fired at the Baikal Bug King. So fast? The Baikal Bug King did not dare to resist the plasma ray. It turned back in a hurry, and all the thorns on its body surged with electricity, forming a thick electric grid. Plasma ray shot at it. Particles collided with each other, and huge energy burst out, producing an effect similar to the shock wave of a hydrogen bomb. And the airflow rolled. The Baikal Insect King was not affected too much, but the Suanio was affected. An aerospace mothership wants to trouble me? Looking for death. The Baikal Insect King has adjusted its position, and the pair of large horns on its head have generated a thunderbolt between them. And through some kind of lightning conduction, it directly strikes the aerospace mothership. The speed of lightning is extremely fast, and the aerospace mothership has no time to dodge with such a huge body, and is directly hit by the current. Warning: energy overload. Partial damage to the hull. Black smoke was coming out of the Suanio, and part of the ship had been damaged by electricity. Even with the protection of the isolation layer, everyone felt numb. Keep your distance. Keep attacking, Luan commanded. The Suanio tried to increase its altitude and find a safe position, but they were horrified to find that the Suanio was sucked. Warning: a strong magnetic field has appeared. The gravity balance system has been affected. The power system has been affected, and it cannot continue to take off, Suanio reminded. It's the Baikal Worm King. It's controlling the magnetic field. Luan reacted. Defend with all your strength. Wait for support. At this time, continuing to attack will not kill this planetary beast, so you can only wait for your teammates. The electric field that changes with time generates the magnetic field, and the magnetic field that changes with time generates the electric field. The two are mutually causal. The changing electric field and the changing magnetic field constitute an inseparable unified field, which is the electromagnetic field. And the propagation of the changing electromagnetic field in space forms electromagnetic waves. As a planetary behemoth, the ability of the Baikal Insect King is to control the electric field, magnetic field and electromagnetic waves by adjusting its own energy output. Still want to leave? The Baikal Insect King laughed in his heart. The aerospace mothership can kill high-level insect kings like the three-headed lizard. But for this planetary behemoth, the aerospace mothership is nothing at all. Its legs bent at the knees, ready to jump up, with its mass and shell. As long as it hits the aerospace mothership will definitely explode. Oh no! It's going to hit the Suanio. The people's hearts tightened, and they wanted to rescue it. At this time, the magnetic field attracted the aerospace mothership, and there was the Baikal Insect King with thunder all over his body. Who could stop it? The Baikal Insect King had already jumped up, and when it jumped, the ground under its feet was sinking, and a pair of big horns were aimed at the body of the aerospace mothership. At this moment, a huge black shadow broke through the air from a distance. It was a flying steel fist, which was bigger than a heavy truck and hit the Baikal Insect King fiercely, changing its jumping trajectory. The collision alone made a sound like a landslide, and the Baikal Insect King's attack was interrupted, and the magnetic field control was also interrupted. The strong magnetic field disappeared, and it is taking off. The Suanio was able to pull away. Chapter 172: Gods Descend to Earth. What is that? The soldiers watching the battle didn't see clearly. They only saw a huge black shadow knocking the Baikal Bug King away. When the picture stabilized, they found that what just flew over was actually a steel arm of Erlangshen's giant mecha. In order to rescue his teammates, Xiao Feiyu decided to disconnect one arm and accelerate the impact of the planetary monster, which really worked wonders. What the hell? The Baikal Bug King was hit hard. Although it was big, the power of this punch was not small. It was like a building hitting it, and it still hurts a little now. Erlangshan's mecha is in place. Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi shouted in unison. The arm was adjusting its angle and flying back to reconnect with the mecha. So cool. It can even punch. Seeing this scene, a group of mecha masters in the mecha unit shouted. This punch can blow up a small mountain. Feng Xiaolong said with emotion. If it was an ordinary insect king, it would be killed with one punch. Interesting. It's actually a kinetic weapon. In the research institute, Dubai lay in the water and watched the show. After the Suanio left the magnetic field, it began to attack with plasma rays and launched nuclear electromagnetic pulse missiles at the same time. Use nuclear electromagnetic pulses to interfere with the Baikal Insect King's control of the magnetic field. Sun Yi, let's go! Xiao Feiyu shouted. And he had already controlled the giant mecha to rush towards the Baikal Insect King. Their brains were connected to the giant mecha with neural machinery. At this time, their perspective was as if they had transformed into mechanical giants and were fighting the Insect King. Damn humans! The Baikal Insect King had adjusted his body, and it was wrapped in lightning and directly crashed into the Erlangshan mecha. It itself can also become a kinetic weapon. Look at my sky eye. Sun Yi controlled the plasma ray of the mecha to launch and hit the Baikal Insect King. Most of the plasma was dispersed by the charged particles, and only a small part of the attack hit its body and caused damage to it. Facing the impact of the mecha, Xiao Feiyu did not choose to resist. The structure of the mecha is not as stable as the body structure of the planetary beast. If it is really hit hard a few times, it will really become disabled. His mind has been integrated with the quantum computer, and his reaction speed is far faster than that of humans. Come on! Xiao Feiyu clenched the high-frequency vibration particle knife. At this moment, he was like an ancient swordsman facing a mad bison. The moment the Baikal Insect King rushed over, Erlangshan's mecha turned and stepped forward. And at the same time, the high-frequency vibration particle knife chopped on its big horn. The moment the blade was separated from its big horn, the blade vibrated rapidly, causing the stratum corneum particles to vibrate together, and the molecules separated from each other. The matter separated at the microscopic level, and the situation that appeared at the macroscopic level was that this sword cut off one of the horns of the Baikal Insect King, and its electric field suddenly weakened a few points. Its horn is one of its key biological organs for controlling electric and magnetic fields. Well done! He Xingzhou couldn't help but cheer when he saw this. What material is this knife made of? The audience didn't expect that this sword would have such a miraculous effect. The shell of the Insect King can resist hydrogen bomb explosions, but it was cut open by a cold weapon. Can that horn be soaked in wine? Yes, it can be soaked in wine, and it can electrocute you to death. He Xingzhou explained at the same time. Strictly speaking, this mecha sword is not a cold weapon, but a high-frequency cutting machine controlled by electric current. It is made of special metal. When it touches an object, it can destroy the molecular structure of the material with vibration to achieve the effect of cutting. Theoretically, this knife can split the aerospace mothership and the Insect King in half. 66. So that's how it is. The audience finally understood why the mecha was equipped with a sword. I was wondering how it could even cut down planetary behemoths. Is this the legendary ship-slashing knife? It's so powerful. The Baikal Insect King was also horrified when one of his horns was cut off. It really didn't think that this mecha could hurt its body. But now it has lost a horn after just one encounter. And at the moment when the electric field was unstable, the Suanio in the sky was also attacking, using plasma rays to burn a hole several dozen meters long on its back. The Baikal Insect King adjusted its direction and used lightning to attack the Erlangshan mecha. Human weapons currently do not have any energy shield technology. Once they are hit, they will be truly damaged. So Sun Yi quickly used plasma rays to attack the Baikal Insect King's weapons that control the electric field, its spines and another horn, while Xiao Feiyu controlled the body of the mecha to continue rushing forward. As long as the attack rhythm of the Baikal Insect King is disrupted, it will not be able to release such a concentrated high-voltage arc. The Baikal Insect King is extremely fierce. It uses lightning and pounces on it again. Xiao Feiyu was just raising his arm when the mechanical arm was bitten by the Baikal Insect King. Its goal is also very clear: to destroy this giant mecha. At this time, there was still strong electromagnetic interference, and the automatic program of the mecha had been affected. It had to rely entirely on the brains of the two people for command. Bang! 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 Xiao Feiyu punched the Baikal Bug King. making a loud noise. But the planetary giant was biting and refused to let go. And its mechanical arm had been deformed. Plasma rays continued to attack it, constantly consuming its power grid. In the sky, the Suanio had locked onto the Baikal Bug King. Energy focus. Use high-energy plasma rays to kill it. Luan had just given the order when he found that another planetary giant appeared in the distance. It was a giant white reptile, its whole body covered with white hair, and its eyes and nose could not be seen. At this time, it was standing on the ground with 2 feet, raising its upper body and opening its mouth towards the Suanio. It's a ray! It's preparing to launch! Luan reacted immediately and shouted, "Dodge!" The Suanio adjusted its position, and the white planetary beast had already emitted an atomic ray, hitting the tail of the Suanio at the speed of light. Warning: the tail of the ship was hit and seriously damaged. The Suanio was running for its life. On the ground, Xiao Feiyu was also thinking about countermeasures. He soon realized that it was impossible to save the bitten right arm. In this case, then let you eat enough. Xiao Feiyu directly chose to disintegrate with the right arm. When the right arm disintegrated, it threw out the ship-slashing knife and locked the Baikal Insect King tightly, still letting it destroy itself. He caught the ship-slashing knife with his left arm and chopped it hard at the body of the Baikal Insect King. Oops. The Baikal Insect King found that he had made a mistake. This mecha was not human. Even if it lost a mechanical arm, it would not affect its next battle. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. In desperation, the Baikal Insect King could only try his best to release high-voltage current to try to destroy the Erlangshan mecha. At this moment, the neural machinery of Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi was short-circuited directly because of the high voltage. Fortunately, the action had been made, and the inertia was still there. The sword fell, like a blow from the gods, and chopped on the Baikal Insect King. Its sharp shell collapsed layer by layer in front of the high-frequency vibration particle sword. Finally, the shell was split in half along with the flesh and blood. The planetary behemoth, the Baikal Insect King who ruled all of Siberia, was killed by a giant mecha. The neural prosthesis is restarting and restoring neural connections. Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi once again felt the feeling of being integrated with the Erlangshan giant mecha. Kill it! The planetary behemoth was killed by them with one knife. In the mecha army, Huang Sheng was stunned. This is a god descending to Earth. Erlangshan mecha is really powerful. It killed all the planetary behemoths. Lu Tong took a deep breath, thinking, if he had more prostheses, would he have a chance to become a giant mecha driver? This operation is too classic. Ding Jian couldn't help but tremble all over. I can't do this operation even in the game. It's amazing. Even though they were thousands of miles away, the soldiers still felt their blood boiling, as if they were on the battlefield themselves. And people all over the world were even more ecstatic. It's like the Lord of Demons from heaven. It's really the Tai Sui god on Earth. This Erlangshan mecha. Awesome. We humans killed the planetary behemoth. Ha ha ha. The Zerg is not invincible. This wave is so cool. I want to save it and watch it 100 times. One of the planetary behemoths is dead, and the other one is waiting to die. This is a mecha. On the battlefield, the Arctic Ocean Zerg King was chasing the Suanio, and it didn't expect that the Baikal Zerg King was actually killed by humans. It's dead. The Arctic Ocean Worm King felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. The Baikal Worm King was at least a primary planetary behemoth, but it was actually chopped by a human mecha. Can I block it? It hesitated in its heart. At this time, the damage to the Suanio had exceeded 80%, and the atomic rays of the Arctic Ocean Worm King were about to blow it up. The Suanio informed, warning, the hull is seriously damaged and is expected to crash in 20 seconds. Please evacuate in time. All crew members, retreat quickly. Luan gave the order without hesitation. The crew members each wore a meteor armor and flew directly out of the hatch. The Arctic Ocean Worm King completely destroyed the Suanio aerospace mothership, which exploded into a huge mushroom cloud in the sky. What a pity. This is my first time as the captain of an aerospace mothership. Luan sighed inwardly. It was too embarrassing to be destroyed on the first mission. The commanders did not think it was a big deal. Qin Peng said with emotion, the planetary monster is really strong. If we rely on the aerospace mothership alone, we will definitely not be able to stop it. The Dapeng has arrived at the battlefield and is about to join the battle. The Dapeng, which accelerated from the desert, is finally arriving. The Arctic Ocean Insect King also noticed that another aerospace mothership arrived. Although the giant mecha lost an arm, it still has combat effectiveness. It is firing plasma cannons at itself. The Java Insect King has not arrived yet. If I go at this time, the end may be the same as the Baikal Insect King. The Arctic Ocean Insect King quickly analyzed the pros and cons. This is not my home court. I'd better join forces with other Insect Kings next time. Thinking of this, it began to run back quickly. Although it was big, it ran fast. The aerospace mothership and the giant mecha chased it for a while. Qin Peng said, "Don't chase the desperate enemy. If it really fights with us, we may not be able to stop it at this time. Humans also have no extra power. An aerospace mothership has been destroyed. And the Erlangshan giant mecha has also suffered great damage and needs to be repaired." Received. Da Peng and Erlangshan giant mecha stopped chasing and returned to the battlefield. Without the planetary behemoth, there are still many other insects on the battlefield. Several low-level and medium-level insect kings were running for their lives, and were caught up by Da Peng and Erlangshan mecha and killed one by one. It's our turn. Go out and kill all the bugs. Igor York led the soldiers out of the air raid shelter and went out to clear out the Zerg. On the other side, the Javan Bug King had just arrived at the border of Xinzhou. It was preparing to attack humans directly, occupying territory while relieving pressure on the Baikal Bug King. Seeing that the Baikal Bug King was dead, the Javan Bug King also felt guilty and gave up the attack and turned to evacuate. The Javan Bug King retreated. Lei Yuanfeng and others on the border were relieved. They simply did not have enough power to resist this planetary behemoth. If it was determined to attack, I don't know how many people would die. The Baikal Bug King was so stupid that he was killed by humans, wasting this great opportunity to destroy human civilization. The Javan Worm King was cursing in his heart, and a report from his subordinates made him even more angry. "My king, King Mana is attacking the worm nest. We can't stop it." This was a message from a primary worm king. At this moment, in the Java Trench, King Mana was wreaking havoc here. A high-level worm king and 3 medium-level worm kings tried to attack it, but they were killed by its atomic ray. It bit off the head of one worm king and grinned. "It's your turn next, Javan Worm King." It completely ignored the corpses of the worm kings and swam towards the Javan Worm King. "King Mana, you dare to invade my territory. You are looking for death." The Javan Worm King was furious. It did not dodge at all, but went to the position of King Mana and fought with it. 2 planetary beasts stirred up hurricanes and tsunamis in the Tianzhu Ocean. They fought. He Xingzhou didn't expect that things would continue like this. If one of the 2 insect kings died, it would be even better. If both were defeated, it would be even more joyful for humans. The people who evacuated the safe zone did not know that there was a follow-up to the war in the Tianzhu Ocean. They only knew one thing. That is, the Baikal Insect King was killed and they were safe. Thank you, Blue Star Alliance. Thank you for your mecha and aerospace mothership. People cried with joy. At first, seeing the scene of the Belga Insect King like a thunder demon made many people almost despair. Now, they have a sense of joy of seeing the red sun after the dark clouds have been cleared. Like a new life. We can finally live in a land without insect kings. No need to hide underground. Endure darkness and fear. They came out one after another, embracing the sunshine. Even though there were constant sounds of fighting around at this time, no one was afraid. Without the Zerg King, human weapons can completely kill other Zergs. Report to the headquarters. Erlangshan giant mecha has successfully completed the mission. Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi reported proudly. When they were lying on the hospital bed, they never thought that there would be such a day when they could drive a giant mecha and kill planetary monsters. Very good. You did a good job. He Xingzhou praised. Return to the base immediately to repair the mecha. There are still planetary monsters fighting around us. We must always be ready to fight again. Got it. They immediately picked up the arm bitten off by the Baikal Bug King and the body of the Baikal Bug King and returned to the base. Border Defense Forces. All members advance. He Hanwei commanded. They wanted to completely occupy this vast land. The battle in the Tianzhu Ocean soon came to an end. In a super strong atomic breath, the Java Bug King was killed by the Mana Bug King, and its body was also used as dinner by the Mana Bug King. He Xingzhou wanted to intervene and kill the Mana Bug King as well. However, humans no longer have the spare energy to deal with a planetary behemoth. let alone in the ocean. The Xuanwu troops checked Lake Baikal at the fastest speed. There were still some Zerg in the insect nest. But without the Zerg King, they were just cannon fodder. Tens of thousands of Thunder Shark mechas and underwater ships were launched to clear out the Zerg at the bottom of the lake. One day later, the high-level Zerg in Lake Baikal almost completely disappeared, and it became the territory of humans again. The next day's news showed Qin Peng's square face. He announced, "People of the Blue Star Alliance, I am Qin Peng, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Today's Siberian campaign. We won a great victory. The Baikal Zerg King and more than a dozen other Zerg Kings were killed, and hundreds of millions of Zerg were cleared. We declare that from now on, Lake Baikal and Siberia where it is located will be under the control of the Blue Star Alliance, and will no longer be invaded by Zerg." This news is very encouraging. The Blue Star Alliance not only protected Xinzhou, but also began to gradually recover human territory. The Zerg in the nearby Goryeo and Sakura Island have been cleared out. The Ganges Plain in the west also has a Blue Star Alliance safety zone. Baiyu and Nanyang in the south are also building safety zones. With such a large piece of land within the Arctic Circle recovered, the land sphere of influence controlled by the Blue Star Alliance has more than doubled. People finally see the hope that humans can expel the Zerg on Blue Star. The Blue Star Zerg Information Exchange Network has completely changed because of this incident. The Baikal Zerg King was killed by the natives, and the natives have weapons to fight against the planetary behemoths. The Javan Bug King was also killed by the Mana Bug King. Now the Mana Bug King controls the Pacific Ocean and the Tianju Ocean. When it devours the Javan Bug King, it will at least be a medium-level planetary behemoth, and it may even become a high-level planetary behemoth. 3 planetary behemoths have died. It's time to unify the blue planet. The elementary, medium and high-level bug kings no longer communicated. They knew very well that the planetary behemoths had accelerated the speed of devouring and annexing. They either obeyed, evolved, or became food for other insects. After several of their kind died, the planetary behemoths all became agitated and began to attack their own kind crazily, devouring and evolving. Even the Antarctic Bug King, who had been hiding on the ice and snow of Antarctica, had gone into the sea and began to devour the surrounding bug kings and nests. All Zergs are scrambling to develop. The time is not far from the final planetary war on Blue Star. He Xingzhou met Dubai again. This time, its attitude has changed a little. Now it seems that you really have a chance to drive the Zerg out of Blue Star, Dubai said. Not drive out, but clean up, He Xingzhou corrected. The Zerg cannot be cleaned up. Their genes have been integrated into the creatures of this planet, Dubai said. All you can do is kill the advanced Zerg. That's enough, Jiangchan said. As long as they don't threaten our survival. Just be happy, Dubai reminded. Now the bugs are preparing for the final battle. You have to step up too. Just relying on those aerospace motherships and mechas can't deal with them. Medium-sized planetary behemoths and high-level planetary behemoths may appear. He Xingzhou also knew this. So the Blue Star Alliance immediately issued a notice to all safe zones to speed up the mining of minerals and other resources. Laser weapons. Build me. Underwater weapons. Build me. Mechas. Build me. Electromagnetic weapons. Build me. Plasma weapons. Build me. Aerospace motherships. Build me. Giant mecha. Build it as hard as you can. He Xingzhou's words were posted in the offices of every person in charge of the manufacturing department. We are about to face a decisive battle with all the Zerg on Blue Star. The Zerg are desperately developing and evolving. The more weapons we make, the higher our chances of winning. From today on, everyone and everything will make weapons the first task. The entire Blue Star Alliance was in action. Factories were working non-stop, and engineering vehicles and workers went to every mine, forest farm, and oil field to mine resources. These are not enough. He Xingzhou's sense of crisis remained unchanged. At the Blue Star Alliance command meeting, he spoke. Do you remember what we saw in the Marinaya hive? There are hundreds of fruits at the bottom of the deep-sea insect tree. We thought they were breeding advanced insects. But now we know that they are actually the larvae of planetary behemoths. This is just one insect race. The planetary behemoths on the blue planet are far beyond our imagination. They may all be hiding somewhere, perhaps absorbing energy in the magma layer. Once all these planetary behemoths appear, it will be a world destruction war. 10, 100, 1,000 aerospace motherships are not enough. And 1,000 giant mechas are not enough. We want more. We want to increase our troops, Chui Weiman said. In this case, announce global conscription and recruit another 100 million people. After the catastrophe, the world's total population has dropped to 2 billion people. The global death toll has exceeded 5 billion. After humans break through the controllable nuclear fusion technology. Theoretically, a blue planet alone can support more than 100 billion people using nuclear fusion energy. So now the Blue Star Alliance has made various legal amendments. As long as you have the ability to raise them, you can have unlimited children. If you are a modified person or a family with special circumstances, you are allowed to cultivate offspring through test tube babies, in vitro embryo culture, etc. After meeting certain conditions, you can even apply for cloning babies. For humans to move towards advanced civilization, traditional rules are no longer applicable. The Blue Star Alliance is reforming and exploring at the same time. Song Jinghong said, "Our biochip technology has made another breakthrough. We can now use controllers to control the Zerg to help us fight. Using cloning technology, we can also get a batch of biochemical legions. Biochip technology is advancing very quickly. On average, it can double in a week. The performance is growing exponentially. That Sunbird Biotechnology company is also making biochemical legions. Their speed may be faster than ours." Lu Mei worried. Indeed, they started earlier in this regard, and their biotechnology is more advanced. Kong Qing had to admit this. So relying solely on expanding the army and supplementing the biochemical legion cannot guarantee our victory in the Blue Star decisive battle, He Xingzhou said. We still need more powerful weapons. What do you think, Commander He? Qin Peng asked. One thing. I need to study the body of the Baikal Bug King, He Xingzhou said. During this period of time, I don't have the energy to worry about other things. Okay. Everyone nodded in unison and said, we will prepare and deploy other things. Commander He just needs to concentrate on research. The body of the Baikal Bug King was sent to the Sentinel Tower Research Institute. It was quite difficult to put such a big guy into the Research Institute. So the staff had to transform the Research Institute again, so that it could be frozen in a large cold storage. How could such a creature be born in the universe? Shugai said with emotion in front of the cold storage. They are tenacious and powerful, have high intelligence, but are also full of aggression. Where did such a civilization come from? Why did they come to the solar system? He Xingzhou couldn't answer him. And even the quantum optical brain didn't know where the Zerg came from. When He Xingzhou asked, the quantum optical brain could only confirm one thing. That the Zerg was a high-level civilization. And its level of civilization was beyond people's imagination. The devourer of planets was not the end of their evolution. We can't take care of the others now. He Xingzhou looked at the corpse of the Baikal Zerg King carefully and said, Academician Zhuge, I want to get its physiological structure anatomy diagram as soon as possible. From the nervous system, cell structure, and especially various biological organs. Everything must be clear. Okay. Let's start now. Shugai immediately led the team to dissect the body of the planetary behemoth. Every part of its organs, tissues and cells were studied. He Xingzhou wanted to get all its information just to build a more powerful weapon. The mechanical behemoth, the combat power, and ability of the planetary behemoth are beyond doubt. This time, the Baikal Bug King, a planetary behemoth, destroyed a large security zone of the Blue Star Alliance in 1 minute. If it weren't for the aerospace mothership and the giant mecha to block it later, the military base would have been destroyed by it. The various terrifying biological weapons of the planetary behemoth also impressed humans. Atomic rays, ball lightning, high-voltage electric fields, magnetic field control, high-speed beam sound waves, highly toxic gas, acid bombs, etc. Each weapon is enough to cause a devastating blow to humans. What if humans can also create weapons as powerful as them? Giant mechas are one kind. But humanoid mechas have certain limitations. For example, Erlangshan giant mechas can only be used at close range and on land. What if you encounter flying planetary behemoths? Long-range attacking planetary behemoths. Or underground or sea planetary behemoths. Changing the design ideas of giant mechas. Making beast-shaped machines. And equipping them with plasma weapons. High-frequency weapons. Sound wave weapons. Arc weapons. Etc. Can make human weapons like planetary behemoths. Active in various terrains. The structure and ability of the planetary behemoths are the most suitable samples for imitation, as long as the mechanism and samples of the Baikal Bug King are analyzed. He Xingzhou can continue to develop mechanical samples of the Mana Bug King, Amazon Bug King, Java Bug King, and Arctic Bug King, and create a mechanical behemoth army. The Zerg has a planetary behemoth army. Barry has a biochemical army. Then I have a mecha army, aerospace motherships, and a mechanical behemoth army. He Xingzhou thought to himself. I don't believe that I can't wipe you off this planet. He turned on the quantum optical brain and unlocked the corresponding technology. Spend 5 million units of energy to upgrade bionic mechanical technology. Spend 3 million units of energy to unlock electric field control technology. Spend 2 million units of energy to unlock biochemical toxin data. Spend 3 million units of energy to unlock clustered sonic weapon technology. He Xingzhou unlocked and upgraded a lot of corresponding weapons, corresponding to the weapons that each mechanical behemoth would carry. While he was researching here, other teams were also working day and night. Jiang Chan joined the Planetary Behemoth Physiological Structure Research Group. Relying on her own wisdom and some help from Dubai, she made rapid progress. Even He Xingzhou's sister, He Mingyao, this newbie in the research community, because he had the latest biochip implanted again, also became the backbone of the research community and joined the research team of the biological neural controller. Su Jilan and Ding Yi were not idle either. They performed quantum chip implantation surgery and implanted micro-quantum chips into their bodies. The implant volume is less than the size of a human fingernail, which is equivalent to having a second brain. The two also invested in the control of the aerospace mothership and the giant mecha. As assistants to He Xingzhou, they must become omnipotent. Before, there was no neuromechanical technology, which was completely impossible. Now with this technology, learning any appropriate knowledge and skills is not a problem. The territory of the Blue Star Alliance ushered in a full year of peaceful development. For the Zerg, it was not so peaceful. The entire Blue Star Zerg was in a mess. The Blue Star Zerg Information Exchange Network had completely collapsed. The Zerg Kings had withdrawn from the network because the Zerg responsible for establishing connections died in large numbers. The network disappeared directly, and humans could no longer get information from it. The planetary behemoths began to show their absolute dominance over the low-level Zerg. Those Zerg Kings were either eaten or subdued. During this period, the Mana Zerg King in the Mariana Trench had flattened the South Pacific and became the only overlord in the Pacific region. The Nile Zerg King in Africa was killed by the Atlantic Aura Zerg King, and its territory and Zerg nests were annexed. The Antarctic Zerg King failed in his invasion of Kangaroo Island and took refuge with the Zerg King there. The intelligence department suspected that the Antarctic Zerg King took refuge with the former president of the Noah Science Society, the Noah Zerg King. The Arctic Zerg King went to fight with the Aura Zerg King, but failed. At that time, the Blue Star Alliance also sent aerospace motherships and giant mechas to try to intercept and kill it. The planetary behemoth simply surrendered to Aura on the spot and became Aura's subordinate. As for Barry in America, he was still frantically creating a biochemical army. The intelligence officers did not get any effective intelligence, and some intelligence officers were sacrificed there. In 1 year, the original pattern of hundreds of insect nests and 10 major forces has now completely changed. The Blue Star Alliance, Noah, Aura, Barry, and the Pacific Mana Insect King have become the last 5 major forces on Blue Star. These 5 major forces are all exploiting resources and expanding their armies frantically. The gunpowder smell of the final war on Blue Star has spread to the entire planet. Only a fuse is needed to ignite this world war. Chapter 173 World War begins. Science Academy. Academy Department. In the Dean's office, Kong Qing was modifying a machine design. He had been working like this for 8 hours. For young people, working for 8 hours in a row is tiring, but they can still persist. But Kong Qing is already 89 years old this year. In human society, this is already a very old man. His energy and physical strength are not as good as those of young people. Such high-intensity work makes him extremely tired. His skin is dry. His hair is full of silver hair, and the wrinkles on his face are full of traces of time. His whole body shows the fragility of aging humans, but only in his eyes. The light of wisdom still flashes. Teacher, take a break. His student and assistant Su Tingbin whispered. There is no end to this work. Kong Qing made a mark on the plan and smiled. Yes. There is no end to the work. And scientific exploration is also endless. He looked at Su Tingbin, a young man who was his student last year, and one of the scientists rescued by the Xuanwu army from the Noah Science Society. Su Tingbin was extremely talented and focused on academics. Kong Qing was optimistic about him, and accepted him as one of his students. It's a pity that human life has an end, and we will never know the secrets of the universe. Su Tingbin sighed. Kong Qing looked at him deeply, then laughed and said, "It is precisely because of the unknown that science and life are full of fun. If everything is known, what is the point of living?" Su Tingbin added, "Nowadays, biotechnology and mechanical technology can make people live longer. If the teacher undergoes transformation, he can continue to enjoy the fun of exploring the unknown." Kong Qing said, "My half-buried body can no longer withstand the tossing. Old people of his age can no longer withstand mechanical transformation experiments. And genetic modification technology is not yet mature. In my life, I only need to finish the remaining thing, and I will die without regrets." Kong Qing pointed to the design in front of him, which was a design of a particle collider. Particle collider is one of the important equipment for studying basic physics. It uses high-speed particle collisions to simulate the situation produced during the Big Bang, which is of great significance to the exploration of cutting-edge science, such as Higgs boson, dark matter and dark energy. In order to speed up the development of human technology, a particle collider research team was formed, led by Kong Qing. They are building a large particle collider in the land of Yanxiao, at Shanhaiguan. I hope that mankind can hold on until then. Su Tingbin said calmly. "Let's go. Pack up," Kong Qing said. "Go to Shanhaiguan and figure out our particle collider. Somewhere in the north, in a military community." A sturdy man in his 50s was walking back slowly, followed by 2 guards. People who saw him greeted him enthusiastically. "General Qin." "Hello, General Qin. Is old Qin back home?" "Yes. I'll come back and visit when I have time." Qin Peng smiled and greeted these neighbors, who were also his former comrades. When they arrived in front of the building, the guard said, "General, we are going to stand guard." "Yes." Qin Peng nodded. He walked up with the vegetables and came to the door. He hesitated a little, but finally pressed the doorbell. Inside the house, a middle-aged woman was writing a manuscript in the study. She was Qin Peng's wife, Zhou Qinghan, who was also a journalist. When he heard the doorbell ring, Zhou Qinghan stopped working and asked, "Who is it?" Through the intelligence system, the voice can be transmitted to the outside of the door. "Qinghan, it's me," a magnetic voice sounded. Zhou Qinghan was shocked when she heard the voice. She knew who it was, the commander known to the world, Qin Peng. It had been 9 years since the Xuanwu plan was implemented. He had not been home for 9 years. 9 years ago, Zhou Qinghan had only met him a few times during missions. She rushed to the door, opened it, and threw herself into Qin Peng's arms, sobbing, "You're back? I miss you so much." "I miss you too." Qin Peng hugged her, smelled her hair, and closed the door. "How long can you stay this time?" Zhou Qinghan looked up at him, with a little uneasiness in her red eyes. 3 days, Qin Peng said truthfully. "In 3 days, I will go to the Xuanwu base. Now the planetary monsters are ready to start a world war." "Yes." Zhou Qinghan knew that she could not ask for anything like other women. Living in such an era, there are always people who have to endure loneliness and carry the burden forward. 3 days were extremely short. So short that they passed without the two of them noticing. "Commander, the plane is ready," the guard reported in the communicator. "I will be there in 10 minutes." Qin Peng hung up the communication and looked at his wife. This time, she did not cry, but her body was shaking slightly. "This battle," Qin Peng was about to speak, and Zhou Qinghan said, "I understand. Not only I need you. Everyone needs you." Qin Peng looked at her, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. Who doesn't want to live in a peaceful and tranquil era? But this world is so cruel. He stepped forward again, hugged Zhou Qinghan tightly, and whispered in her ear, "What can I do? I have already pledged my 7-foot body to the country, and it is difficult to pledge it to you." After that, he hardened his heart and turned away. "I'll wait for you to come back." Zhou Qinghan cried. "Mom, I'm fine." In the giant mecha training camp, Su Jilan was video chatting with her mother Yinjing. Yinjing looked at her healthy and beautiful daughter in the picture and smiled. "You are good in everything, but you are too competitive. I heard that there will be no peace in the future. You have to be careful. Mom. I know. Su Jilan said. If you encounter any danger, you must protect yourself. Yin Jing patiently reminded. What are you talking about? Su Jilan's father Su Bo said seriously. My daughter is academician He's guard. If she encounters danger, she must first protect academician He. That is the first rule. Su Jilan smiled. Of course I know. With me, he will not be in danger. That's more like it. Su Bo said. On the food street outside a university, several old classmates are gathering. I haven't been here for a long time. It feels like 10 years have passed. Huang Xing sighed. He shouted to the boss lady who was making barbecue, Auntie, give us another 50 skewers of kidneys. The lady boss said with a smile, I'll be there soon. I'll send you 2 more boxes of beer. How can I do this? Huang Xing shouted. Why not? The lady boss said. Andy saw you on TV, wearing a mecha to perform a mission. And you made a great contribution. Andy must send you this beer today. Ha ha. Huang Xing laughed. If it were before, I would have accepted it. But not now. I am a member of the Xuanwu army after all. I can't drink without paying. This will be punished. Huang Xing. You have really changed completely. Classmate Hong Su said in surprise. You were not like this in school before. Yes. Not only Huang Xing, but also Xing Weihao. Another classmate said. When they said they wanted to join the army, we didn't believe it. I didn't expect that one of them is now the captain of the mecha unit. And the other one works at the Academy of Military Sciences. Zheng Weihao laughed. I'm just a small researcher. Huang Xing is much better than me. Old Xing. Don't black me. Huang Xing laughed. We mecha soldiers have to rely on you scientific experts to research weapons? Otherwise, once we go to the battlefield, we will be eaten by bugs in minutes. Business bragging. Business bragging. Everyone ate and chatted. And after drinking more than 30 glasses of wine, Hong Su asked, what is the situation now? Recruiting 100 million soldiers? And preparing for war everywhere? Zheng Weihao said, it's hard to say. Huang Xing also said in embarrassment, I can't say anything either. Anyway, we will have a battle with these bugs. Everyone, take care of yourself. I hope we will have a chance to get together again in the future. Hearing their words, several classmates were shocked and felt that a big battle was about to begin. Hong Su raised his glass and said, let's not ask too many questions. Let's drink one first and wish that we can defeat the Zerg. Cheers! At He Xingzhou's home, He Xingzhou's family of 4 were having dinner. Meng Yao, is it really okay for you to implant that biochip? Jiang Monrong looked at He Meng Yao worriedly. She was chewing a big chicken leg with a mouthful of oil. It's okay. Mom, you don't believe me. But you also don't believe my brother? He Meng Yao said incoherently. My brother has said that there must be no problem. Jiang Monrong looked at He Xingzhou. And He Xingzhou nodded and said, there is no problem with the biochip. It is just a storage device. Now Meng Yao is equivalent to a genius with photographic memory. That quantum chip is the same? He Qihong asked curiously. Almost the same. But the implantation technology of quantum chips is higher than that of biochips now. He Xingzhou said while eating. I think in a few years, biochips and biocomputer technology should be able to catch up. He Meng Yao continued. Yes. In the future, we humans can all undergo genetic modification, become superhumans, and prolong our lives. Can you live hundreds of years longer? Jiang Monrong said with a smile. Hundreds of years? He Meng Yao said exaggeratedly. At least thousands or tens of thousands of years. That's a spirit. He Qihong said. We'll be content if we can live a peaceful life. Yes. Jiang Monrong agreed. Our family is relatively good. And everyone is safe. How many people in this world have encountered misfortune? In just 9 years, the global human population has decreased by 2/3. He Qihong also sighed. I saw on the internet that if they have to face the threat of the Zerg, many people would rather end their lives before the catastrophe. It will be fine. He Xingzhou comforted. At least we can still enjoy peace where we live. So, Jiang Monrong asked, when do you plan to get married? Ah? He Xingzhou was stunned. Why did the topic turn to this? He quickly said, I'm not in a hurry. But Meng Yao, you should consider your lifelong event. Brother, what does this have to do with me? Don't change the subject. He Meng Yao said dissatisfiedly. He Xingzhou came to a secret base in the south. This is also one of the Xuanwu bases. The Xuanwu base in the middle has been discovered by the Zerg because of several dispatches of aerospace carriers. To be on the safe side, He Xingzhou transferred the research of the mechanical behemoth to the southern base of Xuanwu. In the southern base, He Xingzhou stood on the underground research platform and looked at the huge mechanical behemoth in front of him. The spiny-backed hornworm king. Its body size is about the same as the original Baikal worm king, more than 800 meters long and 200 meters high, and its whole body is made of special metal, pure metal limbs, torso, and various bionic organs. If it weren't for the metallic luster, it would look like a planetary behemoth resurrected. He Xingzhou designed two control modes for the spiny-backed hornworm king. One is AI intelligent control, and the other is control by a modified person or a driver with a quantum chip implanted. AI control is not safe. Most planetary behemoths have the ability to cause electromagnetic interference, so it is necessary to have a driver. Start the mechanical thorny hornworm king, He Xingzhou said to Xuanwu. Starting the mechanical thorny hornworm king. Under the stands, the huge mechanical behemoth began to move, and its nuclear fusion energy core began to release energy, which was transmitted to its various parts through cables. The anti-gravity device was activated, and this behemoth slowly supported the trunk weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Activated, the researchers all looked at the mechanical behemoth, their eyes full of excitement and joy. Move! He Xingzhou continued to issue instructions to test its relevant performance. The mechanical thorny hornworm king began to move and headed for the huge underground test area. It walked steadily with its mechanical legs alternating. He Xingzhou tested the anti-gravity system, which allowed it to fly like an aerospace mothership. Because the space here is limited, it was only allowed to fly 1 meter above the ground. Arriving at the test area, He Xingzhou began to test its weapon system. Generate a strong magnetic field. A strong magnetic field was generated around the mechanical thorny hornworm king, and the equipment in the venue directly alarmed. If the magnetic field continued to increase, everything here would be destroyed. Stop! He Xingzhou could only stop temporarily and let it generate an electric field. Thunder and lightning surrounded the mechanical level hornworm king, which was very similar to the previous Baikal worm king. Testing the stability and strength of the electric field. The test of the mechanical hornworm king was normal, except that it could not evolve by swallowing. It had the same ability as the planetary behemoth. This was just one of the mechanical behemoths made by He Xingzhou. He also designed many other types of mechanical behemoths, and the factories of the Blue Star Alliance were constantly rushing to make them. More than half a year had passed, and the 5 major forces on Blue Star had begun to test each other's strength, and the situation became increasingly tense. The Mana Worm King sent troops to attack the Blue Star Alliance several times, but failed. It itself had never appeared once, and its behavior was much more cautious than before. Aura and Noah also sent their swarms to fight, killing more than 1 billion Zerg and more than a dozen Zerg kings, and neither side won. And the Sunbird Biotechnology Company, as if invisible, did not actively attack any forces. Everyone knows that they are accumulating strength. In the southern waters, a carrier fleet of the Blue Star Alliance is carrying out daily cruise activities to clear the Zerg in the nearby waters. The number of Zerg nearby has increased again recently. Under the ocean, Tianming, the pilot of the deep-sea battleship, killed the Zerg with arc weapons while reporting the situation to the mothership. The average frequency of appearance has increased by 30%. Prepare to return. Tianming was preparing to return when a high-energy warning suddenly appeared on the instrument. High-energy reaction detected. Warning. Warning! What's going on? He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and saw a blazing ray shot out from the bottom of the sea and hit the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. In the deep sea, a giant beast was floating up. It's a planetary monster, Tianming immediately reported. The planetary monster is attacking. The planetary monster is attacking. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was cut in half by the ray and was exploding. The crew on the ship hurriedly entered the flying mecha or deep-sea mecha to escape. It's the Mana Worm King. Everyone evacuate. Command Center. Request rescue. The crew on the mothership hurriedly asked for help. Some of the other ships tried to attack the Mana Worm King with plasma rays, but to little avail. Their ships were not big enough, and the plasma rays were not powerful enough. So the Mana Worm King simply ignored their attacks. A huge head emerged from the sea, its mouth open, and the atomic rays swept through, causing the aircraft carrier fleet to break or explode. In less than a minute, A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleet sank here. Most of the crew members escaped using planes and mechas. But some of them died. This damn mana worm king. He actually invaded my waters again. Qin Peng was furious in the Blue Star Alliance command, saying, "First, take it and kill it. Send the aerospace carrier to attack." 5 aerospace carriers flew out of the Xuanwu base and headed for the target area. Before these aerospace carriers arrived, the mana worm king sank back to the bottom of the sea and hid. "The sea is my territory. You natives, just wait to die." The mana worm king was very proud. On land, it may not be able to defeat the Blue Star Alliance, but in the sea, it can attack at any time, and humans can't stop it at all. It ran away. Everyone was even more angry when they saw the scene. "We can't let it go on like this. Otherwise our marine power will be slowly destroyed," Qin Peng thought. "Our sea patrol circle has been reduced to the near sea. If this continues, we will die slowly. If we don't take action now, we will be the first to perish. We must lock the mana bug king in the bug nest, or even destroy him. Then build a military base in the Mariana Islands and hold the mana bug king back." He Hongwei opened the map and pointed to a place. The Mariana Islands are right next to the Mariana Trench, and there are several famous islands on it, including Guam, Saipan, Tinian, Rota, etc. There used to be a White Eagle military base there, but it was later destroyed by the Zerg aircraft carrier. Change direction. Go to the Mariana Islands and clear the Zerg on the islands. Qin Peng issued an order. Other troops are ready to support. We will build a military base on the Mariana Islands to see if it can come out. Mana was about to return to his nest in the Mariana Trench when he found several aerospace motherships flying in that direction. Aerospace motherships cannot go to the sea. If you dare to come to the trench, you will die, Mana was thinking when he received a report from his subordinates. High-level insect king Black Whale reported, "My king, humans are attacking the nest in the Mariana Islands. We can't stop them." In the Mariana Islands, the insect king built a land nest. 5 aerospace motherships plus a large number of drones and flying mechas swept rapidly, bombarding with plasma rays, plasma cannons, arc weapons, and electromagnetic cannons. The nest was completely destroyed in less than 10 minutes. A primary insect king inside was evaporated into gas by the plasma rays of the aerospace mothership before he could escape. "My king, they seem to be building a base on the island," Black Whale reported again. "What? How dare these natives?" Mana felt humiliated by humans. The Mariana Islands were not far from his nest. If humans built a base there, wouldn't it be like hanging a sword over his head? "My king, should we organize a counterattack?" Black Whale asked. Mana wanted to destroy the human aerospace carrier in one go, but he was a little worried that humans would set up an ambush like they did when they killed Baikal. "Wait a minute. I don't think they dare to build a base here," Mana said. "If they really dare to build a base here, it means they are declaring war on me. At that time, I will directly destroy these natives." "Yes," Black Whale continued to observe. The Zergs patrolled around day and night and hovered in the sky. And these Zergs that came to monitor were cleared out at the fastest speed every time. In the first few days, Mana Zerg King still thought that he was enough to deter these natives. But gradually he found something wrong. These natives didn't care about its deterrence at all. They relied on robots to build on the island at a fast speed. In just a few months, various weapons facilities have been seen. They are also building an airport for the aerospace mothership and a repair plant for giant mechas. The nuclear fusion power station is also being built simultaneously. This is not a fake at all. But humans are determined to build a military base next to its insect nest to destroy it. This group of natives. In the Mariana Trench, Mana Worm King finally realized the fear of humans against the Zerg. It could not rest peacefully every day, fearing that some advanced weapons would be launched from the Mariana Islands and destroy it and its Zerg nest. Half a month later, Mana Worm King could not help it. Black Whale, "Send more troops to detect and see what they are doing?" it ordered. "Yes." Black Whale sent a large number of Zerg to the island to detect the situation. The intelligence worms approached the island and were destroyed by patrolling deep-sea mechas, warships, and drones in the sky. Only a small number of them sneaked into the island and have not been cleared yet. From their perspective, Mana Worm King and Black Whale saw that humans seemed to be building some kind of giant cannon, which was connected to a large nuclear fusion reactor and aimed at the direction of the Mariana Trench. What kind of weapon is that? Mana Insect King was secretly shocked. The cannon was about 1,000 meters long. With such a huge cannon, could the natives hit the 10,000-meter deep sea with one shot and destroy its insect nest? My king, the natives really want to attack us, Black Whale said. This cannon must be extraordinary. The technology of these natives has long surpassed the first-level civilization. Maybe there are people behind them helping them. If they really make some advanced weapons, we will be in danger. Mana Insect King had the same idea in his mind. If it was the natives before, he would not care at all. But this Blue Star Alliance is very strange. Every time they can make some special advanced weapons, if they really let them build them, they will definitely be in danger. It was analyzing the pros and cons. Letting them build a military base is very disadvantageous to me. With them here, not only can I not attack the land, but I will also be restricted and threatened everywhere. If I attack the natives now, King Aura, King Noah, and the biochemical army will also take action. This is next to my insect nest. Even if they come, I have the home advantage. It thought about it, and thought that it should still remove this military base. Black Whale, organize the army, and remove this military base, King Mana ordered. Yes, my king. Black Whale immediately summoned the Zerg. King Mana's power has expanded to the entire Pacific Ocean and the Tianju Ocean, and there are dozens of insect nests under his command. These insect nests are guarded by insect kings, and with countless insect armies, they are enough to submerge the Mariana Islands. The insect swarm is moving. It seems that the Mana Insect King can no longer sit still. The commanders at the Blue Star Alliance headquarters noticed the movement. We have been preparing for so long just to lure it out, Qin Peng said. If it is really under 10,000 meters in the deep sea, we are definitely not its opponent. Humans now also have giant deep sea warships. But if they really dive into the deep sea 10,000 meters, they will probably be blown up by the Mana Insect King soon. So they are deliberately building bases and giant cannons in the Mariana Islands to lure the Mana Insect King to appear. If we don't fight, we will kill him in one battle, He Xingzhou said. Our war with the Mana Insect King will be the beginning of the Blue Star World War. Other planetary monsters will also be watching us. Once we fall below, they will definitely attack us without hesitation. So we must be prepared to deal with multiple planetary monsters at the same time. Commander He, we will command the aerospace carrier, aircraft carrier fleet, missile troops, and mecha troops to fight. The giant mechas will fight against the mechanical monsters. And it will be left to you, Qin Peng said. Okay. He Xingzhou had no choice but to do it. As a designer, he knew the advantages and usage of these weapons better than anyone else. The World War will start tomorrow. Lu Mei took a deep breath and said, after nearly 10 years of preparation, the biggest test has finally arrived. The next day, the news reported that the Blue Star Alliance would hold a press conference today, and something extremely important would happen. A collective press conference of the Blue Star Alliance? This is the first time. The people immediately realized that things were not simple. Before, only 1 or 2 commanders held a meeting. But this time something really big is going to happen. Is the final decisive battle about to begin? It must be like this. I have been watching the aerospace carrier, fighter jets and flying mechas flying to the sea every day recently. All of Xinzhou and the safety zones around the world turned on the news channel, waiting for the press conference to begin. The press conference started on time at 10 a.m. Beijing time. The 7 first-level commanders were not present after the preparations for the World War. In order to ensure the normal operation of the Blue Star Alliance, all the commanders were in different areas. This was to prevent the Zerg from attacking and all the commanders from being killed at the same time. People all over the world, and all mankind. I am Qin Peng, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Qin Peng's projection first appeared at the press conference. I am He Xingzhou, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. He Xingzhou followed. He Hongwei, Kong Qing, Song Jinghong, Chui Weiman, LV Mei. Qin Peng continued. It has been nearly 10 years since the establishment of the Xuanwu project. In the past 10 years, the Zerg invaded the Blue Planet. From the ocean to the land and the sky, they devoured our kind, occupied our living space, and brought great disasters to all mankind. More than 5 billion people died in this disaster. The entire audience was silent. 10 years ago, no one could have imagined that the Blue Planet would become like this. Almost everyone had someone they knew who died at the hands of the Zerg. The Zerg is the enemy of all mankind, He Xingzhou continued. In order to avenge those relatives and friends who have passed away, and to protect our homeland, we declared war on the Zerg, paid a heavy price, and also achieved great results. Now, there are still Zergs in the world. They are eyeing us covetously, treating us as food on the plate and meat on the chopping board. We can never tolerate it. He Hongwei continued. Not long ago, the Mana Worm King in the Mariana Trench destroyed one of our nuclear-powered aircraft carrier fleets, killing hundreds of our crew members. It has also repeatedly invaded us. In order to counter the Mana Worm King, we built a military base on the Mariana Islands, Kong Qing said. Now, we have posed a threat to the Mana Worm King. It also realizes this, Song Jinghong said in a deep voice. The Mana Worm King is gathering all its forces to destroy our military base. We are also mobilizing troops to prepare for a war with it, Chui Weiman said. This will be the beginning of a world war between humans and Zerg. Lu Mei said something that frightened people all over the world. Yes, Qin Peng said. For peace and tranquility, this war is imperative. Now, we declare that all members of the Blue Star Alliance and their jurisdictions will immediately enter the stage of preparation for the World War. All troops are on standby. All members will accept military command and take refuge or cooperate. This war will determine whether humans survive or perish, He Xingzhou said loudly. No one can retreat. Behind us is a cliff. Only by moving forward can we create a new world. In this era of catastrophe, the war has begun. When they finished their announcement, air raid sirens sounded simultaneously in all cities and safe zones across the country and the world. The army appeared in every city, and aerospace motherships flew out of the base one after another. Countless fighters and flying mechas were rushing to the battlefield. On the ground, armored vehicles, chariots, and mecha troops began to garrison, and the entire human society was mobilized. People realized that the final battle to determine whether human civilization can survive on this planet has come. Chapter 174 Mechanical Behemoth vs. Mana Insect King. In the Mariana Islands, tens of billions of Zergs gathered from the Pacific and Indian Oceans. The sea water was full of bugs. This place can no longer be called the sea, but the sea of bugs? The weapons of the military base attacked day and night. But the bugs seemed to be endless, and there were more and more of them. Relying on defensive weapons, the Zergs have not landed on the island. Humans have not taken the initiative to attack in the sea, and both sides are waiting for a node. Finally, the fight is about to start. In the Atlantic Ocean, Aura Insect King is paying attention to the situation here. The first to fight is Mana Insect King and humans. No matter which side wins, the other side will be seriously injured. This is my chance. Kids, get ready. Very good. They have given me enough time. In America, Barry looked at the scene, his mouth gritting all the way to the back of his head. I will definitely be the final winner of this war. Biochemical core. Get ready to assemble. On Kangaroo Island, King Noah was ready to move, and countless Zergs on the island began to assemble. The war between the Blue Star Alliance and King Mana will change the situation in the world, and they will not wait any longer. Report to the headquarters. The aerospace carrier force is ready. Shuiyang, the captain of the Dapeng and the commander-in-chief of the aerospace carrier force, replied. Report to the headquarters. The fighter group is ready. Report to the headquarters. The aircraft carrier fleet is ready. Report to the headquarters. The deep-sea warship force is ready. Report to the headquarters. The giant mecha force is ready. Report to the headquarters. The mechanical monster force is ready. All the troops are ready. The Mana Insect King has not shown up yet. In this case, let's fire the first shot. Qin Peng waved his hand and shouted, Open fire. Attack the Zerg. Open fire. In the military base of the Mariana Islands, tens of thousands of missiles were fired and smashed into the surrounding sea. In an instant, the entire sea was like a boiling oil pan, exploding huge waves and blood debris. In this round of attack, it is estimated that tens of millions of Zerg were killed. Land on the island. Mana Insect King ordered in the insect nest. The Zerg began to land on the island, and the Zerg King appeared, using various weapons to destroy human defense measures. Arc array activated. Laser array activated. Electromagnetic gun array activated. Plasma gun array activated. Nuclear electromagnetic pulse transmitter activated. Fighter group began to attack. Mech troops began to attack. Aircraft carrier fleet attacked. Deep-sea warship troops attacked. Deep-sea mech troops attacked. Missile troops continued to fire. The entire Mariana Islands area has completely turned into a doomsday scene. One shell after another. The steel torrent collided with the sea of Zerg. The sky, the earth, and the ocean were all spread by the flames of war. The island was shaking. The sky was wailing. And even the sea was rolling in pain. In such a war space, even a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier or a powerful Zerg king is just an ordinary combat unit and may be wiped out at any time. Is this the World War? The satellite images were no longer clear, all obscured by the smoke of bombs, evaporating water vapor, and the poisonous fog of the Zerg. People could only watch this scene through the monitoring devices on the battlefield. Too horrible. This is the energy that can destroy the world. If there are immortals in the world, they can only become cannon fodder in such a war. I'm going crazy. This is not the most intense moment yet. If the fight continues like this, the entire sea will be turned into a sea of fire. The war had just begun. And in the headquarters, the commanders kept their composure and observed the situation. At this time, they had not yet launched hydrogen bombs, nor had they deployed aerospace carriers and giant mechas. Similarly, Mana Worm King did not dispatch his Worm King troops and planetary behemoths. Sink these islands, Mana Worm King ordered. Under the islands, countless Zergs began to dig the soil. At their speed, it would take less than a day to completely sink the Mariana Islands into the ocean. Several relatively short islands have begun to collapse. Underwater hydrogen bomb. Launch, Ching Peng shouted. On nuclear submarines and nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Underwater missiles carried nuclear warheads. And dozens of hydrogen bombs exploded in the ocean. The seawater evaporated, and the water vapor formed mushroom clouds. The shockwaves stirred up a water wall hundreds of meters high, and the corpses of Zerg were everywhere. A bloody storm was blowing on the sea, and a hurricane was forming. The huge waves hit the edge of the island, killing the Zergs directly on the beach. Because of the explosion of the hydrogen bomb, there was an earthquake in the surrounding sea area, and the archipelago was shaking. Unmanned deep-sea mechas and automatic deep-sea warships are dispatched to eliminate the Zergs near the island, He Hongwei ordered. A large number of unmanned deep-sea mechas and deep-sea warships are patrolling in the water. The arc weapons and underwater laser launchers they carry kill the Zergs in large numbers. And some Zerg kings, through their bites, voltage or collision attacks, also destroyed these human weapons. The war has escalated, and the Zerg kings have begun to join the battle. From the sea, you can see from time to time that giant Zerg surfaced and launched ball lightning, clustered sound wave shocks, and acid and magma shooting at the fighter groups and aircraft mechas in the sky. The demons and demons in troubled times are just like this. Aerospace motherships, giant mechas, flatten them. He Xingzhou felt that it was time to deploy these heavyweight weapons. Humans are not like Zerg, who can devour their own kind to quickly recover from injuries and evolve and grow. They must always maintain the suppression of the battlefield and kill more Zerg. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, 5 aerospace motherships began to reduce the takeoff distance. When they were more than 1,000 meters away from the sea surface, they began to release plasma cannons and plasma rays. Some of the insect kings that emerged were blown up by plasma rays as soon as their heads popped out. Mana, the insect king, looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he hadn't been too arrogant in the insect king stage and eaten a hydrogen bomb and spent a long time recovering from his injuries, the technology of the natives would not have developed to this point. Let the planetary behemoths go, Mana Worm King roared. Kill all the natives. Sink the Mariana Islands. Destroy all the sky motherships. And then kill Asia. In the Mariana Trench, in the insect nest 10,000 meters below the deep sea, several behemoths appeared. They looked similar to Mana Worm King, but smaller than him. These are the clones created by Mana Worm King using his own gene template. He can control these clones. And these clones are also planetary behemoths, including medium-sized planetary behemoths. The first planetary behemoth has surfaced, and the plasma ray hit it. Half of its head was cut off, but it was still roaring, and the atomic ray ejected from its mouth also hit an aerospace mothership. Warning: the hull is seriously damaged. The anti-gravity system is malfunctioning, and it is about to crash. Continue to attack. The rest of you retreat. The captain of the aerospace carrier commanded. The aerospace carrier is no longer salvageable. So just perish with the planetary behemoth. The moment they put on their armor and fled, the aerospace carrier behind them exploded violently. Because there was a nuclear fusion reactor on it. The explosion was equivalent to a hydrogen bomb explosion. Some crew members, who could not escape, were directly evaporated by the power of the explosion. The planetary behemoth in the ocean, whose head was cut off by the plasma ray, also sank. More planetary behemoths floated up, using other Zerg as cover, and also carried out large-scale electromagnetic interference. Atomic rays were fired from the bottom of the sea all the way to the sky, because the rays were light-speed attacks. And the vision of the aerospace mothership was blocked by electromagnetic interference and the Zerg. 2 of them were destroyed at once. There were at least 10 planetary behemoths. Natives. These aerospace motherships are not enough to fight. King Mana laughed wildly in his heart. In the ocean, those giant mechas were useless. And now it had the advantage. Another aerospace mothership of humans rushed to the battlefield and joined the attack. Under the sea, a planetary behemoth was about to attack with atomic rays. And another atomic ray came from not far away. And a planetary behemoth killed it. Who is it? King Mana was shocked. Why didn't it notice that other planetary behemoths joined the battle? It carefully explored and found that the one attacking its replica was also a planetary behemoth that was exactly the same as it. The only difference is that it has a human controller in its body, and is attacking the Zerg under human control. There are not just 1, but 5 such planetary beasts. Humans. King Mana was so angry that humans cloned its copies, and controlled them with neural machinery to attack itself. It could no longer restrain its anger, and floated up from the depths of the Mariana Trench. Before it approached the battlefield, its atomic breath evaporated thousands of meters of seawater along the way, and killed its fake. What a strong atomic breath! Song Jinghong exclaimed. King Mana is a high-level planetary beast. Those they cloned and controlled were only elementary planetary beasts. No match for King Mana. He Xingzhou held his breath. He was still waiting for the Mana Worm King to surface before attacking. During the process of surfacing, the Mana Worm King killed another clone. It completely surfaced, revealing its huge body. The head, body and tail added up to more than 1,500 meters. It originally had only 2 giant claws, but now it has grown into 4. Its body is full of lumps of flesh, which store energy. Roar! The Mana Worm King roared at the sky, and the sound waves pierced through the dust and water vapor with the fluid. The atomic breath directly pierced an aerospace mothership, just like breaking a hole in the sky. This scene frightened all of humanity. A planetary monster of destructive level. So this is the real planetary monster. So terrifying. The aerospace mothership is like a piece of thin paper in front of it. And it was pierced with 1 blow. It's so terrifying. We have already crashed 3 aerospace motherships. So even if there are 10, we can't stop it. He Xingzhou immediately commanded. The Mana Worm King has surfaced. The aerospace mothership takes off to keep the distance and keep attacking. The clones are entangled underwater. Mechanical monsters. Get ready to go. The Mana Worm King swam directly to the Mariana Islands. It wanted to sink the human military base and these islands into the Pacific Ocean. Roar! A clone appeared behind it and used atomic rays on it. The atomic rays hit Mana Worm King and burned its scales. This made Mana Worm King furious. It turned around and exhaled an atomic breath 10 times thicker, killing the clone instantly. Then, it stepped on the Mariana Islands, and the islands were shaking violently. It's time, He Xingzhou said. Go. Lock it. Yes. A giant mecha flew out from the underground space of the base. It was Erlangshan, the giant weapon that had killed Baikal Worm King. Erlangshan rushed towards Mana Worm King under the cover of missiles. The ship's slashing sword was already full of electricity. Mana Worm King was about to use atomic breath. And in the sky, 2 aerospace motherships attacked with plasma rays at the same time. And the ions collided, reducing the power of its atomic breath. Erlangshan has arrived in front of it, holding up the battleship sword, and is going to cut it in half. Go. Go! People are excited. They still remember the last time Erlangshan showed his power. Chop it to death. With so many weapons besieging together, even a planetary behemoth can't withstand it. Right? Kill the Mana Worm King. In people's expectation, the battleship sword chopped the Mana Worm King's shoulder. The particles vibrated, trying to destroy the molecular structure of its scales, and then cut it in half. This is what people imagined. But things did not develop as expected. The moment the battleship sword fell on the Mana Worm King's shoulder, it encountered a huge energy impact. This energy directly destroyed the electrical energy device that controlled the battleship sword, and it turned into a huge cold weapon, even though its blade is a single molecule structure that can destroy hard scales. It can't go any further. The ship-slashing sword stopped. It didn't cut in? People were dumbfounded. Even the ship-slashing sword couldn't cut in? What kind of monster is the Mana Worm King? Danger? Sun Yi controlled the Sky Eye of Erlangshan's giant mecha, releasing plasma rays, burning part of Mana Worm King's body. You guys think you can kill a high-level planetary beast? The Mana Worm King had stretched out his claws and grabbed the energy core of Erlangshan's mecha, and with the power of the nuclear explosion, he tore the giant mecha alive. The explosion occurred, and the giant mecha was blown into a pile of fragments. At the critical moment, Xiao Feiyu and Sun Yi tried to escape. Xiao Feiyu was the closest to the explosion and could not escape in time. He was evaporated in the nuclear reactor explosion, and Sun Yi was left with only a safety shield to protect his head and a broken prosthesis. He fell to the ground and was pushed into the sea by the shock wave. His life or death was unknown. Erlangshan mecha was blown up. In front of the news, more than 1 billion people showed horrified expressions at the same time. The Erlangshan mecha that killed the Belda Bug King was blown up in front of the Mana Bug King without lasting for a minute. The aerospace mothership and the giant mecha are not its opponents. Plasma energy storage cannon ready. The commanders did not have a moment to be sad. The moment the Mana Bug King landed, the cannon in the military base began to store energy. This is one of the largest plasma launchers currently in human hands. It can use a strong magnetic field to bind a large amount of plasma and then launch it in one breath, according to computer simulation. If this shot hits directly, even a high-level planetary behemoth cannot withstand it. Its only flaw is that it takes time to accumulate energy and accumulate enough plasma. Generally, energy accumulation will be detected by the planetary behemoth, so it can only be accumulated at the beginning of the battle. The Mana Worm King has noticed the high energy reaction, and it spits out atomic rays, destroying everything on the island. Wherever the rays go, all buildings and mountains are evaporated, and seawater spreads in. 1/3 of the archipelago has been completely submerged by seawater. The Mana Worm King is quite powerful, but it's a pity that we didn't get its sample. Barry saw this scene and said regretfully, "If we get its biological sample, my biochemical army will be stronger. This guy can at least severely damage the Blue Star Alliance." The Mana Worm King has evolved into a high-level planetary behemoth for a long time. Aura Worm King judged. With its energy output, humans can't stop it. It seems that I still overestimated humans. Noah Worm King thought. What about Xingzhou? He should have other weapons. Right? Dubai was also observing the battlefield. It will take at least 1 minute to charge, Xuanwu reported. Xingzhou said, "It's time for the mechanical behemoth to appear. Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant mechanical beast emerged from the base. It was a giant mechanical snake, and its imitation sample was the Amazon Worm King. In the ocean, a giant mechanical beast also emerged. It looked similar to the Mana Worm King, and it was a mechanical replica of the Mana Worm King. In the sky, a giant mechanical beast flew over. It was a mechanical spiny-horned Worm King, a mechanical replica of the Baikal Worm King. 3 giant mechanical beasts appeared, and the Mana Worm King had already realized the crisis. In the sky, there were also aerospace carriers, and in the ocean, there were aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and their clones. Unknowingly, the military strength of mankind has reached a terrifying level. Mechanical planetary monsters. The mood of the people seemed to be on a roller coaster, constantly ups and downs. Mechanical monsters. Are they stronger than giant mechas? We have actually made so many weapons. Mechanical monsters. Charge. Children, cover me. Mana Worm King called his men, and those bugs rushed up. More than a dozen planetary monsters appeared in the insect nest. Aerospace aircraft carriers. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Clones had to turn around to deal with those replica planetary monsters to create space for the 3 mechanical monsters. The mechanical giant snake spit out continuous ball-shaped lightning cannons while heading towards Mana Worm King, attacking non-stop. The mechanical Mana Worm King exhaled atomic breath and attacked the back of the Mana Worm King. The mechanical spiny-horn Worm King created a super strong electric field, covering the surroundings of the Mana Worm King. All of you die? The Mana Worm King had many scars on his body. He turned back first and attacked the mechanical Mana Worm King. Whether it was a clone or a mechanical body, it made it extremely angry. Its great body was actually desecrated by the natives. The tail of the Mana Worm King, with thunder and lightning, directly hit the mechanical Mana Worm King that was about to pounce, and whipped it away. At this time, the mechanical giant snake had approached, and it wrapped around the body of the Mana Worm King, making it unable to evacuate. The Mana Worm King exhaled an atomic breath at its head, vaporizing the huge mechanical snake head. But it miscalculated that as long as the energy core of the mechanical beast was not destroyed, losing its head would be no different from losing other parts of its body. The mechanical giant snake wrapped itself tighter, and at the same time released ball lightning, attacking the Mana Worm King face to face, electrocuting it severely. The mechanical thorn-backed horn worm king had also landed, and it used a strengthened electric field to continue attacking. The Mana Worm King was aware of the danger, and in addition to these, it also sensed that high energy was gathering nearby. It struggled frantically with its claws, mouth, and tail. The body of the mechanical beast was torn into several pieces by it, and the mechanical thorn-backed horn worm king followed closely behind, using mechanical limbs and electric fields to continue locking the body of the Mana Worm King. Get out of here, all of you. The atomic rays of the Mana Worm King were swiping wildly. It could no longer care about overdrawing its own body energy. If it didn't leave, it would be in danger of death. The body of the mechanical Spinosaurus Worm King was soon riddled with holes, and was about to break free. It's going to run away. The audience became anxious. The mechanical behemoth couldn't trap it. If it escapes into the sea, how can we deal with it? This guy evolves too fast. If it evolves for a while, humans can't beat it. Give it 100 hydrogen bombs. The voice of Xuanwu sounded in He Xingzhou's ears. Energy storage is complete. Plasma energy storage cannon. Fire! On the Mariana Islands, the huge plasma energy storage cannon finally accumulated enough plasma, and used the accelerating magnetic field to fire them all at once. The plasma light illuminated the entire sky, brighter than lightning. Its target was the Mana Worm King. The high-temperature plasma completely vaporized the mechanical spiny horn worm king that bound the Mana Worm King in an instant. Not good. The Mana Worm King wanted to dodge, but its speed could not exceed the speed of the plasma ray. In this strong light, that was so bright that human eyes could not see directly, comparable to the direct sunlight, this huge planetary beast, the terrifying Worm King that left a psychological shadow on countless people, was evaporated into gas, mixed with other evaporated objects, and disappeared without a trace. The high-level planetary beast, the Mana Worm King, the overlord of the Pacific and Tianzhu oceans, has been completely wiped out from this world since then. Not even a slag is left. The Mana Worm King was bombarded to death. In the military base, commanders such as Lei Yuanfeng couldn't help but shout. Finally, this big monster was destroyed. Finally killed it. Qin Peng breathed a sigh of relief. They were also nervous. If they failed to kill it, they didn't know how many people would die. The Pacific and Tianzhu Ocean regions will be taken back to the sphere of influence of the Blue Star Alliance, He Hongwei said happily. Without the Mana Bug King, the other Bug Kings here would not be the opponent of humans. We sacrificed several aerospace motherships, Erlangshan giant mecha, and 2 mechanical monsters, and finally killed it. He Xingzhou also felt that it was not easy. This advanced planetary monster was too difficult to deal with. Now they have no doubt that the planetary overlord level Zerg has the ability to independently destroy the first level civilization. The Mana Bug King is dead. Hundreds of millions of people cheered together. The operation was successful. We killed this Pacific overlord. We can also kill the advanced planetary monsters. A great victory in the first battle. We have a chance to achieve a complete victory in the World War. The mechanical monsters are too powerful. If there are more, the other planetary monsters will only die. Before they recovered from their joy, a white light appeared on the news screen. Just like the plasma energy storage cannon just now. The 2 strong energy produced an extremely dazzling light, covering all the pictures. What happened? Everyone was stunned. When the white light dissipated, they found that the area where the plasma energy storage cannon was located had completely disappeared and was submerged by sea water. And the water vapor formed a huge cloud. And in the sky, a flying giant beast had just attacked. It has a wingspan of more than 800 meters, a body length of more than 1,400 meters, a flat body, and a pointed bird beak. Around it, there is also a large group of flying insects, including insect kings and planetary monsters. It's Noah's Insect King. The human commander just found that Noah's Insect King was moving. Everyone, retreat immediately and abandon the Mariana Islands base, Qin Peng ordered. Just now, Noah's Insect King destroyed the Guam base, and most people hid in the Saipan base. Retreat, retreat, retreat. All Navy, Army and Air Force, evacuate, Lei Yuanfeng shouted. And everyone immediately put on their armor and left at high speed. And the Noah Insect King was still destroying the military base of the Mariana Islands. It spit out high-temperature rays similar to atomic rays, destroying everything on the island. With the cooperation of other insect kings, the Mariana Islands are gradually collapsing in the Pacific Ocean. Some human soldiers were also affected and died heroically. It came so fast, He Hongwei said. Although we killed the Mana Insect King, we also suffered huge losses after being attacked by the Noah Insect King. It wants to occupy the territory of the Mana Insect King. Send a fleet to drive away the Zerg. At least the North Pacific and the Tianju Ocean must be controlled by us, Qin Peng said. At this time, Xuanwu sent another urgent report. Anomalies were found in the Arctic Ocean, and the Arctic Worm King is approaching Siberia. There is also the suspected Aura Worm King. The Arctic Worm King has surrendered to the Aura Worm King. They took advantage of the fact that humans had just finished fighting with the Aura Worm King and launched an attack. Blue Star Alliance, I will not give you any more breathing opportunities. The Aura Worm King knew that if they were given more time, they would create more weapons. It just so happened that the Noah Worm King reached an agreement with it, and the two high-level planetary behemoths launched attacks simultaneously. At this moment, Barry also noticed this trend. Two high-level planetary behemoths attacked the Blue Star Alliance at the same time. Very good. This is an opportunity. We will also go out. On the American continent, the biochemical army also began to move out, with flying Zergs, sea Zergs and land Zergs preparing to head to the Asian continent. The World War, in just one day, turned into Zergs all over the world attacking the Blue Star Alliance together. 3 Zerg Kings, attack us together. All commanders' hearts sank. This was the worst-case scenario they had expected. But they didn't expect it to happen. The Zergs are already afraid of us, Chui Weiman said. Act according to the original plan. It can only be done this way. Qin Peng nodded and said, we have to divide the front into 3 major battlefields. Arctic Circle Battlefield. Stop the Aura Zerg King in Siberia. The Pacific Battlefield. Fight with Noah, the Insect King for the Pacific territory. The last one is the American battlefield. We must not let the biochemical army of the Sunbird come to Asia. It will cause a lot of harm to the people. So we have to send troops to America to fight them in America. I will command the Arctic battlefield. The Pacific battlefield will be commanded by He Hongwei. The American battlefield will be handed over to He Xingzhou. Qin Peng and He Hongwei are military commanders, while other commanders are responsible for science, security, intelligence, and logistics. He Xingzhou is an exception. He holds 2 positions, military command and scientific research. Okay, let the Zerg see our strength. He Xingzhou stood up. For this world war, their preparations were more than that. The news of the Zerg attacking together was immediately reported on the news. People were just celebrating the killing of King Mana. But when they heard the news, they felt like they were falling into an ice cave. Zergs from all over the world are coming together. They are going to kill us. So many of our weapons were destroyed by King Mana in the Pacific Ocean. Can we still deal with them? It's over. This time it's really the end of the world. One planetary behemoth is so powerful. This time, I'm afraid there will be hundreds or thousands of them. Not to mention destroying us. It's not impossible to destroy the entire surface of the planet. We have struggled for 10 years, fought for 10 years, and still have to face the end of civilization destruction? After years of training, the mentality of human beings has been strong enough. But this news still makes many people's psychological defenses collapse. That is the global Zerg. Attacking together. Hundreds of thousands of planetary behemoths. Tens of thousands of Zerg kings. And hundreds of billions of Zergs. Let alone fighting. Even if they are piled with corpses, they can fill Asia. In the Arctic Circle, the large safety zone and industrial zone built by the Blue Star Alliance, The planetary behemoth Arctic Zerg King spits out atomic rays, destroying all defenses. The industrial city, that took nearly 2 years to build, was completely turned into ruins within a few minutes. The evacuated humans once again experienced the tragedy of their homes being destroyed. In space, 10 aerospace motherships are coming. Along with them, there were 10 giant mechas and 10 mechanical behemoths. In addition, there were mecha troops, flying weapon arrays, fighter groups, etc. The actions of the insects were beyond human expectations. But the weapons accumulated and manufactured by humans were more than they imagined. In the Pacific battlefield, there were also 10 aerospace motherships, 10 giant mechas, 10 mechanical behemoths, 5 clonal mana insect kings and aircraft carrier fleets heading to the battlefield. One base after another was opened, and more weapons flew out. The number of weapons that flew out this time made the insects feel scared. One aerospace mothership after another flew out. One giant mecha after another rose into the sky. One mechanical behemoth after another appeared, plus various supporting fighter groups, aircraft mecha troops, and various weapon arrays. The number of this mechanical army was more than double the previous 2 combined. Chapter 175 Biochemical Core. The number of aerospace carriers, giant mechas, and mechanical behemoths exceeds 50. When these giant man-made weapons appeared, the whole world was shocked. In the past 2 years, the Blue Star Alliance has produced so many weapons. Are we so powerful? People never expected that their industrial manufacturing level has reached a new height. The first aerospace carrier Doping appeared only 23 months ago. Now, aerospace carriers can form fleets. Giant mechas can form battle groups. And even the mechanical behemoths that appeared today can become mechanical core. Humans really have hidden their strength. King Noah has sunk the Mariana Islands, and the plasma energy cannons and military bases have all been completely wiped out. This time, humans must be eliminated. It is determined that even if it sacrifices more today, it must completely eliminate the Blue Star Alliance from this planet. Otherwise, if they continue to develop, the evolution speed of the Zerg may not be faster than their weapon manufacturing speed. Tell them, everyone, get ready for action. In the Arctic Circle, King Aura found that the giant weapons were all flying towards America. It was extremely angry that it was underestimated by the natives. You actually sent the main force to America instead of defending the homeland. You are looking for death. Keep moving forward. It led a mighty Zerg army and pushed forward all the way. Before the arrival of the giant weapons, there was almost no force that could stop them. In the American continent, Barry sat in the biochemical base of Sunbird Biotechnology Company and shook his head slightly. The main force was actually used to deal with me. It can't be hidden anymore. My planetary behemoth army. Move out. From various biochemical bases in the American continent, clone planetary behemoths broke out of the ground. Crocodile-armored mosasaurus, giant snakes, volcano insect kings, etc. The images captured by the Skynet satellite have reached 100. 100 planetary behemoths are enough to destroy the entire ecosystem of the blue planet. The battle in the Arctic Circle has begun, and Qin Peng has devoted himself to commanding. He ordered, the aerospace mothership goes to the rear to cut the battlefield, and the giant mecha stops the Aura Insect King. The mechanical behemoth troops should first eliminate the Arctic Bug King and other planetary behemoths. Other troops, do not approach the behemoth battlefield, and destroy the surrounding Zerg and Zerg. In the behemoth battlefield, other troops will die if they go there, and can only rely on giant weapons to attack. We should not rush here. In the Pacific battlefield, He Hongwei was not in a hurry to attack. The Arctic Circle was on land. If the Aura Bug King broke through the defense line, the lives of the people would be in danger immediately. So they had to rush to start the war. In the Pacific region, the Mana Bug King had just died, and it had some planetary behemoths and other Bug Kings under it, and it was in chaos. The sea base has been destroyed. Now we have to defend and advance at the same time. Giant weapons built a defense line, cooperated with the marine troops, and gradually advanced into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. In the Americas, He Xingzhou has locked on to several biochemical bases, and he directly let the team rush to the biochemical bases. The Zerg cannot give up these biochemical bases, so he must mobilize the biochemical army to defend, so that He Xingzhou can turn the passive into active, so that the biochemical army has no time to attack the Asian continent. After the catastrophe era, a large number of cities in the Americas were destroyed by the Zerg. Now all intact cities have a common feature. That is, they have the biochemical base of Sunbird Biotechnology Company. He Xingzhou launched an attack on 5 large biochemical bases at the same time. They are from North America to South America, and each biochemical base has the ability to cultivate planetary behemoths. The giant mechanical core is divided into 5 teams, each with 10 aerospace motherships, 10 giant mechas and 10 mechanical behemoths, bringing with them several other battle groups, and attacking in 5 directions. The first team is the fastest and has reached one of the 5 biochemical bases, the San Francisco base. Suzaku is approaching the target. The aerospace mothership Suzaku is the fastest, and below it is the famous Golden Gate Bridge, a suspension bridge spanning the strait. A giant snakeworm king poked its head out from the bottom of the sea and spit out ball lightning at the Suzaku. Attack! On the Suzaku, the captain activated the plasma ray, which cut the giant snakeworm king and the Golden Gate Bridge into 2 pieces. In other places, giant weapon teams have arrived and started fighting with planetary behemoths. In the bustling city, planetary monsters are roaring one after another. In front of them, skyscrapers are just building blocks that can be pushed down or destroyed at will. Countless places and buildings that were once famous in the history of human civilization have been completely razed to the ground by them. In the sky carrier is fighting with a dragon-like monster, and plasma rays and beam sound waves attack each other. On the ground, the planetary monsters and giant mechas fight each other, and the atomic breath sweeps wildly. The ship-slashing sword cuts the body of the monster, and the explosion sound is endless. In the ocean, there are also mechanical monsters and clone monsters biting each other, releasing electric fields, plasma rays, atomic breath, acid bombs, etc. to attack each other. Blood and mechanical wreckage are mixed together, rolling up huge waves. Everywhere is in chaos. The giant mecha of the giant spirit god was damaged, and our pilot escaped successfully. A giant mecha was burned into 4 pieces by the atomic breath of 2 clone monsters. The mechanical monster Spinosaurus King No. 4 has killed the clone monster Volcano King and is rushing to War Zone No. 12. In the ocean, the mechanical monster electrocuted a Volcano King that was spewing magma. The magma came out of its whole belly, like boiling blood, calling Tianlong and Ziyun. Enemy targets have been found, requesting fire support. 3 aerospace motherships surrounded a crocodile-armored mosasaur about 800 meters long, which was triggering lightning and shooting at the aerospace motherships. Area R7 is about to be bombed in the entire area. Please avoid it in time for nearby friendly units. In front of a biochemical base, several giant mechas have broken through the outer defense line and are bombing with various weapons. Electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, hydrogen bombs, plasma rays, etc. have blown the surface buildings, underground defense layers, and underground buildings in this area into a scorched earth. There are also biochemical monsters that have not been evacuated in time, which have also turned into gas in the bombing. A secret biochemical army has been discovered patrolling in the Pacific Ocean. Please intercept it immediately. A piece of news may He Xingzhou alert. Under the deep sea, there is still a biochemical army secretly advancing towards Asia. Deep sea battleships, deep sea mechas, and mechanical mana insect kings. Intercept them immediately. He Xingzhou mobilized some forces from various units to intercept them. In other battlefields, the battle was equally fierce. In the Arctic Circle battlefield, Qin Peng had successfully separated the Aura Insect King from the Arctic Insect King. The aerospace mothership group provided cover at high altitude, while the giant mechas and mechanical beasts advanced or were remotely restricted, and were fighting a high-level planetary beast. The Aura Bug King was 1,800 meters tall, and its head was like an oversized octopus, with big green eyes, and over 100 meters long, wriggling tentacles and beards all over its jaws. Its trunk was like a demon, and its skin was dark green, covered with mucus, which formed a biological protective film. Even laser cannons and plasma cannons hitting it would be blocked by this special mucus. It had 4 giant claws, walked upright, and was filled with poisonous gas. Wherever it went, everything withered and the earth sank. A giant mecha, Tianmu, that was 800 meters tall, was waiting this giant arc generator, triggering a thunder whip with a voltage of hundreds of millions of volts to attack it. The Aura Worm King resisted the electric whip, spewing out atomic breath that illuminated the entire sky. cutting the body of the electric mother mecha while stretching out his claws to tear it apart. The giant mechanical army did not dare to get too close to it, and could only pull it constantly to control the distance. In addition to it, there are other planetary behemoths attacking. To deal with them, the plasma energy storage cannon composed of modular arrays played a role. The Arctic Worm King. This planetary behemoth once escaped from the attack of humans, and now it has returned after joining the Aura Worm Queen and has evolved into a medium-sized planetary behemoth, more than twice the size of before. Start the electric field. A mechanical spiny backhorn worm king approached it and paralyzed it with an electric field. The Arctic Worm King landed on its 4 legs and ran wildly, and the earth roared with it. Plasma energy storage cannon. Ready. Fire. On the battlefield, the plasma energy storage cannon accumulated enough energy and fired a shot. The Arctic Worm King realized the danger and jumped high to avoid the attack. At the same time, another flying planetary beast in the sky spit out a plasma ball and destroyed the plasma energy storage cannon. Kill! A giant mecha dragon spear Marshal Sync jumped up, and the dragon spear in its hand pierced the head of the Arctic Worm King. Like the ship slasher, it is also a high-frequency vibration particle weapon, and it can also conduct electric current. The Arctic Worm King slapped the body of the dragon spear Marshal Saint, but the high-voltage current had already been transmitted through the dragon spear, and its brain was electrified into roasted brain flowers. In the sky, the plasma beam of the aerospace mothership cut its body again, and the Arctic Worm King fell heavily to the ground and was killed by humans. In the Pacific battlefield, human forces once again advanced to the vicinity of the Mariana Trench. Noah Worm King flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters, fighting back and forth with the aerospace mothership and the giant flying mecha. For aerospace motherships have crashed, and in the deep sea, a giant beast is turning the world upside down. It is somewhat similar to the 3-headed dragon, but it has only 2 heads. One head can spit out atomic breath, and the other head is a freezing ray. The freezing ray is a kind of lithium fluorine nanocrystal particle flow it sprays. This particle flow can attack the target and absorb temperature from the surrounding. If it encounters seawater or a large amount of water vapor, it will form an effect similar to the freezing ray. The freezing ray swept through, and the surrounding seas froze into ice in a very short time, as if they had arrived at the Antarctic continent. A mechanical mana worm king was frozen on the seabed before it could completely escape. It was activating the plasma ray to try to escape the iceberg, but was pierced by another atomic ray from the giant beast. It's the Antarctic Worm King. He Hongwei confirmed its identity. Launch deep-sea hydrogen bombs. After he said that, dozens of deep-sea hydrogen bombs were launched from the aircraft carrier and the warship. The ultra-high temperature of the hydrogen bomb explosion melted all the surrounding icebergs, and the Antarctic Worm King was also affected. Go! In the deep sea, 2 clone mana worm kings approached the Antarctic Worm King. The 2 clone giant beasts completely ignored their own lives and energy, and stared at the freezing ray and atomic breath to attack. Their atomic breath severely injured the Antarctic Worm King, and one of its heads was evaporated. ZZ! A lightning bolt shot up from the deep sea and hit the Antarctic Worm King. It was a giant mechanical snake. It had been lying in ambush here when humans were fighting against the Mana Worm King, and finally waited for its chance. The Antarctic Worm King was killed by ultra-high voltage current and atomic breath. We resisted 3 Worm Kings at the same time, and we didn't lose the upper hand. Humans all over the world felt hope. If they could really eliminate all these Worm Kings, they would usher in a peaceful life on Blue Star again. Keep killing. Kill them all. Mom, did you see that? We are avenging you. Hurry. Hurry. The front line needs supplies. We have to hurry. This world war will never end in a day or two. When the Arctic Zerg King and the Antarctic Zerg King were killed, 24 hours had passed. Hundreds of billions of Zerg were killed, and the human losses were not small. More than 1 million soldiers have died, and a large number of weapons and equipment have been destroyed. Both the Arctic Circle battlefield and the Pacific battlefield lost more than 15 giant weapons. In the Americas, the giant weapon team commanded by He Xingzhou was also wiped out and destroyed by the biochemical army. In the ocean, there are still Zerg and Zerg Kings. And in the human base, there are also new aerospace motherships, giant mechas and mechanical monsters going to the battlefield for reinforcement. Some injured planetary beasts returned to the ocean to heal, and some damaged weapons began to evacuate back to the base for repair. But all parties had no intention of stopping the war. World War is destined to be a fight to the death. 2 days have passed, and the war is still going on. In the Arctic Circle, humans injured the Aura King, but could not kill it in the Pacific Ocean. After the Noah King incorporated the Zerg army of the Mana King, he gained an advantage by relying on the ocean and terrain, forcing humans to retreat to the vicinity of Isa Island and rely on the island's defense forces for defense. On the battlefield in the Americas, the battle between the giant weapon team and the biochemical army continued. 3 of the Sunbird's biochemical bases have been destroyed, and there are still 2 important bases. He Xingzhou's giant weapon team has also lost 2 of them. A military base of the original Maple Leaf has been transformed into a biochemical base by the Zerg. He Xingzhou is mobilizing forces to attack the Maple Leaf biochemical base. In the base, 25 clone planetary monsters are being awakened. They crawl out of the sleeping culture room and rush towards the giant weapons. Prepare the plasma ray array. For giant mechas landed at the 4 corners of the base. They used themselves as carriers to form a plasma ray array. 2 clone monsters were evaporated in an instant. Barry had no expression. As he moved his fingers, the ground collapsed, and several clone giant snakes emerged, spewing plasma while entangled the bodies of the giant mechas and destroyed them. Go! He Xingzhou controlled remotely, and several mechanical beasts fell from the sky. The attack of the clone beast could only cause minor damage to the mechanical beast, while the mechanical beast could tear the clone beast apart with its hands. After 2 days of fighting, He Xingzhou has discovered that this clone beast is 50% weaker than the real planetary beast. Maybe it is because it was induced in some way, so the cell strength and energy strength are a few points weaker. On the other hand, the mechanical beast does not have such a problem. So when the mechanical beast fights the clone beast, the mechanical beast can fight 2 at once. In the biochemical base, a mechanical mana worm king burned the clone Amazon worm king with atomic breath from head to tail. A mechanical spiny horn worm king electrocuted the clone volcano worm into a barbecue skewer. A mechanical arctic worm king tore the clone crocodile armored mosasaur into pieces. In the biochemical base, the scene has turned into a mechanical behemoth crushing a clone behemoth. Barry looked at this scene coldly. If this continues, the base will be destroyed in less than half an hour. He used his claws to open the smart device in front of him and connected to an international channel of the Blue Star Alliance. At this time, in the base, Xuanwu reminded He Xingzhou, there is a call from Sunbird Biotechnology Company. Oh, He Xingzhou said. Connect. The projection screen appeared, and a bugman appeared in front of He Xingzhou. It was Barry, the founder of Sunbird Biotechnology Company. He Xingzhou. Barry read his name in Chinese and said, "Is this our first call?" He Xingzhou nodded slightly and said, "Barry, if you surrender now, I can promise that the Blue Star Alliance will not kill all the humans on your side." Barry grinned, revealing his snake-like tongue, and said, "Humans? Do you think there are still humans on my side?" He Xingzhou sighed. "It seems that they are all Zerg people, so they can only be wiped out. I heard that you used to fight against the Zerg before. Why do you want to be a Zerg person now?" "Because humans are hopeless." Barry couldn't help but recall the treatment he received. All kinds of smears, humiliations, and attacks. He said, "I gave them a chance. They didn't have any. When they found that the Zerg was unstoppable, they came to me again. I agreed and mercifully gave them a second chance to become Zerg people. Humans are just low-level creatures, destined to be wiped out by the Zerg. We have ushered in evolution. And you, the laggards, will become the food of the Zerg. Now you don't seem to be qualified to say this. Your biochemical base will soon be only one," He Xingzhou said. "If you don't surrender, prepare to die." "Surrender? The Zerg will not surrender." Barry grinned and laughed. "I'm talking to you just to tell you that if you don't withdraw now, you will be wiped out soon. Just wait and see." After saying that, he hung up the communication. He Xingzhou became alert. Barry might have some tricks up his sleeve. He said to Xuanwu, "Xuanwu, is there anything special?" A large number of flying insect swarms are approaching Xingzhou. Xuanwu unfolded the screen. He Xingzhou saw that it was a large number of ordinary Zergs, without Zerg kings and planetary behemoths. At this time, this kind of Zerg was everywhere, so there was no special army to deal with it. Intercept immediately. He Xingzhou felt something was wrong and gave an order. Flying mechas, air interception weapons, missile troops, and fighter groups were immediately dispatched to attack these flying Zergs in large numbers. They died in large numbers, and they had no power to fight back. What on earth does Barry want to do? He Xingzhou wondered. They could kill as many ordinary Zergs as they came. In a city by the sea, ordinary residents were hiding in shelters. Some patrol soldiers, logistics workers, and medical workers were still working. Above the city, the anti-aircraft defense missile system bombarded a large number of Zergs, and their bodies and fragments were scattered all over the streets. Blood spilled on a logistics worker, and he was about to clean it. But before he took 2 steps, he fell down and twisted in pain. Comrade, what's wrong with you? A patrol soldier found him and hurried forward to ask. He was walking in front of the man, who suddenly turned over and rushed towards him. He reflexively used the mecha to knock him away. Not good. The soldier thought to himself. He accidentally got into trouble and might have killed someone. The man he knocked away, although his head was bleeding, stood up tremblingly, and his skin was rapidly flaking. Zerg. He was infected by the Zerg gene virus. The soldier reacted and killed him with 1 shot. A large number of gene viruses appeared in the air. There were news coming from various cities. Gene bomb. He Xingzhou finally understood what Barry wanted to do. These Zerg were all biological weapons cultivated by him. Gene bombs. They carry the Zerg gene virus. And once infected, they will turn into a Zergman. So they all come here to die, and let their blood and corpses pollute the air, land and rivers. There is chaos in every city. This gene virus infects very quickly, and can turn a person into a Zergman within a few minutes. Zergmen have appeared on the streets, in buildings, and in shopping malls. They attack anyone they see, and if you are bitten by them, you will also become a Zergman. There are chaos points in every place. Blue Star Alliance urgent notice. The enemy has used genetic weapons. Please enter the shelter immediately to avoid. Everyone must be checked, and defense departments at all levels must immediately clean up the virus and Zergman. In the shelter, there were already biochemical protection facilities, and air isolation and genetic virus testing were started. The Blue Star Alliance responded quickly, and quickly contained the spread of the genetic bomb. But those genetic bomb Zergs were still approaching, which made it difficult for the Blue Star Alliance's support forces to go out. And they were cut off from support in disguise. Jiaying Mansion. Underground shelter. The shelter manager urgently notified. The Zerg released genetic bombs on us. Our robots need to clean up the Zerg and Zerg people. We urgently need some people to help with disinfection. If these tasks are not completed, the Zerg genetic virus will spread across the board, which will not only affect the war, but also put us in danger. The creatures in the city will also mutate into Zerg. Everyone looked at the manager in panic. The outside is polluted. Won't we become insects if we go out? Can the protective suits block the gene bomb? The air is polluted. The manager explained. Everyone who goes out has protective suits and cleaning equipment. In addition, they will be injected with gene lock reagents. The principle of the Zerg gene virus is to cause human gene mutations. The gene lock reagent will keep our genes stable and eliminate the mutant genes in time, so that we will not be infected by the gene virus. Someone asked, then why don't you inject this gene lock reagent into each of us? The manager said again, the gene lock reagent is complicated to manufacture and the output is limited. I must tell you the truth. After the gene lock reagent is injected, you will not be able to perform genetic modification. Cannot perform genetic modification? Everyone naturally understood what this meant. Now that biotechnology is developing rapidly, some people can already perform genetic modification to make their bodies stronger and their lifespan longer. Although this technology is not yet mature, it may be mature in the future. Some people began to hesitate. Several elderly residents stood up and said, let's go. We can't perform genetic modification at our age. We just need to live a good life. Let's go clean up the city. Please come this way, the manager said quickly. Anyone else? We need a lot of people. He Xingzhou's parents were also in the shelter. He Qihong was looking at his wife. He looked a little hesitant, and Jiang Wanrong saw what he was thinking. Do you want to go? Yes. He Qihong nodded and said, in the era of the catastrophe, we have lived much happier than ordinary people, and we should do something. Standing up at this time means that they will not only face the threat of Zerg attacks, but also cannot carry out genetic modification in the future. Maybe in the future, when human genes become stronger, they will grow old in an ordinary way. Jiang Monrong held his hand tightly and said, no matter what you do, I support you. Okay. He Chihong stood up and said to the manager, "Count me in." "And me." Jiang Monrong followed. "You too." "You?" The manager hesitated. He naturally knew them. They were He Xingzhou's parents. It seemed a bit wrong to let them take risks. "Don't worry too much," He Chihong said. "Hurry up and arrange it." "Okay," the manager said. "Please come this way." Every city is organizing people to clean up the Zerg gene virus. They have thought about this method of the Zerg. So they already have a way to deal with it. By spraying special potions, these viruses are killed. In every city and every region, there are people who stand up to maintain order and protect the weak. Therefore, many people unfortunately died. The chaos soon stopped. The logistics and support of the army were not cut off. And everything was normal. "Barry, if this is all you have, then you can declare it over." He Xingzhou contacted Barry again. Barry was very puzzled. Why is this happening? Why is there no chaos in your city? How can they be more orderly than the Zerg? According to his idea, the gene bombs would cause riots in various cities. And with the Zerg, it would evolve into a huge chaos, causing the Blue Star Alliance to collapse. Then, he organized forces to fight back. But the reality is that there was no major chaos in the Blue Star Alliance. Almost all people and machines obeyed the orders very well, which quickly calmed down the small amount of chaos. They are cleaning up the genetic virus and the Zerg. At this rate, the entire Blue Star Alliance will be able to return to normal in a few days. It shouldn't be. Barry thought of the coming of the disaster era. At that time, there was chaos all over the world, and the managers were completely unable to control the order. And now, the chaos he created is even more terrifying than it was then. This is a biochemical crisis. Once infected with a genetic virus, you will become a Zerg man and eat people. This is what was written in previous science fiction movies and novels. Once a biochemical crisis occurs, the entire society and the entire world will collapse in a short time. People eat people. People bite people. People kill people. The end of the world will quickly spread to every corner of the Blue Star Alliance. And the riders will take the opportunity to make trouble with the insect people, accelerating this trend. This is also the countermeasure that Barry has prepared for a long time. But now it has failed. Those people in the Blue Star Alliance actually took to the streets to clean up the virus without fear of death. Even if their relatives turned into insect people, they could still destroy them with tears. Even in remote rural areas, there are people who can stand up to maintain order. He Xingzhou said coldly, "Barry, do you know what the biggest mistake you made is?" Barry did not speak. He Xingzhou said, "That is, in your mind, human civilization is only the Western world. Do you think your ideas can replace the whole world and replace human civilization? After the catastrophe, people's selfishness makes you feel that human civilization has no hope. But you are wrong. Our thoughts and civilization are different from yours. Among us, there are people who sacrifice themselves for justice, people who are selfless, and people who sacrifice their own interests for the greater good, and they are not a minority, but the majority. So you failed to resist the Zerg and chose to become a Zergman. And we have resisted until now. It's useless," Barry shouted. "It's useless. Humans can't beat the Zerg. Humans will eventually perish. Even if humans will perish, it won't be at this time." He Xingzhou mobilized troops to attack Barry's last biochemical base. In front of the biochemical base, 20 aerospace motherships are ready. And there are also several giant mechas and mechanical beasts, which are destroying the ground defense. "Come on, He Xingzhou. I will tell you that humans are ultimately a low-level civilization." In the underground base, Barry walked to a planetary beast. He took off his clothes, turned into a humanoid worm, and drilled into the body of the beast. When his nerves were connected with the brain nerves of the planetary beast, the planetary beast opened its eyes. This is a brand new planetary beast designed by Barry himself using the planetary beast template. It combines the characteristics of the volcano worm king, the crocodile armored mosasaur, the Amazon worm king, and the mana worm king, and has various terrifying biochemical weapons. It is 2,000 meters tall, with a neck like a giant snake, a biochemical nuclear organ in its abdomen, wings, a horn on its head, and bioelectric cells like the crocodile armored mosasaur on its body, which can control lightning. Compared with it, even the mana worm king is 3 points weaker. He Xingzhou. This is my new life form, a high-level planetary behemoth. Barry Worm King. Barry exhaled an atomic breath. directly breaking through the protective layer of the underground base, and flapped his wings to fly onto the land. Now I will show you how insignificant humans are. Chapter 176 Morning News. Barry used his atomic breath to sweep everything around him. The horn on his head and the bioelectric cells on his body generated huge electric and magnetic fields. The giant mechas and aerospace motherships nearby were sucked by the electric and magnetic fields and could not move. They were destroyed by Barry. Their plasma rays were offset by the ultra-high voltage currents constantly generated around Barry, and they could hardly hurt him. This is his trump card. He is already very close to the planetary overlord level. In the Sentinel Research Institute, Dubai watched this scene and commented, "It's just too ugly. It's better to destroy it." That guy. Is he more evolved than us? Both Aura and Noah noticed Barry's changes. The energy contained in it is very powerful. If Barry had not yet obtained the biological template of the planetary overlord level Zerg, I am afraid that the first one to be born would be a planetary overlord. In just a few minutes, 4 giant weapons have been destroyed by Barry. What kind of insect king is that? How can it have so many abilities? It is too big. Like a mountain. The aerospace mothership hits it, just like tickling it. The giant mecha is just a dwarf in front of it. Its energy is also very abundant, and weapons can't hit it at all. Is this the world-destroying demon? People's hearts are full of fear. The Mana Insect King has left a psychological shadow on everyone. And now, the planetary behemoth controlled by Barry is 10 times more terrifying than the Mana Insect King. Even the largest mechanical behemoth is less than half of its height. Isn't it just a stitched monster? He Xingzhou snorted coldly. I can do it too. Aerospace carrier. Increase the distance. Conduct long-range interference. Received. The aerospace carrier group increased its altitude. Released nuclear electromagnetic pulses and plasma rays. And carried out interference and attacks. Giant mecha. Mechanical behemoth. Mechanical assembly. When Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, outside the biochemical base, the giant mecha that was on its way began to modularly assemble with a mechanical behemoth in the air, with a giant mecha as the core. 2 mechanical mana worm kings connected to its torso and became its legs. A mechanical giant snake wrapped around the torso of the mecha and connected to it, becoming a plasma energy storage cannon. It opened its mouth, and plasma was accumulating inside. The other 2 smaller giant mechas were assembled on the torso to become arms. Another mechanical thorny horn worm king landed on its head, with 2 large mechanical horns facing the sky, causing thunder. A supergiant mecha with a height of 2 kilometers was born. It was assembled from 4 giant mechas and 3 mechanical behemoths, and was controlled by a total of 14 modified people, one of whom was the main one, and the others were auxiliary. Its head continuously released plasma rays. The torso was in the energy storage plasma cannon. The 2 feet generated thunder electric fields, which electrified the surrounding land. It was like a thunder god, standing between heaven and earth. Giant mechas and mechanical behemoths can also combine? The people were stunned. They had seen many modular weapons, but they didn't expect that this kind of giant weapon could be modularly combined. Is this Thor? Oh my god. So cool. The energy cores of these giant weapons are connected together, which is equivalent to 7 nuclear fusion reactors releasing energy at the same time. This supergiant mecha can destroy a planetary beast in minutes. Right? This is Yi Xingzhou's trump card. He kept holding back when dealing with the Mana Worm King. Otherwise, if it is discovered by other opponents, the attack effect will not be so good. The combination of giant mecha and mechanical beast is definitely not as simple as addition and superposition. The energy continuity and density alone are enough to achieve a qualitative change. This is the supergiant combined mecha Pingtian Dasheng. Pingtian Dasheng's 2 steel arms tightly grasped the giant ship-slashing knife and slashed at Barry. This is a battle between the stitched monster and the combined monster. A decisive battle between 2 giants? At this moment, people all over the world are watching. Even the Aura and Noah Worm Kings sneaked into the seabed and used intelligence worms to watch this battle. The outcome of this battle will determine the trend of the entire world war. The Zerg is the strongest. Barry used atomic breath to shoot the plasma beam of the Pingtian Monkey King supergiant mecha. The particle flow collided in the air, which was equivalent to a nuclear explosion happening all the time. This terrifying power made it impossible for anything around to exist safely. Electric current. Barry's bioelectric cells stored energy and drew thunder in the sky. The Pingtian Dasheng supergiant mecha also creates an electric field. Those huge arcs are comparable to lightning, increasing the brightness of the entire sky several times. If someone can watch it on the spot, there will only be a white expanse in front of him, like the continuous explosion of flash bombs. Magnetic field. Barry was angry. His two methods did not work on the supergiant mecha in front of him. It attacked and approached the supergiant mecha. A strong magnetic field was generated around it. The magnetic field can interfere with the generation of electric fields and interfere with mechanical creations at the same time. Reverse magnetic field. The Ping Tian De Sheng supergiant mecha can also generate a magnetic field. It creates a repulsive magnetic field to repel Barry's magnetic field. Barry's attack intention failed again. It's our turn. The plasma energy storage cannon accumulated by the supergiant mecha is ready, and the terrifying plasma ball shoots at Barry. This giant stitched monster tried to use plasma. That is, the plasma ball produced by its biological organs, to detonate the opponent's attack in advance. But it did not store energy, and the opponent's plasma ball destroyed its plasma and continued to attack, punching a big hole in its body. Barry did not die, and he roared and rushed towards the supergiant mecha. Cut! The supergiant mecha of Ping Tian Monkey King did not hesitate at all, and the ship-cutting sword chopped on Barry's claw. Although Barry used powerful electrical energy to destroy the electric energy vibration particle control device of the ship-cutting sword, its claw was still useless. The supergiant mecha of Ping Tian Monkey King simply gave up the ship-cutting sword, and its body disintegrated again. The giant mechanical snake wrapped around Barry. The mechanical mana king bit one of its legs, and the mechanical thorny hornworm king pounced on its face, carrying the atomic breath to release an electric field attack. The three mechas formed a circle and released plasma rays madly to cut its body. Barry killed the mechanical thorny hornworm king on his face with atomic breath, and stepped on and exploded two mechanical mana worm kings. But the attack of the giant weapon also made its body full of holes. The body of the stitched monster was cut into two pieces by the plasma ray. This is a real river of blood. Countless blood and plasma flowed out of its body, and the plasma instantly evaporated the blood into blood mist. The body of the stitched monster was split into two halves. It fell to the ground. Cut it open. Cut it open. People were overjoyed. Such a terrifying planetary monster was cut open. The battle in America is going to be won. They knew that as long as they killed this big guy, the other bugs would not be a problem. It's too difficult. Finally killed another opponent. Fortunately, it's not here. Otherwise at least a city would be destroyed. The aftermath of the battle alone is equivalent to a hydrogen bomb explosion. If it happened here, at least tens of millions of people would die. It's not dead yet. It's parasitic in this body. Kill it, He Xingzhou ordered. Received. At this time, the aerospace mothership descended and continued to cut with plasma rays, cutting the stitched monster into huge pieces of flesh and blood. At the same time, there were also unmanned flying mechas looking for Barry's position. Found the target. An unmanned attack found Barry's position. It was hiding in the flesh of the monster, just like a cockroach discovered by humans, hiding in a hidden place and staying still, pretending to be dead. Kill! The plasma ray swept directly over and vaporized the monster meat. Barry did not sit and wait, but ran away quickly, and he had to get out. The camera accurately saw that except for a head similar to that of a human, his body had become a white maggot-like structure. His hands and feet were like those of arthropods. Found the target. Focus fire. The unmanned mecha was not slow at all, and laser weapons and laser cannons hit it. Laser weapons are not like plasma weapons that can evaporate it instantly. They also have a burning process. Barry can clearly feel the process of his body disappearing. At this moment, countless scenes are replayed in his mind. His mother's voice and smile. His schoolmates. His wife's kiss. His daughter's little face. The horror of discovering mutants for the first time. The scene of arguing with everyone. And the moment of taking the initiative to become a bug man. He remembered at this time that his goal was to awaken the world, even if it meant being torn to pieces. But now, it has destroyed everything. If. He Xingzhou looked at this scene calmly. Reality is not a movie about the Virgin Mary. Even if Barry repented at this time, he would only have one way to go. The laser weapon completely burned Barry to ashes after 3 minutes. After it died, the biochemical army did not disappear, but continued to attack humans. There are still bugs controlling them. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp still want to stir up waves. Kill them! He Xingzhou shouted. And other troops began to encircle and suppress the biochemical army. A large number of clone monsters and biochemical insects were killed. The communication channel that was requested to communicate with He Xingzhou just now lit up again. And this time, another face appeared. He Xingzhou has seen him. Dr. Baker. The man who repeatedly touched him before the disaster era. At this time, Dr. Baker, like Barry, has also become a bug man. He Xingzhou. Baker gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think that you can defeat us if you kill Barry. Barry is just one of my countless bodies. Without the planetary beast, even if you have 100 billion bodies, you will die," He Xingzhou said disdainfully. "Soon, we will clean up the American continent." Baker laughed and said, "So what? Even if I die, the Zerg will still be there. Humans are just a slightly stronger bug we encounter in the game, and they will soon be trampled to death. You will never know who you are facing. You are as pitiful as frogs at the bottom of a well." He Xingzhou directly cut off the screen and ordered, "Destroy all the Zerg people and bugs in America on the spot." Received. The troops rushed to various places and began to clean up the Zerg. Barry's death made people extremely excited. It's finally dead. There are only 2 Zerg kings left, and we humans are going to win this world war. The dawn of victory is coming. Clear the Zerg and completely eliminate them. Barry is dead, and humans still have super giant mechas. Seeing this scene, the Aura Zerg King was secretly shocked. The biochemical stitch monster created by Barry is already infinitely close to the planetary overlord level Zerg. Even so, it was still killed by humans. If it were it, could it resist? It was not sure in its heart. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat first. Aura Zerg King ordered the troops to retreat to the ocean. In the Pacific Ocean, Noah was also surprised to see the Blue Star Alliance defeat Barry. Why do these natives have so many tricks? It seems that things are beyond my control. That guy Aura is actually going to retreat. If this trend continues, he and I will be wiped out by humans sooner or later. Noah contacted Aura through a certain frequency of biological electromagnetic waves. Aura, if you retreat now, aren't you afraid that humans will settle accounts later? Noah asked. If we don't retreat now, we may not be their opponents. Aura said. Only by becoming the planetary overlord can we have a chance to deal with them. Even if we can't resist humans, we can go to space and go to other planets. After becoming the planetary overlord, the Zerg has the ability to survive in space. Aura, you were forced to flee by the natives? Noah laughed. What are you laughing at? You are the same? Aura asked. You have been hiding on Kangaroo Island. What qualifications do you have to say anything about me? We cooperate, Noah said directly. We must wipe out humans. How to cooperate? You take the lead? Aura asked. It's very simple, Noah said. We are all advanced planetary behemoths, very close to the planetary overlord. As long as you eat me, you can evolve to the planetary overlord in the fastest time. Aura was a little skeptical. Are you willing to give up the blue planet? Blue Star can be given to you, Noah said. You just have to agree to one condition of mine. After occupying Blue Star, help me defend Mars. That's enough. My other part has already developed on Mars. I can trade the Blue Star part with you. You are really cunning, Aura said. Okay, I promise you. Let's meet up in the Atlantic Ocean, Noah said. The 2 planetary beasts began to move towards the Atlantic Ocean under the cover of the swarm. They retreated. Qin Peng breathed a sigh of relief. More than half of their weapons had been damaged. He Xingzhou only had that one super giant mecha, and the other mechas could not be combined. Their initial tactics were to defend the Arctic Circle battlefield and the Pacific battlefield, and first kill the Barry biochemical core, which posed the greatest threat. No, they are approaching in the same direction again. He Hongwei frowned. Pursue and intercept, Qin Peng ordered. He knew that the pursuit was not very effective and could only kill some other Zergs. King Aura and King Noah were moving under the deep sea, and it was difficult to attack them. King Aura and King Noah were very fast, and their meeting point was in King Aura's Atlantic Zerg nest. Humans sent countless unmanned deep-sea warships, deep-sea mechas and deep-sea detectors to track them, wanting to know what they wanted to do. Atlantic cordyceps. King Aura has already joined King Noah. King Noah said, Aura, I'm making a big bet this time. If you lose to the natives, you know what will happen. Don't threaten me with this. Aura snorted coldly. If you want to die, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Noah the Insect King came in front of it. Motionless, Aura opened his big mouth, bit off its head in one bite. And then the body. Bite, all eaten up. The entire ocean was infected with the blood of the planetary beast. When the deep-sea probe discovered the scene, the human commander was extremely horrified. Why? Noah the Insect King was eaten directly by Aura. Why didn't it resist? Lu Mei was puzzled. Is Noah also Aura's subordinate? Chui Weiman guessed. It shouldn't be. They have fought each other. Song Jinghan was puzzled. Does the Zerg have any special rules? So Noah has to be eaten by Aura. Kong Qing put forward his own thoughts. If Aura eats Noah, I'm afraid he will evolve to be stronger. Barry's stitched monster has already made us play all our cards. If a real planetary overlord appears, it will be a big trouble, Qin Peng said worriedly. It's really a trouble. Because we know nothing about the planetary overlord level Zerg. He Xingzhou also frowned. The development trend of things is always beyond people's expectations. The planetary overlord is about to be born, Dabai said. Aura is close to the planetary overlord. If he devours Noah, the Insect King, he will evolve to the planetary overlord in a very short time. What a pity. You all had a chance to win. Dabai. What is the ability of the planetary overlord? Jiang Chan asked it quickly. Dabai sighed. Simply put, basically none of your existing weapons can do anything to it. Laser weapons, electromagnetic weapons, nuclear weapons, plasma weapons. None of them can do it. What about the supergiant mecha? Jiang Chan asked. In front of the planetary overlord, any mecha is vulnerable. Dabai sighed. What a pity. It's too pity. It's come to this. I also have to prepare early. I hope we have a chance to meet next time. After saying that, Dabai fell asleep directly. Dabai. Jiang Chan wanted to get more information, but it had already turned its belly up. At the Blue Star Alliance headquarters, the commanders were discussing this matter, whether it will evolve to a planetary overlord or not. We must immediately rest the troops and maximize our combat effectiveness. Since King Noah is dead, go and clean up the Oceania Zerg immediately, including Asia, America, and Antarctica. Clean them all up and occupy the land first. He Hongwei said. We don't know when Aura will complete its evolution. During this period, we must send teams to continuously attack its insect nest, Chui Weiman suggested. If there is a plan to destroy it before it completes its plan, that would be the best. Kong Qing was about to speak when he received a message saying, the experiment is about to begin. I'll log off first. Okay. Everyone knew that he was conducting an important experiment. The particle collision experiment. During the war, scientific research not only did not stop, but was accelerating. In Shanhaiguan, the particle collision laboratory, a giant circular particle collider has been built. Through the energy output of nuclear fusion and the acceleration of the circular magnetic field, the particle beams collide. The greater their kinetic energy, the more thorough the collision. When the particles collide at the speed of light, their microscopic structure will be completely broken. At this time, humans use microscopic detection equipment to find microscopic particles and energy. Teacher, everything is ready, said the student Su Tingbin, his expression still calm. Kong Qing looked at him and asked, you don't look very interested? Su Tingbin didn't say anything. Kong Qing smiled and said, do you think that everything we are doing now is useless and human civilization will eventually be destroyed? He could see that although Su Tingbin was very talented, he was not very interested in doing anything, and was even a little pessimistic. Su Tingbin did not hide it either. He said, during my time at the Noah Science Society, everything I saw and heard told me that I found that the Zerg not only had a higher level of life than us, but also had more advanced science and technology than us. We are so far behind that even if we keep researching, we can't keep up with their evolution speed. The planetary overlord is about to appear, and we are just doing useless work. So you gave up? Kong Qing asked. Su Tingbin didn't say anything. Kong Qing didn't blame him, but said, do you know? In the early days of the disaster era, the whole world was questioning what the Xuanwu plan was. Why did we do this instead of choosing to escape to outer space with the Noah Science Society? At that time, none of us wavered and still insisted on our views. Later, you also saw that the Noah Science Society was just a tool of the Zerg, and we became the only country in the world that survived the disaster. We not only protected our own citizens, but also established the Blue Star Alliance to protect all mankind. If we question it from the beginning, can we do it? Su Tingbin still didn't speak. Kong Qing continued, doing anything does not necessarily require a satisfactory result. The process alone is fascinating. Let them start, he said. Okay. Su Tingbin immediately notified all departments and said, all departments start self-inspection. The particle collision experiment will start in 3 hours. Received. All departments began to act. Ultra-vacuum pipeline inspection completed. No fault. Energy output system inspection completed. No fault. Magnetic accelerator inspection completed. No fault. Particle emitter device inspection in progress. Kong Qing was full of expectations when he heard the reports from various departments. Su Tingbin noticed that his face was radiant, as if he had regained his youth. But he knew in his heart that Kong Qing's body had long been overwhelmed. And this state of excitement was definitely not normal. Teacher, do you want to rest for a while? Su Tingbin asked worriedly. No, Kong Qing said. I know my body well. He seemed to be talking to himself, and also seemed to be telling Su Tingbin. The physics community believes that there are 4 fundamental forces in the universe. Gravity, electromagnetic interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. We can already explain and use gravity and electromagnetic force. But we know very little about weak interaction and strong interaction. Predecessors of physicists proposed the gauge field theory, which provides a unified mathematical formalization framework for quantum electrodynamics. Weak interactions and strong interactions. The Standard Model. Based on this model, physicists infer that there is a Higgs boson in microscopic particles. It is a boson with 0 spin, no charge or color charge, extremely unstable, and will decay immediately after generation. The quantum field called the Higgs field causes spontaneous symmetry breaking and gives mass to gauge propagators and fermions. The Higgs particle is the field quantization excitation of the Higgs field, which obtains mass through self-interaction. Whether the Higgs boson exists determines whether the Standard Model is correct, and whether humans can rely on this theory to control the 3 basic forces of strong force, weak force, and electromagnetic force. So the Higgs boson is also called the God particle. Once the God particle is controlled, humans will master a major law of the universe. In this experiment, we will prove this. Kong Qing became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as the God particle can be found, human civilization will usher in another new era. Su Tingbin nodded. He naturally knew this. He also knew that Kong Qing was also making a physical model that could convert electromagnetic force into strong force based on the Standard Model of quantum physics. Once this discovery is completed, humans can use strong force to create more powerful technological creations and weapons. It can surpass all existing weapons. It can almost reach the strength of weapons that a second-level civilization can have. Therefore, the success of the experiment is crucial. A few hours later, the departments received a message. Self-check completed. The experiment can begin. Begin the experiment? Kong Qing shouted. Dozens of nuclear fusion reactors started to start, outputting energy to the particle emitters and magnetic field generators. The particle emitters at both ends of the circular pipe simultaneously emitted a particle beam, and the accelerating magnetic field began to accelerate them. Their speed must be accelerated to close to the speed of light. According to the mass-energy formula, the closer the object is to the speed of light, the closer the mass is to infinity. So even if it is just to accelerate microscopic particles, the energy required is astronomical. They can only approach the speed of light. If they want to really get infinitely close to the speed of light, then the energy of dozens of nuclear fusion reactors is not enough. At least 1 million are needed. And the circular pipe must be infinitely long, even surrounding the entire planet. Now humans cannot study antimatter and dark energy, so there is no need to build such a circumplanetary particle collider. The particle beams are constantly accelerated, and their mass is increasing until the accelerating magnetic field can no longer accelerate them. The particle beams are about to collide. The AI system issued a reminder. In the ultravacuum pipe, the particle beams finally met. From the perspective of microscopic particles, there are actually large gaps between them, and countless particles pass by each other without fate. Finally, a pair of particles passed through the endless waiting time and collided together. At this moment, they produced a high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, just like the interior of a star, because their mass is already smaller than that of an atom. No nuclear energy reaction is produced. Their microscopic structure is broken to be smaller than quarks because of their small mass. This high-temperature reaction is born in an instant and disappears in an instant. The normal human brain cannot react to this time. Only by relying on detectors to observe the process of particle decay into photons can we capture the God particle. Kong Qing and all the staff are still waiting for the observation results. At this time, some people are gathering outside the particle collider research area. Now is an emergency period. Please enter the nearest shelter to avoid it. The patrol soldiers warned them. These people did not move at all, and gathered from all places. More and more. What are you going to do? The patrol soldiers found something wrong. In emergency periods, I have the right to take any measures. The last 3 warnings. 3. He hadn't finished the last 2 words when a shadow flashed behind him and pierced his chest. It was a bug man. His body was abnormally twisted, and his whole body was full of blood. His hand could actually pierce through the mecha. Warning. Bugmen are gathering, requesting fire support. The Fire Eye monitoring system identified the bugmen and issued a warning to the Xuanwu system. Bugmen? He Xingzhou realized that something was wrong. That was the range of the particle collider test area. The bugmen appeared here, and there was no doubt that they wanted to destroy the particle collision experiment. Nearby troops. Reinforcements immediately. There were patrol troops in the area, but at this time, they could no longer stop the bugmen. These bugmen were extremely strange. They changed very quickly, and the detection equipment had not detected them before. These Zergs seemed to have mutated due to some special stimulus. Song Jinghong said. Their previous performance was exactly the same as that of ordinary humans, and the detection equipment could not detect them. In just a dozen seconds, they can mutate into advanced Zergs and then launch an attack. This may be a suicidal attack method that overdraws life potential. Their purpose is to destroy the particle collider, He Hongwei said. Dean Kong is still inside. Let them evacuate immediately. Qing Peng quickly issued an evacuation notice. Kong Qing saw the notice, but he did not evacuate, but continued to wait for the analysis results. Outside the institute, a large number of Zergs have approached. They have no intention of surviving. They attack the defense system while self-destructing. Their self-destruction can generate huge power. Many structures of the institute are broken, and there are still Zergs digging underground to completely destroy the particle collider. There are too many insects. The enemy may have set all the insects lurking among humans, estimated to be tens of thousands. Before the support arrives, we are in too much danger. Teacher, let's retreat, Su Tingbin shouted. Kong Qing remained motionless, as if he had not heard a word. At this time, the AI system finally gave the analysis results. Particle decay phenomenon was discovered, and micromass changes were detected. After hearing the test report, Kong Qing stood up suddenly and laughed. It's the Higgs boson. I found it. The last particle of the standard model of particles was found by me. The strong force and the weak force are the same force before the spontaneous breaking of symmetry occurs. Electromagnetic force, strong force, and weak force can all be converted. His face was abnormally excited. Tingbin, my electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model is only 1 point away. You complete it and give it to He Xingzhou. He will know how to do it. Teacher, let's go! Su Tingbin has activated the armor, and the rescuers have arrived. Dean, let's go quickly. The insects are about to destroy this place. If the nuclear fusion reactor fails, this place will be completely blown up. The researcher dissuaded. You go. Kong Qing sat down again. He laughed. In this life, I can find the God particle and perfect the unified model of the 3 fundamental forces. It's worth it. If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. When Kong Qing finished his last sentence, the light in his eyes completely faded, and his head drooped. Teacher, Su Tingbin stepped forward to support his body. He noticed that Kong Qing had no breath and heartbeat. His body had already run out of energy. The excitement just now was supported by his faith to make him shine again. He still had a satisfied smile on his face. Dean! Everyone burst into tears when they saw this. When the Xuanwu plan was proposed, Kong Qing was already 80 years old, and now he is 90 years old. It can be said that he was ordered to do it in times of crisis. In 10 years, he has devoted countless efforts. Not only has he promoted various research, but he has also trained a large number of scientific researchers. Many of you here are his students. And now, before the World War on Blue Star, which mankind has not completely won, and before people can cheer and celebrate, he has passed away. The students were extremely sad, and didn't even know how to express it. At this time, news came from outside. The mecha troops have arrived to support us. We found that the device was damaged and might explode. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Su Tingbin helped Kong Cheng up and whispered, "Teacher, I understand. Even if the future of human civilization is dark, we can ignite ourselves and become the torch that illuminates the progress of civilization. I will complete your electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model." He raised his head with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 177 Planetary Overlord. Su Tingbin and a group of researchers retreated, and the support troops arrived and eliminated the rebellious insects one by one. A large number of equipment in the institute was damaged, but fortunately, there was no problem with the nuclear fusion reactor. Otherwise, the city would have been blown into ruins. The news of Kong Cheng's death was passed back to the headquarters, and everyone in the headquarters was silent for a long time. If you hear the truth in the morning, you can die in the evening. Song Jinghong broke the silence, and he sighed. Mr. Kong found the God particle, and his name is enough to leave a strong mark in the history of science. Admirable. Unparalleled in the country. Lu Mei took a deep breath and sighed. This is the torch of human civilization, He Hongwei suggested. Mr. Kong should be awarded the 5-star basalt medal. Mr. Kong is indeed worthy of the title. Qin Peng and Cui Weiman nodded heavily. No one has ever received the 5-star Xuanwu medal. Kong Qing is qualified to be the first person. He Xingzhou was also filled with emotion. When he first proposed the Xuanwu plan, it was Kong Qing who led people to verify his ideas and emphasize the importance of Zerd genes, which made the Xuanwu plan possible. At that time, He Xingzhou was just an ordinary college student, and his words had no weight. It was only with the strong support of him and a group of academicians that the Chinese civilization continued to this day. He Xingzhou sighed deeply. Mr. Kong is an explorer and guide for the advancement of human civilization. We should continue to hold high the torch he passed down. I will continue his research. Kong Qing had sent a copy of his research materials to He Xingzhou before, which contained his ideas about the standard model of particles and the transformation model of electromagnetic force, strong force and weak force. I heard that he also has an important research project with his student Su Tingbin, which has not been completed yet. When peace comes, we will remember the heroes well. Qin Peng calmed down and said, the insect people appeared in the city. They have the means to avoid our detection and disguise themselves as normal people. We must find all these insect people immediately and eliminate them. Cui Weiman stood up and said, I will arrange it immediately. Aura is still evolving in the Atlantic Hive. We'd better destroy it before it evolves into a planetary overlord. He Hongwei said. He thought about countermeasures with Qin Peng and other second-level military commanders, and the others had their own tasks. He Xingzhou was also thinking of ways, and he had to make plans as quickly as possible. Once a real planetary overlord appears, how to resist it? Without research samples, it is impossible to infer the true strength of the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou pondered in his heart. According to the intelligence we got before, after the Zerd becomes a planetary overlord, it will have the ability to absolutely crush the planetary behemoths. Mana King, Aura King, Noah King and Barry's Stitch Biochemical Behemoth are all high-level planetary behemoths, which have made me play all my cards. Without stronger weapons, I'm afraid it's impossible to defeat it. But time is so tight. What weapons can be made now? He Xingzhou was also in a dilemma. There are various high-tech weapons on the technology tree of the quantum optical brain, but humans can't make them. Materials, design, manufacturing, etc. are all difficult problems. He Xingzhou fell into distress. All he can do now is to design a more powerful plasma energy storage cannon or a new combination of supergiant mecha. But he was always worried that it would be useless. For several weeks, He Xingzhou had no clue, and the team that went to attack the Aura Insect King over there made no progress at all. The Aura Insect King hid in the insect nest under 10,000 meters in the deep sea to evolve. Humans only have small deep-sea mechas and deep-sea warships that can reach such a deep area. But after reaching 10,000 meters in the deep sea, because of the water pressure problem, they are no match for the planetary behemoths, and can only wait helplessly for the Aura Insect King to evolve. He Xingzhou has not slept for 2 consecutive days. On his computer drawing is a design of a supergiant mecha, which will be composed of multiple giant mechas and mechanical beasts. The supergiant mecha of the Chaos Demon Ape can release plasma energy cannons by itself. The strength of various weapons is doubled, and the use is more flexible. This supergiant mecha can't make He Xingzhou relax. You should take a rest. It's been more than 2 days. Beside him, Su Jilan looked at him distressfully. He Xingzhou grabbed his hair and said with a headache, I can't sleep. I've been restless these days. This is not enough. If the strength of the planetary overlord I predicted is really that terrible, all our current weapons can't stop it. I believe you. You can do it. Su Jilan held his hand. Take a break. Other designers will continue. Yes. He Xingzhou rested his head on her legs and fell asleep slowly in her gentleness. Su Jilan looked at him quietly, her eyes wandering, and her red lips murmured, You protect humanity. I protect you. He Xingzhou slept all day, and when he woke up, Su Jilan was still by his side. She said, Su Tingbin is here, waiting for you for several hours, saying that he has important information for you. Yes. He Xingzhou rubbed his eyes. He simply washed up and met Su Tingbin while eating. I'm done. This was Su Tingbin's first sentence. Teacher's electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model. This was his second sentence. Commander He, the teacher said that if I give this to you, you will know how to do it. Let me see. He Xingzhou heard the news and didn't even eat, and hurried to see it. If humans can really master strong forces, a lot of new technologies will be unlocked. Su Tingbin nodded and turned on the holographic projection, which showed a complex force conversion device. Through this electromagnetic force and strong force conversion model, we can convert electromagnetic force into strong force and bind microscopic particles. Su Tingbin introduced and explained. At present, it is only in the initial stage, and can only bind microscopic particles for a short period of time, and it cannot last for a long time. We will continue to optimize this model. His voice was a little haggard with excitement. In order to complete this model, he and a group of fellow apprentices had not slept well for several weeks, and were already very weak. He Xingzhou looked at it carefully and realized something. Then he suddenly shouted excitedly, I know! Although this model can only maintain a short-term strong force, it can already make weapons. It will be a weapon more powerful than the plasma energy storage cannon. I understand. What weapon? Su Tingbin asked curiously. I only have a preliminary idea now, He Xingzhou said. I want to conduct a design demonstration. You take a rest first and talk after you wake up. He saw that Su Tingbin, like himself, was also relying on willpower to resist sleepiness. If he continued like this, he might die suddenly. Okay. Su Tingbin really couldn't bear it anymore. When he finished saying this word, he fell directly on the sofa, which scared He Xingzhou. He thought something had happened to him, but he was relieved when he found that his breathing was stable. This weapon will become our ultimate weapon against the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou looked at the electromagnetic force strong converter and started working. He needed to race against time to complete the design and manufacturing before the planetary overlord was born. 2 months have passed, and it has come to the 11th year of the implementation of the Xuanwu plan. This new year, the people of China are living in anxiety. The threat of the Zerg is still there, and the alarm may sound at any time. None of the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance went home for the new year. They were all busy. They had to stabilize the internal situation and clean up the Zerg around the world. The weapons damaged in the previous war were also repaired and replenished as much as possible to prepare for the planetary overlord. In the research base in the south, He Xingzhou finally designed this weapon. That's it. As long as the supergiant mecha is equipped with it, there will be a chance to kill the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou said excitedly. If it breaks out, I really can't think of any defense to stop it. Su Tingbin took a deep breath. No wonder the teacher said you must have a way. How long will it take to manufacture? He Xingzhou asked Xuanwu. Xuanwu replied, all manufacturing departments have already started manufacturing. Since this is the first high-force weapon made by humans, materials, equipment, and machines will take time and cannot be determined now. Well, it seems we still have a lot to do. He Xingzhou sat down and continued to study the manufacturing problem. The Atlantic Ocean, the second largest ocean in the world, occupies 20% of the surface area of the blue planet. The average depth is 3,627 meters, and the deepest Puerto Rico trench is 9,219 meters deep. That was the data before the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, The deepest depth of the Puerto Rico Trench has exceeded 10,000 meters. All because it was excavated by the Zerg and built a Zerg nest. Under the Puerto Rico Trench is the nest of King Aura. In the magma, a giant beast is awakening. It is wrapped in magma, and the magma of more than 1,000 degrees Celsius is around it. Like a hot spring. This feeling, powerful, hungry. Aura opened his eyes, and the green giant eyes were extremely creepy in the seabed. It opened its mouth, like a black hole, and magma poured into its stomach. Comfortable. King Aura drank countless magma, and it slowly stretched out its body. The surrounding Zergs all lay quietly on the seabed to show their submission. Planetary Overlord. King Aura laughed in the sea. I have finally evolved to the Planetary Overlord. From now on, this planet is my territory and food. Natives, prepare to welcome the god of destruction. When it moves from the magma, the seabed is shaking, and the magma erupts from the seabed, submerging everything around. Next to the Puerto Rico Trench, in the Caribbean Sea, an aerospace mothership is on a cruise mission, and they have to patrol the situation here at all times to find out the movements of the Zerg. At this time, the sea began to surge, and the super strong electromagnetic pulse destroyed all the deep-sea detectors on the seabed. There is movement. Captain Zhou Qian shouted on the aerospace mothership. Drop the detector and prepare to attack. Yes. On the mothership, the crew took action. They launched various drone detectors and deep-sea detectors, and the plasma cannons and plasma rays were ready. The indigenous flying toys? In the deep sea, the black shadows grew larger and larger. A planetary overlord floated to the surface. Seeing its appearance, Zhou Qian's heart twitched violently on the aerospace mothership, and almost exploded. All the crew members couldn't help the fear spreading in their hearts. Just a giant octopus-like head is comparable to a planetary monster. This is just the tip of the iceberg of its body. It can fly, not by flapping its wings, but by relying on the ability similar to anti-gravity to rise from the bottom of the sea. When its entire body appeared, the crew members on the aerospace mothership had only one emotion in their hearts to spare. It is 3,000 meters tall. What is this concept? The altitude of Mount Tai is 1,500 meters, and it is twice as high as Mount Tai. The mountain is just a small mound at its feet. Even if it is the 9 dragons pulling coffin in the novel, those 9 dragons are just small earthworms in front of it. The strongest warship of mankind at present, the aerospace mothership, is just a toy that can be played with at will in front of it. Such a body cannot be contained by human eyes, and its full appearance can only be seen from the satellite perspective. Every move it makes can trigger tsunamis and typhoons. The planetary overlord level Zerg is the beginning of the Zerg's move towards the planet devourer. If it is given time, it can eat all the matter on this planet, and eventually become a planet devourer. Fire. Weapons. Fire. Retreat quickly. Zhou Qian shouted wildly. Plasma cannons. Plasma rays poured on it, and the plasma of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius was blocked by a layer of plasma when it reached it. It can control energy and form a plasma protective layer. The most powerful weapon of the aerospace mothership has failed. Little natives, what other means do you have? Aura Worm King laughed non-stop, and its laughter exceeded the hearing limit of humans, forming an ultrasonic sound wave weapon, which damaged the aerospace mothership's hull. Quickly retreat. Zhou Qian knew that they were no match for the planetary overlord. The hull is bound by the magnetic field and cannot escape. The AI system brought them more desperate news. A super strong magnetic field was generated around Aura Worm King, which bound the aerospace mothership tightly in place. Do you feel desperate? Aura Worm King enjoyed this moment. The feeling of being the only one on a planet. This is the crushing of the higher civilization against the lower civilization, leaving them with no power to fight back. It used magnetic fields to slowly pull the aerospace carrier towards itself. Zhou Qian knew that they were finished. He sent the last message to the headquarters. Headquarters, this is the Fire Feather aerospace carrier. We have encountered the Aura Worm King, which has evolved to the planetary overlord. Our ship is defeated and is about to crash. Seeing them getting closer and closer to the behemoth, Zhou Qian said, brothers, we will see each other in the next life. Long live the motherland. Long live the motherland. Everyone shouted. Start the self-destruction program. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I will peel off a layer of your skin. The self-preservation program has been activated, and the countdown is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Start. The nuclear fusion reactor of the Fire-Feather aerospace carrier exploded, which was equivalent to a super hydrogen bomb exploding next to the Aura Worm King. The Aura Bug King did not dodge at all. The high temperature and shock wave generated by the explosion briefly broke through its plasma defense layer. But the explosion hit its scales, and did not cause any damage. Even a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius could not break its skin. Even the super heavy electromagnetic cannon hit it. It had no effect at all. This is the Planet Overlord. The most terrifying stage of the Zerg's evolution on the planet. A super monster that can destroy a mother planet civilization. The Planet Overlord. It appears. The commanders of the Blue Star Alliance Command witnessed the scene. The attack and self-detonation of the aerospace mothership have no effect on it. He Hongwei said in horror. How could this be? Can't even plasma rays penetrate it? Even if 10,000 hydrogen bombs are launched, it will be useless to it. It can withstand the power of hydrogen bomb explosions with its scales alone. Song Jinghong's voice changed. The strength of this planetary overlord is too strong. So strong that it makes people suffocate and despair. How can we deal with it? Lu Mei asked. She couldn't think of a way. Chui Weiman couldn't think of a way either. Qin Peng forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and said, we can only try. Let the giant weapon troops intercept it. Today's Xuanwu base has been built exactly like the planetary fortress that He Xingzhou originally envisioned. It has a huge underground city, a high-tech weapons manufacturing plant, a mecha unit, an aerospace mothership, a giant mecha, a mechanical monster, etc. From the Xuanwu base, combat units can reach the world within 2 hours. Aura King destroyed an aerospace mothership, and then sent an infrasonic message to the world, natives. Tremble. Despair. Your god of destruction is coming. It flew towards Xinzhou at a very fast speed. And the airflow it drove rolled up hurricanes and tsunamis. The planetary overlord has appeared. Go to the Atlantic Ocean and destroy it. Qin Peng issued an order to the Xuanwu base. Yes. The aerospace mothership fleet. Move out. Giant mecha troops. Move out. Mechanical monster troops. Move out. Weapon array. Move out. Fighter troops. Move out. Countless military forces flew to the Atlantic Ocean. They all knew that the monster they were facing this time was an invincible giant monster. It was a terrifying existence that hydrogen bombs, electromagnetic guns, and other particle weapons were useless against. They didn't know if their weapons could hurt it. But they knew one thing. If they didn't intercept it, this planetary monster would destroy Xinzhou, the Blue Star Alliance, and human civilization in a very short time. Interrupt and urgent news. On TV programs, all channels, on the internet, all websites were broadcasting this news. The Aura Insect King has evolved into a planetary overlord and is flying towards the land of Xinzhou. We have sent troops to intercept it. Please prepare for evacuation. All residents. When the people saw the figure and data of the Aura Bug King, they all felt an unmatched despair. A 3,000-meter-high beast. It can flatten Mount Tai with 1 foot. It swallows hydrogen bombs and resists plasma rays. How can we deal with it? The end of mankind and the end of the blue planet. Even our largest mecha is like a toy in front of it. At Planet Builder. Where is Academician He? My god. Can humans really deal with this guy? In a certain company, He Xingzhou's classmates Wang Jiahao and others were stunned when they saw the news footage. After so many years, a planetary monster has finally appeared. At Beijing University of Science and Technology, teachers and students looked at each other and fell silent. If this monster came to Xinzhou, what would be the point of hiding in the shelter? A high-level planetary monster can easily destroy a city. And this planetary overlord can destroy the shelter even more easily. Is this the end of the world? At He Xingzhou's home, his parents have already gone to the shelter. Although they know that doing so is not very meaningful, and can only avoid being hurt by small Zerg. This is our last test. At the Blue Star Alliance command, all commanders are waiting for the last moment. Only one of them, and the Zerg can survive. How can it be so fast? He Xingzhou was extremely anxious when he saw the Aura Zerg King appear. The weapon to fight it has not been manufactured yet. Its power has exceeded everyone's expectations. He Xingzhou didn't even know if he could fight the planetary overlord even if he manufactured the weapon. Hurry up. Hurry up. We have to be faster. He Xingzhou urged each manufacturing team. He knew that everyone was doing their best to manufacture it urgently. But the weapon generated by strong force has never been manufactured by humans. They have no experience and can't speed up even if they want to. On the ocean, the Xuanwu troops have already met the planetary monster. More than 100 aerospace motherships, 100 giants, and 100 mechanical monsters. A year ago, this kind of lineup could have wiped out all the Zerg in the world. But now, they have encountered an unprecedented strong enemy. Use plasma rays to concentrate the attack. Its plasma defense layer also has its bearing limit. In the sky, Shui Yang commanded the fleet to attack together. Combination of super giant mecha. Ping Tian Dasheng. The two super giant mechas were combined and attacked with plasma energy storage cannons. Mechanical behemoths. All on. In the ocean and in the sky. The mechanical behemoths rushed forward desperately. Countless weapons hit the Aura Bug King. And a blue plasma defense layer appeared around its body, resisting most of the attacks. The plasma energy storage cannon and the concentrated area of plasma rays still penetrated the plasma defense layer and hit its scales. Is it injured? Everyone was looking forward to it. As long as they could injure it, they would have a chance to kill it. But what made them despair was that there were only some scratches on the scales of the Aura Bug King, and it was completely unharmed. How could this happen? Shui Yang felt a deep sense of powerlessness. 100 aerospace motherships could destroy a continent before. But now they can't kill this planetary overlord. Our supergiant mecha is useless to him? The pilots of the supergiant combined mecha, Sun Yi, Deng Jian, Huang Sheng, Xiong Mani and others were already half-hearted. It was useless like this. I'm afraid there will be a one-sided massacre next. The mechanical behemoth is useless too. Lei Yuafeng sighed inwardly. Although the mechanical beast was stronger than the giant mecha in some aspects, it was just a suicide mission in the face of such a monster. Have you finished fighting? Aura Bug King laughed triumphantly. Low civilization is low civilization. Do you think I'm injured? It's my turn. As he spoke, he spit out blue atomic breath, and the diameter of the ray reached 100 meters. It was 100 times more powerful than the most powerful plasma energy storage cannon currently owned by humans. The atomic breath illuminated the entire sky, and wherever it went, all matter turned into steam. In the sky, dozens of aerospace motherships were vaporized in an instant before they could escape. The crew members didn't even scream or feel any pain, and they had completely disappeared from this world. Other planetary beasts need to accumulate energy for a while to release atomic breath. But it is different. It can release energy almost continuously. Not only atomic breath, but also a super strong electric field is generated within a radius of hundreds of miles around its body. Thunder and lightning appear in the electric field at all times, and their voltage is as high as hundreds of millions of volts. The giant mechas and mechanical beasts that try to approach it all exploded into pieces, and the drivers inside also turned into ashes. This is not a war at all. This is suicide, He Hongwei shouted. Qin Peng's hands were tightly grasped on the table, and he asked Song Jinghong, Academician Song, if we exhaust its energy, do we have a chance? Song Jinghong smiled bitterly and said, if its energy runs out, we will naturally have a chance to hurt it. But the problem is, as long as it is on this blue planet, its energy will not run out, unless it is thrown into a vacuum. In the picture, the Aura Worm King used the magnetic field to grab the aerospace mothership and the giant mecha, one by one. After eating these, it was still not satisfied and swallowed a bellyful of seawater. Song Jinghong said, its biological organs allow it to devour all the matter on the planet and convert it into energy. Even stones and metals can be fused by it to produce unlimited energy. In other words, unless it is in space, its energy will never be exhausted. When Song Jinghong finished speaking, the commanders who had seen countless storms were also shrouded in despair. This is no longer a question of whether to think of a solution or not, but the ability of human civilization is no longer able to deal with this world-destroying monster. The technological gap between civilizations cannot be filled by them using their brains here. What else can we do? Cui Weiman asked. He Xingzhou was not present. He was still working hard to make that weapon. Start the seed plan, Lu Mei said helplessly. The seed plan is the last way to preserve the fire of human civilization, allowing rockets to send some humans, robots and spacecraft carrying human gene banks into space, go to the moon, Mars, or other planets to survive. Everyone knows that this plan was feasible in the past, but now, they know that there are Zerg on other planets. Those who are sent to space may not survive. Try to intercept. Qin Peng said. Even if we fight to the last moment, we must not give up. He continued to command the battle and use various tactics. He Hongwei was also commanding. LV Mei and Chui Weiman started the seed plan. And Song Jinghong continued to study the weaknesses of the Aura Zer King with the team. On the sea, the Xuanwu troops used various methods. Weapon arrays, 100 hydrogen bomb explosions, plasma energy storage cannon salvos, supergiant mechas, etc. No tactic worked. The giant mecha that killed Barry the Insect King, Ping Tian Desheng, did not last more than 30 seconds in front of the Aura Insect King. It was torn apart by the claws of the Aura Insect King, and then eaten into the stomach along with the mecha and the driver. Old Ding. Wang Sheng saw that the giant mecha driven by Ding Jian was swallowed by the Aura Insect King. He was extremely angry, and even wanted to rush over to fight with the Aura Insect King. But the next second, he was blown away by a shock wave and fell into the sea. Kill! The plasma energy storage cannon finally made a gap in the defensive plasma layer of the Aura Insect King. The former captain of the Sharp Blade team, Feng Xiaolong, controlled the mechanical mana Insect King to rush into the gap, determined to bite off a piece of meat from the Aura Insect King. The tentacles of the Aura Insect King grabbed the mechanical behemoth and threw it into its big mouth. Attack its mouth. Throw all the weapons in. In the sky, Shui Yang commanded the fleet to launch super hydrogen bombs and plasma cannons to attack the mouth of the Aura Insect King. What he didn't expect was that the Aura Insect King did not eat the mechanical behemoth this time, but spit out blue atomic breath, vaporizing the mechanical behemoth and the aerospace mothership in the sky. Shui Yang, the Daping aerospace mothership, and all the crew members were wiped out from this world by it. The commander of the aerospace mothership group has died, and the new commander Luowen automatically became the new commander of the fleet. He shouted, "Keep attacking. Don't let it get close to Xinzhou." He looked at the command screen. Of the 100 aerospace carriers that set out, there were less than 30 left now. I may be the most unsuccessful commander of the fleet. Right? Luowen smiled bitterly in his heart. When he commanded the aircraft carrier fleet, the ship sank. The first time he commanded the aerospace carrier, the Suanio crashed. The second time, the aerospace carrier crashed again. Now, it is his turn to command the aerospace carrier group. But he encountered a world-destroying monster that humans cannot match. The Aura Worm King swept through with another wave of atomic breath and super electric field. And the giant weapon force was less than a quarter left. Lei Yuafeng reported to the headquarters with great helplessness. Command. We can no longer stop the Aura Worm King. It continues to move toward Xinzhou. We will continue to delay. The weapons are still attacking. But it is only a matter of time before the whole army is annihilated. In the southern research base, a proton stripper is being manufactured. It is a tool that uses electromagnetic force to convert into strong interaction force to strip protons from the nucleus. And it is also the hard work of Kong Qing's research. He Xingzhou wants to use this device to strip protons from the nucleus. The nucleus of matter is composed of positively charged protons and uncharged neutrons. The mass of each proton and neutron is about 2,000 times that of an electron. For most elements, their overall mass is roughly the same. So half of the mass of almost all substances is protons. Normally, the positive charge carried by protons and the negative charge carried by electrons in the nucleus of matter form a stable balance. If either side is stripped away, this balance will be quickly broken. 1 gram of protons, without electrons to make their net charge 0, will generate an electric field strong enough to strip electrons from their host atoms and ionize the air 15 kilometers away. Such a huge and strong magnetic field can cause lightning to pass through granite within a range of 10 kilometers. If there are enough protons stripped of electrons, it can destroy almost all materials. What He Xingzhou wants to create is a super weapon that uses strong interaction to forcibly bind a certain mass of protons together. He named it the proton missile. This is also the last weapon He Xingzhou is going to use against the planetary overlord. Chapter 178: A Last-Ditch Battle. According to He Xingzhou's calculations, if the proton missile can hit the Aura Worm King, its scales will be destroyed at the atomic level in an instant. This is countless times stronger than the molecular level destruction of the ship-slashing sword. At the same time, the super electric field it generates can instantly penetrate the planetary overlord and collapse it. Commander He, the Aura Worm King is about to reach Xinzhou. Xuanwu sent a message. We haven't stripped and bound enough protons. The strong restraint device is not mature enough. He Xingzhou was anxious. Now he could make proton missiles. But the number of bound protons was not enough, which would result in insufficient damage. The Aura Worm King is too big. Killing it is equivalent to blowing up a mountain. They only have one chance. Once they lose, human civilization will be destroyed from then on. Wait a little longer. He Xingzhou tried to calm himself down. At least reach the minimum destruction standard. The route of the Aura Insect King is from the Eurasian continent. On the way, it will completely destroy the safe zones built by humans when passing by them. In a safe zone with a population of 1 million. People looked at the sky in horror. The huge shadow like a mountain enveloped them. Go to hell. Reptiles. The super electric field of the Aura Insect King covered the entire safe zone. Under the impact of countless thunders, the city was blown into a pile of ruins. And millions of humans were electrocuted into charred ashes. It is destroying the world. All mankind is trembling. The terrifying power of the Aura Insect King has left humans helpless. In front of it, humans are as small as ants. Even if they unite and risk their lives, they are just moths flying into a flame. In vain. This is the darkest day in the history of human civilization. People are in pain, trembling, and silent in despair. Darkness has enveloped the entire society. Even if they shout endlessly, it is just a wail before death. Aura Insect King has come to the edge of Xingzhou, and it senses the energy fluctuations here. Although it has become the planetary overlord, Aura Insect King still maintains sufficient vigilance. It must first destroy all human military bases to prevent humans from using any special weapons against it. Its biological sensory organs can sense all high-energy reactions here. Military bases must have nuclear reactors. A moment later, Aura Insect King had already seen through several high-energy reaction locations in Xinzhou. The one with the strongest energy reaction was naturally the Xuanwu base, located in the mountains in the central part of Xinzhou. Along Insect King went straight to the Xuanwu base. Xuanwu issued an emergency notice, and the people in all cities along the way fled urgently. Everywhere Along Insect King went, all buildings were destroyed by electric fields and atomic rays. Stop it! Stop it! Countless giant weapons surrounded and attacked Aura Insect King. But as before, it was useless. In the Xuanwu base, the soldiers were also evacuated urgently. And Qin Peng was in command here. General, evacuate. The subordinates advised Qin Peng to leave quickly. It's too late. Qin Peng's expression was calm. There are still 10 plasma energy cannons and trap electric fields in the base. This is our last chance. Let the other soldiers evacuate, he said calmly. It's useless for them to stay here now. Try to save the manpower. General, use the armor now. There is still a chance to leave. The subordinates advised again. Qin Peng looked at the situation in the video screen. The Aura Bug King had reached the edge of the base. He said, we can still deal with it. Turn on the communication equipment and I will talk to it. Yes. The subordinates had no choice but to do it. In the base, the communication broadcast was turned on, and the drone magnified Qin Peng's projection to the size of a mountain. He said to King Aura, I am Qin Peng, the commander of the Blue Star Alliance. Aura stopped his body, looked at his projection, and smiled in human language. What's wrong? Are you scared? Do you want to surrender to me now? Qin Peng said, you are indeed very powerful. But we humans are not ants that you can crush to death at will. Both sides have lost a lot. If you continue to attack now, we will destroy you at all costs. King Aura laughed, and its sound waves echoed in the valley. At all costs? You natives can't hurt me. So, all of you are ready to die. Qin Peng glared. Do you really think we can't destroy you? It's just that we don't want to use that weapon, which will completely destroy the ecosystem. Aura Worm King was suspicious of what he said. Could it be that humans really have any weapons that can hurt it? Are you lying to me? Aura Worm King still didn't believe it. The ecosystem has been destroyed long ago. There is no need to wait until now. So many of you have died. You have nothing to do. Low-level civilizations can't hurt the planetary overlord. Qin Peng said calmly. You can try. It's useless. Aura Worm King laughed. You can't trick me. Not only this place will be destroyed, but humans will also be destroyed. But you are not completely useless. You are more useful than some of my subordinates. It said, I will give you a chance to become insect people. I will protect you and make you a higher life. As long as you agree, everyone can survive. People were silent, waiting for Qin Peng's answer. The oppression of the planetary overlord on humans has reached the point of crushing human society and spirit. Qin Peng was unmoved. He looked at Aura coldly and said, "We would rather destroy it than become such a creature." It's not that they haven't seen the insect society before. It is a society that has completely lost its laws and morals. Everyone is a slave and food for the insects. No freedom. No death. Qin Peng shouted. The valiant China. Let's face the national crisis together. We will not stop fighting until our blood runs dry. At this moment, all the soldiers of the Xuanwu army were shouting, the valiant China. Let's face the national crisis together. We will not stop fighting until our blood runs dry. We will not stop fighting until our blood runs dry. The whole country and all mankind were shouting. None of the people who survived were willing to become Zergs. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to the Zerg and been wiped out in the wars in recent years. Plasma energy storage cannon. Fire! Qin Peng cut off the loudspeaker and gave the order. In the Xuanwu base, 10 large plasma energy storage cannons had accumulated terrifying energy and locked Qin Peng to the Aura Zerg King while he was dealing with him. 10 plasma rays that illuminated the sky focused on the Aura Worm King. And it did not dodge. It had long seen through these energies. And it knew that even the human plasma energy storage cannon could not hurt it. So it was fearless. The plasma energy storage cannon successfully penetrated the plasma defense layer on its body surface and hit its body. Hit it! The shooting screen showed that the plasma energy storage cannon did hit it. The scales on the body of the Aura Worm King turned red, as if they were about to melt. When the high-temperature plasma dissipated, the scales of the Aura Worm King returned to their normal color again, and everyone found that it was still unharmed. The Aura Worm King smiled and said, "See? Is this your secret weapon? Since you don't become insect people, you are worthless. Go to hell." After saying that, it bit a mountain peak, bit it off with its claws and sharp teeth, and swallowed it. These stones were fused by heavy nuclei in its body, generating vast energy, which was ejected with a super strong atomic breath. Boom, boom, boom. Between heaven and earth, it was as if tens of thousands of thunders exploded. The mountain peaks on the upper level of the Xuanwu base were evaporated in a few seconds. The underground protective layer followed. Qin Peng sat in the command room and shouted the last slogan, "Don't stop fighting until the blood is dry." After the voice fell, the position where he was illuminated by the atomic beam and turned into steam. "Qin Peng," Zhou Qihan cried in the room. "You said you would come back." General Qin. At the Blue Star Alliance headquarters. He Hanwei couldn't believe it. General Qin also died. Song Jinghong's eyes were red. And he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Ola. Humans must avenge this. We won't stop fighting until the blood is dry." Shui Weimin clenched his fists, his nails almost embedded in the flesh. How could this happen? Lu Mei couldn't accept this fact. Ola's attack destroyed Qin Peng, the Xuanwu base, and tens of thousands of soldiers who had not yet evacuated. The Xuanwu base turned into a huge hole and was collapsing. On the news, a message popped up. Aura Insect King destroyed the Xuanwu base. Commander Qin Peng and tens of thousands of soldiers were unfortunately killed. The Xuanwu base was destroyed? General Qin also died. No weapon can stop Aura Insect King. The planetary overlord is clearly a world-destroying demon. All over the world, people feel that their beliefs have completely collapsed. The reason why they can persist in this difficult era of disasters is because they have the Xuanwu troops and the Xuanwu base. They can always use advanced weapons to resist the Zerg. And Qin Peng, as one of the main commanders of the Xuanwu Project and the Blue Star Alliance, has become a pillar of faith in the hearts of many people. In countless wars and countless disasters, he is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, giving people peace of mind. And now, he has been killed by Aura Insect King. What power does mankind have to resist the Zerg? It's been 10 years. 10 years. Can't we escape the fate of being destroyed by the Zerg? Why? Why is this happening? My child has just been born. He shouldn't face such a doomsday world. Who else can save us? No hope. The world is going to be destroyed. 10 years of hard work can't stop the evolution of the Zerg. On the street, some people collapsed. In the shelter, some people were crying loudly. In the house, some people were like zombies, losing their souls and fighting spirit. The whole world is in despair. What else can we do? People asked on the internet, and no one could give an answer. Academician He. Where is He Xingzhou? Someone asked. Yes. Where is Commander He? We need you. As long as Commander He is still here, we still have a chance. They came to He Xingzhou's social media account and left crazy messages at Planet Builder. Commander He, please, show up soon. General Qin died. Only you can lead us to fight against the Zerg. Dr. He, where are you? The last hope of human civilization. Where are you? Could Commander He also be in the Xuanwu base just now? Someone made a guess that made everyone shudder. If He Xingzhou also died in the Xuanwu base, humanity would really be finished. Impossible. Commander He can't die. Then where is he? If there is still a savior in this world, the only one I can think of is him. 2 billion humans are calling for He Xingzhou. In every war and despair, He Xingzhou is definitely the one who can give people the most surprises and turn the tide of the war. His new technology and weapons have caused the Zerg to return empty-handed many times. He is the whistleblower of the Cataclysm era, the initiator of the Xuanwu project, the most prestigious scientist of this century, the mainstay and leader of human civilization. If this miracle has a name, then its name is He Xingzhou. One has been destroyed, and there are still several. Aura Zerg King continued to sense the high-energy reaction area of the Xingzhou land. Its target was the base in the south, which was the second largest base after the Xuanwu base. The Aura Bug King is coming. He Hongwei hurriedly sent a message to He Xingzhou. Commander He, retreat quickly. We have already lost General Qin, and we must not lose you again. No, there is no retreat in this war, He Xingzhou said firmly. It's either it or I. If this place is destroyed, human civilization will lose the ability to manufacture super weapons, and there will be only one way to die. Weapons made? Cui Weiman asked. No. He Xingzhou shook his head. The time is too short. We can't put the strong restraint device into the missile. What should we do? Everyone called. No other way. He Xingzhou made a decision. We can only go all out. He had another plan. He Xingzhou left the command hall and began to plan. Now their strong force restraint device is as big as a basketball court. Only with such a large device can they create enough strong force to keep protons close together. How can such a large device be installed in a missile? Su Tingbin sighed. It's too late. If we had studied it earlier, there would still be a chance. Even if it can't be installed in a missile, it can still be launched, He Xingzhou said in a deep voice. How to launch it? Everyone asked. Tear down the base and launch it. He Xingzhou's words shocked everyone. Launching the base as a proton bomb? What kind of crazy idea is this? The size of this device is as big as a basketball court. If you add the nuclear fusion reactor and various devices that transport energy, the size is probably no less than an aerospace mothership. Can this thing be launched as a missile? He Xingzhou said, hurry up. Hurry up. There is no time. Before the Aura Insect King comes, we have to tear down the base ourselves. Use the giant mecha module as a thruster. As long as it is sent to the side of the Aura Insect King, it will work. Beside the Aura Insect King, there is also a layer of plasma defense. Leave it to me, He Xingzhou said. Quickly dismantle it. He also joined in the process of dismantling the base. He put on a set of engineering armor and presided over the dismantling of the core equipment. The distance between the Aura Insect King and the base was getting closer and closer. Request support. We can't stop it. Luoyin was still alive, and his mothership was not sunk. It might be because the Aura Insect King thought they were too weak, so he temporarily ignored him. We have to go up and create time for Commander He. In the base, Su Zhilan stood up. In addition to dismantling the base, He Xingzhou also had to modify it. And time was running out. Let's buy time. Ding Yu also got on the giant mecha. After the quantum chip was implanted, they could skillfully control the giant mecha like the cyborgs. A team of giant mechas and mechanical beasts left the base and went to intercept the Aura Bug King. Su Zhilan controlled a mechanical beast, the Phoenix Bird. This was a mechanical beast made by the bionic Noah Bug King, with the ability to fly, spit plasma flames, and attack with clustered sound waves. She moved with the interception troops and saw the Aura Bug King from a distance. Its body was so huge that it was hard not to see it. The several aerospace motherships in front had already fought with it, and conventional weapons did not work. They could only attack with plasma energy cannons, and after opening a hole in the plasma defense layer, The rest of the weapons fired together. This method could cause some damage to the Aura Bug King and slowed down its advance. Annoying flies. Aura Insect King was annoyed and swept with atomic rays. Wherever it swept, giant mechas, aerospace motherships, and mechanical beasts were destroyed. A ray came in front of Sujilon, and her mind had been connected with the mechanical beast through the quantum chip. The Phoenix mechanical beast had strong flying ability and was more agile. At the moment when the atomic ray swept over, she flipped, and the wings of the mechanical phoenix flipped, avoiding the attack. Sujilon could feel that the terrifying high temperature flashed by the mechanical phoenix, making the entire mechanical beast hot. Didn't hit? Aura Insect King didn't care. Anyway, this level of human weapons would not cause any harm to it. It continued to move forward, and the mechanical phoenix turned around, circled around, and circled over its head, releasing rapid sound waves. This feeling was like a fly buzzing in your ear, which made Aura Bug King a little angry. Die! It spewed atomic rays again, and this time, the atomic rays passed by the mechanical phoenix and failed to hit it. Sujilon was calm and continued to operate. She simply gave up the attack. Anyway, she couldn't penetrate the opponent's defense, so she just needed to delay it for a while. So, she intentionally or unintentionally led in the opposite direction. Aura Bug King stopped and attacked twice again. This time, it destroyed a giant mecha, but still failed to hit the mechanical phoenix. Want to distract me? No way. Aura Insect King retracted his attention and continued to move towards the southern base. Sujilon's pretty face was as cold as ice. She turned around again and rushed towards Aura Insect King. Sujilon, don't be impulsive. Luan shouted in the communicator. Don't get so close. It has a magnetic field. There's nothing I can do, Sujilon said in her heart. She naturally knew that Aura Insect King could create a strong magnetic field. If she didn't harass it like this, Aura Insect King would soon reach the southern base. The mechanical phoenix flew directly to the side of Aura Insect King and released a beam of sound waves to harass it. This time, Aura Insect King did not look back. A strong magnetic field suddenly rose around it, sucking the mechanical phoenix bird. Sujilon turned the engine power to the maximum, but still couldn't avoid the mechanical phoenix approaching the Aura Bug King. Annoying fly. Still want to run? The Aura Bug King opened his mouth, and the terrifying energy was gathering. Sujilon glanced at the south, with great nostalgia in her eyes. She whispered to herself, I'm sorry. I can't protect you anymore. A ray hit the mechanical phoenix, cut it in half, and disrupted the magnetic field restraint. The mechanical phoenix was exploding. The body malfunctioned, and the protection device has been activated. Sujilon's cockpit automatically detached, forming a hard protective shell, and the shock wave of the explosion knocked her away. She saw that the ray just now was not emitted by the Aura Insect King, but by a supergiant mecha. It cut the mechanical phoenix bird and used energy to interfere with the magnetic field, so that it would not be trapped by the magnetic field. Only in this way can the driver of the mechanical phoenix bird have a glimmer of hope. If hit by the Aura Insect King, the driver cannot survive, and the atomic breath of the Aura Insect King completely evaporated the other half of the mechanical phoenix bird. It's him. This was Sujilon's last consciousness, and then she fell into a coma. Sister Jilon. He Xingzhou could only let the robot search and rescue Sujilon, and he himself had to face the Aura Insect King in person. The supergiant mecha he was driving now was the Huntian Demon Ape mecha designed before. It was 1,500 meters high, and was composed of modules of 3 giant mechas and 2 mechanical monsters. The Han Tian Mo Yuan supergiant mecha is better than the previous Ping Tian Desheng supergiant mecha in terms of energy intensity, weapon power and coordination. This picture appeared synchronously in He Xingzhou's live broadcast room. It's Commander He. He showed up. When people saw He Xingzhou's face, a glimmer of hope finally emerged in their hearts. Academician He. He's still here. The last hope of mankind. The only person we can rely on has shown up. Can this supergiant mecha create miracles? Commander He. It all depends on you. 2 billion people are praying and cheering for He Xingzhou. When they saw He Xingzhou appear in the mecha cockpit, they also understood that it was time for a do-or-die battle. Otherwise He Xingzhou, as a scientist, would have no need to go to the battlefield. When he appeared on the battlefield, there was only one reason. That is, if this battle is not won, mankind will perish. He Xingzhou had no way out. This base, or the strong force restraint device in the base, was their last chance. Another human toy. A little bigger than the previous one, but still a toy. Seeing the supergiant mecha of the Chaos Demon Ape, Aura Insect King still did not feel scared. It spit out atomic breath and penetrated part of the body of the Chaos Demon Ape at a distance of 10 kilometers. He Xingzhou disintegrated the body parts in time to avoid the attack, so that the supergiant mecha was not instantly blown up. But Aura Insect King's attack continued, and several parts of the mecha were hit by plasma rays and smashed to the ground, causing a violent explosion. One of them fell near the base, and the nuclear fusion reactor exploded, shaking the ground and blowing up countless huge fragments. It was blown up right away. People were all stunned. They thought that when He Xingzhou appeared, this mighty mecha could fight against the planetary overlord for a few minutes. Who knew that the mecha was broken into pieces after just one encounter? Not only that, a huge explosion occurred at the military base. Everything is destroyed. Commander, he is also completely no match. Academician, he was defeated. It's over. It's over. It's really over. The last hope of mankind is also shattered. Ola laughed triumphantly. This is your mecha. That's it? He Xingzhou was in a separated part of the mecha at this time. His consciousness had merged with the quantum optical brain and the mecha. Everything was within his calculations. He saw a huge fragment of the base explosion flying towards King Aura, and was about to be evaporated by the plasma defense layer. Fire! He Xingzhou seized the opportunity, and several separated mechas released the long-accumulated plasma energy storage cannons. Their attack targets were only 1 point. That is, where the fragment was. When the light of the plasma beam lit up, King Aura realized that something was wrong. Something was wrong. Where the opponent was attacking, a fragment of the base explosion was flying towards it. According to the power of this plasma energy storage cannon, it can temporarily break its plasma defense layer. Could it be that the fragment was an attack weapon? King Aura realized that the opponent's supergiant mecha disintegration and base explosion were not accidental, but planned. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The attack speed of plasma rays was the speed of light. How could it exceed the speed of light? Several plasma rays hit its plasma defense layer. The plasmas collided with each other and exploded, which caused a gap in the plasma defense layer. The fragment finally approached the body of the Aura Worm King. The camouflage around it was melted by the high temperature, revealing its true face. This is a small basketball court pushed by a nuclear fusion thruster. There is a vacuum core area in the middle, and nothing can be seen inside. Even if you destroy my defense layer, human weapons can't hurt me. The Aura Worm King comforted himself. Looking at the device, it doesn't look like a powerful bomb or something like that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The original proton bomb finally touched the body of the Aura Bug King. The vacuum ball in the core area was broken, and the strong force binding device was released. The vacuum area was filled with protons that were invisible to human eyes and general equipment. Their original electrons were stripped away, and they were bound together by strong force. When this binding force disappeared, these positively charged protons scattered, and they continued to achieve charge balance. So, they began to strip electrons from the material they touched. No matter how strong the material was, even the scales of the planetary overlord Zerg, they could not protect their electrons in the electric field of the protons. An extremely strong electric field was generated in an instant. This electric field was enough to penetrate 10,000 meters of granite in 1 second. Its power was thousands of times stronger than the strongest plasma energy cannon of mankind. Even if this electric field hit the Aura Worm King head-on, it might not be able to withstand it. And now, the protons have deprived the electrons on the Aura Worm King's armor, causing its armor to collapse from the atomic structure. An unprotected wound appeared on its leg. At the same time, an electric field was generated, and it was conducted from the wound on its leg to its entire body. All its organs, tissues, and even cells were penetrated by hundreds of millions of volts of voltage and extremely strong current. The Aura Worm King was such a huge monster, a planetary behemoth, that it didn't even have time to react or think, and its brain cells died in an instant. This terrifying biological weapon was completely destroyed, because there was a nuclear fusion reaction in its biological organs, and because of the destruction of the ultra-high voltage electric field. A violent explosion occurred. At this time, it was like a super hydrogen bomb exploded from the body of the Aura Worm King. The ultra-high temperature vaporized the dead cells in its body, Some scales that could withstand the ultra-high temperature were blown into the sky, forming a supergiant mushroom cloud. The brightness of the sky increased countless times at this moment. It was enough to blind human eyes. The sound waves of the explosion were enough to penetrate the eardrums of people. The shock wave it generated pushed the mecha driven by He Xingzhou to the horizon. He kept operating the anti-gravity system, so he was not hit to the ground and killed by the shock wave. When the white light dissipated, from the satellite's perspective, the planetary overlord that was 3,000 meters tall had disappeared. There was only a pile of rotten meat and a huge impact crater left. The surrounding mountains were flattened by the explosion. In the sky, the aerospace mothership was still shaking. But Luoyin was stunned and said blankly, Aura Bug King was blown to death? The planetary overlord is gone. Is it dead? Dingyu stayed in the mecha, looking at the super big crater. His heart seemed to stop in an instant, and then revived. It's gone! Is it dead? In the mecha unit, Xiaohong couldn't believe it at this time. That bug was blown to death. Dead. It's dead. In the land command center, Lei Yuanfeng shouted. His voice was hoarse, but he shouted with extra force. Aura Bug King was blown to death by Commander He Xingzhou. He did it. At this moment, Shui Weiman's heart was filled with surprise, joy, shock, regret, excitement, and other emotions. We succeeded. He Xingzhou did it. LV Mei cried with joy. This commander of the Blue Star Alliance, a strong woman who had experienced countless major crises, couldn't help crying at this moment. He did it. Human civilization did not perish, but the planetary overlord, the Aura Insect King, died. Song Jinghong stood up suddenly and shouted. He Xingzhou did it. We won. The war is won. He Hongwei's eyes were red, and he trembled. General Qin, did you see it? We won. The planetary overlord was also destroyed by us humans. The commanders were so excited, let alone the people. Commander, he succeeded. He killed the planetary overlord. He Xingzhou saved human civilization. Forever God. We won. After 10 years, Aura Zur King is finally dead. We are not extinct. The world is still there. Humans are still there. He Xingzhou is still there. In the shelter, countless people are cheering, crying, and shouting to the sky, venting the emotions that have been accumulated in their hearts for a long time. In the city, humans are singing and marching forward, celebrating their survival. On the battlefield, the soldiers knelt on the ground. At this moment, they knew that their efforts were not in vain, and the sacrifices of their comrades were not in vain. Those Zergs who followed Aura Zur King felt the destruction of Aura Zur King. The natives killed the planetary overlord. There's something wrong with this planet. There's something wrong with human civilization. Run! We actually failed. The bugs retreated like a tide, looking for hidden corners to hide. He really did it. Can the Blue Star civilization also kill the planetary overlord? In the Sentinel Research Institute, the squid in Debai's hand fell directly into the water. Can this really work? Jiang Chan saw from its eyes that its ideas had been completely overturned. Jiang Chan herself couldn't help but shed tears. For so many years, they have paid too much. Everyone in the Sentinel Research Institute, and her teacher Pan Yin, countless people's efforts and sacrifices. Aren't they just for this moment? Now, they finally did it. In the entire Sentinel Research Institute, everyone was shouting, and those usually serious and cautious researchers now acted like a child. There were too many sorrows and grievances, but no one told them. But now, they feel that everything is worth it, because human civilization has not perished. Their efforts have finally paid off. I also have times when I misjudge things, Dabai muttered to himself, and then his tone changed. This is going to be a mess. They would never have thought that the situation on Blue Star has exceeded their plan. Who would have thought that Blue Star civilization could also kill the planetary overlord? We succeeded. He Xingzhou was in the mecha, looking at the sinkhole in the distance. Sister Jilan. He immediately put on his armor, and went to look for Su Jilan. She had been blown away by the shock wave, and no one knew where she had landed. Jilan, you must not be affected. He Xingzhou rushed to the direction where she flew out. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of drones, and they began to look for the injured soldiers. Chapter 179 New Era. The original base has become a wasteland. There are ruined buildings and pits everywhere, and explosions occur from time to time, which is extremely dangerous. Target location found. He Xingzhou's armor reminded him that he had found the coordinates of Su Jilan's location. He Xingzhou flew over and found that this place had been buried by a ruined building. He felt nervous and immediately summoned a drone mecha to dig together. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. He Xingzhou dug until he was 60 meters deep and finally found the location. This is a giant mecha-operated safety cabin. When the mecha is damaged, it can be ejected and fly to protect the driver. Because of the impact of the shock wave, the safety cabin has been damaged. He Xingzhou saw that Su Jilan closed her eyes. Her head and body were covered with blood, like a bloody rose on the ruins. Jilan. He quickly carried Su Jilan out. The heart rate is too low. The injured needs urgent treatment. He Xingzhou immediately handed her to the medical mecha next to him, which could rescue the wounded in time. People all over the country were searching and rescuing the wounded. He Hongwei continued to command the troops and clean up other invading Zergs. In the city, the survivors walked out of the shelter. Some cheered, some were sad, and more people began to clean up the city and restore order. After the death of King Aura, there were no Zergs on the blue planet that could threaten human civilization. Human civilization regained the right to survive on this planet. Everything needs to be rebuilt. 1 month later, Xuanwu Army Hospital. He Xingzhou walked through the corridor, and medical staff and the wounded greeted him. Commander He? Hello. Commander He? Commander He? I asked the doctor to replace my hand with a high-frequency sword. What should I do if he disagrees? Huang Sheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair, passed by and asked hurriedly. He was lucky to save his life, but most of his body was paralyzed and needed prosthetic transformation. He Xingzhou said helplessly, if everyone is like you, wouldn't the streets be full of humanoid weapons? Normally, mechanical arms can also hold swords. Stop talking nonsense. Xiong Mani, who was pushing him, glared at him unhappily and said, reform yourself and become a new person. Huang Sheng, why are you talking like I've committed a crime? He Xingzhou smiled and came to a ward. In the ward, Su Jilan was chatting with her parents online. Dad? Mom? I'm fine. Su Jilan said. The doctor said that damaged organs can be transplanted with biological organs or transformed with prosthesis. I'm going to replace them with prostheses. You don't want to replace them with prosthesis? Her father Su Bo disagreed. Wouldn't that make you a robot? Yes. Mother Yingjing said. Can robots still have children? Hello. Uncle and aunt. He Xingzhou walked in, and Su Jilan's parents hurriedly shouted, it's Commander He. You're here. Su Jilan looked at him with a smile on her face. During the battle, many of her organs were damaged. If it was the medical technology before the disaster era, she would not have been able to be saved. Now medical technology is more advanced, and it is possible to use biological organs or prosthetic organs cloned in vitro for transplantation to save lives. Commander He, please persuade her. She wants to change to a mechanical prosthesis. Su Bo said. He Xingzhou looked at Su Jilan, and Su Jilan hurriedly explained, it's just some organs. The parts that work together. He Xingzhou said, it doesn't have to be a mechanical prosthesis. Just use biological organs. Our biological computer will be available soon. By then, it will have the same high performance as quantum chips and mechanical prosthesis. Really? Then I'll listen to you. Su Jilan said quickly. You kid. We tried to persuade you for a long time, but you didn't listen. But Commander He said it. Yingjing said helplessly. Girls are out of control when they grow up. Su Bo shook his head. Dad? Mom? I'll tell you next time. Su Jilan blushed slightly and turned off the communication. He Xingzhou continued. Gene modification technology is also advancing, and we will soon have the opportunity to perform genetic modification and gain a longer lifespan. If it is mechanical modification, it may really become a robot in the future and store memories in quantum chips. Su Jilan just looked at him without saying anything. Her heart was filled with joy. How wonderful it would be without the Zerg. I never thought that our family could be reunited. It's so rare. At He Xingzhou's home, He Qihong sighed. Yes. So many people died. Even General Qin sacrificed his life. Jiang Monrong sighed deeply. Would people 10 years ago have thought that the world would become like this? Brother, what should we do in the future? He Mengyao asked He Xingzhou while eating chicken feet. Of course. We will rebuild our homeland and then develop into outer space. He Xingzhou said. Blue Planet is now roughly stable. But there are still many Zerg on other planets in the solar system. He had seen the ability of the planetary overlords, who could already devour planetary materials to evolve. There was almost no upper limit to their size. And when they finally evolved into the planet devourer, they would really eat planets. Wouldn't I have a chance to drive a spaceship in the future? He Mengyao thought, and said with a smile, Brother, do you think I have the potential to be a spaceship captain? I think you have the ability to be a planet devourer. Eating so much. He Xingzhou laughed. TSK. I'm happy. I won't gain weight. He Mengyao snorted. She had undergone the simplest genetic modification, and the whole person had always remained young, with the same metabolic capacity as a teenager. Even if she ate a little more, she would not gain weight. Another month later, humanity has cleared out the Zerg near Xinzhou, and all cities have returned to normal order. The Xuanwu troops have reorganized and are planning to build a new base, then gradually clear out the Zerg all over the world from land to sea. This day is a day of national mourning. Mourning those who died in the war and the disaster era. In every city around the world, people spontaneously go to the hero cemetery to commemorate. On TV, representatives from all walks of life are giving eulogies and expressing their grief. In front of every mausoleum, someone sends flowers. In front of the mausoleum in the Magic City, people mourn in front of the mausoleum of the hero of the Red Child. Blue Star Alliance Commander Lu Mei presented flowers and said, Peng Zimu and all the crew members of the Red Sun were the first combat unit to be killed in the Cataclysm. It was them who blew the horn of our counterattack against the Zerg. Countless people bowed their heads in silence. And members of the Xuanwu force, including Jia Lang, Xiao Hong, Huang Sheng, Lu Tong, Xiong Mani, etc., laid flowers here one by one. Beijing, in front of the mausoleum. Blue Star Alliance Commander Song Jinghong laid flowers in front of Pan Yan's mausoleum. And his voice was sad, facing the terrifying Zerg. Like great biologists like academician Pan Yan, countless scientific researchers have devoted themselves to the study of this terrible monster. It is because of their existence that we can better understand the Zerg, deal with them, and make great progress in biotechnology. May the mountains and rivers last forever, and the heroic souls be immortal. Teacher, we saw this day. The day when the Zerg was defeated on Blue Star. Jiang Chan bowed her head and said silently, We are still here. Don't worry. Shuga Yi stepped forward to mourn. Behind them, there are many researchers from the Sentinel Research Institute. A huge hero cemetery and monument was built outside the original Xuanwu base. Blue Star Alliance Commander Chui Weiman stood in front of Shui Yang's tomb and said, Shui Yang, and the countless soldiers who died heroically to resist the Zerg, are worthy of our eternal remembrance. Salute. Behind him, countless soldiers saluted together. The tomb of Kong Qin was also full of people. He Hongwei and a large number of scientific researchers came here to mourn. Mr. Kong took over as the commander of Xuanwu at the age of 80. Under his leadership, we have made many breakthroughs in scientific research and made great contributions to resisting the Zerg. During his lifetime, he led the team to discover the God particle and made an electromagnetic force and strong force converter. It was because of this converter that we created a proton bomb and killed the planetary overlord. Under the long lamp of civilization lit by you and other scientific researchers, we will continue to move forward unswervingly. He Hongwei, Kong Qin student Su Tingbin, as well as experts such as Lu Jianya, Yi Yuan, Lu Yuan, Dong Chen, Zhang Boyan, Kai Hao, Lu Tianhu, Shi Cheng, Zheng Weihao, Yu Sheng and countless other juniors bowed their heads in silence. In front of Qin Peng's mausoleum, Zhou Qinghan stood silently in front of the tomb. Behind him, Lei Yuanfeng, Luan, Su Jilan, Ding Yu and countless others saluted together, their eyes filled with tears. Humans all over the world are in silence. Dear ones, rest in peace. Heroes, may your heroic spirits live forever. Did you see it? Today we are here to commemorate you. And we will come every year in the future. 10 years of disasters. Billions of heroes. After mourning, He Xingzhou and all the commanders of the Blue Star Alliance began to announce new matters to all mankind. He Xingzhou said loudly, The sacrifices and efforts of countless heroes and people have finally eliminated the threat of the Zerg from the Blue Star. From today, the era of catastrophe will end completely, and we will usher in a new era. The Blue Star era. We will completely clean up the Zerg in the world within 3 years. We will rebuild the human home. We will explore space, develop space weapons, and eliminate the Zerg on other planets. Human civilization will officially move from a first-level civilization to a second-level civilization, and from a mother planet civilization to an interstellar civilization. The Blue Star Alliance will continue to be responsible for commanding and planning related matters. Friends across the country, friends around the world. The new era of mankind, the interstellar era, begins today. After Yi Xingzhou finished speaking, the scene was filled with thunderous applause and cheers. The 10-year catastrophe has finally come to an end. A new era, a new life, a new human civilization set sail at this moment. The goal is the stars and the sea. After the new era, everything is in ruins, and construction is underway everywhere, because too many people have died. Except for Xinzhou, other countries have basically disappeared, and the remaining population is very small. They are basically a small number of elites and lucky people who got the Blue Star Alliance during the catastrophe. Therefore, in this new era, the concept of the country has disappeared, and only the Blue Star civilization will remain. The Blue Star Alliance has also become the most important institution of the Blue Star civilization. A commanders' meeting is being held in the Blue Star Alliance. The total number of commanders is tentatively set at 100, and as before, they are divided into first level, second level, and third level commanders. The number of personnel will be increased in the future. There are currently only 5 first level commanders: He Xingzhou, He Hongwei, Cui Weimin, Song Jinghong, and Lu Mei. If the Blue Star civilization wants to move towards interstellar civilization, it must have a clear direction for technological development and civilization development. And it also needs a strong commander. He Hongwei stood up and said, "I propose that the Blue Star Alliance set a supreme commander. The supreme commander has the highest authority to set goals for the development of science and technology and civilization, and the highest decision-making power of the alliance." Second, everyone agreed. Lu Mei said, "Everyone agrees that the motion is passed with 100% approval and will take effect immediately. Now, we will nominate a supreme commander, and each representative will propose a candidate and vote." Cui Weimin stood up and said, "I nominate He Xingzhou. In the era of disasters, he has proved his scientific and military talents countless times. He Xingzhou has enough ability to lead our civilization forward." Second, He Xingzhou deserves it, He Hongwei said. "I second the motion. He Xingzhou has made an indelible contribution to science." Song Jinghong said, "I second the motion. We are confused about the interstellar era. Only those who have the vision and wisdom beyond ordinary humans can take up the position." Lu Mei said, "I agree." Lei Yuanfeng voted, "I agree too." Luan voted, "I agree." Shugai voted, "I agree. I agree." After everyone voted, Lu Mei announced, "The election of He Xingzhou as the supreme commander of the alliance has been unanimously passed, and will take effect immediately." He Xingzhou stood up, looked at these commanders, and said, "Thank you for your trust. I believe that with our joint efforts, the Blue Star civilization will become more brilliant and bloom in the sea of stars." Pa pa pa. The applause lasted for a long time. He Xingzhou announced, "The first task I issued as the supreme commander is that from now on, the Blue Star Alliance will clean up the Zerg and build the Blue Star. At the same time, we will immediately start designing new rockets and spacecraft to eliminate the Noah Zerg base on the moon and build a lunar base." Yes, He Xingzhou has been busy with many things. He asked Jiang Chan to pay attention to Dubai, but Dubai has been sleeping, and He Xingzhou doesn't know when it will wake up. In addition, without the planetary overlord, the Zerg on the Blue Star are no match for humans. Under the attack of the aerospace mothership, giant mecha and mechanical monsters, there is no resistance at all. In addition, the marine forces began to clean up the underwater insect nests and build deep-sea bases. While cleaning up the Zerg, they also developed marine resources. It is estimated that it will take at least 3 years to complete these tasks. 3 years later, the Zerg on the blue planet have been basically wiped out. If you want to see the Zerg King or the planetary behemoth, you can only see them in the biochemical research and visit bases. In the new era, all walks of life have ushered in great development. First of all, regarding biotechnology, the further development of biochips can achieve the same effect as quantum chip implants. And humans have biological computer brains. Many people who were unwilling to do mechanical implants before began to do biological computer implants. Everyone has the ability to remember everything at a glance and calculate at high speed. In school, students no longer focus on memorizing and reciting in class. Teachers begin to guide students to innovate and create. Secondly, genetic modification has also achieved some success. The first generation of genetic modification drugs will greatly enhance human physique. In theory, it will increase human lifespan to 500 years. Currently, only about 30% of people are suitable for injection of this genetic modification drug. The most regrettable thing is that those who were injected with the gene-locked drug after being attacked by the Zerg gene bomb will not be able to undergo genetic modification. This also includes He Xingzhou's parents, who are quite open-minded about this. Each generation has its own mission. Our generation has experienced the epic era of the Cataclysm and ushered in the interstellar era. This is something that countless humans will never experience. A lifetime is enough, He Qihong and Jian Wanrong said. In other technologies, robotics and AI intelligence technologies have further developed. And robots with high intelligence have been used in all walks of life. Huiming Game Company cooperated with the Sentinel Research Institute to develop the first virtual world game Dreamland. Strictly speaking, Dreamland is not a game, but a large virtual world community. It is an open-source community that allows all developers to develop together, using neural machines or biological computers. You can connect to the virtual world and experience things that you can't do in the real world. Dreamland has become the largest social area for humans in a very short time. In addition to bringing various jobs, entertainment, and economic activities, new crimes such as virtual world fraud and mental invasion have also emerged. For this reason, the Blue Star civilization has formulated a special virtual world management law and mental security law to manage this phenomenon. In terms of energy, nuclear fusion technology has further developed. In particular, the miniaturization of nuclear fusion reactors and cold nuclear fusion technology. In cities, the energy supply of industrial areas is almost entirely provided by nuclear fusion energy. Before humans really go to space, nuclear fusion energy is almost inexhaustible for Blue Star civilization. If it is provided unbridled, it can make all mankind worry-free. But after discussion and research, the Blue Star Alliance did not do so. Today's technology can make everyone happy for a lifetime. But this is devastating to the entire civilization. Everyone can enjoy endlessly without paying. Human nature is lazy and greedy for pleasure. Without motivation, most people will choose to eat and wait for death. Civilization must give people the motivation to strive and struggle for progress so that civilization can continue to develop. There are still so many Zergs in the solar system that have not been eliminated. If Blue Star civilization continues to live in comfort, it will only perish. Therefore, Blue Star civilization guarantees people's basic food, clothing, housing, transportation, medical care, and education are all provided free of charge. But if humans want to have a better life and more resources, they still need to learn and create. Under He Xingzhou's arrangement, the planetary logistics system is still being built on Blue Star to ensure that the logistics system can run at the fastest speed on the entire planet. In addition, the morality and laws of Blue Star civilization have undergone large-scale changes. In the era of disaster, in order to resist the Zerg, too many men died on the battlefield. The ratio of men to women was seriously unbalanced, and the number of newborns was extremely small. In the new era, people have no worries about food and clothing, but many people are unwilling to reproduce. This is also an important thing that affects the development of civilization. With the current human beings, it is difficult to build a blue planet and to develop into an interstellar civilization. At least hundreds of billions of humans are needed for just one solar system. In order to change this situation, the Blue Star Alliance rewards humans for natural reproduction and allows cloned babies under certain conditions. It allows various forms of marriage, such as minority sexual orientation groups, and polygamous families established with one adult male or one adult female as the main body. These special families must reproduce or raise a corresponding number of children. Although there are still many voices of opposition and disapproval in society, for the entire civilization, at this stage, it is not worth it. Blue Star civilization needs population. Without population, it is a problem whether it can survive in the solar system. On other planets, planetary overlords must have been born, and the Zerg is still evolving into planet devourers. Before humans have immortality, without enough population, civilization will never be able to leave the solar system. The entire society is changing every day. At home, He Xingzhou is talking to the quantum optical brain. Quantum optical brain. Since human civilization has been upgraded to a first-level civilization, the energy unit has been changed. The total energy output of a standard nuclear fusion reactor in one day is 1 unit of energy. The corresponding technology unlocking conditions on the technology tree of the quantum optical brain have been modified. You need to obtain stronger energy as soon as possible to unlock new technology. The quantum optical brain reminded. He Xingzhou asked, if a planet devourer appears in the solar system, how should I deal with it? The power of the planetary overlord has made him deeply aware that human civilization is just a little bit away from extinction. There is already a planetary overlord on the blue planet, and there is no doubt that there will be planetary overlords on other planets. They are definitely evolving towards the planetary overlord. Once a planetary overlord appears one day and eats up the blue planet, with the current weapons of mankind, there is no possibility of dealing with it. He Xingzhou glanced at Su Jilan, who was busy. She was wearing ice silk home clothes, with a gourd-shaped back and a pair of long white legs and slippers. Walking around, which was a feast for the eyes. It was not easy to usher in today's happy life. How could he allow civilization to be destroyed? Quantum optical brain. Planet Devourer has exceeded the scope of what a first-level civilization can deal with. And the ultimate weapon of the planetary level must be unlocked to deal with it. The ultimate weapon of the planetary level can only be unlocked after the Dyson sphere is built. It still has to be built into a Dyson sphere, He Xingzhou said helplessly. He also asked, how are the levels of civilization divided? The quantum optical brain said, different civilizations have different ways of division, mainly divided by activity areas. The activity area determines the energy acquisition, space navigation, and resource mining range of the civilization. Level 0 civilization, also called primitive civilization, refers to the scope of civilization's activities limited to a certain area of the mother star. Level 1 civilization, also called mother star civilization, can be active in the birth planet and the surrounding space. Level 2 civilization, also called star system civilization, can be active in a star system. Level 3 civilization, star cluster civilization, can be active within the range of a star cluster. Level 4 civilization, galaxy civilization, can be active in galaxy planets like the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. Level 5 civilization, star cluster civilization, can move in superclusters. There are more advanced civilizations above. He Xingzhou can understand this division very well. The wider the scope of a civilization's activities, the more resources it can exploit, and the more powerful the corresponding technology. If Blue Star Civilization wants to evolve to Level 2 civilization, it must create spaceships that can fly at sublight speeds and move freely in the solar system. He Xingzhou thought. Dyson sphere, sublight speed spaceship, solar system Zerg, devourer of planets, planetary ultimate weapons. There is a long way to go. He Xingzhou sighed. He thought that once the Zerg on Blue Star were dealt with, things would go much more smoothly. Now I realize that it is not as easy as I imagined. It took 10 years to upgrade the industrial system of a blue planet, and it has to be gradually expanded to outer space. If you want to build a Dyson sphere, the resources of the blue planet are definitely not enough. You must go to other planets or asteroid belts to mine. And you have to face the Zerg, build spaceships, space battleships, space weapons, etc. While He Xingzhou was making plans, he received a communication from Jiang Chan. Brother Zhou. Jiang Chan has changed the name of He Xingzhou from Senior Commander He to Brother Zhou. She thinks this is more intimate. What's the matter? He Xingzhou asked, looking at the beautiful face in the projection. After genetic modification, the shelf life of human youth has reached more than 300 years. And it may be longer in the future. Dubai. Dubai is awake, Jiang Chan said excitedly. It wants to see you. This guy finally woke up. He Xingzhou stood up. He always wanted to know why the Zerg came to the solar system. Who is Dubai? And what is behind all this? Dubai originally said that he would tell him the answer if humans cleared the Zerg on Blue Star. But he was directly in a coma for 3 years. If it weren't for its life characteristics, He Xingzhou would have wanted to make it into a specimen. Xilan, I'll go to the research institute, He Xingzhou said. Then will you come back for dinner? Su Jilan asked. If not, I'll take it there? Okay. He Xingzhou nodded. And then he shouted, Lu Mi! Armor! Master! The armor is here. Lumi said. And a bunch of light armor modules flew out from He Xingzhou's armor warehouse. He Xingzhou opened his hands and feet, and these armors automatically assembled on his body. This is the Meteor 2 armor made by He Xingzhou using nanotechnology. It has an internal force balance system, so even if it accelerates to supersonic speed in an instant, the human body will not be harmed. The Meteor 2 armor flew out of the window, passed through high-rise buildings and countless aircraft, and landed in the Sentinel Research Institute. The Sentinel Research Institute is now a large research area. He Xingzhou slowed down and landed on the ground. Everyone around him greeted him. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean He. He Xingzhou is now the Dean of the Blue Star Alliance Academy of Sciences. So the researchers call him Dean He, and others call him the Commander-in-Chief. He Xingzhou nodded to them, and quickly came to the biochemical research base. Jiang Chan had been waiting for him for a long time. Brother Joe. Jiang Chan wore 2 different colors of mandarin duck socks in black and white, with a white dress, delicate eyebrows, and black medium-length hair on her shoulders. She looked very energetic. Her outfit is actually a kind of scientific research clothing. The new carbon fiber material and microelectronic material added to the clothing can make the clothing have the function of adjusting the color at will. So now even researchers can wear their favorite design clothes. It's in there. Eating. Jiang Chan opened the door of the special research room, and He Xingzhou saw at a glance that Dabai was eating its seafood bibimbap, with small fish and shrimp stuffed in his mouth. You finally woke up. He Xingzhou walked in and said, You should tell me the answer before. Right? No hurry. Tell me after you finish eating. Dabai ate heartily, and soon filled his stomach. Comfortable. Dabai patted his belly and said comfortably, I haven't eaten for a long time. It's so comfortable. Dabai. You should talk about business. We are all waiting. Jiang Chan urged. Dabai gulped down a few more gulps of water, then said, I didn't break my promise. I've been preparing for the past 3 years. If you want to know the answer, receive a courier first. It should be here soon. Courier? The two were puzzled. Which courier? Dabai closed his eyes, and after half a minute, it suddenly said, It's coming. He Xingzhou almost simultaneously received the message from Xuanwu, Commander-in-Chief. There are unusual movements in outer space. In recent years, humans have launched many detection satellites in the surrounding space. At this moment, there are pictures from satellites. In the vacuum of outer space, there are strong energy fluctuations, and a dazzling light group appears. What is that? He Xingzhou was startled. And then he saw that a metal box flew out of the light group, and it was flying towards the blue planet. Express delivery, Dabai said. I spent a lot of money to buy this. You should thank me. Is that white light a wormhole? He Xingzhou asked. Of course. A small wormhole, Dabai said proudly. Is it the first time you see it? You can actually create a wormhole? He Xingzhou said in shock. Having wormhole technology means that civilization can travel through countless light years, which means it is at least a level 4 or 5 civilization. I also want to have wormhole technology. But this is not mine, Dabai said. This is the technology of the Order Alliance. Don't worry. It's not a weapon, but a subspace communicator. Subspace communicator? Jiang Chan asked curiously. What is its function? Dabai said, Didn't Einstein of your Blue Star civilization propose a 4-dimensional space model? The 3-dimensional universe we live in will also bend toward the 4th dimension time axis, which is 4-dimensional space. For example, the plane of 2-dimensional space bends toward 3-dimensional space, forming a sphere. Imagine the universe we live in as such a sphere, but it is bent toward the time axis instead of the z-axis. The space we live in is the outermost surface of the sphere, and the space from the surface to the center of the sphere is the so-called subspace. Moving on the surface of concentric spheres, we can transcend the speed of light and transmit information or matter at warp speed. This is also the principle of wormholes. It is much easier to transmit information than traditional methods. This subspace transmitter allows you to connect to the subspace information world. Well, in your words, it is a super virtual world throughout the universe. You mean, there are advanced civilizations in the universe that have built information virtual worlds in the subspace, and we can visit them through this device? He Xingzhou was really surprised this time. Of course, he knew that there were many other civilizations in the universe. Humans have had many guesses about cosmic civilizations, such as friendly cooperation, dark forests, etc. But the sudden appearance of such a subspace virtual universe is also shocking enough for Xingzhou. Which means that they have the opportunity to communicate with other civilizations. That's what I mean. Dubai was very satisfied with the reactions of Xingzhou and Jiang Chan. This is the crushing of technology. At this time, the package had flown to the low Earth orbit, and the aerospace mecha received it, and was transporting it back to a base on the ground. Chapter 180: The Information Universe of the Subspace. To be on the safe side, Xingzhou asked the robot to check the metal box first. The material of the box is an alloy that humans have never seen before. It is not locked. After opening it, there is an unknown crystal the size of a basketball. The detection equipment can't detect what it is at all. Obviously, its technological level has exceeded the scope of human civilization. Xingzhou asked Dubai, "How do I use this?" It needs to be connected to an energy device. You connect it to a nuclear fusion reactor, and then connect it to your own thinking. It is used in the same way as the virtual world device. Dubai said, "Okay." Xingzhou decided to try its function first. He immediately arranged for someone to connect the subspace communicator to the energy device. The subspace communication device started up, and it projected a picture with some binary digital dot matrix, expressing some information. Dubai introduced, "This is the language translation mode. As long as you translate human language into this binary digital dot matrix, it can translate the language and allow you to obtain information from other civilizations." Lu Mi, turn on the language translation, Xingzhou ordered. "Okay, master." Reading the binary dot matrix, translating the text, transmitting the information, master. "I'm done," Lu Mi said. At this time, a message appeared on the subspace communicator. This product is made by the Order Alliance and can accommodate 5 information flows for subspace transmission at the same time. 5 information flows mean that only 5 people can enter the virtual universe of the subspace at the same time. Dubai explained. "Brother Zhou, should we go in and take a look?" Jiang Chan asked Xingzhou's opinion. Xingzhou thought for a while and said, "I'll observe first." To be on the safe side, he planned to connect to the subspace information himself first, because he had a quantum optical brain. And even if the enemy had any means of information attack, it should not be able to bypass the quantum optical brain. Dubai said it didn't matter, and said, "I'll wait for you in the virtual universe of the subspace. Hurry up." After saying that, it fell into a deep sleep. Xingzhou came to the research institute and connected to the so-called subspace communicator through the quantum optical brain. In an instant, there was darkness in front of his eyes. This was an infinitely dark world. Then, countless stars emerged and nebulae flowed, as if they had come to the real universe. This feeling was extremely real, much stronger than the small virtual world made by humans themselves. If Xingzhou hadn't reminded himself that he was in a virtual world, he would have thought that he seemed to be in the real universe. At this time, a ray of light appeared beside Xingzhou, and it condensed into a furry little ball, like a little elf. "Hello, I am Tuanzi, the guide of the virtual universe of the Order Alliance," the elf said. "Welcome, human from the Blue Star civilization. You can prepare a name and image for yourself. Why does it feel like creating a game character?" Xingzhou was familiar with it, and slightly modified his appearance. His name was Changfeng, the same as in his online game. "Changfeng, you are the first member of the Blue Star civilization to come to the virtual universe. You can go to certify your civilization level, and you will get some help." Tuanzi hovered around him. "You have a friend request. Bai Ningxiang from the Black Sea civilization requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree?" In front of Xingzhou, a girl appeared. A small and delicate face, crystal blue eyes, and a golden pattern with water patterns on the forehead add a bit of nobility and mystery. She has red pendants on her hair and ears, and wears shiny clothes like shells and scales, and her skin is smooth like jade. The most eye-catching thing is her lower body, which is a white fishtail. Mermaid? Xingzhou was surprised. How come this painting style is becoming more and more game-like? "It's me, Xingzhou. I'm Dubai." The mermaid sent a communication. "Add me as a friend." "Dubai?" Xingzhou accepted the friend request, and the other party applied for friend transfer. After Xingzhou agreed, this sexy and cute mermaid appeared beside him. "Bai Ningxiang, is that your name?" Xingzhou asked in surprise. "Aren't you a white dolphin?" "Who said I'm a white dolphin?" Bai Ningxiang said. "That's just my information carrier." He Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Can that white dolphin connect to the subspace communicator?" "Don't worry about that. Just take good care of it." Bai Ningxiang didn't intend to explain. "What's the matter with your appearance and dress?" He Xingzhou asked a series of questions. "Do you look like this? Or is it edited according to human civilization?" "I look like this," Bai Ningxiang said. "This is unscientific," He Xingzhou said. "If you are a creature from another civilization, how can you look like this? What's unscientific?" Bai Ningxiang smiled proudly and said, "You are ignorant. In the Order Alliance, most civilized races are humanoid. Do you think that only Blue Star is a human civilization? No. There are civilizations in other places that call themselves human civilizations. So you can only be called Blue Star Civilization," Bai Ningxiang said. This made He Xingzhou even more curious. "They are all humanoid? Then why are the Zerg not?" Bai Ningxiang was speechless and said, "Are you asking 100,000 whys? I can't answer this question for you. I heard that there was a powerful civilization in the past that sowed the seeds of civilization throughout the universe. So humanoid civilization appeared. In addition to our human civilization, there are various non-human civilizations in the Order Alliance, and even silicon-based civilizations." "What is the Order Alliance?" He Xingzhou planned to be a primary school student today. Tuanzi said, "The Order Alliance is a civilization alliance established by an advanced civilization in the universe. The purpose of the establishment of the Order Alliance is to promote the development and evolution of civilization, and at the same time to resist the invasion of the Zerg. Advanced civilizations also need to resist the invasion of the Zerg?" He Xingzhou was shocked when he heard this information. "Are the Zerg so strong?" Tuanzi said, "Yes. The Zerg is a very dangerous and powerful race. They are a threat to all civilizations, and advanced civilizations are no exception." "Okay. I'll ask you those questions later," Bai Ningxiang said. "Come with me. Let's go to the Order Alliance to certify a civilization first, and then your Blue Star civilization will officially join the Order Alliance." Tuanzi, "What's the use of joining the Order Alliance?" He Xingzhou asked again. Tuanzi introduced, "After a civilization joins the Order Alliance, it can exchange materials and information within the Order Alliance to achieve faster development. At the same time, completing the tasks issued by the Order Alliance will also receive rewards from the Order Alliance. These rewards include resources, technology, and some key rewards that can help civilizations upgrade their levels or survive a crisis of survival. What do you need to pay to join the Order Alliance?" He Xingzhou knew that to enjoy rights, you must bear obligations. Tuanzi said, "There are only two requirements. That is to eliminate the Zerg and become hostile to the Star Empire." At this time, Bai Ningxiang took the initiative to explain, "The Star Empire is another powerful civilization in the universe. I don't know how powerful it is. Don't worry. Low-level civilizations don't have to consider these things at all, at least before becoming a third-level or fourth-level civilization. It has nothing to do with us." "I see." He Xingzhou almost figured it out. There are two high-level civilizations or major forces in the universe, namely the Order Alliance and the Star Empire, which are hostile to each other. This subspace virtual universe was created by the Order Alliance. The main purpose is to deal with the Zerg, so joining its civilization can achieve faster growth and eliminate the Zerg. Bai Ningxiang's hand waved in the air, and a door appeared. She pushed the door open, and inside was a huge space city. This city stands in the void, with all kinds of majestic and tall buildings and strange creatures. The whole city is square, and in the sky, someone is driving a golden crow forward, bringing light to the city. The city is divided into 2 floors, with 4 large pillars in the 2 floors, and a supergiant tree as high as 1 million meters, connecting the upper and lower floors of the city. All kinds of strange buildings stand in the city, and all kinds of strange intelligent creatures move in the city. Bai Ningxiang said, "This is the initial virtual city Galaxy T2, a place that can be entered by first-level and second-level civilizations. One of countless initial cities." "How many initial cities are there? And how many first-level and second-level civilizations are there?" He Xingzhou asked curiously. "I don't know either," Bai Ningxiang said. "There are more than 100 billion stars in the Milky Way alone, and each star has its own star system. Life may be born on planets, stars, nebulae, and asteroid belts. The number of first-level and second-level civilizations is unknown in the Milky Way alone. There will be fewer level 3 and 4 civilizations. Most of the civilizations in this initial virtual city, Galaxy T2, come from the civilizations in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. The Milky Way is composed of countless stars, and it is constantly rotating. During the rotation, the stars form 5 high-density spiral arms, namely the Perseus arm, the Orion arm, the Carina Sagittarius arm, the Rigel arm, and the Scutum Centaurus arm. The solar system is located near the M45 Pleiades in the Orion arm. So, these civilizations may be our neighbors? He Xingzhou was a little worried. If neighbors go to war with each other, will the Order Alliance care? Unfortunately, it won't happen, Bai Ningxiang said. The Order Alliance only does not allow civilizations above level 3 to attack level 1 or 2 civilizations it will. But it does not prohibit wars between members. Sometimes, war can promote the evolution of civilizations, and the winner becomes stronger and evolves into a more advanced civilization. Therefore, there are also a set of rules among advanced civilizations. Level 1 civilizations don't have to worry about these problems. Advanced civilizations in the Order Alliance still cannot directly attack level 1 civilizations, and it is difficult for adjacent level 1 or 2 civilizations to sail across star systems, and wars rarely occur. There is also competition between them. Once a civilization evolves to a more advanced civilization first, the surrounding civilizations will either be conquered by them or become their subordinate civilizations. After Bai Ningxiang's explanation, He Xingzhou almost understood that this Order Alliance was not a peace organization. If you don't join here, you will be free from the benefits of attacks from other civilizations. He Xingzhou walked behind Bai Ningxiang, and the ball landed on his shoulder. This is a virtual world, not restricted by the laws of the real world, but only by the rules of the virtual world. So as long as you want to come to a place that is allowed to enter, you can almost go there instantly, probably to take care of He Xingzhou, a visitor from the indigenous civilization. Bai Ningxiang walked slowly on the street and introduced him to the various buildings here. The lower floor is mainly the activity area of the first-level civilization, and the upper floor is the activity area of the second-level civilization. That's the trading market, mainly for trading information. The trading currency is the cosmic coin, a virtual currency issued by the Order Alliance. The cosmic coin is exchanged in units of energy, and 1 cosmic coin is roughly equivalent to the annual energy output of a standard nuclear fusion power station. Bai Ningxiang pointed to a honeycomb building and said, He Xingzhou thought, isn't this cosmic coin equivalent to 365 units of energy of the quantum optical brain? The cosmic coin can be directly exchanged for resources, information and technology in the Order Alliance exchange in the trading hall. Of course, a certain fee and tax will be charged. The first-level civilization basically has no ability to leave the star system, so it is impossible to trade materials with each other. If you really want to trade materials and weapons, you must borrow the wormhole delivery system of the Order Alliance, which is very expensive. When Bai Ningxiang mentioned this, she showed a painful expression on her pretty face. She said, I have spent all my savings to buy you the subspace communication equipment and wormhole express. You must have a reward, right? He Xingzhou guessed. Only a little bit, Bai Ningxiang said. I will get some cosmic coins as a reward for helping you register as a civilization of the Order Alliance. He Xingzhou nodded and said, anyway, I still have to thank you. This information is very valuable to him and the Blue Star civilization. That's right, Bai Ningxiang said. You don't know how much risk I took. For a low-level civilization like you that is being attacked by the Zerg, no one dares to pull you into the Order Alliance. Why? He Xingzhou was puzzled. Isn't there a reward? Isn't the Order Alliance going to deal with the Zerg? When Bai Ningxiang mentioned this, she quickly said, Don't talk nonsense. I can't tell you about this kind of thing now. And you shouldn't mention it to other civilizations. The consequences are very serious. Understand? Okay. He Xingzhou still had doubts in his heart. There are also some entertainment and consumption places here, such as virtual games, civilization experience, Zerg simulation battlefield and so on. You can experience them one by one later. Bai Ningxiang skipped this topic. Another very important place is the Order Square of the Order Alliance. She pointed to the center of the city, where a spherical platform was floating in the air, with many people standing on it. In the Order Square, you can view the tasks that civilization can perform and the rewards given by the Order Alliance. You can go and see it later, Bai Ningxiang said. They have come to the city, in front of a mechanical statue. This mechanical statue is in human form and has wings, like a legendary celestial being or angel. This is the law enforcer of the initial city and the virtual life of the Order Alliance. The Order Angel, Bai Ningxiang said. In the virtual world, don't challenge the rules set by the Order Angel. Of course, don't do that in the real world either. It's easy for the Order Alliance to destroy a star system. The Order Angel flew to Yixingzhou and said, "Visitors from the Blue Star Civilization, welcome to join the Order Alliance. Now, I need to certify your civilization level. Please fill out this appraisal form and provide corresponding proof." It passed a message to Yixingzhou, which contained various proofs, such as the civilization activity area, the energy used, the civilization subject, etc. The Order Angel reminded, "We will identify all information. Please do not fill in false information." Yixingzhou took a quick look and found that there was no way to fill in the virtual information. For example, if the energy acquisition method was nuclear fusion, he had to draw a design diagram of the nuclear fusion device. If this thing doesn't exist, then it really doesn't exist, and it can't be pretended. It is only possible that an advanced civilization pretends to be a low-level civilization, and a low-level civilization cannot pretend to be an advanced civilization. Yixingzhou was filling in the civilization certification when a row of shadows flashed around him. These are all intelligent life. A total of 78, 49 of which are humanoid creatures, and the others are all strange creatures. It's really strange. I didn't expect that there would be a civilization joining our Galaxy T2 initial city, said an intelligent creature that looked like an egg. Their languages were automatically translated into languages that they could understand. Yeah. It's been 1,000 years since a civilization joined. Right? The last one seemed to be the Buijiang civilization. These intelligent creatures were watching the show. Which civilization is he from? Another carbon-based humanoid creature. Boring. Several silicon-based life forms left here. Looking at his appearance. If his appearance is not modified much, this civilization is still very weak. What level of civilization is he from? No need to guess. It must be a level 1 civilization. Which civilization are you from? A carbon-based creature walked up to Yixingzhou and asked. It was also in human form, but its body was very flat, smooth and hairless, like flattened leather with a face painted on it. Yixingzhou thought to himself, if it had a brain, would it also be flat? Yixingzhou was alert to the members of these strange civilizations and only said the information that everyone could see. Blue Star Civilization. Chanfeng. That's not what I'm asking, the alien said. I'm asking you, where are the coordinates of your civilization? When you join the Order Alliance, you have to tell each other. Ruger, stop lying. Bai Ningxiang stood up and said to Yixingzhou, don't tell them the location of your civilization. This is an absolutely confidential matter. Yixingzhou nodded. He also knew this. If someone has bad intentions, then he will become a target for others. Little Mermaid, you dare to interfere in my business? Be careful. We will destroy your Black Sea civilization. The alien named Ruger threatened. At this time, 4 more aliens came over and surrounded Yixingzhou. The Angel of Order on the side turned a blind eye. This is a virtual universe, and most things do not violate the rules of the Order Alliance. These 4 aliens are also carbon-based creatures. Ruger laughed and said, Chanfeng. Right? You haven't registered your civilization level yet. Right? On the registration form, fill in me as the referee. And I guarantee you will get benefits. There are rewards for referrals. And Ruger plans to take them all. Ruger, you are too much. I discovered the Blue Star civilization first, and it is a friend of our Black Sea civilization. Bai Ningxiang heard his words and scolded him. Ha ha ha. Several aliens laughed. And Ruger laughed and said, the Black Sea civilization is nothing. Your civilization will probably be destroyed soon. Right? He said to Yixingzhou, friend, don't listen to her nonsense. Their Black Sea civilization is just an ordinary second-level civilization, and it is about to be destroyed. Fill in my name on the referral list, and I can let you join our Pleiades Civilization Federation. Our Pleiades Civilization Federation is the most powerful civilization organization in the M45 Open Star Cluster. Joining us is your blessing and luck. Hearing Ruger's words, Yixingzhou was slightly surprised, because the solar system is only 440 light-years away from the M45 Pleiades. The Pleiades has more than 3,000 stars, and is an open star cluster. Since the other party is a civilization organization of the Pleiades, it means that they are next to the solar system. Several companions next to Ruger also showed their strength. Nanha civilization. Rafar. Our Nanha civilization is a 1.8 level civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Tianlang civilization. Grey Wolf. Our Tianlang civilization is a 1.9 level civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Tianyuan civilization. Dandast. Cage. Our Tianyuan civilization is a 2.1 level civilization and a member of the Pleiades. Ruger himself said, I am the representative of the Bessel civilization. Root. We are a 2.4 level civilization. Seeing He Xingzhou thinking. Bai Ningxiang was anxious and quickly sent him a private message, saying, the Pleiades is indeed stronger than the Black Sea civilization I am in. But they are not good birds. The main members of the Pleiades society are the Pleiades civilization, which is a level 2.8 civilization. The other members are all subordinate civilizations of the Pleiades civilization. Their joining means that the Blue Star civilization will become a subordinate civilization. Subordinate civilizations will lose their military independence and become alien colonies of the main civilization. The Pleiades society has been forcibly incorporating low-level civilizations around them. If they don't join, they will suppress them. Our Black Sea civilization refused and has been restricted by them in various ways. She was very worried that if He Xingzhou really agreed with Ruger's point of view, all her efforts would be in vain. She took huge risks and paid a huge price to get that. But here, she couldn't force He Xingzhou to choose her. Although He Xingzhou didn't know the situation here, he knew one thing. He could only rely on himself. If the so-called Pleiades knew that the Blue Star civilization was invaded by the Zerg, would they help? Impossible. As the saying goes, make friends with distant countries and attack nearby ones. The Pleiades civilization is so close to the solar system civilization. It's not a good thing to get too close to them. The most important thing is that Bai Ningxiang knows a lot about the Blue Star civilization, and also knows the coordinates and strength of the Blue Star civilization, whether from a personal perspective or a civilization perspective. He can't break up with Bai Ningxiang. Otherwise, Bai Ningxiang's disclosure of the information of the Blue Star civilization may cause a devastating blow to the Blue Star civilization. He said to Ruger, I'm sorry. The person who introduced our Blue Star civilization is Bai Ningxiang. After hearing what He Xingzhou said, Bai Ningxiang felt a little relieved. She sent a grateful letter. Thank you. After hearing what he said, Ruger threatened again. Are you sure you won't regret it? We, the Pleiades, know the coordinates of the Black Sea civilization very well, since they can find your Blue Star civilization. It is likely that the Blue Star civilization is in a nearby star system. Let me guess. Is it the Wolf Star system? Or the Radron Star system? Or the Badner Star system and the Solar system? He Xingzhou remained calm on the surface, but his heart was restless. The star systems that Ruger guessed were all less than 20 light-years away from the solar system, and they also included the solar system. Judging from the information currently obtained, the Black Sea civilization where Bai Ningxiang is located must be not far from the solar system, so he can make such a guess. Ruger continued, the Pleiades will soon give birth to a third-level civilization, and then the nearby star systems will be our territory. Chun Feng, you have to think clearly. He Xingzhou was already very dissatisfied with him. Judging from the momentum shown by Ruger, this Pleiades was definitely not a peaceful organization. Joining them also means becoming an alien colony. Why is it so? If the Blue Star civilization would succumb to other civilizations, it would have become a slave of the Zerg long ago, and he would not have come here at all. He Xingzhou said, Bai Ningxiang and I have already made a deal. I can learn more about the Pleiades later. Good boy. Ruger sneered. You are refusing. If you are with this girl, you are against our Pleiades. Don't wait for us to find you. Humph. As he said, the people of the Pleiades around him looked at He Xingzhou coldly. The people of other civilizations around were watching the show, and some even talked about it in person. Is the Pleiades so domineering? Is this mermaid from the Black Sea civilization? I heard that the Black Sea civilization is about to perish. Is this true? It seems so. Chun Feng from the Blue Star civilization. You represent your own civilization. You can't act on impulse. Although the Pleiades are really fucked up. If you are around them, you might as well join them. These people are either not nearby in civilization, or their civilization is not afraid of the Pleiades, so they speak recklessly. He Xingzhou ignored it. At this time, he had already filled out the registration form. The Order Angel conducted an audit and announced, The Blue Star civilization has successfully registered and certified as a level 1.0 civilization. Receive 100 cosmic coins as a reward, and can perform corresponding tasks of the Order Alliance to obtain rewards. Next to the Order Angel, there is a floating task bar with introductions to various tasks and rewards. Bai Ningguang also received the corresponding reward. She was happy and thanked He Xingzhou again. I didn't expect you to be a good person who keeps your promises. Don't give me the nice guy card, He Xingzhou said. I just considered it comprehensively and chose you. Okay. Bai Ningxiang didn't say much. She was happy to get the reward. The aliens watching nearby also heard the words of the Angel of Order. It's only level 1.0 civilization. The lowest level. It's a waste of expression. Too weak. Some aliens immediately lost interest. Indeed, level 1.0 civilization means that you can't leave your home planet too far. Just like primitive people. I was wondering why there was a new civilization. It turned out to be a weak chicken civilization. Ruger laughed when he heard the standard of level 1.0 civilization. It turned out to be an indigenous civilization. Fortunately, you didn't join the Pleiades Society. Level 1.0 indigenous civilizations are not qualified to join us. He laughed at Bai Ningxiang again. I think the Black Sea civilization is really going to decline. I don't know where to find an indigenous civilization. Ha ha. You too. Are you planning to perish together and become a pair of dead mandarin ducks? Ha ha. Raphael, Grey Wolf, Dandast, Cage and other aliens laughed. Civilization is an aggregate of countless intelligent lives. The gap between them is countless times larger than that between people. Even the difference of 0.1 level civilization will have a lot of difference in strength. Before the Blue Star catastrophic era, weak countries had no say and could only bow down to powerful countries and allow them to plunder wealth and resources. This gap is magnified billions of times when it is extended to interstellar civilizations. The way Luger and others look at He Xingzhou now is like a modern person looking at a monkey in a zoo, laughing at the monkey's ignorance and weakness. And they don't worry that the monkeys will resist or disobey, because their strength has surpassed guns, and it is the difference in interstellar military power. Even if there are 10 billion monkeys, it won't take a second to destroy them. Luger also said specifically, I remember there was a 1.6 level civilization before. Arrogant and ignorant, rejecting the good intentions of our Pleiades. We only sent a star destroyer to destroy their entire civilization. Until they died, they didn't know how big the gap between civilizations was. He said this to threaten He Xingzhou. And He Xingzhou also felt the malice from the cosmic civilization. If they really knew the coordinates of the Blue Star civilization, the Blue Star civilization would be in extreme danger. It seems that Bai Ningxiang, the mermaid, has to keep it a secret, at least to give He Xingzhou time to prepare. He Xingzhou ignored them. He looked at the task bar next to the Order Angel and observed the content on it. It is divided into two task bars, Civilization Construction and Zerg Contribution. In Civilization Construction, every time the civilization is upgraded by 0.1 level, a certain reward can be obtained. Breaking through certain key technologies can also get rewards. In the Zerg Contribution, eliminating a certain number and level of Zerg will also get rewards. Build a warship with a speed of 10% of the speed of light, and you will get a reward of 100 cosmic coins. Build a spaceship with a speed of 99% of the speed of light, and you will get a reward of 100,000 cosmic coins. And a Dyson sphere? Building a Dyson sphere will get you a reward of 10 million cosmic coins? Using cosmic coins, you can directly purchase resources, such as nuclear fusion energy, strong force materials, antimatter, dark energy. You can also exchange for various technological products, asteroid kinetic weapons, and planetary engines. Seeing this, He Xingzhou was already very excited. If there were rewards here, the development speed of Blue Star civilization could be increased countless times. He looked at the Zerg contribution list again. Killing a primary planetary behemoth will earn you 1 contribution point. 1 contribution point can be directly exchanged for 1 cosmic coin. First time completed, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 reward library. Killing a medium-level planetary behemoth can get 10 contribution points. First time completed, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 reward library. Killing a high-level planetary behemoth can get 100 contribution points. First time completed, you can choose an additional reward from the T1 reward library. Killing a primary planetary overlord can get 1,000 contribution points. First time completed, You can choose an additional reward from the T2 reward library. The T1 reward library here is the various technological creations owned by 1.0 to 1.9 civilizations, with performance, quality, and other restrictions. The T2 reward library is naturally the reward library of level 2.0 to 2.9 civilization. He Xingzhou's eyes lit up when he saw it. If he could directly obtain the creations of the second level civilization, it would be a bargain for him. He asked Tuanzi how to authenticate the contribution of this Zerg killing. Tuanzi said, the biochip of each Zerg is unique. Even if it is cloned and copied, it cannot get a consistent identification. As long as you identify the Zerg biochip with the verification system of this subspace communicator, it can be read. Clones and copies do not count. Our Order Alliance can identify naturally evolved Zerg. So that's how it is. He Xingzhou smiled. There are actually T2 rewards. I can get all these rewards. Zerg rewards? The aliens realized that there were Zerg around the Blue Star civilization. Rewards? Zerg are near the first level civilization. And the first level civilization will surely perish. Yes, even the second level and third level civilizations are not sure to deal with the Zerg, and can only flee to the universe. T2 rewards? Ruger and others laughed when they heard it. This native doesn't know what the planetary overlord Zerg means? Their planet has a planetary overlord. So we don't need to do anything. Their civilization will perish. Yes. Rafar of the Nanha civilization laughed. A level 1.0 civilization has difficulty dealing with elementary planetary behemoths. You probably only have hydrogen bombs? Such low-level weapons can no longer kill planetary behemoths. Binding Xiang, you just found such a weak ally? Grey Wolf of the Tianlang civilization sneered. They can't even protect themselves. A planetary behemoth can destroy them. Not to mention the planetary overlord. Can this indigenous civilization still exist for a year? 1 year. You are exaggerating. Cage of the Tianyuan civilization said exaggeratedly. The planetary overlord level Zerg can destroy a level 1.0 civilization within a day. Maybe the planetary overlord is sleeping. Otherwise this native wouldn't be here now. He pointed at He Xingzhou. Dan Das said to He Xingzhou, native, send out the coordinates of your civilization before you die. We, the Ongxing Society, will help you get revenge. The reward for killing the Zerg will be given to us. He Xingzhou still ignored him, and said to Binding Wang, I will go offline for verification first. Well, I'll wait for you here. Binding Wang was ridiculed and was furious. She thought to herself, you don't know who He Xingzhou is. Although his Blue Star civilization is only level 1.0. It's only because they have been dealing with the Zerg on Blue Star, and their activities are limited to the mother planet. So the rating is so low. Their true strength is probably not weaker than some second-level civilizations. The Blue Star civilization is fully capable of manufacturing spaceships and various space weapons. That proton bomb is almost a space weapon that only a second-level civilization can possess. Now all they need is time to develop. Binding Wang didn't leave. And the other aliens didn't leave either. They all have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. It's a rare opportunity to watch the excitement. So they naturally won't leave. After He Xingzhou went offline, he immediately ordered, send all the biochips of the planetary beasts to me. Not clones and replicas. Especially the biochips of the Aura Worm King. The bodies of the planetary beasts they killed were preserved for research.